Chapter 1: Defending his friends from drinking and getting confused about a romantic encounter. With less than 2 months until graduation, Chen Xuan is even busier than usual. He takes out his phone and opens the notepad. Monday, tutoring high school math in Jiahua New Town on Jianxi Road, earned 200 yuan. Before leaving, the parent told him not to come back anymore and gave him an extra 20 yuan for gas. On Tuesday, he did some homework for a junior high school student and earned 50 yuan. However, the student's parents found out and he never got another job. On Wednesday, he worked as a temporary boyfriend and earned 500 yuan. He got a punch from the original boyfriend of the employer and received 3,000 yuan in compensation. On Thursday, he bought sanitary napkins for a girl's dormitory and earned 100 yuan. He was scolded by the building manager for being a pervert. On Friday, she went to a restaurant to work as a temporary dishwasher. She earned 150 yuan, but broke 10 bowls and was fined 60 yuan, so her net income was 90 yuan. This is Chen Xuan's work and income record from Monday to Friday this week. With graduation approaching, Chen Xuan has been sending out resumes everywhere and has had several interviews, but there has been no reply. Chen Xuan has been working part-time throughout his 4 years at university. There is nothing illegal or against the rules in this, and as long as there is money to be made, he is open to any job. Over the past 4 years, he has not only supported himself, but also sent a lot of money back home. Chen Xuan's family lives in a mountain valley. The family income is meager, and his mother's health is poor. She has to take medicine all year round and often has to go to the hospital. It was hard enough to pay for him to go to this university in the coastal city, and he doesn't want to make his parents worry about him anymore. Until he finds a proper job, he will have to continue living off odd jobs. Today is Saturday, and he has found a job as a room service waiter at Haitian Casino. The daily salary is 100 yuan, and he can keep the tips. Chen Xuan quickly tidied himself up in the mirror. He still looks quite good. He has a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, with features that are sculpted in 3-dimensional. At 1.82 meters tall, he usually uses various gym equipment at school to stay fit, giving him a lean figure that looks even better when he takes off his clothes. He doesn't have much decent clothing either, and he wears sportswear and sneakers all year round, but that makes him look sunny and handsome. Haitian Casino is far from the school, and he took an hour-long subway ride, got off and walked for more than 10 minutes before he arrived. The casino was luxuriously decorated, and Chen Xuan remembered that when he came for the interview, he was shocked the moment he set foot in the casino. He was good-looking and usually good at dealing with people, and the manager of the casino liked him at first sight. The manager was very happy to see Chen Xuan come to work, and found a brand new set of work clothes for him to wear. Then he briefly explained to Chen Xuan the rules and precautions of the casino, as well as some tips for dealing with customers. Afterwards, the manager looked at Chen Xuan, patted him on the shoulder. "You're a good-looking young man. Work hard, be smart, and do whatever the guests want. You'll get plenty of tips." Chen Xuan was happy to hear that he could make money, and the rest didn't matter. The manager assigned him to serve in a regular private room. Soon, the first guests arrived, a group of not-so-young ants. As soon as these female guests saw Chen Xuan, their eyes lit up. "Wow, this waiter is so handsome!" exclaimed one of the older ladies, who was quite plump. "Come on, handsome, have a drink with us," said another lady, who was wearing a black dress, immediately raising her glass. Chen Xuan had never seen anything like this before in his long working life, and he blushed. "I'm sorry, ladies, beautiful ladies, I can't drink while I'm working." But the female guests were not about to let him off the hook. They chimed in. "Oh, you're new here, aren't you? How could you work in a casino and not drink? Just have a drink, it won't hurt you." "That's right, such a handsome guy, it would be such a waste not to drink." Chen Xuan of course knew that casino room attendants had to drink with the guests, but it was a matter of when, and there was a technique to it. He deliberately said that he couldn't drink, not agreeing to the guests so readily. This was a technique that the manager had talked about during training. It's called playing hard to get. If you're too happy, the guests won't find it interesting, and if you insist on refusing, the guests will be disappointed. So it is important to know how to strike the right balance. Only by mastering this skill will you be able to earn tips easily. After some hesitation, Chen Xuan felt that it was about time, so he lifted the glass and took a small sip. As soon as the sip went down, the female guests immediately became excited. After slipping a 100 yuan tip into Chen Xuan's hand, they began to pour in drink after drink. Chen Xuan had no choice but to keep drinking glass after glass. Although he tried every means to secretly pour the wine out, his alcohol tolerance was really average. Chen Xuan tried hard to stay sober and continued to serve this group of old ants. He watched them sing and dance, and from time to time he had to praise them a little. However, the effects of alcohol became stronger and stronger, his vision began to blur, and his footsteps became unsteady. After a long time, the female guests had finally finished playing and left. When the fat auntie left, she slipped Chen Xuan 200 yuan in tips and touched his face, with a meaningful smile. "Handsome guy, see you next time." Chen Xuan stumbled as he saw the aunties out of the room. He felt lightheaded and stumbled to the bathroom, washing his face vigorously with cold water to try to sober up. But after washing his face, he was still not sober. He stumbled out, a little dazed, and this time he went in the wrong direction. He pushed open a door dazedly, only to find a group of men and women in the room, making a lot of noise, and these people were holding wine glasses. When they saw someone come in, everyone inside froze, and Chen Xuan froze too. He felt that he could not even recognize the looks of these people. He knew he had entered the wrong room and was about to apologize, but when these people saw that it was a waiter, they immediately turned their heads and ignored him. Then he heard a woman's voice in the crowd say, "Old classmate, you must drink today, or you will be disrespecting us classmates." Then another man's voice said, "Yes, if you don't drink, we will keep our glasses raised and not sit down until you do." At this time, Chen Xuan heard a woman's voice in the crowd, gentle and quiet. "I don't usually drink, you all know that. I really can't drink." Chen Xuan felt dizzy. The woman's voice seemed to be far away, but also very close, but it was so beautiful. Vaguely, a lonely figure was surrounded by this group of people. Chen Xuan suddenly felt a hot rush in his head, and a sense of chivalry welled up in his heart. Without thinking twice, he rushed into the crowd without saying a word, grabbed the wine glass. "This lady can't drink, I'll drink for her." After saying that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the wine. After this glass of wine went down, Chen Xuan only felt his head getting more and more dizzy, and the dizziness came rushing in like a flood. He tried hard to see the woman's face, but his vision was so blurry as if there was a thick fog covering it, and in the end he was unable to do so. The moment his vision went dark, his body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. The people around him saw this and hurriedly reached out to hold him. Everyone was talking at once, but Chen Xuan could only hear a buzzing roar in his ears and couldn't hear what they were saying at all. At the moment, it was as if he was in a world that kept spinning, and the scene in front of him was hazy and illusory. He stumbled out of the room and, with a vague sense of direction, found his way to the bathroom. His stomach was in turmoil, and he wanted to vomit but couldn't. He had no choice but to wash his face with cold water to try to sober up a little. However, his mind became more and more unclear, and he felt his body getting hotter and hotter, as if there was an unknown fire burning in his lower abdomen. This feeling was indescribable. At this time, he felt a woman enter the bathroom and suddenly grabbed his hand. Chen Xuan was dizzy at the moment, as if he had lost the ability to think, and he was just subconsciously being pulled forward by the woman. He walked out of the casino door and suddenly found himself in a hotel. He didn't know how he got into the room. The lights in the room were off and it was very dark. The woman moved closer on her own initiative and her gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Thank you for holding my drink for me, but I still need to ask you to help me." The sound was so hazy and it sounded so unreal. Then the woman's hot red lips touched his, and instantly, a wave of heat spread throughout his body. Chen Xuan felt like he had exploded. Chapter 2: A Sudden Invitation from the TV Station. Chen Xuan is tall and good-looking. He had several girlfriends while at university, and they were all quite good-looking. However, his family was poor, and most of the money he earned from working part-time went back home. So after he got a girlfriend, he had no money to buy gifts, go out for big meals, or go out for a good time. As a result, most of these relationships ended without a trace. In some cases, there were even rivals, and in the end, he had no choice but to withdraw. I heard that there are girlfriends who pay for everything, but for Chen Xuan, it's just a legend. He has never encountered it. So he and his girlfriend have never been able to communicate deeply on a physical level, at least he has never reached that point. But today, he felt a lingering passion like he's never felt before, a pleasure like he's never felt before. In a trance, he felt a white arm wrap around him, with a small red birthmark on it, which grew larger before his eyes. When everything returned to calm, in the darkness, the woman let out a soft sigh, which drifted into Chen Xuan's ear. "Hey, I've been guarding my body for him, but he really isn't worth it. You've worked hard. If it weren't for you, after drinking this wine, I don't know what would have happened to me today." But Chen Chuan didn't hear any of this. After the passion had worn off, he simply passed out. His memory was still stuck on the red birthmark. He had really drunk a bit too much, and when the heat in his body subsided, he couldn't keep his eyes open. When he woke up, he felt dizzy and disoriented. It felt like a dream, so unreal. But when he made sure he was in a hotel room, he knew he hadn't been dreaming. Chen Chuan tried his best to recall, but he couldn't remember the woman's face or figure at all, and he couldn't even remember the lovemaking process. Chen Chuan was annoyed. My first night fucking a woman for real, it's just gone. He looked up and saw some money on the table. He reached out and took it, counted it, and it was 925 yuan and 2 1 yuan coins. This money must have been left by that woman. Is she fucking treating me like a gigolo? Why is there both change and the right amount? But then Chen Chuan immediately figured it out. It showed that the woman had given him all the cash she had on her. Not many people carry cash these days, so it should be pretty good to have this much. Chen Chuan's heart was surging with excitement. He could have scanned the QR code. Hey, who made you confused? After leaving the room, Chen Chuan went to the hotel reception to find out who had booked the room, so that he could find out who the woman was with whom he had had such a passionate encounter. However, after checking, the receptionist said that Chen Chuan had booked the room using his ID card. He wanted to check the surveillance camera footage, but the receptionist told him that the camera had broken down the night before. Chen Chuan had no choice but to leave the hotel and found that Haitian Casino was right across the street. Today was Sunday, and he had left in a daze last night without saying goodbye, so he quickly called the casino manager. The manager answered the phone readily and told Chen Chuan not to come to work anymore. The reasons were twofold. First, he had left his post without permission and without saying goodbye before finishing his work. Second, there had been complaints from guests and waiters that he had barged into other private rooms and interfered with the guests' movements. He could not be paid for leaving his post midway, but he could keep the tips. Chen Chuan didn't care about the job. It was supposed to be temporary work anyway, and the job required drinking, which he couldn't handle. He asked the manager about the guests in the private room that had complained about him, hoping to find some clues about the woman from last night. The manager said indifferently that he didn't know anything about the guests, and then hung up. Since he couldn't find out, Chen Chuan didn't want to look for it anymore. The female guest had already given him money, which was a deal. It would be wrong to disturb her again. In the days that followed, Chen Chuan continued with his life, taking odd jobs, sending in resumes, and attending interviews. Being poor and short-tempered, and having been unable to find a job, Chen Chuan decided to let go. He lowered his own bottom line, thinking that if he couldn't find a job, he could find a rich woman. So he posted his personal information on various marriage websites. Chen X, male, 22 years old, 182 centimeters tall, 80 kilograms. He has a square face, is in good health, has a well-proportioned body, with 8-pack abs, and does not have any diseases or bad habits. He hopes to find a compatible lady as a partner, aged 18 or above, with good conditions, and there is no upper limit. Bincheng locals are preferred, and if the woman has suitable conditions and the two parties have mutual affection, he can consider entering the woman's family. Below is Chen Chuan's contact information. Chen Chuan believes that with his physical strength and stamina, if a rich woman takes a fancy to him, or if she has any excessive demands, he should be able to satisfy them all. After the ad was placed, Chen Chuan often browsed the website, and soon he stopped hoping. Because he found that he was not the only one of his age to post this kind of marriage advertisement, there were indeed many competitors. He didn't expect the marriage market to be so competitive, and it seems that he still needs to do his best to find a job. That day, he had just finished an interview at an advertising company. Although he was told to go back and wait for news, he was basically sure that it was still a no. As a fourth-year graduate majoring in internet and new media, he didn't have much practical experience. Although he had been exposed to some related work while doing odd jobs, he was still far from the requirements of the employer. Nowadays, many companies are laying off staff, and competition for good companies and enterprises is fierce. The recruitment requirements all require extensive experience. How could a fresh graduate like him have extensive industry experience? It is really difficult to find a suitable job. It is difficult, but Chen Chuan does not want to give up and is still trying hard to find one. It's the weekend again, and suddenly his phone rings. On the other end of the line is a gentle female voice. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Yes, who is this? The female voice is very soft. This is Bincheng TV. We learned that you are looking for a marriage partner and would like to ask if you would like to participate in our upcoming blind date show? Chen Chuan was taken aback. A blind date show? Yes, the show is called For Love. There are many female guests who have signed up for the show, from all walks of life. If you are interested, you can come to the station for an interview. If you pass the interview, you can become the male guest of this show, be seen by more people in need on TV and the internet, and find your ideal partner. Chen Chuan thought about it. Since he had already decided to find a rich woman to marry, what harm would there be in giving it a try? He immediately agreed and set an interview time with the staff member for 10 a.m. on Saturday, which was tomorrow, to meet with director Yang Ting at the TV station. The next day, Chen Chuan, still dressed in sportswear, arrived at Bincheng TV before 10 a.m. The security guard at the door was very strict, and after careful verification, a staff member came out and led Chen Chuan in. When he arrived at the program group, Chen Chuan realized that there were many people coming for the interview, men and women of all ages. The staff registered Chen Chuan's name, gave him a form to fill in his personal details, and then told him to go into an interview room when his name was called. After waiting for a while, it was already past 10 o'clock before Chen Chuan was called and entered the room. Behind a long table sat a woman who looked capable and well-dressed, and looked to be about 40 years old. The woman held a form in her hand and looked Chen Chuan up and down. "Hello, Chen Chuan, right?" Chen Chuan nodded, "Yes." The woman introduced herself, "I am the director of this blind date show, Yang Ting. Please sit down." After Chen Chuan sat down, Director Yang continued. "I am very glad that you came to the interview for this show. Since you are here for a blind date, let's get straight to the point. I have read your personal information and now I have seen your appearance and conversation, and I think you meet the requirements. Please tell me about your romantic experiences. What kind of partner are you looking for?" Chen Chuan told the truth. "Well, I've had a few girlfriends before, but nothing came of it. I'm still looking for a job, and I'm not sure about my future living situation. So I don't have any special requirements for a woman. If I had to say something, I'd say it would be nice to find someone with a better financial situation." Director Yang smiled. "Oh, I understand what you're thinking. You want to find a rich woman, right?" Chapter 3, Recording a Program, Meeting a Fairy Sister. After listening to Yang Dao's question, Chen Chuan was a little embarrassed, but he was still very honest. "I just graduated from college and my family is not wealthy, so I don't have a financial foundation, but that doesn't mean I won't in the future. Maybe a female guest with a financial foundation can care about my financial conditions and only care about whether there is a connection. I think if I have a good partner, when my life is stable, I will also have more opportunities to develop my career." Director Yang nodded slightly. "Although your idea is very direct, it also makes sense. In the group of blind dates, there are actually not a few young people who think like you. Existence is reasonable, and there is nothing wrong with it. As for whether you can find the right female guest, it depends on fate. You can definitely give it a try. After all, the guests need to be diverse. And you are so honest, which is much better than those who hide things. Can you tell me what your strengths are?" Chen Chuan thought about it for a moment, and then asked, "Why do you want me to praise myself? I'm not sure what to say." "Well, I'm a relatively sincere person, and I work hard and strive to improve. Since I was young, I've helped with housework at home, and I can cook and take care of people." Director Yang nodded again, and then asked a few more simple questions about Chen Chuan's family situation and hobbies. Then he put a check mark in the box on the form, saying, "You've passed the interview and can participate in this program. You can come next Saturday to record the program. Well, when you come, it would be best to change into more formal clothes." Seeing Chen Chuan's face full of difficulty, Director Yang was very understanding. "If you really don't have any, it's okay. Our TV station has props and costumes that you can borrow to wear once." Chen Chuan was overjoyed. Although he had earned some money working part-time jobs to save money for school, he had mailed it all to his family, and he really didn't have any suitable clothes. He stood up and thanked Director Yang. Director Yang looked at Chen Chuan and said, "You're actually a pretty nice guy, and I hope you can find the right partner." After leaving the room, a staff member led Chen Chuan to re-register his information and took his photo before letting him go. Time passed quickly, and it was Thursday, but Chen Chuan still hadn't found a job. In the evening, Chen Chuan's phone suddenly rang. After he answered, it was Director Yang from the TV station. "Chen Chuan, are you sure you want to come on the show?" Chen Chuan's heart sank. Had something gone wrong? After all, he still didn't have a job, so it was possible that he had been rejected. Yes, isn't that what we agreed? Director Yang, is there any problem? Chen Xuan was relieved. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Yang. But you asking me like that really surprised me. I thought I wasn't allowed to participate. Director Yang's voice sounded very relaxed. How could that be? You have such a good image, how could I not let you participate? Remember to come on time. By the way, I'll take care of your clothing problem for you, so don't worry. Can you tell me your height and some measurements? I'll send you the details in a message. Chen Xuan readily agreed. Okay, Director Yang. Yang hung up the phone. At the moment he hung up, Chen seemed to hear Yang talking to someone else. No problem, he will definitely participate, you just. However, the voice was very hazy and indistinct, as if he was talking to someone. It seemed that Yang was arranging work, and Chen didn't pay much attention to it. On the day of the recording, Chen Xuan arrived early. While the other guests were greeted by the staff, Chen Xuan was personally welcomed by Director Yang, who seemed to attach great importance to him. Chen Xuan, you're here. I've got your clothes ready. Come with me. In the dressing room, Director Yang took out a suit from a closet and said to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan, come try this suit on. Is it suitable? Chen Xuan went into the fitting room, changed into the suit, and then walked out. Director Yang's eyes lit up. Clothing really does make the man. You're already a handsome guy, but you look even better in this suit. Not bad, really not bad. Then Director Yang went on to explain the rules of the show to Chen Xuan. There will be 24 female guests on stage, each with a lamp in front of them. After the male guests go on stage, they will engage in a series of interactions. Whoever can keep their lamp lit until the end will show their willingness to hold the hand of the male guest. The specific process includes the following stages. 1. The male guest chooses the female guest he is attracted to. 2. The female guests judge the male guest's first impression and vote by turning off their lights. 3. The male guest gives a presentation about his work and life, and the female guests make judgments based on what he says. 4th, the male guest expresses his past emotional experiences and views on love, and the female guests gain a deeper understanding of the male guest and make their choice, and they can ask questions. 5th, the male guest's friends or leaders are allowed to speak via video, so as to understand his career aspirations and abilities and his friendship status. Since Chen Xuan has not yet graduated, Director Yang said that she would introduce him in this segment. 6th, the female guest who has captured the male guest's heart is invited to join the remaining female guests. The male guest chooses a female guest to ask a question and finally makes a choice to hold hands successfully. The show has added a light-up segment. At any time before the male guest's rights are reversed, the female guest can press the light-up button if she particularly likes the male guest. A heartbeat animation will suddenly appear on the big screen to remind everyone that someone has pressed the light-up button. The first female guest to press the light-up button will become the girl who is attracted. After explaining the rules, Director Yang told Chen Xuan to get ready backstage and think about what to say when he goes on stage and what questions he wants to ask. The staff have a template for how to ask questions and give answers, which they can read while preparing backstage. Chen Xuan is number 15, and there are 14 other male guests before him. The male guests cannot see the female guests before they go on stage, so that the choice is based on a fair first impression. When the recording starts, Chen Xuan waits in the backstage lounge. All the male guests who have not successfully held hands with a female guest will pass through the lounge with the staff when they go off stage. He heard the male guests and staff members discussing as they left the venue that there was a goddess-like sister among the female guests today, with excellent looks and temperament. Although she seemed to be a bit older, she was the most outstanding of all the female guests. However, this goddess-like sister was very picky, and when it came to the first round of choices for the male guests on the stage, she didn't leave any of them with a light. After several male guests saw this goddess-like sister, the other female guests didn't even want to choose. Although their lights were also extinguished, they were still pestering the staff for the contact information of this fairy sister. However, the staff said that this female guest was personally brought by Director Yang, and the contact information was only available from her. Chen Xuan slowly understood that this fairy sister was the 7th female guest, named Jiang Wanqing. It was said that she had a good personal relationship with Director Yang and got on the show through him. Chen Xuan surmised that she was probably a proud and arrogant guest. Looking at the image and temperament of the previous male guests, as well as the work and financial resources that were vaguely revealed, none of them were lacking in any way. This kind of guest was simply out of Chen Xuan's league. It was not until Chen Chuan was about to go on stage that the legendary fairy sister Jiang Wanqing, number 7, still did not leave the light on for anyone. Including some male guests who looked good and had successful careers, the 7th guest also directly rejected them all in the first round. It was Chen Chuan's turn to go on stage. A staff member put a headset on him, and Yang's voice came through the headset. "Chen Chuan, don't be nervous. There is our best host, Mr. He, on stage. Just follow his instructions and you'll be fine. If there are specific things that you can't decide, just follow my instructions to avoid making mistakes." Chen Chuan nodded in agreement and then walked onto the stage under the guidance of the staff. In school, Chen Chuan often participated in speech and debate competitions, and was not intimidated by the thousands of people in the audience. Now, facing the 24 female guests on stage and the audience below, he was completely composed. "Hello everyone, hello female guests, hello teacher He, my name is Chen Chuan, I am 22 years old." Chen Chuan scanned the 24 female guests in the audience. His heart gave a sharp thump as his gaze passed over the 7th female guest. Chapter 4, Various Thoughts of the Female Guests. These 24 female guests were carefully selected by the program team, and they all have very good images and temperament. However, among these beauties, the 7th female guest still stands out, and she has a sense of standing out from the crowd. You only need to glance at her to notice her first. This female guest gives people the impression of being beautiful but not seductive, sexy but not frivolous, elegant and impressive, and unforgettable. Chen Chuan felt in his heart that the appearance and figure of this female guest number 7 was really impeccable. Not to mention the 24 female guests present, even if she were placed in the entertainment industry, female guest number 7 would be on par with those outstandingly beautiful female celebrities. Moreover, Chen Chuan felt that when he saw female guest number 7, he had a vague feeling of déjà vu. This feeling was very strange. Could this be what was meant by a connection? The 7th guest seemed to be in her 30s, but Chen Chuan felt that age was not an issue. He just thought that the 7th guest was so outstanding that she would not leave a light for him. At this time, the host, Mr. He, handed Chen Chuan a tablet to start the first part of the game, choosing the girl he liked. Although he felt that the 7th guest would not leave a light for him, since he had to choose a girl, he would just choose the one he liked. Then came the second part of the game, where the female guests had to choose whether to leave a light on for the male guest in front of them, based on their first impression. After entering the stage, Chen Chuan's handsome appearance and carefree temperament won the unanimous good impression of the female guests present. After a while, there was no sound of a light being extinguished, and all 24 female guests left their lights on. The host, Teacher Yi, couldn't help but exclaim, "All 24 female guests in the audience have left their lights on. This is the first time since I have hosted this show. It seems that the first impression of the female guests present is good for this male guest number 15, Chen Chuan. I hope a good start will lead to a good result, and that today a female guest and male guest number 15 will hold hands successfully." Chen Chuan's gaze kept glancing at female guest number 7, both intentionally and unintentionally, and he noticed that not only was her light on, but she was also looking at Chen Chuan. He felt that there seemed to be an inexplicable emotion in the guest's eyes. As the two locked gazes, Chen Chuan couldn't help but feel a sudden and inexplicable sense of trance. Was this a connection? Chen Chuan felt a little excitement in his heart, but then he realized that he had thought wrong, because he noticed that all the female guests were looking at him. Chen Chuan felt a sudden wave of shame. He was now the only male guest on the field, and if the female guests weren't looking at him, who else would they be looking at? He really was being a little self-absorbed. Just as Chen Chuan was feeling ashamed, the host, Mr. He, began the third segment. He asked Chen Chuan to introduce his work and life situation, and then the female guests would decide whether to leave the male guest's light on. The voice of Director Yang came through the headset. "Chen Chuan, the female guest's impressions of you are very good at the moment, so just introduce yourself honestly." Chen Chuan took the microphone passed to him by the host. "I come from Bincheng University, I'm currently a fourth-year student, about to graduate, and, well, I'm still looking for a job. My family lives in a remote mountain valley, my parents are farmers, and I'm an only child." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of the lights dimming could be heard all over the room. By the time Chen Chuan had finished giving his details, there were only 5 lights left in the room. The host, Mr. He, casually asked one of the female guests, number 10, the reason for her light being switched off. The guest was outspoken and said, "I want to get married as soon as possible. I don't think the male guest has any financial foundation yet. For both men and women, living together requires financial strength. I don't think I'll have time to grow with him, so I can't leave the light on for the gentleman." Teacher, he then asked the 20th female guest what the reason was for extinguishing the light. The female guest looked at Chen Chuan and said, "Actually, I think the gentleman is very handsome, and everything else is fine. But I'm 33 years old, and I think there's a big age difference between us, and I can't accept that." At this time, Mr. He's gaze fell on the 7th female guest. "Since you came on the show, you have basically switched off the light in the first round. What is it about this male guest number 15 that attracts you, and has kept you switching on the light until now?" The 7th female guest looked composed. "I think male guest number 15 is honest and genuine, and he doesn't hide his own qualities. I feel a sense of simplicity and steadfastness in him. I feel a connection with him, and I want to keep the light on and continue to observe." Teacher, he nodded. "Okay, next, please allow guest number 15 to introduce his own emotional experiences and views on love. The female guests may ask the male guest questions about the issues they are most concerned about." Chen Chuan continued to give a truthful introduction. "I had girlfriends while I was at university, but they were all very short-lived, so I don't really have any worthwhile emotional experiences to talk about. I think that if two people love each other, their status, age and financial situation are not a problem." A female guest who had left her light on, guest number 9, raised her hand. Teacher, he reached out to indicate that, and invited the 9th female guest to ask her question. 9th female guest, "May I ask the male guest, if we can hold hands and walk into the marriage hall together, do you have the ability to afford a house and a car?" Chen Chuan was taken aback. He didn't expect such a direct question to be asked on this kind of variety show. He hesitated for a moment, and then the voice of Director Yang came through the earpiece. "Say whatever comes to mind, don't be nervous." Chen Chuan immediately said, "I think we can gradually acquire these things through our joint efforts. Until we have reached the conditions, it is not impossible to rent a place to live and take public transport." Guest number 9 shook her head and said, "I think it is most basic for a man to have a house and a car when he is with a woman. If he doesn't have these things, then everything the male guest has said is a problem." "I'm sorry, I cannot leave a light for guest number 15. She said, and the 9th female guest extinguished the light. Just as Chen Chuan felt a little embarrassed, the 7th female guest raised her hand. The host asked the 7th to ask a question. 7th female guest, "Excuse me, male guest, do you mind being with a woman who is older than you?" Chen Chuan shook his head. "I said that if two people like each other and have a connection, age and financial status should not be obstacles, so I don't mind." Guest number 7, "Then how big an age gap can you accept?" Chen Chuan thought for a moment. "I think as long as two people love each other, any age gap is not a problem, I can accept it." Guest number 7, "So if she is 20 years older than you, won't she be an old aunt?" Chen Chuan looked serious. "In the eyes of two people in love, I think no matter how old someone is, they are still precious in the eyes of the other." Guest 7, "What if some relationships are destined to be short-lived?" Chen Chuan, "It's up to people to make things happen. I think that since a relationship has started, both parties want it to last. As for the outcome, that's up to fate." Guest 7, "If marriage is destined to be short-lived, would you agree?" Chen Chuan, "It depends on what the reason is. But I will try my best to live a long and happy marriage." The 7th female guest nodded. "Okay, thank you." At this time, the sound of the female guests extinguishing their lights continued to ring out, and there were only 2 lights left on the field. Chen Chuan looked at the field at this time, and there were still 2 people who had left their lights on for him, one being the 7th female guest and the other being the 18th female guest. The audience members below the stage whispered to each other about the 7th female guest leaving her light on until now. No one expected that this popular fairy sister would fancy this ordinary-looking male guest number 15. However, everyone felt that this was just a polite response from the 7th female guest after she asked a question. Although Chen Chuan has a very good image, his other qualities cannot compare with the other male guests, so it was only a matter of time before the 7th female guest switched off her light. On the contrary, the 18th female guest is similar in age to the 15th male guest, and she also has a good image, so it seems that she has some interest in the male guest. The host, Mr. E, pointed at the big screen and was just about to move on to the next part of the show. Suddenly, there was music and a beating red heart appeared on the big screen. The host, Mr. He, was taken aback at first, but then exclaimed, "Wow! One of the female guests has blown out her light." Chapter 5, "I'm an older woman, do you care?" At this point, there were only 2 female guests left on the stage, and someone had actually blown the light for the male guest. This obviously meant that one of the female guests did not want the male guest to choose someone else. It was female guest number 18, right? Well, it should be about right. It couldn't be the fairy sister, number 7. Just as the audience was discussing this, the red heart on the big screen turned into a number 7. This indicated that it was the 7th female guest who had blown the light for the male guest. There was a moment of silence, followed by a burst of exclamations from the audience. Ah, the 7th female guest has blown the light for the 15th male guest? The fairy sister has actually blown the light for the male guest. This is because the fairy sister is worried that the 18th female guest will choose the male guest first. This is so unexpected. Is the 15th male guest that attractive? The audience was in an uproar, and they forgot to applaud the male and female guests politely. Chen Xuan was also a little dazed. This female guest number 7, the universally recognized fairy sister, the goddess admired by so many male guests, actually gave him the light bulb? A light bulb means that as long as he wants, he can take the hand of female guest number 7 and leave the venue at any time. Chen Xuan was first shocked, and then he felt that the excitement in his heart was a little uncontrollable, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on female guest number 7. Guest number 18 saw this and frowned slightly, and she simply extinguished the light. The host, Mr. He, smiled and said, "Come, let's see who the lady guest that has captured the heart of guest number 15 is." As soon as the host finished speaking, the number 7 appeared on the screen. The audience was surprised, but they also applauded enthusiastically. Now there is no need for the rest of the program. If the 15 male guests are willing, they can take the 7th female guest away by the hand. May I ask if the male guests are willing? Chen Xuan looked at the quiet and charming face, slender figure, and elegant temperament of the 7th female guest. Without any hesitation. "I'm willing." Teacher He's voice continued to rise. "Okay, now please ask the male guests to come forward and take the 7th female guest's hand and leave the venue." Guest number 7 has also become the guest who has been closest to being taken away by the male guest since the start of the show. Congratulations to the two guests. Chen Xuan walked up with big strides and politely held out his hand, and guest number 7 also generously held out her hand and linked it with Chen Xuan's. Chen Xuan felt that the guest's hand was cool and soft, and it was very comfortable in his hand. The two waved to the audience below together, then took hands and went off stage. Backstage, the 7th female guest let go of Chen Xuan's hand and drew a distance between them. Led by the staff, the two went to a private chat room. After sitting down, Chen Xuan was still immersed in joy and excitement, but the 7th female guest looked calm. She looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Hello, let's get to know each other again. My real name is Jiang Wanqing, and Jiang Wan is a temporary name for recording this blind date show." Chen Xuan puffed out his chest. "My name is Chen Xuan, and what I said on stage just now is the truth." Jiang Wanqing's beautiful eyes twinkled. "Well, it's necessary to clarify that I'm exactly 40 years old this year, 18 years older than you." "I'm considered an old auntie, do you really not mind?" Chen Xuan was shocked. "Oh, you look so young, you look no more than 30 years old. How can you be an old aunt?" "The male guests all call you fairy sister, I don't mind, not at all." "I feel like we've met in a dream." Jiang Wanqing seemed to be stunned. "In a dream? Don't you remember?" Chen Xuan didn't understand the meaning of Jiang Wanqing's words. Remember what? Jiang Wanqing stared at Chen Xuan, her eyes full of hesitation. "You don't remember, the scene of us meeting in a dream?" Chen Xuan scratched his head. "I only said it seemed like it, but I can't remember any of the plot in the dream." Jiang Wanqing stared into Chen Xuan's eyes, as if trying to figure out if he was lying. This surprised Chen Xuan a little. "It was only a dream, isn't it normal not to remember?" There was a total silence for 10 seconds before Jiang Wanqing said, "Actually, no matter what, there is a big age difference between us, and there are some things, well, we should get to know each other better." Chen Xuan nodded. "Yes, we need to get to know each other better." At this time, a staff member walked in and said, "Female guest number 7, Director Yang would like to see you, he says it's urgent." "Okay, I understand." The staff member left, and Jiang Wanqing stood up, took out her phone. "Let's exchange numbers, in case we need to get in touch." Chen Xuan also quickly stood up. "Okay, my phone number is 13. Jiang Wanqing used her phone to write down the number, and Chen Xuan's phone rang, and a number appeared. Jiang Wanqing looked at Chen Xuan and said, "This is my number. Call this number to reach me." Chen Xuan gathered his courage and said, "Tomorrow night, do you have time? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Is that okay?" He said, "I think we should get to know each other." Jiang Wanqing nodded and said, "Okay, I have time. Just set the time and place and send me a message. But you don't need to invite me. I'll invite you." After all, you don't have a job yet. Chen Xuan shook his head. No, I'll treat you. I usually make some money doing odd jobs. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Then we'll split the bill, it's settled. Chen Xuan hesitated a little. I can only treat you to a food stall. Jiang Wanqing looked at Chen Xuan. It doesn't matter what we eat or where we eat, I don't care, as long as we get to know each other. She waved her hand. See you tomorrow. Then she turned and left the room. After Jiang Wanqing left, Chen Xuan went to the dressing room. As he was about to change his clothes, a staff member came over and said, Chen Xuan, Director Yang said that you successfully held the hand of the 7th female guest, which is worth celebrating. This suit was tailored to your body, so I'll give it to you as a gift. Please don't mind it. Chen Xuan was stunned. So this suit was not a prop. Is it okay for Director Yang to give away clothes on a blind date? This is a very nice suit, how could I not like it? Then I thank you, Director Yang. Well, I want to go and thank Director Yang in person. The staff member shook her head, saying that Director Yang is busy and that you can just contact her by phone if you have something to do. Chen Xuan thought about it and realized that there were more than 50 male guests at the recording site today, and Director Yang was probably going to be busy for a while. He immediately sent a message to Director Yang to thank her for the suit. Director Yang even quickly sent a message back, You're welcome. Director Yang Ting looked up from the window upstairs as Chen Xuan left the TV station. She turned her head and said, Jiang Wanqing, I've invited you several times, why did you come to the show when you saw Chen Xuan's photo? And you gave him such an expensive shirt. It seems you like young men. Jiang Wanqing gently bit her red lips. I've seen him before. Director Yang was stunned. Oh, at Bincheng University? Jiang Wanqing's cheeks flushed as she said, I work in an entertainment city. Director Yang Ting's eyes widened. I knew there was a reason. Tell me. Jiang Wanqing sighed. Hey, you're my only good friend, so I can only tell you that I'm pregnant. Yang Ting let out a cry of surprise. What? Chen Xuan was in a particularly good mood today. He had really struck it rich, successfully setting up a blind date with a beautiful woman. Although she was a little older, Chen Xuan found it very interesting and didn't feel there were any obstacles in his way. Back at school, after entering the dormitory, Han Yang came up to him. Hey, man, you're looking pretty sharp today. Did you go job hunting or go on a blind date? Han Yang was his roommate, and the two of them were very close, but they hadn't spoken much recently. Because Chen Xuan always goes out early in the morning and comes home late at night, every time he returns to the dormitory, his roommates are asleep, and when he leaves, Han Yang is still fast asleep. Chen Xuan feels that there is no sign of success yet, and he doesn't want to tell anyone about the blind date at the TV station, so he deliberately acts carelessly. I'm just looking for a job, so I have to dress like a decent person, right? Han Yang stares at Chen Xuan's suit, up and down. Did you buy this suit recently? He said, reaching out to touch it. Holy cow, you've struck it rich? It fits so well and it's a high-end brand, must cost tens of thousands of yuan? Chen Xuan was taken aback. He didn't know anything about brands and didn't care about them normally. But how could the props costume custom made by Director Yang be that expensive? If the suit was really that expensive, he and Director Yang, who were not related, would not be able to give it to him. You're thinking too much. It's a high-quality imitation. How can I afford it if it's that expensive? Han Yang's eyes sparkled. I thought you'd found a rich woman. Chen Xuan sighed. Hey, finding a rich woman is probably much more difficult than finding a job. Han Yang grabbed Chen Xuan. You know the market price so well. Did you really go find a rich woman? Chapter 6, First Date. Chen Xuan looked at Han Yang and said, You have a girlfriend, so don't worry about this kind of thing. Hey, how's your job search going? Han Yang was very frustrated. Hey, I haven't found the right one yet. If it weren't for my girlfriend's family finding her a job in Bin City, I would have wanted to go back to my hometown. It's a small county, but my parents have prepared a wedding house for me in my hometown. After I go back, I'll find a simple job, or if that doesn't work, I'll be a store inspector and make short videos about local customs. With my parents' support, I should be able to get by. Chen Xuan took off his suit and hung it in the closet. He was used to wearing sportswear and felt a bit constrained in a suit. How are things going with your girlfriend? Are you planning to get married? Get married? Forget it. Han Yang sighed. My girlfriend says that her family wants me to buy a house and a car, otherwise they won't let their daughter marry me. Houses in Bin City are not cheap. Even with a mortgage, the down payment is still hundreds of thousands of yuan. I'm thinking of asking my parents to sell the house they bought as a wedding gift in the county, so that I can get the down payment for the city house. But then again, I'm not sure about my job right now, and the monthly mortgage payments would be too much. What if my girlfriend's family still doesn't approve of me, and then something else comes up that I can't handle? Wouldn't that be a total loss? I'm going to wait and see what my girlfriend's attitude is. You're wearing a suit and look like a talented person. Have you found a job yet? Chen Xuan shook his head. I haven't found a suitable job either, but I definitely can't go back to my hometown. My hometown is a small mountain valley, and there is no use for people like us who have studied this major. I can only stay in the big city and work hard. If that doesn't work, I'll have to go to places like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou to look for opportunities. Otherwise, I'll just do something on my own, as long as I can support myself. Han Yang nodded. That's about the only thing you can do in your situation. In fact, with your appearance, you really have the capital to find a rich woman. Anyway, if I had the chance to find a rich woman, I would definitely be willing to. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean 10 years less of hard work, maybe even 20 years? Chen Xuan smiled bitterly. With the current employment situation, there are many people looking for rich women, and it's just as impossible to find one. Forget about it. When talking to Han Yang about this, Chen Xuan thought of Jiang Wanqing. The job introduction about her was that she was just an ordinary company employee, not some rich woman. However, Jiang Wanqing's appearance really amazed Chen Xuan. Just thinking about her, he had an urge to get close to her. Whether Jiang Wanqing is a rich woman or not, it no longer mattered at this point. Everyone says that aunties really smell good. Is this what it feels like? There is a food stall called Pan Pangxiang near Bincheng University, and Chen Xuan arrived here early. He and Jiang Wanqing had agreed to meet here for dinner at 7 p.m. sharp. Chen Xuan chose a relatively quiet location, sat down and waited. He felt like he was dreaming about going on a date with this auntie with a heavenly appearance. A few minutes before 7 o'clock, Jiang Wanqing walked into the food stall. She was wearing dark blue jeans, a white shirt and a plain-colored bag. Her hair was down, her figure slender, with a protruding belly and a curvy butt, making her look bright, sexy and mature. Such a simple outfit looked very elegant and feminine on Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing's image was really too prominent. When she walked in, the rate of people looking back was almost 100%, attracting the attention of people in the food stalls. Chen Xuan stood up and waved his hand, and Jiang Wanqing immediately walked over and sat down opposite Chen Xuan. Noticing the envious glances around, Chen Xuan could only think of one word to describe it: cool. Having such a beautiful girlfriend is really something to brag about. The two ordered 4 dishes and 2 drinks. Chen Xuan opened a bottle of drink and handed it to Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing looked at the drink in front of her and suddenly asked, "Chen Xuan, don't you drink?" Chen Xuan was taken aback. "I don't usually drink, but if you want to drink, I can accompany you. It's just that my drinking capacity is really not that good." Jiang Wanqing shook her head lightly. "My drinking capacity is okay, but I usually don't drink much, and now I can't drink either. I was just asking casually. I don't know how good your drinking is." Chen Xuan didn't notice what Jiang Wanqing meant when she said she couldn't drink now. He smiled awkwardly. "My drinking, well, if I drink too much, I just want to sleep and I lose track of time. After I sober up, I have no recollection of what I did. I'll be honest with you, the other day I went to a casino called Haitian to work part-time as a waiter. I had no choice but to drink a lot, and when I sobered up, I couldn't remember anything. So unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better not to drink." Jiang Wenqing's long eyelashes trembled slightly. "Oh, blackouts. After drinking too much, you can't remember anything important?" Chen Xuan nodded seriously. "Yeah, that time was. Hey, it's in the past, let's not talk about it. Anyway, I forgot everything after drinking, it was so embarrassing." Jiang Wanqing lowered her head. "Oh, is that so?" Then she picked up some food, put it in her mouth and chewed lightly. "You're so handsome, is it true that you've only had a few short-lived girlfriends?" Chen Xuan raised his hand and said, "I swear, it's true." Jiang Wanqing's eyes were clear. "What are you swearing for?" "I was just asking. In your life, wasn't there a woman who left an unforgettable impression on you?" Chen Xuan's eyes widened. Yes, my mother. Jiang Wanqing's eyes flickered with a smile. Of course my own mother doesn't count, I mean other women. In an instant, Chen Chuan remembered the woman he met that night at the Haitian casino and had later had some affectionate moments with, and didn't feel a little dazed. But he no longer had any memories of her, and that woman had even treated him like a gigolo and paid him. Chen Chuan shook his head, not yet. None of the girlfriends I've been with have given me this feeling. Jiang Wanqing lowered her eyes, and there seemed to be some change in her eyes, but Chen Chuan couldn't understand the meaning. He asked tentatively. You have had a boyfriend, haven't you? Jiang Wanqing didn't hide it. She had had a boyfriend, and they were even planning to get married. But it was only limited to being boyfriend and girlfriend, and we never crossed the line of propriety. He had been abroad, but I discovered not long ago that he had cheated on me. He thought I didn't know, but I already knew. And I also know that he cheated on me with one of my classmates. At this point, Jiang Wanqing's eyes became a little sad as she looked at Chen Chuan. I want to find someone to marry. If you think it's okay, would you like to marry me? Chen Chuan was shocked. He didn't think Jiang Wanqing would be so direct and propose to marry him on the first date. Looking at Chen Chuan, who looked a little dumbfounded, Jiang Wanqing sighed lightly. You don't want to? Chen Chuan immediately came to his senses. Yes, I do, I'm willing, very willing. Jiang Wanqing's face flushed a little. She picked up her drink and poured it into both their glasses. I know this is a bit sudden, and in fact, our age difference is so great that I can see you are a bit hesitant. But I will do this, do it to make you feel at ease and satisfied. Chen Chuan still didn't understand the hidden meaning in Jiang Wanqing's words at this time. He was a bit incoherent. No, I'm not hesitant, I just feel a bit sudden. You're so beautiful, and I have almost nothing. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Who says you have nothing? You're only 22 years old, youth is capital, you'll have everything. Come, let's drink this glass, and consider it a betrothal. Saying this, Jiang Wanqing raised her glass and gulped down the drink inside. Chen Chuan also quickly raised his glass and drank every last drop. Jiang Wanqing's beautiful eyes twinkled. Do you have time in the morning tomorrow? Chen Chuan nodded. I have time. Jiang Wanqing gently set down the wine glass. That's good, let's go register for marriage tomorrow. The glass in Chen Chuan's hand almost fell to the ground. Chapter 7, Prenuptial Agreement, 1 million to you. Jiang Wanqing explained that she wanted to go register for marriage with him tomorrow, which really came as a big surprise to Chen Chuan. He had only heard about getting married on a whim, but never thought it would happen to him one day. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's beautiful eyes looking at him, Chen Chuan realized his loss of composure. I'm sorry, we just met and now we're getting married, it's a bit sudden. Jiang Wanqing looked helpless. It is a bit sudden for you, but there are some things that can't wait. Well, if you think it's sudden, we can go register tomorrow, I'll be there on time. Chen Chuan didn't want Jiang Wanqing to misunderstand him, so he quickly made things definite. He really was willing. Jiang Wanqing sized up Chen Chuan. Fine, under the current marriage law, you can just use your ID card to get married. Tomorrow, at 10 a.m., bring your ID card and go to Shinka Coffee on the first floor of the Ningyuan building. It's quiet there, no one will disturb you. We'll contact each other by phone then. Although Chen Chuan was a little dazed, he was more than willing in his heart. But why go to a coffee shop instead of the marriage registry office? He didn't quite understand, but it didn't matter, he would understand tomorrow when they went there. Okay, I'll be there on time. Jiang Wanqing gave a charming smile. If you agree, then it's settled, right? Chen Chuan was almost dumbfounded by this smile. The Jiang Wanqing in front of him didn't look like a 40-year-old auntie at all. It would not be an exaggeration to call her a fairy sister, she was really too beautiful. Even the beautiful girls he had seen at Bincheng University, who were like the stars surrounding the moon, paled in comparison to Jiang Wanqing. At this time, Jiang Wanqing stood up and said, I've finished eating. I have to go register tomorrow, so I'll go first. Chen Chuan was reluctant to part immediately. Are you in such a hurry? We just ate a short time ago. Jiang Wanqing picked up her plain shoulder bag and said, since we've decided to get married, I still have some things to prepare. Chen Chuan always felt that Jiang Wanqing was holding something back, as if she was about to say something but couldn't. But he didn't think it was the right time to ask, and since they would be married the next day, there was still a long time ahead of them. He saw Jiang Wanqing get into a taxi and wave goodbye as she left. Chen Chuan felt a little dizzy, as if he had drunk too much. He didn't even know how he got back to the dormitory. When Han Yang spoke to him, he just gave a few simple replies and went to bed after washing up. Chen Xuan felt that he should maintain a good state of mind and register with Jiang Wanqing. He had wanted to call his parents to tell them the news, but when he thought about Jiang Wanqing's age, he was 3 years younger than his mother. Chen Xuan was worried that his parents wouldn't understand, so he decided to do it without telling them first and wait until after they were registered as married and had a chance to meet to tell them. When they meet Jiang Wanqing in person, his parents will definitely have no objections. Lying in bed, Chen Xuan tossed and turned, and finally managed to fall asleep. The next day, Chen Xuan got up, washed up, and went to eat. He changed into a suit and went to the Xinka Cafe on the first floor of the Ningyuan building early, found a seat by the window, and waited quietly. After sitting for a while, Chen Xuan was surprised to discover that he was the only person in the entire cafe. After he entered, a sign saying temporarily closed for cleaning was hung at the door, but he didn't see anyone cleaning in the cafe. It was almost 10 o'clock, and Jiang Wanqing had not yet arrived. A fat auntie who looked to be about 50 years old and a middle-aged uncle dressed in a decent manner walked into the cafe. The fat auntie was clean-looking and wore glasses, while the uncle was gentle and quite refined. After entering the door, they glanced over here, and the fat auntie and middle-aged uncle walked straight over. The fat auntie looked up and down at Chen Xuan. "Hello, you are Chen Xuan, right?" Chen Xuan nodded, "Yes, and you are?" The fat auntie smiled. "We are friends of Jiang Wanqing. She entrusted us to meet with you." As she spoke, the fat auntie and middle-aged uncle sat down opposite Chen Xuan. "We have been entrusted by Ms. Jiang Wanqing to discuss some specific matters with you before the marriage registration." Chen Xuan was shocked. "What is there to discuss? Could it be that they want a bride price from me? But I don't have any." The fat aunt looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Ms. Jiang wants to sign a prenuptial agreement with you. You two can register your marriage, but the marriage will only last for 1 year. As soon as Mr. Chen agrees, you will be transferred 1 million yuan immediately." Chen Xuan was a little confused. "You can only marry for 1 year? Give me 1 million? "Yes, after 1 year, Ms. Jiang Wanqing will divorce you and then give you 2 million as compensation." Chen Xuan was completely confused. "Why?" Auntie Fat looked calm. "Ms. Jiang said that she would explain the reason later, and now it depends on whether you can agree?" Chen Xuan became more and more confused. "Where is Jiang Wanqing? I want to ask her." Saying this, he picked up his phone. Fat auntie looked at Chen Xuan and said, "If you call now, Ms. Jiang Wanqing won't answer. As long as you sign the agreement, she will wait for you at the marriage registration office. If you don't sign this agreement, you never have to contact or meet again." The middle-aged man took out an agreement contract, and what was written on it was what Fat auntie had said. There was also a note at the bottom, "Attorney Zhang Jia, sole agent." Auntie Fat took out her ID card and handed it to Chen Xuan. "Please take a look. I am Zhang Jia, there is no mistake." Then lawyer Zhang pointed to the bottom of the agreement and said, "Write your bank card number on it. As soon as the agreement is signed, the money will be in your account very quickly." Is Jiang Wanqing that rich? Agreeing to marry her for 1 year and giving her 1 million, does that mean she is a rich woman? But how can such a beautiful rich woman let herself meet someone like this? The chances are very slim, aren't they? To be honest, Chen Xuan felt that if he had the means, he would be willing to give out 1 million if he could marry Jiang Wanqing, but now how could he pay her back? And why did Jiang Wanqing want to marry him for just 1 year? This made him puzzled. But what was the reason? Lawyer Zhang meant that if he didn't sign this agreement, Jiang Wanqing would never contact him again, and then he would never know the reason. 1 million yuan. He had never seen 1 million yuan before. With so much money, his mother could go to a hospital with better medical conditions and receive better treatment, and she would no longer have to be so careful with her money even when she was not sick. Although he still had to continue to work hard to find a job, at least he would not have to be in such a hurry. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Overall, it was not a bad deal for him to sign this agreement. It seems that what Jiang Wanqing said at dinner yesterday, about making him satisfied, was actually meant to be like this. 1 year is not a long time, but it is not short either. Whether or not they can get a divorce depends on the situation. It is important to solve the immediate problem first. After all, one cannot lose such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Thinking about this, Chen Xuan nodded and said, "I agree." Auntie Zhang Jia, the fat lady, looked pleased. "That's great. Then please have Mr. Chen sign this agreement. After the money is in the account, we will send you to the marriage registry to register your marriage with Ms. Jiang Wanqing. Chen Xuan did not hesitate any longer, took the agreement and signed it. Zhang Jie first took a picture of Chen Xuan and then took a picture of the agreement, and she did not know who to send it to. Within 2 minutes, Chen Xuan's phone beeped, and when he picked it up, he saw that the 1 million yuan had really been deposited. Lawyer Zhang Jie looked at Chen Xuan and asked, "Did Mr. Chen bring his ID card?" After receiving a positive reply, the two of them took Chen Xuan away from the Ningyuan building, got into a business car, and arrived at the marriage registration office in no time. Through the car window, Chen Xuan saw Jiang Wanqing waiting at the entrance to the marriage registration office. Today she was wearing a plain casual outfit, with light makeup on her face, which made her features look even more delicate. Chen Xuan, Lawyer Zhang, and the middle-aged man got out of the car together. Jiang Wanqing nodded towards the two people, thanking them for their efforts. Lawyer Zhang and the middle-aged man were very polite. "Ms. Jiang, we don't have any trouble. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now." Jiang Wanqing nodded, and after watching the minivan leave, she turned to Chen Xuan and said softly, "Let's go in." Chapter 8, Registering for a Quickie Marriage but Parting Hastily. Chen Xuan had wanted to ask why they had to sign a 1-year marriage agreement after meeting, but before he could ask, Jiang Wanqing turned around and walked into the marriage registration office first. Chen Xuan knew that he could not hesitate now, otherwise Jiang Wanqing might misunderstand and think that he did not want to register for marriage. After entering the marriage registration office, there were not many people inside, and after taking the photo, they quickly got in line. The person handling the paperwork for the two of them was also an aunt. She took the two of their ID cards and looked at them carefully. "You are voluntarily registering for marriage, right?" Chen Xuan nodded and said yes. Jiang Wanqing also nodded and said yes. The aunt looked at them and said, "Recently, the age difference between married couples has been getting bigger and bigger. You two are a couple before, and the woman is 23 years older than the man. I can see that you are very much in love. You two look like a perfect match. As long as you work hard at your marriage, you will definitely grow old together." Chen Xuan wore an expression of sincerity, and I think so too. Jiang Wanqing's eyes looked a little sad, and she didn't say anything. The paperwork was quickly completed, and the staff handed Jiang Wanqing the marriage certificate. After walking out of the registry office, Jiang Wanqing held out her hand. "Here's your marriage certificate, use it when we get divorced in a year." Chen Xuan took the marriage certificate and looked at it carefully. The photo of Jiang Wanqing on it had a smile on her face, and she looked radiant. Chen Xuan felt like he was dreaming to be able to marry such a beautiful woman. He calmed down a bit, then took out a bank card and handed it to Jiang Wanqing. "The transferred 1 million yuan is in this card. Although I signed the agreement and got the money, I hope to grow old with you. Since we are married, you will be in charge of the money." Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. "Oh, you don't have a job yet, don't you need the money?" "Oh, I'm not a rich woman, I didn't pay for this money. Since I gave you the money, it's yours, I can't take it. As for why I signed this agreement, I'll explain it to you later. Well, I have something else to do, I'll go now." Chen Xuan was even more confused. "Don't go so quickly, shouldn't we find somewhere to discuss the future? For example, where will we live in the future? Should we rent a house?" Jiang Wanqing hesitated for a moment, and said, "Well, let's talk about these things over the phone. I really have some things to take care of, goodbye." As Jiang Wanqing hurriedly left, Chen Xuan felt no joy from getting married, nor was he excited about getting 1 million yuan. He just felt that Jiang Wanqing was hiding something from him. However, no matter what, he still had the same idea. Since they had become husband and wife, they would take things slowly and figure it out. He first transferred 50,000 yuan to his parents, saying that it was the salary paid to him for finding a job. He simply didn't want to explain to his parents that they would divorce after only 1 year of marriage. Chen Xuan's parents had been living in the mountains for many years and were not well informed about things outside, so they were easily convinced. That night, Chen Xuan sent a message to Jiang Wanqing. "Wanqing, what are you busy with?" Jiang Wanqing quickly replied, "I'm talking about something." Chen Xuan, "Okay, I won't bother you for now." Jiang Wanqing, "Okay, I'll find you in a couple of days after I've sorted things out." Chen Xuan had too many questions in his mind, but it wasn't a bad few days. The day of leaving school was approaching, and there were also some sales positions recruiting him, but Chen Xuan's dream job was advertising copywriting, so he was going to keep looking. Especially now that he had 1 million yuan, Chen Xuan felt that if things really didn't work out, he could start his own business. He likes to make all kinds of creative things, such as photo frames made of seashells and delay toys made of leaves. If he can't find a suitable job, he's not going to take odd jobs, he can just set up a stall to sell these things. But setting up a stall needs foot traffic, but good locations are taken by others. But Chen Chuan has thought it through. He can also start a live broadcast at the same time, and the income may be enough to support his living. But this is only a last resort, and finding a job is still the first choice. Chen Chuan felt that even if he wanted to start his own business, he would have to first gain experience in a large company. Not only workability, but also social skills must be learned in order to know what to do and what you can do, and you can avoid many detours. When Chen Chuan came out of the dormitory, he met his counselor, Mr. Liu, face to face. Mr. Liu knew that Chen Chuan had difficulties at home and had worked hard throughout college, so he took quite good care of him. Chen Chuan, how is the job search going? Have you received a few offers? Chen Chuan scratched his head. I've been looking for a while, but most companies are laying off staff right now, so it's really hard to find a job. Even if there are jobs, they want experienced people, and they don't really want a fresh graduate like me. Teacher Liu looked at Chen Chuan and said, I have a friend who is the director of the advertising department of a group company. They are looking for new recruits. They mainly want to recruit young people, and the pay and benefits are quite good. There may still be a vacancy, would you like to go? Chen Chuan's eyes lit up. Yes, of course I'd like to go. Good, I'll contact this friend of mine right now and see when you can go for an interview. Mr. Liu was always quick and efficient in his work, and he didn't waste any time. He called back right in front of Chen Chuan and told him that he could go for an interview the next morning. Then he sent Chen Chuan the address, which was Ningyuan Building. He had signed his marriage contract in Ningyuan Building, so it seemed that he had a connection with this building. The next day after breakfast, Chen Chuan went to this company, Liren Medical Beauty, which is part of the Kyushu Group. On the 12th floor of the Ningyuan Building, Chen Chuan was able to meet Director Wang of the advertising department without any problems. Director Wang is a middle-aged man who looks capable and is quite kind. After some conversation, Director Wang was quite satisfied with Chen Chuan, and after discussing the salary and benefits, he directly told Chen Chuan to go to the personnel department to complete the entry procedures. Chen Chuan only realized when going through the formalities that the entire Ningyuan Building belonged to this Kyushu Group. After leaving the Ningyuan Building, Chen Chuan sent a message to Jiang Wanqing. He told her that he had found a job and would have a salary income in the future, and if she was busy, she didn't need to reply. However, Jiang Wanqing still quickly replied, congratulating Chen Chuan on finding a job. She also said that she would try to deal with the matters in her hands as soon as possible and try to meet with Chen Chuan as soon as possible to discuss it in detail. When they returned to the dormitory, Han Yang came up to them. Chen Chuan, I found a job in the marketing department of a new media company. Chen Chuan was very happy. That's great. I've also found a job in the advertising department of a medical beauty company in Ningyuan Building. Han Yang's eyes lit up. Oops, I'm in Langhua Building, so we're quite close. I rented a one-bedroom apartment nearby, originally thinking that my girlfriend could move in, but she didn't agree. I'm leaving school soon. If you don't have a place to live, why don't we share that apartment? That way we can save some money. Chen Chuan hesitated a little, because he still had to ask Jiang Wanqing's opinion. They were registered as married, so didn't they have to live together? At the thought of being able to live with this stunning aunt, Chen Chuan couldn't help but feel excited and full of reverie. Seeing Chen Chuan with a red face, but wondering what he was thinking, Han Yang looked at Chen Chuan and said, Buddy, what are you thinking about? What do you think of my proposal? Chen Chuan thought Han Yang's proposal was very good. Although he had just received 1 million yuan, he still wanted to spend it slowly. There would be many places where he would need to spend money in the future, and he would be happy to share the burden by sharing a place with someone. However, his situation was a bit special. After all, he was already married, but he didn't want to tell Han Yang that he was already married and had married an aunt. After all, there is an agreement that he will divorce her after a year, and he doesn't know why yet. He doesn't want to tell Han Yang about things he can't explain. If we share a flat, what about your girlfriend? Han Yang shakes her head. She has to live at home, she can't live with me. I don't have a house or a car, and although I have a job, it's hard to say what the future will bring. Chen Chuan, is something going on with you recently? I'm asking you to share a flat with me, why are you still hesitating? Have you become rich or found a rich woman? If you found a rich woman, don't forget to help your brother. Han Yang mentioned a rich woman, and Chen Chuan was momentarily lost in thought. She thought about Jiang Wanqing. Chapter 9, Meeting Your Ex-Girlfriend. Jiang Wanqing had told Chen Xuan that the 1 million yuan transferred when they signed the marriage agreement was not hers, and that she was not a rich woman. Chen Xuan felt that there should be no problem, because if she were a rich woman, she would have to enter into a prenuptial agreement or something, otherwise she would be giving him property for nothing when they divorced. Giving him 1 million yuan a year after marriage and 2 million yuan upon divorce, and then letting him share in the property, Chen Xuan couldn't think of what kind of rich woman would do such a stupid thing. When he signed the marriage agreement, these processes and settings were not in place. It was only agreed that they would divorce after 1 year. Chen Xuan could conclude from this analysis that Jiang Wanqing should not be a wealthy woman. But if Jiang Wanqing is not a wealthy woman, then who paid the 1 million? And who gave him 2 million after the divorce a year later? Why was this? Thinking about this, Chen Xuan felt a bit of a headache, but if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't think about it. Anyway, he would find out sooner or later. Han Yang wanted to find someone to share the rent with, and based on their relationship, even if he wasn't living there, he should help out. Besides, if he left school, he really wouldn't have anywhere to live. Seeing that Han Yang was staring at him, Chen Xuan smiled. If I find a rich woman, I definitely won't forget my friends. But my internship at this company is for 3 months, and I don't know if I can stay after the internship. In case I can't stay, I'll have to change places. If I change jobs, it might not be convenient to live near Ningyuan building. Well, I can only promise you that we will share the flat for 3 months for now. After that, we will have to see how things go, okay? Han Yang nodded, okay, by then I will also be familiar with the people in the company. If you change jobs, I will just find a new roommate. Chen Xuan was relieved to hear Han Yang say this. So he said, let's say it's settled then. Maybe after 3 months, your girlfriend will be able to live with you. Han Yang sighed, hey, I think that's enough. I hope so. Hey, Chen Xuan, guess who I met at my new company? Who? Someone from our class? Han Yang gave a strange smile. Not someone from our class, someone from our department, your pretty ex-girlfriend. Chen Xuan frowned. You mean Yang Yi? Han Yang took out his phone. That's her, and she's added me to WeChat. Do you want to add her too? Chen Xuan shook his head. We've already broken up. I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. You and Yang Yi aren't in the same department, are you? We're not in the same department. I met her at the company's new employee training today. Oh yeah, I heard from Yang Yi that her boyfriend seems to work in the Ningyuan building. Could it be that he's your colleague? Chen Xuan froze for a moment, thinking, could it be that it's such a coincidence? Yang Yi was Chen Xuan's girlfriend when he was a sophomore, in the same department but not the same major. Yang Yi had a good image and many people at school chased after her. Chen Xuan was on his way back to school one time and saw 2 yellow-haired guys pestering Yang Yi. He came to her rescue and the two started dating, and soon became boyfriend and girlfriend. Because Yang Yi was so attractive, she really made the people in the same dormitory jealous for a while, so when Han Yang Yi said that she was his beautiful ex-girlfriend, Chen Xuan knew who she was. However, he and Yang Yi only dated for 6 months before they broke up. Because Yang Yi was courted by a very rich man, this man was not a college student, and was said to be the boss of a major company. Under the financial attack of this rich boyfriend, Yang Yi soon moved her affections to someone else and broke up with Chen Xuan. Although they went to the same school, he rarely saw Yang Yi after the breakup, or he was more or less deliberately avoiding her. Chen Xuan no longer cared about the situation of Yang Yi, so he knew nothing about it. He never imagined that Yang Yi would become a colleague of his roommate Han Yang. After hearing Han Yang's inquiry, Chen Xuan shook his head. I don't know if she's my colleague or not. I heard that her boyfriend is still a company executive, but that's none of my business. We've broken up, each of us living our own lives, as long as we don't bother each other. Han Yang nodded, you're right. From what I heard between the lines, her boyfriend helped her find a job. She also mentioned you, saying that since we both graduated, we can let go of the past. If there's a chance for us to get together, it's fate that we met, no matter what. Chen Xuan disagreed. Now he is a man with a wife. Yang Yi is pretty, but when compared to Jiang Wanqing, she is far from it. Now Chen Xuan is even a little glad to be single, otherwise how could he marry such a beautiful wife as Jiang Wanqing? He shrugged, it doesn't matter, I've long since let go of it. Just consider it an episode in life. The day of leaving school finally arrived, and Chen Xuan moved into the house that Han Yang had rented. Chen Chuan first gave Han Yang 3 months' rent, and since they were like brothers, they kept their accounts clear, so that neither side would be suspicious. Han Yang didn't mention the rent, but seeing that Chen Chuan had given the money, of course he was very happy. Wow, that's really nice of you, paying the rent before I've even been paid. But let's keep things separate. I'll take the rent, but if you run into any trouble, let me know. At least I can feed you. Chen Chuan patted Han Yang on the shoulder. That's good to know. When they finished packing, it was already dark. Chen Chuan sent a message to Jiang Wanqing, telling her that he had left school. Jiang Wanqing quickly replied, asking if he had a place to stay. Chen Chuan told her that he had rented a house with a classmate in the Jindi community. Jiang Wanqing replied that she understood and that they could discuss everything when they met. The next day, Chen Chuan and Han Yang got up early, washed up, and left the house separately, each going to their workplace. It was Chen Chuan's first day at work, and after signing the contract, Director Wang specially introduced him to everyone. The advertising department was newly separated from the original marketing department, and there were more than 10 people in it. There were 5 new employees including Chen Chuan, all of whom were recent college graduates, so the age of their colleagues was generally not too high. Director Wang was originally the deputy director of the marketing department, and he had just been promoted to form a new department. He was in a good mood, treated his subordinates kindly, and colleagues got along well with each other. The first 2 days at work were pre-job training, mainly to familiarize themselves with the company's philosophy and requirements, and to do some simple design work, which was relatively easy. In the past few days, Chen Chuan has been sending Jiang Wanqing regular messages every day, mainly just to say hello. Jiang Wanqing replies quickly, and apart from just being concerned, she tells Chen Chuan that she'll be done soon and they can meet up this weekend. The weekend arrives quickly, and Chen Chuan sends Jiang Wanqing a message as soon as he gets off work, mainly to see if she's free to meet up. At the thought of meeting soon, and soon finding out the reason for everything, Chen Chuan suddenly felt a little uneasy. After sending the message this time, he waited a long time but didn't receive a reply from Jiang Wanqing. Chen Chuan didn't know why his heart was a little panicked. He comforted himself, thinking that Jiang Wanqing might be busy and hadn't seen the message he sent, or that she had seen it but didn't have time to reply. He took the bus to the vicinity of the shared house, found a noodle restaurant, and slowly ate noodles while waiting for Jiang Wanqing to reply. After finishing the noodles, he dithered for a while, but Jiang Wanqing still didn't reply. Chen Chuan felt a little uneasy, as if a stone was weighing on his heart. He decided to call Jiang Wanqing so that he could feel relieved. When he called, there was no answer after a long ring. Just as Chen Chuan was feeling a little disappointed, the phone suddenly connected. However, it was a man's voice on the other end of the line. Who is this? Chen Chuan was startled. Is Jiang Wanqing there? I'm looking for him. The voice on the other end of the line became a little urgent. Jiang Wanqing. Is this the owner of the phone? Chen Chuan's heartbeat quickened a little. Yes. What is your relationship with Jiang Wanqing? Chen Chuan hesitated for a moment. I am his husband. Oh, that's great, I've finally found her family. Hurry up and come, it's at Binchang Central Hospital. Your loved one was hit by a car and is being resuscitated. Chen Chuan let out a cry and immediately hung up the phone, rushing out of the noodle shop. Chapter 10, She has a cinnabar birthmark. Chen Chuan took a taxi to Binchang Central Hospital as fast as he could, and after asking the nurse on duty at the front desk, he quickly found the operating room. A policeman was waiting outside the operating room, and Jiang Wanqing's phone was in his hand. However, the screen of the phone was broken beyond recognition, and it was barely possible to hear Chen Chuan's call. The policeman said his surname was Li. Officer Li told Chen Chuan that Jiang Wanqing had been crossing the road in a quiet alley when she was hit by a car. The vehicle that caused the accident had fled, and the police were currently tracking it down. He would be in charge of the case. Officer Li had paid part of the surgery costs for the injured person. Since Chen Chuan was here, the family would need to pay the costs first, and the person responsible would bear the costs once the driver was caught. Chen Chuan first returned the money advanced to Officer Li, and then went to the collection office to pay the full cost. By the time everything was finished, Jiang Wanqing's surgery was over and she was sent to the intensive care unit. Chen Chuan immediately rushed to the intensive care unit and went to the nurse's station to ask about Jiang Wanqing's condition. The nurse on duty, who could be in her 30s, checked the medical records and Jiang Wanqing was in ICU Ward 10. Who are you? I'm her husband. The nurse looked at Chen Chuan and said, Oh, you're quite young. That's good. Your wife's surgery was quite successful, but she's still in a coma. It's hard to say when she'll wake up, so we need to keep an eye on her. Although the baby is gone, your life as an adult has been saved, so don't be too sad. After all, you're still young, and you can have another baby in the future. Chen Chuan froze on the spot. A baby? The nurse looked at the dazed Chen Chuan and showed a sympathetic expression. Although the baby is almost 2 months old, it has not yet taken shape. Don't be sad about this, and go see your wife. She is really a beautiful woman, and it's a good thing that her face is not hurt, otherwise it would be a pity. Chen Chuan didn't hear a word the nurse said, his mind was in a daze. Jiang Wanqing actually had a baby? Who is the father of the baby? Is it the scumbag ex-boyfriend she mentioned, the one she found cheating? Could it be that Jiang Wanqing wanted to marry him just so she could have this child and make him the fall guy? The child was almost 2 months old, and she should have been showing by now, which is why she wanted to register their marriage so quickly. The marriage was a shotgun wedding to find a temporary father for the child. No wonder Jiang Wanqing wanted to sign a 1-year marriage agreement with him and give him 1 million yuan. This was compensation for him. Chen Chuan suddenly understood the question that had been nagging at him. At this time, an old doctor who looked to be in his 50s or 60s walked over. The nurse told the doctor that Chen Chuan was the family member of patient in room 10. The old doctor looked at Chen Chuan, who seemed a little distracted. The family member of patient in room 10, right? You can't be so down in the dumps. Your wife's situation still depends on you, so you have to pull yourself together. Chen Chuan came to his senses and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It depends on me? The doctor nodded. Yes, actually your wife's injuries are not too serious. She fell into a coma because she was so distraught after learning that she had lost the baby. I have encountered this situation before. After losing a child, the mother will be very sad and even have the intention of going with the child. As a family member, especially as her husband, you need to talk to her more often to help her let go and strengthen her will to live. Although she is in a coma, she can feel your comfort. If she stays in a coma for a long time, it will be difficult for her to wake up. In principle, visits to the intensive care unit are not allowed at will, to avoid certain infections. Visiting hours are between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m., and you are usually given about 10 minutes. However, your daughter-in-law's situation is special, and this time period allows you to stay with her and talk to her more. After the doctor left, the nurse took Chen Chuan to Ward 10. The nurse reminded Chen Chuan that the patient had just undergone surgery and needed to recover, so the talking time today could not be too long. After the nurse left, Chen Chuan stood by the bed and looked at Jiang Wanqing lying on the bed. He saw her eyes closed, her delicate features as pale as paper, without the slightest hint of blood. Chen Chuan's mood was originally complex and heavy. The agreement before registering their marriage had made the relationship between the two a transaction, and now he knew that she had become pregnant before they got married. But looking at Jiang Wanqing, who was unconscious, Chen Chuan's heart was filled with compassion. At this moment, he felt that he could ignore everything else, and the most important thing was to save her first. Chen Chuan sat down on the chair beside the bed and leaned over, whispering, "Wanqing, I'm here. I'm so sad to see you like this. I never thought that the first time we met after registering our marriage would be in the hospital room. Do you know? From the first time I saw you, I was amazed. Out of the 24 female guests, you were the most unattainable goddess. I'm actually quite good looking, otherwise all the female guests wouldn't have left their lights on for me. But I never imagined that I would have a connection with you and become husband and wife. You can't hear what I'm saying right now, but I want to tell you. We have already received our marriage certificate, and although we signed a 1-year marriage agreement, during the term of the agreement, you are my wife. I should be calling you wife. Although our age difference is a bit big, I feel that I am not worthy of you, and I never thought that you would choose me. I already know about the baby, and since it's gone, you have to think broadly. Maybe this baby just wasn't supposed to come into this world, and it's not your fault. In fact, I'm also very confused right now, I don't know what to say. The baby is gone, I don't know how to comfort you, because after all, I'm not the father of this child." Suddenly, Chen Chuan felt Jiang Wanqing's hand move slightly, but after taking a closer look, he felt that it might have been an illusion. Chen Chuan continued to talk to himself, "The baby is gone, I'm sorry for you. But since you chose to marry me instead of the father of the child, it shows that you think I'm more suitable to be with you. I don't know who he is, but I'm your husband now, and I will take care of you. I have 8 abs and I'm in good shape. If you want, we can have our own children in the future." This time, Chen Chuan felt in a trance that Jiang Wanqing's fingers moved again. He reached out and gently grasped Jiang Wanqing's small hand. It was soft and cool, and he could feel the pitiful tenderness. Chen Xuan's heart ached involuntarily, and he continued to speak from the bottom of his heart. My family lives in a mountain valley, and I have helped with household chores since I was a child. I can cook, and you haven't tasted my cooking yet. I've found a job in the advertising department of a company. Please wake up, let's live a good life together. Although you are older than me, it doesn't prevent us from being together. Isn't there a lot of public figures who are older wives and younger husbands? Everyone else is doing well, and we will do well together. You said you want to get a divorce after a year. I don't agree. Even though I can get 2 million, I don't want it. I want to live with you forever, I just don't know if you want to. Suddenly, he felt Jiang Wanqing's fingers move. They were actually moving. It seems that talking to her really has an effect. Chen Xuan immediately continued. Although we are registered as married, I still don't know your family situation or where your family is. You had such a big accident, you should let your family know, but I don't know how to notify them. Later, I plan to give TV station director Yang Ting a call. She should know your situation and be able to contact your family. At this moment, the door creaked open and the nurse walked in. Patient's family, it's almost time, come back tomorrow. Chen Xuan nodded. Nurse, just now my wife's finger moved, the doctor was right, it seems that talking to her is quite effective. That's good, come and spend more time with the patient in the next few days, if all goes well, she will wake up soon. Chen Xuan nodded. Okay, then thank you. The nurse took the 4-drip, she came in to change the medicine. Jiang Wanqing had an injury on her arm, and the nurse gently rolled up her sleeve. At this moment, Chen Xuan suddenly widened his eyes. On Jiang Wanqing's arm was a very conspicuous vermilion birthmark. Chapter 11 Yang Dao, who knew the inside story? When he saw the vermilion birthmark on Jiang Wanqing's arm, Chen Xuan suddenly felt his head buzz. He remembered that the night he worked at the Haitian casino, the woman he had intimacy with had a vermilion birthmark on her arm. Although he was drunk, he still remembered the red birthmark, and it should be on this arm. Could it be such a coincidence? Could Jiang Wanqing be the woman from that night? Although Chen Xuan was drunk, the fact that the woman had quietly left and even left him some change showed that she must have been able to recognize him. If Jiang Wanqing was that woman, then she would definitely be able to recognize him. What is going on? Chen Xuan was a little confused. No wonder he felt a sense of déjà vu with Jiang Wanqing at first glance. That's because the two of them had really met before, and Chen Xuan suddenly remembered the scene when he was eating with Jiang Wanqing at the food stall. He remembered the feeling of wanting to speak but unable to when he mentioned having met her before in a dream. Chen Xuan was now 100% certain that Jiang Wanqing had known it was him for a long time. She just didn't point it out after realizing that he didn't recognize her as the woman from that night. But why didn't she say anything? Chen Xuan thought at this moment that Jiang Wanqing should have recognized him when they were on the TV station recording the dating show. The reason why she, the goddess recognized by the male guests, would choose him should be this reason. Thinking about this, Chen Xuan slapped his forehead. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing also did it on purpose to go on the TV station dating show? Director Yang Ting knew Jiang Wanqing, and the staff all said that Jiang Wanqing was brought in by director Yang Ting. He remembered that before the show was recorded, director Yang Ting had called him to confirm whether he could appear on the show. Was this so much effort just for Jiang Wanqing? Chen Xuan thought about it more and more, and felt that this was the case. But since Jiang Wanqing knew it was him and then deliberately participated in the blind date show for him, why did she still want to sign a 1-year marriage agreement with him? Is it because of this man with whom she had intimacy that she will make him the father of her child? Just because something happened one night of intimacy, so she let him be the fallback guy for the cheating boyfriend? But Chen Xuan clearly remembers that Jiang Wanqing specifically mentioned to him that she and her ex-boyfriend did not cross the line of propriety. He didn't ask her about this, and she volunteered the information, so was she just trying to deliberately deceive him? Chen Xuan stood there stupidly, his expression constantly changing, and he gave himself a few hard slaps on the head. The nurse sighed. Hey, family member, you have to comfort yourself too. No one wants to lose a child. Visiting hours are up, so you should leave now and let the patient rest. Chen Xuan then realized his inappropriate behavior. Ah, okay, I'll go first, and please take good care of my wife. The nurse nodded. Don't worry, you must adjust your state of mind, otherwise you won't be able to comfort your wife. Chen Xuan left the ward, and all the way he was perplexed by the questions that had just come to mind. He remembered what the nurse had said, the baby was almost 2 months old. 2 months? Chen Chuan's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that it was such a coincidence? If you calculate the time, if Jiang Wanqing was the woman he slept with that night, then it would be almost 2 months. Chen Chuan was really confused. If it was calculated this way, this child. Could this child be his? The more Chen Chuan thought about it, the more unbelievable it became. But if the child really was his, then why didn't Jiang Wanqing just tell him directly? Could it be that Jiang Wanqing registered their marriage just for this child? But if the child was his, why did they have to sign a 1-year marriage agreement? Chen Chuan recalled everything Jiang Wanqing had said to him, every expression during their meetings, hoping to find an answer. But the more he thought about it, the more confused he became, and the more his head swelled. These mysteries can only be answered when Jiang Wanqing wakes up. Suddenly Chen Chuan thought of something. Jiang Wanqing had a car accident, and now someone is trying to find her, but they must not be able to get in touch. Then her family must be worried. But he knows nothing about Jiang Wanqing's situation. Her phone is completely broken. The SIM card has some unknown settings, and when he took it out and put it in his phone, he couldn't turn it on at all. At this moment, Chen Chuan suddenly thought of someone, Yang Ting, the director of Bincheng TV station. Director Yang was familiar with Jiang Wanqing, and she should know the situation at her home and be able to contact her family. In addition, Chen Chuan also wanted to use Director Yang to find out some information about Jiang Wanqing, hoping to figure out these questions that had confused him. He dialed Director Yang Ting's phone number, and on the other end of the line came the voice of Director Yang. Chen Chuan, what can I do for you? Director Yang, there is something I have to tell you. Jiang Wanqing has been in a car accident and is now in the intensive care unit of Bincheng Hospital. I'm at the hospital right now. There was a gasp of surprise from Yang Ting on the other end of the line. Wait for me, I'll be right there. It wasn't long before Director Yang Ting arrived in a hurry. She met Chen Chuan, who was waiting there, at the hospital entrance. Chen Chuan, how is Wanqing now? She's pregnant, after all. Chen Chuan looked at Director Yang. You knew that Wanqing was pregnant? Yang Ting nodded, of course she knew. If Wanqing only had one best friend in the world, it would definitely be me. Chen Chuan's face looked a little gloomy. That's good, I didn't find the wrong person. The baby is gone, and Wanqing is in ICU 10, still in a coma. The ICU doesn't allow casual visits, so as not to aggravate the patient's condition. But I can take you to the door to have a look. On the way to the ICU, Chen Chuan told him what happened after he received Officer Li's call. The two of them looked at the door and then backed out. The nurse called out to Chen Chuan. Family member of number 10, in order for your wife to recover quickly, try not to bring in too many visitors. Chen Chuan nodded, I understand, thank you nurse. Yang Ting's eyes widened, and she reached out and dragged Chen Chuan aside. What's going on? The nurse said you're what family member, daughter-in-law? It can't be that you and... Chen Chuan nodded, it's what you think. Jiang Wanqing and I have registered our marriage and are legally married. We registered 3 days after that TV show. Yang Ting's eyes widened. Wanqing, she really married you and planned to be married to you for only 1 year? Yes, it turns out that Wanqing had already told Director Yang about this plan. Well, she did have that plan. Chen Chuan's attitude was sincere. Although I am registered as married to Wanqing, I know nothing about her other circumstances. I asked Director Yang to notify her family in the hope of preventing them from worrying. Wanqing's relatives are all abroad, and she has no family in China, but there are some people who must be notified. It's a bit late today, I'll notify them tomorrow. Oh, Director Yang, can you tell me about Wanqing? Well, Wanqing did ask me to tell you something in person. Can you tell me about the blind date show? The doctor told me to talk to her more, otherwise she might not wake up. If that's the case, there's no need to hide it from me, right? Wanqing didn't plan to hide it from you, she just felt that the age difference between you was too big, and you might not be happy together. She had some concerns about finding a boyfriend as young as you. Since things have come to this, I'll tell you something. Wanqing has been waiting for someone, but then she found out that the person was a scumbag, and she found out when he was cheating on her. After I found out about this, I persuaded her that there are plenty of live people with 2 legs, so why be sad for a man who doesn't deserve it? I persuaded her to find another boyfriend, but she never wanted to. That day, I showed Wanqing the information about the male guests on the TV station, and she saw you at a glance and said that you had helped her at the casino. So I asked you to confirm whether you would come to the recording of the program. In fact, that blind date, Wanqing was there for you. Chapter 12. The baby is ours. Ah, she really came on that blind date for me? Although Director Yang had said it himself, Chen still wanted to confirm it once more. Director Yang continued to reply with certainty, saying that if it weren't for you, she would not have come on the show. Before you went on the show, Wanqing didn't leave her light on for any of the other male guests. Not only did she leave her light on for you, she even burst into flames for you, just so she could hold your hand. After hearing Yang's words, Chen Xuan became more and more certain that Jiang Wanqing was most likely the woman who had had intimate relations with her that night, and this conjecture was soon confirmed. Yang Ting continued to say with certainty, in fact, the first time Wanqing saw you was at the Haitian casino. She said that you even blocked a drink for her, and that the drink had been drugged, but she only realized it afterwards. Chen Xuan was shocked. Drugged? What drug? It was an aphrodisiac. Director Yang hesitated for a moment, but then told the truth. Ah! How could this be? Chen Xuan was shocked. Someone wanted to harm Wanqing, and she had already sent someone to investigate. The person who wanted to harm her had been brought to justice. Chen Xuan realized at this time that no wonder after drinking that glass of wine, his body would feel hot and uncomfortable, and some places would react so strongly. It seems that night he must have been very crazy, but unfortunately, he doesn't remember a thing. Director Yang continued, although you drank that glass of wine for Wanqing, there was also medicine in her next glass of wine, and she couldn't avoid it after all. Someone wanted to see her fail, and she only found you as a last resort. That's how the two of you happened that night, the story. Having said that, Director Yang hesitated for a moment. Originally, Wanqing had told me not to tell anyone about this. But now that Wanqing is in such danger, and not only did you find out that she was pregnant, but the baby is gone too. This matter cannot be left in such a vague state, so I must tell you. That night's story between the two of you later became an accident, and Wanqing became pregnant. In other words, the child in her stomach is yours. The child that miscarried due to the car accident is yours. You are the biological father of that child, and Wanqing has not had anything to do with another man. Wanqing must have been very sad to lose the baby, and you have a responsibility to comfort her. Hearing this news, Chen Xuan was stunned. He never imagined that just that one time, Jiang Wanqing would become pregnant. The child that miscarried due to the car accident would be his? But if she wanted this child and had seen him, why didn't she just say so? Apart from this, what else was Wanqing hiding? And why was she hiding it? Chen Xuan could no longer hold back his thoughts. After seeing off Director Yang Ting, he went to the intensive care unit to talk to Jiang Wanqing. However, the nurse found him and persuaded him to leave. She told him that in order for the patient to recover, he must listen to the doctor's instructions, bear with it, and come back to visit the patient tomorrow. Chen Xuan wandered outside the ward for a long time before going home. Han Yang was already asleep, and Chen Xuan tossed and turned all night, finally falling asleep with difficulty. The next day, Chen Xuan washed up for work, and at the company, he kept thinking about Jiang Wanqing and was always distracted. Finally, when it was time to get off work, Chen Xuan immediately rushed to Bincheng Central Hospital. Ningyuan Building and the hospital were only 3 stops away, and Chen Xuan quickly rushed there. He had already communicated with the nurse, because he had to work during the day, so he could not come during normal visiting hours. With the doctor's permission, he could come in the evening for an hour to keep Jiang Wanqing company. The nurse on duty knew Chen Xuan and did not stop him. Entering the ward, Chen Xuan went to the bedside. Jiang Wanqing's face was still pale, her eyes still closed, and she was in a coma. He leaned over to Jiang Wanqing's ear and said, "My dear, I've come to see you." Chen Xuan held Jiang Wanqing's hand. It was still cold and soft, and holding it in his hand made him feel pity for her. "My dear, Director Yang Ting already told me. The first time we met was at the Haitian casino. I was really drunk, my head was spinning, my eyes were blurry, I couldn't see anything clearly. I just remembered that you had a red birthmark on your arm. When I saw this birthmark yesterday, I wondered if it was you. Now I finally know, it really was you, I'm so happy. Honey, don't laugh, but this is the first time I've really been with a woman, in bed. But I can't remember anything. I know now that the baby is ours, and I'm really sad that he's gone. But sad or not, life goes on. I don't know why you didn't tell me, but I'm sure you had your reasons. No matter what happens now, or what happened in the past. You're still my wife, and I'm younger than you, but I really like you. That scumbag ex-boyfriend of yours is not even worth your affection. Since the child is ours, I don't know why you want to sign a 1-year marriage contract with me. Maybe you don't like me? But since we are registered as married, please give us a chance. Let's live together and experience things together. I believe I won't let you down. No matter what difficulties we face, we can face them together. Maybe you feel that our age difference is too big, that we had sex under those circumstances, and that I am unreliable. In fact, after we have been together for a long time, you will know that I am a child from a mountain valley, and I am someone you can trust. In fact, I like people who are older than me, sister. I can completely accept our age difference. I don't know if you chose me because you already had our child, but isn't this just fate? Since we have this kind of fate, we should just go with the flow, don't you think? So please wake up soon. Only when you wake up can we start. Of course, if after we get together, you feel that we are not suitable for each other, I will definitely not cling to you. If you ultimately choose to divorce, I will respect your choice. But I have confidence in myself, and I feel that over time, you will not be able to live without me. My health is very good, and I am doing well in every way. Chen Chuan kept talking by the bed, but this time Jiang Wanqing never responded. Time was up, and a young nurse came to urge Chen Chuan to go. He had to register when entering the ward, and the nurse knew that he was the patient's family member. The nurse told Chen Chuan to leave the ward. Chen Chuan was a little reluctant to go, but the nurse smiled and said, "Don't be reluctant. Come back tomorrow. Maybe your wife will wake up tomorrow. I see that your wife's age on the medical records is 40, but she looks very young. You are younger than your wife, right? You look like you are in your 20s. Chen Chuan nodded and said, "Nurse, you are right. I am only 22 years old." The nurse's eyes widened. So it turned out to be a younger husband. Chapter 13, The Charm of the Young Husband. Chen Chuan felt that since he had already registered his marriage with Jiang Wanqing, he should not avoid the age difference. Even less should he hide it. This is not something to be ashamed of, it is just an attitude, a choice of partner. So Chen Chuan did not avoid the issue at all, and told the truth. He wanted to be honest about this matter, so that Jiang Wanqing would feel relaxed and comfortable with him. And this kind of state of mind is what makes a long-lasting couple. The young nurse was a little surprised when she learned of Chen Chuan and Jiang Wanqing's age, but she appreciated Chen Chuan's honesty. "Oh, so you really are a young handsome guy. You too have such good looks, and we nurses were just talking about it. Then please take good care of my daughter-in-law for me. Don't worry, the director came to visit your wife today and told us to pay more attention to her condition. The doctor said that as long as the family insists on talking to her more, your wife, although she can't hear, will subconsciously perceive it and wake up soon." Chen Chuan was a little puzzled. "How did your director come to visit my wife?" "We don't know either, but the person who came with the director was your wife's good friend. I think her surname is Yang, and I heard she works in a TV station." Chen Chuan understood. It was possible that Director Yang Ting knew the hospital's director and had asked him to take good care of Jiang Wanqing. No wonder the nurses took Ward 10 so seriously and even kept a close eye on visiting hours. At this time, Chen Chuan was not yet fully aware of the complexity of social relationships, and he did not find it unusual that the director of Bin City's largest hospital had come to visit Jiang Wanqing in person. Chen Chuan leaned close to Jiang Wanqing's ear and said, "My dear, I'll go first. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." When Chen Chuan straightened up, he could see clearly that Jiang Wanqing's long eyelashes had twitched slightly, as if they were about to open. "Nurse, look, my wife's eyes moved. Is she going to wake up?" The young nurse came over and took a look. "Oh, it seems so. Wait a minute, I'll go get the doctor," she said, turned around and ran out, and soon the doctor on duty rushed over. He first looked at Jiang Wanqing's condition, then at the data from the monitoring equipment. The doctor on duty then turned to Chen Chuan and asked, "You are the patient's family member, right? What is your relationship with the patient?" The doctor on duty had never seen Chen Chuan before, so he asked this question. "We are husband and wife." "Oh, the patient's current condition is a precursor to recovery. It seems that chatting with her more will be very helpful for her to regain consciousness." Chen Chuan was overjoyed. "Does that mean my wife will wake up soon?" "It's hard to say, but her bodily functions are still very weak. Even if she can wake up, it will be for a very short period of time, perhaps a few seconds or 10 seconds, or even less. In this situation, she will not be conscious, but just a recovery process of her body. However, as her physical condition improves, the time to wake up will become longer and longer, until she really regains consciousness." In the future, you should keep talking to your wife every day, and it shouldn't take long before she wakes up. Knowing that Jiang Wanqing would not wake up so soon, Chen Xuan could not help but feel a little disappointed. The doctor on duty comforted him. According to your wife's condition, it is already rare to see signs of recovery so soon. The young nurse glanced at Chen Xuan and muttered, "This is the charm of a young husband, isn't it?" The doctor on duty glanced at Chen Xuan again. "Oh, really?" Although it is necessary to chat with the patient to regain consciousness, it is also important to restore body functions. In the current situation, the visiting time cannot be too long. The director himself reminded us today that we will pay close attention to this, so the family members don't need to worry. Since the hospital is paying special attention to the daughter-in-law, Chen Xuan's heart is much more at ease. At this time, Jiang Wanqing no longer showed signs of recovery, and returned to her usual state. Chen Xuan left the hospital, found a small shop and ate something, and returned to the rented house. When he entered the house, he saw Han Yang playing a game. When he saw Chen Xuan return, Han Yang greeted him. "Dude, why have you been coming home so late these past 2 days? Ouch, you smell like disinfectant." Han Yang put down the computer and asked, "Are you sick? You need to tell me something." Chen Xuan was touched by Han Yang's concern, but he didn't have a clue about Jiang Wanqing's situation, so he didn't want to talk about it yet. He made up an excuse. "I'm not sick. A relative is in the hospital, so I'm going to go visit her." "Oh, what relative? It can't be a pretty girl, can it?" Chen Xuan took off his jacket. "You have a girlfriend, and you're still thinking about beautiful women." Han Yang sighed. "Hey, forget it. My girlfriend's family wants me to have a car and a house, right? And now there's a time limit. They say I have to get it done within 2 years, or their daughter can't wait. I'm afraid this girlfriend of mine is going to blow up. I really envy you right now. You're so relaxed. You don't have to worry like I have, and in just 2 days, my hair has turned white from the stress." Chen Xuan looked Han Yang over carefully. "I don't see any gray hair on you, and I don't see you worrying much either." Han Yang sighed again. "Well, I am worried inside. But there are quite a few girls in our company, and they are quite good quality. Recently, one seems to have a good feeling about me. I've been contacting her for the past 2 days. Maybe I can get her soon. Hey, do you want me to introduce one to you, so you can experience the troubles of being in love?" Chen Xuan can't tell Han Yang that he is already married. "I don't need to, you'd better get it sorted out first. You play, I'm a bit tired, I'm going to sleep first." Chen Xuan washed up and lay on the bed, but how could he sleep right away? What had happened recently was like a dream, and his mind was full of the recent events with Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing's stunning appearance, lying on the hospital bed looking weak, kept appearing in his mind and wouldn't go away. This woman, who was about the same age as his mother, had actually carried his child. That night, although they couldn't remember no matter what, Chen Xuan couldn't help but fill in the blanks in his mind. But when he thought about the lost child, what if Jiang Wanqing woke up and didn't want to be with him? Chen Xuan couldn't help but worry when he thought about this, and his heart was racing. It was hard to fall asleep, and when he opened his eyes, it was almost 8 o'clock. The company clocked in at 9 o'clock, so Chen Xuan quickly got up, washed up in a hurry, bought 2 buns on the side of the road, and got on the bus. Fortunately, the place where he lived was only 3 stops from the Ningyuan building, and Chen Xuan didn't arrive late when he entered the company. After arriving at his workstation and not sitting down for long, Chen Xuan saw Director Wang and a middle-aged man in a suit walk into his office. Director Wang was very attentive, and it seemed that this middle-aged man was probably some kind of leader in the company. An old employee whispered to everyone that the person who had come was a vice president of the company surnamed Liu. He reminded everyone that the rumor was that Vice President Liu had a background in the group and was a bit of a small-minded person, so don't offend him. At this time, Director Wang walked out of the office. "Chen Xuan, come here, I need to talk to you." Chapter 14, Company Confidentiality Agreement. Hearing the shout, Chen Xuan couldn't help but be startled. General Manager Liu was here, and he wondered what Director Wang wanted with him. He immediately got up and went to the door of the director's office, knocking gently on the already open door. Director Wang had not yet sat down and turned around to pull Chen Xuan up. "Chen Xuan, this is our company's General Manager Liu, in charge of product design and marketing, and the direct leader of our department. Liu Zone, this young man is Chen Xuan, a graduate of Bincheng University, who has just joined our company." Chen Xuan hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Liu Zone." Liu Zone sat on the sofa without moving, just nodded. The young man is very talented, sit down. After Chen Chuan sat in the chair next to him, Lu Zong continued. This is it, I am here to talk to you on behalf of the head office. Oh, of course it's not just you. I need to meet with the new recruits in your advertising department. The reason I need to meet with each of you individually is because there is a task that requires you young people to do. At this point, General Manager Lu turned to Director Wang, who had already closed the door and just sat down. Wang Lao, you explain. Director Wang looked at Chen Chuan. Chen, you've been here for a few days now, and the company is very satisfied with your performance in all aspects. Here's the thing. Our company, Liren Medical Beauty, has developed a radiofrequency beauty instrument. This product has our own core patented technology and is very popular in the market, so it is often counterfeited. Although our company often carries out anti-counterfeiting activities for this reason, nationwide anti-counterfeiting efforts are often difficult to prevent, and a lot of manpower and financial resources are wasted for this reason. However, our company's beauty instrument will be upgraded frequently. In order to solve the problem of counterfeiting, the company will redesign the appearance of this product each time it is upgraded. As long as the appearance design of this product is not leaked before it is officially launched, no counterfeit products will appear. However, the profit of this product is attractive, so many unscrupulous manufacturers are secretly eyeing our company and trying every means to inquire about the design of the new product. For this reason, the company has set up a separate advertising department and recruited you fresh graduates to join. You have been with the company for a short time and do not have any connections with these unscrupulous manufacturers. With a clean slate, you can be trained again and establish a trustworthy personnel system for our company. Chen Chuan, you have been selected to participate in the creative content and video editing of the advertising for this product. Once the product is launched on the market, you will be able to receive a commission from the company. This income is quite considerable, equivalent to several or even dozens of times your monthly salary. Do you want to participate? Chen Chuan's eyes lit up at the prospect of making money. Thank you for your trust, leader. Of course I want to participate, it's just that I'm worried that I don't have enough experience and won't be able to create an ad that satisfies the company. Director Wang smiled, don't worry about that, it doesn't matter if you don't have experience. As I mentioned earlier, our company has core patented technology for this product, so the ad content is actually not very important. As long as the ad content meets the basic requirements of the product and distinguishes it from previous products and similar products already on the market, that's fine. Chen Chuan nodded. If that's the case, I'm confident I can complete the job. Director Wang smiled. That's good, but you don't have to take on the entire content creation and video work. To prevent secrets from being leaked, you will only be responsible for part of the work. There is also one requirement, which is to sign the relevant confidentiality agreement. If you disclose trade secrets due to your personal reasons, you will be held legally responsible. This is also the purpose of General Manager Lu's visit to our advertising department today, to sign this agreement on behalf of the company with the people involved in the design. General Manager Lu looked at Chen Chuan and said, Chen, in fact, the company recruited you college students to join the company mainly for this work. Director Wang picked up an agreement and handed it to Chen Chuan, saying, Chen, take a good look at it and think about it. In fact, all of us in the advertising department, including me, have signed this agreement. I signed it when I was in the marketing department. Chen Chuan took the agreement and read it carefully a few times. The content was pretty much the same as what Director Wang had just said. He had heard from his teacher in school that it was very common for media staff to be required by their employer to sign a confidentiality agreement, and that was the only way to protect certain trade secrets. Since he wanted to work for this company and could also get a high commission, there was nothing wrong with signing the confidentiality agreement. Chen Chuan confirmed that there were no contractual traps in the agreement, then looked up and said, Mr. Lu, Director Wang, I've read the agreement and there are no problems. I have no objections either, and I thank the leaders for their trust in me. I can sign this agreement. Mr. Lu nodded, okay, Chen, you sign it, and then I'll talk to the next person. After Chen Chuan left, the other 4 colleagues who had joined the company with him went to Director Wang's office one after the other. When they came out, they all said that they had signed the confidentiality agreement. It was clear that the company took this matter very seriously, otherwise General Manager Lu would not have come to the advertising department personally to talk to each of the people involved in this work individually. After seeing General Manager Lu off, Director Wang was very happy, and he announced that the advertising department had been tasked with promoting a new product. This was a sign of the company's trust and recognition of the advertising department, and something to celebrate. So tonight Director Wang said he would treat everyone to a seafood dinner. While everyone in the department was cheering, Chen Chuan thought of Jiang Wanqing, who was lying in the intensive care unit. Now his wife, who was 18 years older than him, was the most important person in Chen Chuan's heart, and nothing else could compare to his wife. If he didn't go visit Jiang Wanqing, he simply wouldn't be in the mood to eat any big meals. After Director Wang returned to his office, Chen Chuan knocked on the door again. "Come in." Chen Chuan pushed open the door and entered the room. Seeing Chen Chuan, Director Wang was taken aback. "Chen, what's the matter?" "Director Wang, I have something I must attend to tonight, so I can't join you for dinner. It's the first time the advertising department has gathered for dinner, and you're treating, so I'd be really embarrassed if I didn't go. I hope you understand." "Oh, Chen, what's the matter? Is there anything I can do to help? We're colleagues now, so if you have any problems, just let me know." "Thanks, Director Wang, but there's no problem. A relative of mine was hit by a car and is in Binchang Central Hospital. She doesn't have any other relatives in Binchang, so I have to go and look after her after work." "Oh, is that so? Of course you should look after the patient. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat, so it's fine if you don't go this time. I'll make it up to you later. I'll explain to my colleagues then, so don't worry. If anything happens, you've got me, Wang." Chen Chuan didn't realize that Director Wang was actually quite nice and easygoing. "Okay, thank you, Director Wang. That's fine, go back to work. If you're in a hurry, you can leave a little early after work." "Thank you, Director Wang, I'll just leave on time." The day passed quickly, and it was time to go home again. Chen Chuan hurriedly left the company and rushed to the hospital. The same little nurse was on duty as yesterday. She smiled when she saw Chen Chuan. "Little handsome, I have good news for you, your wife has woken up." Chapter 15, The Feeling of Liking Someone. Chen Chuan's first reaction upon hearing the nurse's words was, "My wife is awake. I can finally hear her respond." Without another word, Chen Chuan turned and ran towards the ward. Hey, wait a minute, don't run. Handsome guy, stop. Family member number 10. Seeing Chen Chuan rush towards the ward without regard, the nurse quickly stopped him, but Chen Chuan was already too far gone to hear. The young nurse had no choice but to rush after him. She was quite fast and managed to stop Chen Chuan before he could burst into the ward. This was mainly because Chen Chuan was afraid of startling Jiang Wanqing, so he slowed down when he approached Ward 10. The young nurse was panting as she stood in front of Chen Chuan. Handsome guy, just listen to what I have to say." Chen Chuan looked at the young nurse and thought that she was quite pretty, especially when she ran hard, her chest rising and falling. But after registering with Jiang Wanqing, for some reason, Chen Chuan's heart was no longer attracted to other women, only Jiang Wanqing. He completely ignored the view presented by the young nurse in front of him. The nurse patted her chest and gasped for breath. "The doctor asked me to remind you that although your wife has woken up, she is not truly awake. It is intermittent, and at this time you must not stimulate her too much to force her to wake up. You must let nature take its course and let her come to full consciousness of her own free will. Your wife was hit by a car, and at this time if you stimulate her too strongly, for example, shouting at her, shaking her, and so on, these actions are not allowed. Because such actions are likely to cause your wife to suffer from stress-related psychological trauma, causing her to lose her memory and self-protection." Chen Chuan was startled. There's more to it than that. Thankfully, she heard the nurse's instructions. Otherwise, seeing Jiang Wanqing's semi-awake state, he would definitely have called out to her. If she really loses her memory, it's not certain whether Jiang Wanqing will be able to accept him and recognize him as her husband. Chen Chuan nodded. "Okay, I understand, thank you, nurse. Can I continue to talk to her?" "Yes, you must. Today, the director brought several experts from our hospital to see your wife again. The experts told us to remind the family that at this time, it is even more important to talk to your wife more, so that she is willing to wake up for you in her hazy state. In addition, the doctor also reminded that starting today, your visiting time can be extended by half an hour, but it is not appropriate to be too long, as that will cause the patient to get tired." After making sure Chen Chuan understood and remembered the instructions, the nurse led him into the room. Chen Chuan didn't have the heart to ponder why the director would bring an expert to visit Jiang Wanqing. All he wanted was to see his wife as soon as possible, so that she could see him by her side when she woke up. The ward was quiet, and Jiang Wanqing still lay quietly on the bed. Her eyes were closed, her breathing even, and her pale face had gained some color from the care she had received over the past few days. Even in her hospital gown and with her eyes closed, it was obvious that Jiang Wanqing was a beautiful woman. Chen Xuan felt a sudden welling up in his eyes when he saw Jiang Wanqing, and he quickly wiped them gently. After calming himself, Chen Xuan moved a chair and sat gently by the bed, looking at Jiang Wanqing in the hospital bed. He gently took her hand. "My dear, I've come to see you again. You are still in a coma, so what I say may just be an unrecognizable signal in your subconscious. But I just can't help telling you. My dear, I heard that you have already woken up, and I can't contain my excitement. After seeing you, for some reason, I just want to cry. I am a man's man, and men don't cry easily. I have never had this feeling of wanting to cry so easily before. This reminds me of a Chinese idiom, called, crying from happiness. I couldn't understand the meaning of this idiom before, but I just had a profound experience. Really, when you care about someone from the bottom of your heart and like someone, you really will worry about that person and can't help but. I remember the first time we had dinner together, at that food stall, you asked me if there was a woman in my life that I could never forget. I can say now that apart from my mother, there is another woman, and that is, my wife, you, Jiang Wanqing. I told you that I had been in a relationship before, but I have never felt like this before. Wife, do you think this is what love feels like? I even feel that as long as you can wake up and be well, I am willing to do anything. Wife, you are not fully awake yet, but there is no rush, take your time. I'm really afraid that, as the nurse said, you'll have memory loss. In that case, will you still remember the stories we've had together? Do you know? On that blind date show at the TV station, you, the universally recognized goddess, chose me in the end. How many people envied me? Actually, I was over the moon. Although you're older than me, I'm really afraid that you won't like my little husband. Will you please wake up soon? You know I've found a job at a medical aesthetics company owned by a conglomerate. Today our director and the company's general manager talked to me, and we signed a confidentiality agreement. Because the company wants me to participate in the promotion of a core product, I'll get a very high commission. I can make a lot of money, and I can support you in the future. Wife, do you know? Now money really can't be spent unwisely. The ICU fees are so high. Thanks to the 1 million from the prenuptial agreement, otherwise I couldn't even afford to let you stay here even if I sold my blood. I must work hard and earn money to support you and my parents. Although my parents are both from the mountains and have never seen much of the world, they are very simple and kind. Once you've recovered from your injuries, if you like me and are willing to live with me, I'll let my parents meet you. Although you're only 3 years younger than my mother, she'll definitely be satisfied when she sees you. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met. The first time I saw you, I was... How should I describe it? It should be, amazed, yes. I was amazed by you. Director Yang Ting said that your family is all abroad, and I don't know what kind of relatives you are, whether you are your parents or siblings. My thoughts were all on you, and I forgot to ask her. But that's not important, what's important is that you're awake, and it won't be long before you can really wake up and see me. Chen Xuan kept talking about whatever came to mind, and before he knew it, time passed little by little. He felt that Jiang Wanqing's small hand seemed to have a temperature than before, unlike the past when it was ice cold. He wondered if it was because he had held it for a long time. Footsteps sounded, and the little nurse gently pushed the door open and walked in. Little handsome, has your wife woken up yet? Chen Xuan shook his head in disappointment. No, I've been talking to her since I entered the ward, but my wife has never woken up. Oh, don't worry, this is just a process. The doctor said that your wife will definitely wake up, it's just a matter of time. Okay, it's been an hour and a half, you should go. Don't worry, we'll take good care of your wife. Chen Xuan nodded, stood up, and suddenly felt a movement in his hand. He immediately looked down to see that his hand had been firmly grasped by Jiang Wanqing's small hand. Chapter 16, Meeting a Good Leader. Chen Xuan looked carefully, and there was no mistake, Jiang Wanqing's hand really did grasp his hand tightly. At this time, although Jiang Wanqing's eyes were still closed, her eyelashes were slightly trembling, as if she was trying hard to open them. Is my wife going to wake up? Chen Xuan was a little excited, and felt that his voice had changed. The young nurse went to the bedside and took a closer look. This situation is not necessarily conclusive of a waking up. When your wife was being given an infusion today, she also grabbed the hands of other nurses. The doctor said that this was only a brief awakening of consciousness, and this situation has occurred 3 or 4 times today. Nurse, can I stay with my wife for a while longer? The young nurse was a little embarrassed. I can't make that decision. Your wife is a patient under the special care of our director. I have to go ask the doctor, and it can only be done if the doctor says it's okay." The nurse turned and left the room. Chen Xuan leaned over and placed his face close to Jiang Wanqing's. "Wife, are you awake? If you're awake, open your eyes and look at me." Jiang Wanqing's long eyelashes trembled more and more violently, and it felt as if she would open her eyes at any moment. Chen Xuan was on edge, waiting for Jiang Wanqing to wake up, but suddenly he felt a sudden release in his hands. Jiang Wanqing's small hands loosened, and she passed out again. The doctor on duty and the nurse entered the ward, looked at the records of the monitoring equipment, and asked about the situation. Then they told Chen Xuan that Jiang Wanqing should have just woken up and regained consciousness. It was just that she was too weak to fully wake up, and she still needed time to recover and slowly recuperate. The doctor told Chen Xuan not to wait, and that he could visit again tomorrow. The patient can feel when he is here, and too long of a time period can have side effects. The doctor's words could not be ignored, and Chen Xuan reluctantly left the ward. Although he was a little disappointed, at least hope was within reach, and his mood was generally much better. After eating something, Chen Xuan returned to the rented house. Han Yang had not yet returned, and he didn't know if he was on a date with his girlfriend or if he was sick of the girl he had told him about. Chen Xuan lay on the bed. He could still remember the feeling of being held by Jiang Wanqing's small hands just now. At that moment, he felt a sense of being attached to someone. He hoped that it wasn't just an illusion. He fell asleep in a daze, and all night long, he dreamed of Jiang Wanqing's beautiful figure walking past him, smiling and talking to him. When he woke up in the morning, Chen Xuan realized that Han Yang had not returned last night, and he guessed that he had gone to have a good time. Chen Xuan thought of Jiang Wanqing. The two of them had a child together, but he could not remember a thing about the intimacy. He could not help but sigh, damn it, even if he could remember a little bit. But then he thought that the two of them had become husband and wife, and they should be able to live together in the future, and be together forever, so that would be fine, wouldn't it? Just thinking about it made him feel good, and Chen Xuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, what a hopeless look. Every time he thinks about this, Chen Xuan's heart can't help but get a little excited. He secretly prayed, "Wife, please wake up soon." It wasn't even 9 o'clock when Chen Xuan punched into the company. Director Wang was already there, and after seeing Chen Xuan, he took the initiative to say hello. "Chen, how is that relative of yours doing?" "Thanks for your concern, sir. There are already signs of improvement." "Oh, that's good. Whoever encounters this kind of thing will be upset. You have to adjust yourself appropriately." "Yes, Director Wang, I'm fine." "That's good. Anyway, if you have any problems, just come to me. I'm not very capable, but I'll help you in any way I can." "Thank you, Director. I'm quite moved by that." "Don't be moved. I'm not trying to win you over. When things get tough, you can count on me." "Well, Chen, you should clean up a bit. Don't sit at this desk anymore." Chen Xuan was taken aback. Why did he just say something nice and then want to get rid of him? Seeing Chen Xuan's confusion, Director Wang smiled. "Don't worry, it's a good thing. For this project, the company has specially vacated the room next to the advertising department. All of you employees who have signed the confidentiality agreement should go to that room to work, so as to avoid divulging secrets about the product. Chen, you can move now. Also, if you need to go to the hospital to accompany someone these few days, you can leave work early if appropriate. But don't let work get in the way. Mr. Liu is personally overseeing this project, so don't let your boss Wang down." "Okay, Director, don't worry." Director Wang patted Chen Xuan on the shoulder, saying, "Do a good job, I have high hopes for you." In the new office, there were only their 5 new colleagues. They quickly set up their workstations and connected their computers. They were all young people, and they were all very quick at their work. After everything was settled, Director Wang called each of the 5 of them individually to his office and carefully arranged each person's work, including all the details. Chen Xuan's job was to create the details in video editing for this product, involving every curve, interface, and other fine details, which is also the key to this product being easily counterfeited. Director Wang's instructions to Chen Xuan were much more detailed than those for the other colleagues. Chen Xuan knew that this was a test of Wang's trust in him and his ability to work, and he had to do his best to come up with a plan that would satisfy the company. Not just Chen Xuan, but the other 4 colleagues also thought the same way. No one wanted to waste this opportunity to show off and make money. Everyone seized the time to work hard. Chen Chuan worked even harder. Even during the lunch break, he just took a bite and continued working. When it was time to go home, the other colleagues didn't leave. But Chen Chuan couldn't work overtime. He was thinking about how Jiang Wanqing was doing today, and whether she had woken up. He hurriedly left the company and rushed to Binchang Hospital. The nurse on duty at the nurse's station was still the same little nurse. When she saw Chen Chuan, she winked and said, "Little handsome, do you want to hear some good news?" Chen Chuan's eyes lit up. Had my wife woken up? The young nurse smiled. It's not that fast, but she has woken up more times today than yesterday, and all the body's test indicators are trending towards normal. This means that your wife may really wake up at any time. Chen Chuan was overjoyed. Thank you, nurse. I'll go see my wife now. The young nurse nodded. Go ahead, talk to her more, maybe a miracle is just around the corner. Chen Chuan entered the ward and first stared at Jiang Wanqing. She seemed to be in much better condition than yesterday. He moved the chair and sat by the bed, and still first grabbed Jiang Wanqing's small hand. Wife, I came to see you. Then he leaned close to Jiang Wanqing's ear. Wife, I really miss you more and more. Can I call you, baby? Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing's eyes slowly opened. Chapter 17, A Private Conversation. Chen Chuan shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide open. He was sure it wasn't his imagination. Jiang Wanqing had really opened her eyes and was slowly turning her head to look at him. Chen Chuan's hands were shaking a little and his speech was incoherent. Wife, Wanqing, you're awake? Although Jiang Wanqing's eyes were open, they seemed to be covered in a layer of fog, and she was completely expressionless. Chen Chuan? Yes, it's me, Wanqing, you've finally woken up. Jiang Wanqing's eyes suddenly turned red. Chen Chuan, the baby is gone. I couldn't save him. Chen Chuan's eyes also turned red. Wanqing, I know, but it was an accident. No one wanted it to happen. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Tears rolled down the corners of Jiang Wanqing's eyes. Chen Chuan, I wanted this baby. I made so many preparations. Chen Chuan reached out and gently wiped away the tears from Jiang Wanqing's face. Well, I know you want this child. But the child is gone, you have to let go. Jiang Wanqing's eyes became a little hazy. Chen Chuan, I have been hiding it from you, this child is from both of us. Chen Chuan shook Jiang Wanqing's hand and nodded firmly. I already know, it's Yang Ting, Director Yang told me. Chen Chuan, the child is gone, I'm so sad, so sad. Tears dripped down the corners of Jiang Wanqing's eyes, like broken pearls. Chen Chuan, it's all my fault, I should have been more careful. If I had been more careful, nothing would have happened, and the baby would not have. Chen Chuan hurriedly took a tissue and wiped Jiang Wanqing's tears. No, I don't blame you, honey, it's all in the past, just let it go. Jiang Wanqing's words turned into a whisper. No, it's all because of me, As she said this, Jiang Wanqing let go of Chen Chuan's hand and her eyes closed again. Wife. Nurse, doctor. Seeing that something was wrong, Chen Chuan turned around and rushed out of the ward. The doctor on duty soon arrived and, while checking on Jiang Wanqing's condition, asked Chen Chuan what had happened. Chen Chuan stood there a little overwhelmed. Doctor, how is my wife? Why has she fainted again? Is she in danger? The doctor looked at the data from the monitoring equipment. Your wife was a little agitated just now. Although her body's functions are slowly recovering, after all, the nutrition from the injections alone is not enough to maintain such a rapid physiological recovery. This is a kind of unconscious self-protection caused by the decline in body functions after being overly emotional. At present, there is no danger. This is the first time your wife has truly woken up after losing her child, otherwise she would not be able to talk to you. However, all she can remember in her consciousness is the pain of losing her child, and she is still immersed in this emotion. Now that she has released this pent-up emotion, it is also good for her recovery. When she wakes up again, and gradually accepts this fact, you, as her husband, can persuade her more and she will slowly get better. Don't worry, just give her an infusion now, and inject some drugs that nourish the body and mind and calm the nerves. Well, after the infusion, she may remain unconscious for at least a day or two, and then she will be able to wake up more or less. However, after the injection of the sedative, she definitely will not wake up tonight. Under the influence of the medicine, she will be in a different state than when she is normally unconscious. She may not hear a word you say. You can go back now, and come back tomorrow to see your wife again.
Chen Xuan shook his head. Doctor, visiting hours have not yet ended. I want to continue to stay with my wife for a while.
The doctor hesitated slightly. Well, that's fine.
I'll warn you in advance, by tomorrow the effects of the medicine will have worn off, and even if your wife has not fully woken up, she will be in a semi-conscious state. In this semi-conscious state, she should be able to hear you more clearly than before. So when you are with her, don't mention the child for the time being. You can talk about daily life as a couple and intimate topics between husband and wife. This can also have a subtle effect, and perhaps when she wakes up again, she won't be so emotional.
You are her husband, and you are still so young.
Talking more about husband and wife matters will be good for stabilizing your wife's emotions.
Okay, you can stay with your wife for a while longer.
When the time comes, the nurse will come and get you. After the doctor and nurse left the room, Chen Xuan sat by the bed, tenderly wiping away the tears on Jiang Wanqing's cheeks.
His fingers stroked Jiang Wanqing's face, which was smooth and soft.
The doctor told him to say something that couples would normally say to each other, and something a little more intimate.
Did that mean he needed to say something mushy and a little bit dirty?
But Chen Xuan had never said such things to his girlfriend before, and he felt a little embarrassed. He called Jiang Wanqing baby because there were no outsiders around, and he knew that she was still asleep. He really liked her, but didn't know how to express it, so he just blurted it out. If he knew that Jiang Wanqing had really woken up, he would have no courage to call her that in person. Since the doctor had this suggestion, Chen Xuan felt that he should practice in advance. Anyway, the doctor said that after the sedative was injected,
Jiang Wanqing would not be able to hear what he said.
Then he could say whatever he wanted, whether it was heartfelt or mushy.
Honey, I'm sorry that we lost the baby.
I'm not only surprised, but also a little sad.
Why a little? Because I wasn't ready to be a father.
Well, even though I wasn't ready, if the baby had been born, I would have been good to it, of course.
As long as it was a child born to you, I would have loved it. My biggest worry now, wife, is whether you'll like me when you wake up. Will you be able to live with me?
I guess you got married to me because of the baby, and now that the baby's gone, I don't know what you're thinking. But just now, when you woke up, you were crying and confused, saying that we'd lost our child.
I think you still have feelings for me.
We've lost this child, but our lives must go on.
I'm in good health, right? If you want, we can have another child.
Honey, we've already been husband and wife, we've made love, but I forgot everything that time.
Who says I can't hold my drink? But we are husband and wife, and doing that is normal husband and wife behavior. After you have recovered, I want to do it every day.
I heard that women are very strong after the age of 40, but I can do it too. I don't know how I did that time, but I will do a good job in the future and satisfy my wife every day. My dear, just thinking that we can be together makes me feel really happy.
Can you wake up a little earlier? Chen Xuan said, reaching out to gently stroke Jiang Wanqing's face.
He thought about how sad she had looked just now, especially since she had already admitted that the child was theirs. Chen Xuan felt pity in his heart.
Honey, can I kiss you? We've been together, and you've had our child. We're still legally married, so I don't think that's offensive. If you don't say anything, that'll be your tacit consent.
Chen Xuan stared at Jiang Wanqing's lips and leaned down, but in the end he was still embarrassed and didn't kiss her. He just gave her a light kiss on the forehead, then quickly separated, looked back at the door like a thief.
Honey, I'm a little embarrassed. Kissing between husband and wife should be normal. I'm going to practice slowly, is that okay with you? You, not saying anything is the same as agreeing.
My dear, no matter what we lose, as long as we are still together, nothing really matters. The past is gone, and so are the ex-boyfriends. Let's forget about the loss of the baby. Now that we are officially married, let's start over. Although I am younger than you, I have been doing housework since I was a child, helping my parents with the housework. When I went to school, I worked many different jobs to earn money to supplement my studies and living expenses, and to reduce the burden on my family. So my mental age is not small, and we will not feel any communication barriers together. Wife, in fact, I still have a lot of questions in my heart.
There are some things that we can talk about slowly when you wake up. I want to kiss you again. If you don't say anything, it means you agree.
Chen Xuan leaned closer to Jiang Wanqing's cheek, and this time he was prepared to kiss her lips. Even when his wife was unconscious, he didn't have the courage to kiss her, so if he waited until she woke up, would he be even more afraid? He had read some tips on how men and women should behave when they are in a relationship, and the gist of it was that the man must take the initiative and be appropriately bold. Chen Chuan was about to kiss her when the door to the ward opened. The intensive care unit needed to monitor the patient's condition at all times, so the nurse didn't need to knock when entering or leaving. The nurse's foot was inside the door and her other foot was outside, and Chen Chuan's face was less than 10 centimeters away from Jiang Wanqing's lips.
Chen Chuan froze there, unable to kiss her. Chapter 18, Should You Bow to Reality?
Seeing the scene in front of her, the young nurse couldn't help but freeze for a moment.
And then she couldn't help but blush. Handsome guy, your wife hasn't woken up yet, has she?
Chen Chuan also felt a little embarrassed, but if he retreated at this time, it would be even more embarrassing, and it would really be like sneaking around. Thinking that he and Jiang Wanqing had registered their marriage and were a legitimate couple, Chen Chuan simply continued to kiss her, but he only gave Jiang Wanqing a light kiss on the lips and then immediately straightened up.
Pretending to be carefree, he looked at the young nurse and said, "Nurse, it's time, right? I just said goodbye to my wife, so I'm leaving now."
He looked at Jiang Wanqing again, who had her eyes tightly shut, nodded slightly to the young nurse, and walked out of the ward.
Anyway, I'm not embarrassed, it's other people who are.
Once he was out of the hospital, Chen Chuan was just about to find somewhere to eat when his WeChat rang. Chen Chuan took out his phone and saw that it was Han Yang who had sent him a message.
"Where are you? Do you want to have some skewers and drink some wine?"
There are generally two situations when Han Yang takes the initiative to ask Chen Chuan out for a drink.
One is when Han Yang is troubled and wants to find someone to talk to. The other is when Han Yang is happy and wants to find someone to celebrate with.
In these two situations, he will always ask Chen Chuan to go out for a big meal and drink.
Chen Chuan immediately sent a message back, "What's the situation?" "Han Yang, nothing, I just want to go out for a drink with you, come quickly, I have a girl here." "Chen Chuan, you're asking me out when you have a girl? I won't keep you, I'm not going." "Han Yang, hey, you've seen through me.
I'll be honest, I'm lonely and need company."
"Chen Chuan, where's your girlfriend? Did you break up?"
Han Yang, it's more or less the same as breaking up.
"Come on, let's meet up and drink and chat."
Soon Han Yang sent the address, which was right in front of the gate of the residential area where the two of them lived, to a newly opened barbecue restaurant.
When Chen Chuan entered the restaurant, Han Yang had already arrived first.
Lamb skewers, lamb kidneys, lamb guns, lamb eggs, he ordered a whole table, plus a case of beer.
Chen Chuan looked at the order and asked, "What's the matter? Aren't you afraid of getting too full?"
Han Yang had a bottle of beer that he didn't need, so he used chopsticks to open 2 bottles of beer. He put one in front of himself and gave one to Chen Chuan.
"I just want to get a bit fuller. I've been a bit too thin these past 2 days."
Chen Chuan sat down, lifted the bottle and took a big sip of beer. It was cool and refreshing.
"Who is it? I thought you said on the phone that you were splitting up with your girlfriend? Why are you getting all passionate again?" Han Yang sighed.
He only made a big meal because they were going to break up, otherwise he wouldn't have the chance to do so in the future.
"Hey, just thinking that my girlfriend will become someone else's woman in the future, sleeping with another man, makes me feel bad."
Chen Chuan picked up a skewer of lamb kebab.
"Then why don't you think about the fact that you're sleeping with someone else's girlfriend? You should be happy." Han Yang picked up a skewer of lamb gun and chewed it in large bites. "Buddy, you're right, I know that's what's going on, but I just don't feel good about it."
Chen Chuan looked at the table full of tonics and said, "Okay, let's chat for a while, but I can't eat much of what you ordered, I don't have anywhere to vent my anger." Han Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you can't, just use the 5 girl. Pfft, I'm not as wretched as you are." Chen Chuan waved his hand to call the waiter over and ordered more pan-fried tendon, cloud beans, eggplant. At this time, he couldn't help thinking that if he could live with Jiang Wanqing, he would dare to eat all these nourishing foods. The two men each opened a bottle of beer, without glasses, clinked them together, and toasted to the bottle. Chen Chuan finished half of his beer, while Han Yang finished the whole bottle, and then opened another one.
"Buddy, you know what? My girlfriend's family not only wants me to buy a car and a house within 2 years. Now there's a new condition, an additional 400,000 yuan in bride price. You know my family's situation.
Although it's not bad, taking out so much money is going to kill my parents. At the beginning, in order for me to go to a good school, it cost a lot to buy an apartment in the school district.
Plus the usual after-school tutoring, hiring a tutor.
I was also unmotivated, and I only managed to get into a mediocre second-tier university like Bincheng University. Although my major is passable, it's not only hard to find a job these days, but also hard to make money. What's more, I can't even afford to buy a car or a house, let alone pay such a large amount of money as a bride price. My parents have said that they don't expect me to be rich or to support them in their old age, as long as I can support myself. But I can't spend all their money on supporting them, can I? For my sake, I would be forcing the old couple back into poverty. Am I still a human being? Chen Chuan ate a skewer of lamb and then finished the rest of the half bottle of wine. I think you're right. We can't just think about ourselves and disregard the lives of our parents. Buddy, in our relationship, there are some things I just have to say. Do you know what it means to be too close to the situation? Why did your girlfriend's family demand that you buy a car and a house and give you a deadline, and now add 400,000 yuan in gifts? That's because they don't like you, and they want you to back off, unless you have the conditions to marry their daughter. So now there's a crucial question: why doesn't your girlfriend speak up for you and try to get the dowry lowered? It's the modern age. I don't believe your girlfriend insists on marrying you, and her family can't force you to do it. Buddy, don't you see? I'll be blunt, don't take it personally. Your girlfriend, deep down, probably doesn't want to marry you either. The fact that you two can sleep together now is because you both want what you want and want to be comfortable. Han Yang tilted his head and finished another bottle of beer, then burped. Hey, buddy, actually what you said also occurred to me. In my girlfriend's heart, I think she also feels that her parents' opinions are correct. I'm not stupid either, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to do so much in the past 2 days, and I need to eat well to recover. It's very likely that this is the last shot before breaking up. Han Yang said, and opened 2 more beers, gave Chen Chuan one, picked up one and drank half of it. I've made up my mind. If we keep delaying, we might as well just break up. I told you, there are a lot of girls in my company, and one of them has a little interest in me. To tell you the truth, I've already held her hand, but she won't let me touch her again. Chen Chuan laughed. Ha, you've already found someone else, so why are you still depressed? Just the way you stand there, the girls will be turning their heads. Han Yang patted his chest. Yeah, look at my image, 1.76 meters tall, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, I'm not bad. I'm ready to change. Chen Chuan took a sip of wine. Well, yeah, if it doesn't work out, just change. If one person dislikes the other, they won't get along. At this time, Chen Chuan's order was also delivered. The two of them took a few bites and Han Yang opened another bottle. The reason I'm depressed is not that I can't find a girlfriend. It's because I've been with my girlfriend for almost 4 years and our relationship is so good. Damn, I can't compete with reality. Without financial strength, what's the point of having a relationship? Wasn't that what happened with you and Yang Yi in the beginning? You rescued her bravely, and when she came to you, oops, the look in her eyes was full of light. But what happened when she met her rich boyfriend? She turned around and kicked you out. With your looks, you'd be more than enough to be a model. What else can you do? You have to bow to reality. It is said that Yang Yi's rich boyfriend is more than 20 years older than her. I saw him driving to pick up Yang Yi after work that day. He was driving a big Land Rover, and he was definitely a rich middle-aged man. Chen Chuan sighed, too. Hey, nowadays young girls are all realistic. If they find a rich uncle to support them, they don't have to struggle on their own. Everyone has their own way of living, and there's nothing wrong with that. Han Yang was about to blow the bottle again, but Chen Chuan stopped him with a hand. You're drinking too much, slow down. I can't carry you if you get drunk. Han Yang laughed and said, don't worry, with my drinking capacity, I can drink 3 times as much as you. Hey, I heard that Yang Yi's boyfriend is the boss of a medical beauty company, and his surname seems to be Lu. Chen Chuan was shocked. Ah. Chapter 19, She's Blushing. Seeing Chen Chuan's expression of surprise, Han Yang couldn't help but ask. What's wrong, do you know Yang Yi's boyfriend? Chen Chuan shook his head lightly. That I don't know him, except that one of our company's vice presidents has the surname Lu, and he's just a middle-aged uncle. Han Yang widened her eyes. Crap, it can't be that coincidental, the current boyfriend of your ex-girlfriend is your boss. Chen Chuan shrugged his shoulders. It's not necessarily that coincidental, there's more than one boss in the company with the surname Lu, it might just be the same surname. And even if it is, it doesn't matter, Yang Yi is my ex-girlfriend, not my current girlfriend, I didn't compete with him, and I didn't make him a cuckold. Yang Yi and I don't have any contact at all now, no matter who it is, there's no reason for them to make trouble for me. Han Yang thought for a moment, and then said, well, you're right. If you can be the boss of a big company, how could you not understand this?
You shouldn't be petty over something like this.
But it's not easy to find a satisfying job these days, so sometimes it's better not to touch this kind of bad luck.
Whether it's true or not, you just don't have to get in touch with Yang Yi. Chen Chuan raised his bottle and said, "You're right. Here, I wish you happiness as a single person."
Cheers. Han Yang also raised his bottle and said, "Okay, cheers to being single." Chen Chuan didn't want to explain that not only was he not single, he was also married, and his beautiful wife was lying in the hospital. The two men chatted and drank, and by the end of the night, Han Yang was indeed very drunk and could not walk.
Fortunately, Chen Chuan was in good health and carried Han Yang back to their place.
The next day, when Chen Chuan went out to work, Han Yang had not yet woken up. Chen Chuan was afraid that he would be late for work, so he went to wake Han Yang up. But the guy told Chen Chuan that he was still drunk, had a headache, and wasn't feeling well, so he asked for leave. Chen Chuan arrived at the company and continued working intensely. He had to accompany Jiang Wanqing in the evening, so he had to be more efficient during working hours. Chen Chuan stayed at his workstation all day. He ordered takeaway for lunch and finished eating in 10 minutes, then continued working. At noon, Director Wang passed by and saw Chen Chuan still working without a break. He stopped in his tracks and pushed the door open.
Director Wang spoke gently, "Chen, it's already noon, why aren't you taking a break? Don't tire yourself out."
Chen quickly got up. "Thank you for your concern, Director. I want to get this creative plan and video out as soon as possible, so you can see what's lacking." Director Wang nodded. "Chen, your work attitude is commendable, but you also need to strike a balance between work and rest.
By the way, tomorrow is the weekend, you should take a break."
"Okay, Director, I understand. Of course, weekends are normally a time to rest, but if you're free at home, you might as well spend some time thinking about the work at hand. The content of our project's advertising, especially the details and appearance, is very important. The creative ideas in this area must be unique, and especially when the video is released, it should be eye-catching.
Competition is so fierce these days that only advertising content that is completely different from similar products will be easily recognized by senior management. You'd better study the promotional content and video introductions of related products in the past decade." Chen Chuan suddenly understood.
Director Wang was deliberately hinting at him that by letting them novices take charge of this important task, it was a sign of the company's trust in them and a test of each person's ability. Director Wang's hint actually showed him how to get started in order to gain recognition.
Chen Chuan was full of gratitude. "Director Wang, thank you, I know what to do."
Director Wang patted Chen Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Chen, do a good job, I really think highly of you."
After a busy day, it was time to go home.
Chen Chuan left the company and rushed to the hospital. When he registered at the nurse's station, the young nurse on duty beamed.
"Handsome guy, here to see your wife."
"Rest assured, I'll knock on the door when I come to get you today." Chen Chuan pretended not to understand the nurse's teasing.
And said, "Thank you, nurse. How is my wife? Didn't you give her some sedative last night?"
"Ah, the effect of the medicine has long since worn off, but your wife is still in a coma. The director and several experts from the hospital came to visit again today and said that your wife has passed the critical stage and will wake up after this coma.
I have some more good news for you. The doctor said that your wife is recovering well.
Although the duration of each visit cannot be extended, the number of visits can be increased.
There is also a visiting time every day at noon, so you can come and see your wife." Chen Chuan's eyes lit up. It was really good to be able to see his wife one more time. He thanked the little nurse and turned to go to Ward 10.
Jiang Wanqing on the bed still had her eyes closed, but she looked much better.
Chen Chuan felt that the doctor was right. Jiang Wanqing's pent-up emotions had been released, and her recovery would be faster.
However, judging from her current state, she should be in the semi-coma state that the doctor had mentioned. At this time, what he said might leave an impression on her.
Recalling the doctor's instructions, Chen Chuan leaned down and gave Jiang Wanqing's cheek a gentle kiss. "Wife, I've come to see you again. You've been in a coma for 7 days now, and this is the 7th time I've come to see you. This is the 3rd time I've kissed you. Of course, this isn't our first time.
I can't count it as our first time because I don't remember anything from that night, and I don't know if I've kissed you before. I kissed your forehead yesterday, and I kissed your lips, but just once, lightly.
I was actually a little afraid to kiss you, afraid that you wouldn't like it.
But then I thought, we are husband and wife, and it is only natural that I kiss you. The doctor said that today you might be able to hear what I say a little more clearly and perceive what I do a little more.
So I want you to know how much I like you. Although there is a big age difference between us, I don't think that is a problem at all. When you were in a coma, I told you that I like older women. I want to be with you, seriously. These past few days, although I've been the one doing all the talking, I feel like I can't live without you. If you're willing, we can have another child. Although my salary isn't high right now, I'll work hard, and I think with our efforts, our future life won't be too bad. The other day I called you, baby. I don't know why I just felt like calling you that. In fact, I was also embarrassed when I said those two words. Although I've had girlfriends before, I've never been intimate enough to use that kind of term. I said it during the TV show that no matter the age or status, in the eyes of two people in love, they are each other's treasure. Chen Chuan said this while stroking Jiang Wanqing's small hand. My treasure, wake up quickly. Let's be lovers together, morning and night. Let's watch the sun rise and set together, and the clouds roll by. Chen Chuan leaned over Jiang Wanqing's ear and said all the mushy things he could think of, using words and poems he had learned or heard that he thought would move her. His hand also lightly stroked Jiang Wanqing's cheek, and suddenly he felt her face turn slightly red. Chen Chuan quickly stopped his hand and observed whether there was anything unusual. But the more he stared at Jiang Wanqing's face, the more intense the redness became, and even her fair neck was flushed. Her long eyelashes trembled, her breasts rose and fell, and her breathing seemed to have quickened. Chen Chuan suddenly realized that this was Jiang Wanqing, blushing. Chapter 20, Meeting Lawyer Zhang again. Jiang Wanqing was in a semi-conscious state, but she still blushed. Was this a natural reaction? Chen Chuan felt both puzzled and amused. This coy and flirtatious state of mind is really too seductive. Chen Chuan's mood surged as he watched. It seems that the doctor was right, this kind of intimate conversation between husband and wife and his involuntary increase in movements really helped her regain consciousness. Chen Chuan decided to be a little more daring. He kissed her cheek again, and then her neck. Then Chen Chuan gathered his courage and seriously kissed her red lips. Soft, moist, and seemingly fragrant. While Chen Chuan was enjoying this wonderful feeling, he felt Jiang Wanqing's breathing become rapid. She even made a faint response, ooh. He felt Jiang Wanqing's hand move, and she tightened her grip on his hand. Could it be that she has woken up? Chen Chuan immediately straightened up. Jiang Wanqing's originally pale face looked like it was about to burst into bloom. But her eyes remained closed. Chen Chuan thought for a moment, and decided that Jiang Wanqing must not have woken up, otherwise why would she let him kiss her so casually? Then does this situation indicate that deep down inside Jiang Wanqing doesn't dislike him, and she even likes him, and doesn't resist his gentleness? He comes to keep her company every day. Is it possible that she has already grown accustomed to his presence? Chen Chuan decided to make an extra effort. He continued to say sweet things, caress her little hands, and kiss her cheeks and lips from time to time. Jiang Wanqing's expression was coy, but her eyes remained closed, and she didn't look like she was about to wake up. Time passed unknowingly. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking at the door. It was the little nurse's voice. Handsome guy, time's up, it's time to go. The little nurse kept her word, this time she only knocked on the door and did not enter the room. Okay, nurse sister, I got it. Chen Chuan responded. Then he looked at Jiang Wanqing, honey, I have to go back, I'll come see you tomorrow. Then he leaned down and kissed his wife goodbye. Jiang Wanqing's red lips were slightly open, and Chen Chuan seemed to feel her tongue move. Chen Chuan couldn't help but straighten up and stare at Jiang Wanqing for a long time. Her eyes were still closed, and she didn't seem to be awake. My dear, I'm really leaving now, I'll see you again tomorrow. I really hope you'll wake up when I come back tomorrow. Chen Chuan left the hospital room reluctantly, looking back every few steps. The door closed, the footsteps faded away, but Jiang Wanqing opened her eyes. She had already woken up. When Chen Chuan kissed her, she just felt embarrassed to open her eyes. This little handsome guy gave her a feeling of shyness that she had never felt before. From being in a coma to waking up intermittently many times, in a hazy state, Jiang Wanqing heard Chen Chuan whispering sweet nothings in her ear. From a dazed state, until she could hear clearly the sweet nothings that Chen Chuan said. Jiang Wanqing already knew clearly what had happened to her and also knew the current situation. Although she couldn't open her eyes to the sweet nothings and intimate actions of this young boy, she knew exactly what was going on in her heart. Jiang Wanqing's face was burning with a fever. The feeling of being liked by a young boy was truly intoxicating. The sadness of losing her child had gradually subsided in the gentleness of Chen Chuan. Although she was already 40 years old, she had never felt like this before.
She was glad that that scumbag had a problem and had never touched her, otherwise, just thinking about it, she would really feel sick. The age difference between her and Chen Xuan had always been a concern for her. She had been hurt by a scumbag before, and wanted to find a trustworthy guy to go down the road with, not just for a simple fling. It turned out that her biggest worry was the age gap. After all, he was 18 years older than Chen Xuan, but Chen Xuan's sincere feelings had moved her.
But even if the age difference could be ignored, she still had an incurable illness. Would Chen Xuan accept her after learning about it?
After all, he is only 22 years old, still a young man, and he still has many options for his future. Jiang Wanqing quietly sorted out her thoughts, thought for a while, then reached out and pressed the button on the bedside table to call the nurse. It was still not noon on Saturday when Chen Xuan arrived at the intensive care unit. The nurses at the nurses' station were different from those in the evening, and he didn't know any of them. Chen Xuan wrote in the visitor registration book that he was going to Ward 10.
One nurse looked at the record and said, "Ward 10? There are no patients in Ward 10 right now."
Chen Xuan was shocked.
"Ah, no, my wife was still there last night." The nurse was stunned. "Your wife?" At this time, another nurse came over and said, "You are Jiang Wanqing's family member, right?" Chen Xuan nodded and said, "Yes, I am his husband." The nurse looked at Chen Xuan up and down. "Oh, you're quite handsome. Your wife has been moved to a different ward."
Chen Xuan was shocked.
"Who moved her? When did it happen?"
The nurse stared at Chen Xuan. "You look so nervous."
"Your wife asked to be moved to a different ward, and she was moved this morning. She's in room 501 in the general ward." Chen Xuan's eyes widened. "So, my wife has woken up?" The nurse nodded. "Yes, the director even came, saying that your wife just needs to slowly recuperate." Chen Xuan didn't know how to describe his feelings. Jiang Wanqing had finally woken up.
He was about to face her, and for some reason, his heart was racing. Jiang Wanqing should have registered their marriage because of the child, and now that the child was gone, she wouldn't have any other thoughts, right? But when he thought about Jiang Wanqing's shy expression when he kissed her yesterday, he didn't think there would be any problems. Despite the short time they had spent together, Jiang Wanqing had already entered his heart. In the midst of his rambling thoughts, Chen Xuan left the intensive care unit and arrived outside room 501 in the general ward. Standing at the door, Chen Xuan felt his breathing quicken and his heart race. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and pondered what he should say when he met her. At that moment, a nurse walked over and glanced at Chen Xuan. Seeing the nurse push open the door and walk in, Chen Xuan hurriedly followed behind her. This was a single-room ward, and the room was very spacious. Jiang Wanqing was lying in the bed, still with her eyes closed, but her face was much rosier. Sitting next to the bed was someone else, but it was Lawyer Zhang Jia. Seeing Chen Xuan follow the nurse in, Lawyer Zhang was first taken aback, but then greeted him with a smile.
"Chen Xuan, you're here." Chen Xuan smiled and nodded, saying hello to Auntie Zhang. Lawyer Li smiled and said, "Chen Xuan, I'm actually a good friend of Wanqing's."
"You can't call me Anne anymore, just call me Lawyer Zhang or Sister Zhang." Chen Xuan immediately changed his tone and said, "I'll call you Sister Zhang from now on." Lawyer Li opened her bag and took out a folder and handed it to Chen Xuan. "Just now, Wanqing woke up and asked me to give this to you." Chen Xuan took it and saw that it was a divorce agreement.
Chapter 21: Jiang Wanqing's embarrassment. Divorce agreement? Chen Xuan's eyes widened. What did this mean? Wasn't the agreement signed at the beginning that they would divorce after 1 year?
It had only just been registered not long ago. Lawyer Zhang looked at Chen Xuan. "Ms. Jiang said that the reason she married you was actually for the child in her womb. Now that the child is gone, this marriage agreement can be terminated early. As long as you sign this divorce agreement, 3 million will be in your account very soon. The original plan was to give you 2 million when we got divorced, but during this period, Wanqing was hospitalized and you spent a lot of money, so this is a kind of compensation for you."
3 million is a very big temptation for Chen Xuan.
With the previous 1 million, although it cost some money to pay the hospital fees, it was only a few $100,000. With the additional 3 million, he could buy a house and a car in Bincheng, which would make life a lot easier, and also allow his parents in the mountain valley to live a less difficult life.
Chen Xuan looked at Jiang Wanqing, who was lying in bed, with her eyes closed.
Although her complexion had improved a lot, she still looked haggard. The child was originally theirs, and this kind of thing happened to everyone, so it was hard for anyone. He couldn't let Jiang Wanqing bear this pain alone. He had no recollection of that moment of passion, but after spending so much time together, Chen Xuan felt that he simply couldn't bear to be apart after just one glance. Although Jiang Wanqing hadn't said a word to him while she was in the hospital bed, he already considered her his wife and beloved in his heart.
Jiang, you keep this agreement for now.
I want to wait until Wanqing wakes up and discuss this matter with her.
I won't be a pest, but I also definitely won't give up easily on someone I like.
Lawyer Zhang looked serious. Well, I need to tell you in advance that Jiang Wanqing is not a wealthy woman.
The money you are given is from someone else and is for a specific purpose only. If you miss it, it will be gone.
I know your family situation, and this money can completely change your living situation.
You may regret it if you refuse. Chen Xuan's attitude was sincere.
I didn't refuse to divorce because I thought that Wanqing was a wealthy woman, nor did I have any other intentions.
I really like her.
Since Wanqing and I are husband and wife, we should say whatever we have to say to each other face to face. If she really doesn't like me and doesn't want to go on living together, and if she makes it clear that she wants a divorce, I will sign it, and I will never make things difficult for her.
I really don't want to be separated from her.
When Chen Xuan said this, he felt as if Jiang Wanqing on the hospital bed had moved slightly. He turned his head to look over, but she still had her eyes tightly shut.
Lawyer Zhang also glanced at Jiang Wanqing on the hospital bed. Well, Chen Xuan, since we've come this far, I'll just come right out and say it.
In fact, Wanqing, she has a disease.
This disease is called immune infertility. Wanqing's disease is congenital, and her chances of conceiving are very low.
So being able to have this child is an extremely rare situation, just like winning the lottery, the chances are very, very low. This kind of winning chance cannot happen continuously, which means that Wanqing is likely to have no more children in the future, so you have to think about this carefully. Chen Xuan suddenly realized, no wonder Jiang Wanqing attached so much importance to this child and was so sad.
Jiang Jia, I don't care, we are all sad that we lost the child. Whether we can have another child is a matter of fate. If this is the reason, I can solemnly declare that I do not agree to a divorce.
I still insist on my opinion and will discuss it with Wanqing in person when she wakes up.
Lawyer Zhang gave a small smile. Fine, just wait until Wanqing wakes up, and you can have a good chat.
Actually, I think you two are quite suitable for each other. Wanqing is only having obstacles because she feels that there is a big age difference between her and you, and she feels that she can no longer bear children.
Chen Xuan, if you really don't want a divorce, you have to fight for it. Okay, I'll go back first, and we can call each other if there's anything. Chen Xuan nodded, okay, Sister Zhang.
Lawyer Zhang stood up, and Chen Xuan saw her off to the ward.
With no outsiders in the room, Chen Xuan came to the bed and sat down.
My dear, to me, you are more important than anything else now. I know you are not a rich woman, but I am young and strong, and I can take care of you. As long as we work hard together, we won't become rich, but we won't have any problems living a good life. As he said this, Chen Xuan took Jiang Wanqing's hand. In fact, I don't care if we can have children again, as long as the two of us are happy together, that's more important than anything else. You may think that I'm younger than you, and that there will be differences in our thoughts or habits when living together. In fact, this is not a problem, as long as the two of us love each other and communicate more.
I actually like the idea of a younger man dating an older woman, and I think we should try it together. After all, we had a child, even if it was a mistake, but I want you to give me this opportunity. My dear wife, I'm still quite good looking and I'm in good health. Maybe I was drunk that night and didn't perform well, but I think you can test me again and give it a try.
Jiang Wanqing didn't open her eyes, but her face flushed again, even her ears turned red, and her long eyelashes kept trembling. Chen Xuan stared at Jiang Wanqing, feeling that she should have already woken up, but was just too embarrassed to open her eyes and look at him. From her expression, Jiang Wanqing didn't dislike him, and she didn't dislike him saying these romantic things either. From the physical contact, she didn't reject his stroking her hand either. After all, they had a child together and had the deepest exchanges. Thinking about this, Chen Xuan felt that he could be more bold. He reached out and stroked Jiang Wanqing's cheek, tender and smooth. Wife, wake up quickly, shall we go home together? Chen Xuan said, and his lips moved closer, kissing Jiang Wanqing's earlobe. Jiang Wanqing's body trembled slightly, and her small hands involuntarily tightened around Chen Xuan's. Chen Xuan leaned down and kissed Jiang Wanqing's red lips, which were fragrant and sticky. He could clearly feel her breathing rapidly, and she lightly and involuntarily began to respond. After an unknown period of time, Chen Xuan parted from her. My dear, I can tell you like me, I don't know why you want to divorce me so soon. You know, 3 million is not a small sum for me, but I don't want to sign the divorce agreement.
Not to mention 3 million, even 30 million is not as good as my dear wife.
Believe me, I don't care about age or whether you can have children again.
Since we are destined to be together, let's just go with the flow. Chen Xuan whispered in Jiang Wanqing's ear, occasionally kissing her deeply.
Jiang Wanqing felt like she had lost all her strength. The overwhelming masculine scent, with a hint of youthful recklessness, made her feel like she wanted to get involved. Her body was reacting. At this moment, she felt so embarrassed that she didn't dare open her eyes.
Her mind was in a daze. This young boy made her not know what to do. Chapter 22, It was fate, but also a misunderstanding.
Facing her husband's tenderness, Jiang Wenqing's heart moved, but she was also conflicted. After learning the news that her boyfriend was cheating on her, she was in a bad mood. Just then, her university classmates invited her to a get-together, so she went.
At the Haitian entertainment city, her classmates urged her to drink, and although Chen Xuan had taken a drink for her, she drank another one under the enthusiastic persuasion of her classmates.
Later, she learned that the drink had been spiked with drugs, with the aim of making her look ridiculous.
But who would have thought that at her age, she had never made out with a man?
The drugs in that drink were very strong, and they were meant to harm her. She almost fell, so she quickly rushed out of the room and went into the bathroom, where she met Chen Xuan again. In fact, Chen Xuan grabbed her first, but he just forgot that the drink he had drunk for Jiang Wanqing also had drugs in it. He didn't know why, and he couldn't help it. At this time, Jiang Wanqing was still relatively sober, but the effect of the drug combined with her hatred for scumbags, and Chen Xuan's initiative, the things that happened later. Afterwards, she looked at Chen Xuan lying on the bed, unconscious, and at the handsome face of this young boy, and she began to suspect that there was a reason for this uncontrollable infatuation, and that she needed to find out the truth. But as for what had happened between her and this young boy, let's just say it was a misunderstanding, and the past is in the past. But Jiang Wanqing never expected that she would suddenly find out that she was pregnant, and this came as a great surprise to her. First of all, it was very difficult for her to get pregnant. Once, when she had a blood test, she was told that she had an immune infertility, a condition that made her very unlikely to conceive. She had later had tests done abroad to confirm that the domestic test was correct. Second, she had always been a person of integrity and had only had intimate relations with one man, the handsome waiter at the Haitian casino. There was no doubt that the child was the result of her relationship with the young man. At this time, she was considering whether to keep the child. She had been cheated on by a scumbag and was disillusioned. She wanted to go abroad, find a place where no one knew her and never come back. However, she was an only child, and the family business was so big that it could not be wasted in her hands. There needed to be someone to carry on the family name, so she wanted to keep the child. That way, when the child grows up, she can let the child inherit the family business. Although the child has to have her Jiang surname in order to inherit the family business, it is not possible for the child to be an illegitimate child with no name and no status, not even having a father, right? So she went to Haitian casino to find the waiter. She couldn't marry the waiter, but she could make a deal with him to let him be the child's father. But after going there, she found out that the waiter was still a temporary worker and quit the next day after having a relationship with her. In order to find a father for her child, she thought of Yang Ting, the director of Bincheng TV station. Yang Ting was her best friend and, after learning that her boyfriend was a scumbag, had been persuading her to find another one and start again. Director Yang told her that Bincheng TV station had a variety show about matchmaking and persuaded her to participate. But Jiang Wanqing no longer believed in men, especially given her background. There were many men who came to her with impure motives, and she could not tell the difference, so she had always declined. But now that this is the case, she might as well ask her best friend to help her find a man for her child to be his father. When the time comes, they can sign a marriage contract and give the man some money to be his nominal father. If some money is not enough, then more will do. Of course, when she met Yang Ting, she did not directly say this idea, but only said that they could try to go on a blind date show, but they had to hide their identities. Yang Ting immediately said that it was no problem, and took out her computer to let Jiang Wanqing choose one in advance. She could help keep an eye on it, in case it was snatched up by another female guest. Jiang Wanqing flipped through the computer, and suddenly saw the name Chen Xuan. When she later went to Haitian Entertainment City to inquire, she learned that the waiter who had come to work temporarily was called Chen Xuan. Jiang Wanqing stared at the computer and carefully reviewed Chen Xuan's information, 22 years old, a senior who would soon graduate. The handsome young man in the photo was the young man she had a one-night stand with, and he was also the father of her unborn child. What a coincidence!
Chen Chuan had also participated in a TV dating show. At this time, Yang Ting came over and asked, "What, interested in the young guy?" In fact, a relationship between a younger man and an older woman is not bad. An older man with money may not necessarily spend it on you, but a younger man with energy will definitely use it on you. If you're tempted, you can come to the TV station for a blind date this weekend. Who would have thought that the mysterious president of Kyushu Group Company, the big boss behind the scenes, is actually a stunning beauty? You're still going on a blind date at Bincheng TV with this identity, and you'll definitely be on the top of the trending list. Your scumbag boyfriend Qin Xiao, who cheated on you overseas, will definitely be devastated if he knows your true identity. Jiang Wanqing shook her head slightly. Not many people know my identity, and I don't want to go public. My classmates and that scumbag Qin Xiao don't know anything about me. I can appear on your show, but I can't reveal my true identity. Besides, it depends on whether this young man Chen Chuan will go. Yang Ting smiled and said, "I told you were tempted. It's no problem not revealing your identity. With your looks, you'll definitely wow the audience. I've met this young man Chen Chuan before. He's absolutely handsome and seems quite fit. With your wealth and looks, there's nothing wrong with finding a young and fit man. Other conditions are secondary, after all, you are a proper rich man." Then Yang Ting called Chen Chuan in front of Jiang Wanqing and confirmed that he would definitely come to the TV station to participate in the program. In this way, Jiang Wanqing went to participate in the TV station's blind date program. She knew that Chen Chuan's clothes were not suitable, so she specially ordered a suit for Chen Chuan, so as not to make people think that she had other intentions in choosing someone. Although suits have become popular as intermediary and work clothes for insurance companies, they are not as high-end when worn. However, a good brand and workmanship, as well as a fitted size, still look good. When Chen Chuan appeared on the show wearing such a well-fitting and high-end suit, he immediately won the favor of the 24 female guests. At that time, Chen Chuan looked at Jiang Wanqing with such a gaze that she couldn't be sure if he recognized her. After all, that night was a bit chaotic. When there was still a light left on by one of the 18 female guests, Jiang Wanqing resolutely blew out the light and became the heart-stopping female guest who blew out the light for Chen Chuan. However, after the two had a conversation, she felt that Chen Chuan seemed to have forgotten the story that the two had had. After the recording of the blind date show was over, she and her best friend Yang Ting watched Chen Chuan leave the TV station upstairs. Jiang Wanqing told Yang Ting that she was pregnant. Yang Ting's eyes widened. "Oh, whose is it? It can't be that scumbag Qin Xiao's, can it? Are you looking for a boyfriend to find a father for this child?" Jiang Wanqing nodded. It was indeed to find a father for this child, but the child had nothing to do with that scumbag Qin Xiao. Because Chen Chuan is the father of this child. Yang Ting's mouth opened wide. "What? You have to be clear about this, sister. Why am I a little confused?" That night at the class reunion, after dinner, we had to go to Haitian Entertainment City to sing karaoke. You know I rarely participate in class reunions, and that day I went because I was depressed. Then my classmates egged me on to drink, and I didn't know that someone had spiked my drink with an aphrodisiac. Yang Ting was shocked. "Ah, who did it? Have you found out?" Jiang Wanqing nodded. "Well, I already reported it to the police, and found out that it was one of my college classmates." Yang Ting frowned slightly. "Why would your classmate do that?" Jiang Wanqing looked serious. According to his confession, it was because he had a secret crush on me that he drugged my drink. But I don't think it's that simple, because I know this male classmate, and he doesn't have the guts to do that. Dare to drug my drink, or someone drove, or there is another hidden reason, I am still secretly investigating. At the time, Chen Chuan was working as a waiter at the Entertainment City to work part-time and earn money. He saw someone forcing me to drink, and he was very righteous, and drank the glass of wine for me. However, he should have drunk a lot of wine before, and he was confused at the time. When a few of my classmates and I went to help her, we took advantage of the situation and the classmate drugged my glass again. The drug was very strong, and after drinking it, I had an uncontrollable urge. My classmates asked me to drink another glass, but I pushed them away, and then I rushed into the bathroom. I happened to meet Chen Chuan, and the drink he drank for me also had drugs in it, and then the story happened. Yang Ting widened her eyes. "You guys aren't in the bathroom, are you?" Chapter 23, He is the Real Father. Jiang Wanqing blushed, and she glared at her best friend. "No, while I was still sober, he and I went to a hotel." Yang Ting suddenly realized, so that's how it was. Then how could Chen Chuan not recognize you? Jiang Wanzhou bit her red lips. Maybe he was drunk?
I carefully observed him while we were talking just now, and it seemed like he didn't recognize me at all, as if he had forgotten about it.
But we're meeting for dinner tomorrow, so I'll try again then.
Yang Ting sighed.
Hey, you're pretty smart about everything, except for finding a man. What are you hesitating about?
This little fresh meat has a good image, just make your intentions clear and take him down.
Even if he takes advantage of you for money, what can he do? You don't lack money the least. Jiang Wanqing shook her head.
No, you know my principles, better to be lacking than to have a bad match, otherwise I wouldn't have waited for Qinxiao for so many years. Yang Ting snorted, that scumbag, only you were so stupid as to be able to wait for him for so many years. Jiang Wanqing sighed, hey, it's all in the past, don't mention him.
Ting, you have to help me with this blind date.
I don't want anyone to know my real identity, otherwise it would be pointless to go through all this trouble to set up a blind date. Especially Chen Xuan, you absolutely must not tell him my real situation. Yang Ting looked troubled, our TV station requires that the main focus of this blind date program is authenticity.
So we require that the male and female guests must use their real identities and names.
You're putting me in a difficult position.
Jiang Wanqing took Yang Ting's hand and said, Ting, Yang Dao, please help, okay? Yang Ting was very helpless. Okay, Jiang Demei, since we're best friends.
Jiang Wanqing laughed lightly and said, I can't let you help for nothing. For all the columns related to you this year, whether it's sponsorship fees or advertising slots, I'll have the Kyushu group take them all. Yang Ting poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Jiang Wanqing.
You're a good person.
The next day, while eating at a food stall, Jiang Wanqing tested Chen Xuan with her words. She then became certain that Chen Xuan really did not remember what had happened later that night, because he had already blacked out. She wanted to tell Chen Xuan, but she held back. This was a man who was 18 years younger than her. That time was really an accident, something that happened when both parties were under the influence of drugs. Everything was the fault of the young boy in front of her, and he was not responsible for her pregnancy. The one who put drugs in her drink was the culprit.
If she told him the truth, could this university graduate accept an aunt who was 18 years older than him? Could he be prepared to be a father?
Although Jiang Wanqing had doubts about Chen Xuan, he was after all the biological father of the child. She can't just give birth to a child without knowing why, she needs to find a father for the child. In fact, she doesn't need to find one, Chen Xuan is the biological father, he just doesn't know it. Her own constitution, which makes it difficult to get pregnant, her desire to move away, and the responsibility of passing on the family business. These factors combined, Jiang Wanqing decided to keep the baby. But she couldn't tell Chen Xuan the truth, so as not to burden him. She felt that being with a guy who was 18 years her junior, there may not be any feelings.
And two people without feelings together are doomed to be unhappy. She has deeply understood this truth by the time she turned 40.
So Jiang Wanqing made up her mind to solve everything with money, after all, money is the easiest thing for her. So she called her personal lawyer, Zhang Jia, to handle this matter. Chen Xuan signed the agreement and accepted the 1 million yuan, but Jiang Wanqing didn't want Chen Xuan to know her identity, as he might think more than just the 1 million yuan. These days she sent someone to investigate the spiking of the wine at the Haitian casino. Then Jiang Wanqing held a meeting with the group's senior management and told the main people in charge that she wanted to go abroad for a while. Everything in the group would proceed as normal, and if there was anything important, they could call her. Normally, the group rarely needs the president to do anything, and she only needs to listen to reports every once in a while.
There are professional management and financial teams that have been serving the Jiang family for decades.
The family's business was originally based overseas, and it was only in the past decade that it returned to the country. That day, she received a call from that scumbag Qinxiao, and she was a little excited. While walking to the parking lot, she scolded the scumbag on the phone, and as a result, she was hit by a car. She was originally accompanied by 2 bodyguards, but during her time in Binshang, she felt that having 2 people around her at all times was really conspicuous, so she didn't let them follow her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hit by a car, which she blames herself for very much. When she was in a daze and knew that she had lost her child, she was so distraught that she immediately passed out. She didn't know how long it had been, and in her hazy state, she heard someone talking to her. At first she couldn't tell who it was or what they were saying. Gradually she became more alert and realized that the person talking to her was Chen Xuan. She could perceive all this, but she just couldn't open her eyes and wake up. The pain of losing her child was always around her. However, Chen Xuan's soft words and increasingly mushy love words gradually improved her mood.
Jiang Wanqing could feel the boy's affection and love for her.
Slowly, she got used to Chen Xuan coming to talk to her and his gentle caresses. She was in a daze at the time, just wanting to wake up quickly and be with this devoted young man. It wasn't until she really woke up that reason told her that the age difference between her and Chen Xuan was too great. Could they be happy together? She could feel that this young man had a good temper, was patient and sincere. But knowing people is not the same as knowing their hearts. Is this boy with her because he thinks she is rich? After all, it was easy to get $1 million. And Jiang Wanqing also knew that the possibility of her becoming pregnant was not high to begin with, and after this miscarriage, the chance of having another child was almost zero. After careful consideration, Jiang Wanqing asked lawyer Zhang to come over and talk things over with Chen Xuan and sign an agreement to dissolve the marriage. Deep down, Jiang Wanqing felt that this was also a test for Chen Xuan. Although she had done this, she was very worried, often worrying that Chen Xuan would not be able to pass the test. Now, after listening to Chen Xuan's affectionate words, she was moved, and it seemed that Chen Xuan had passed the test.
Chen Xuan was right, since it was a blessing from heaven, why not give it a try? Can't the two of them find out if they are a good match only after living together?
But Jiang Wanqing was determined not to let Chen Xuan know her true identity, the chairman and lifelong president of the Kyushu Group. She wanted to try out this handsome guy with an ordinary identity to see if he was worth her true feelings. Now Chen Xuan's affectionate words and somewhat reckless kisses made Jiang Wanqing feel like her head was about to crash. She knew that she couldn't bear to leave him now. Chen Xuan said that he was thinking of nothing but her, and Jiang Wanqing felt that she was the same.
Chen Xuan's sweet words made her blush.
Chen Xuan's caresses made her feel uncontrollable.
Chapter 24. This situation requires restraint. Chen Xuan could feel that Jiang Wanqing was becoming more and more shy.
She was clearly awake, but she was embarrassed to open her eyes.
My dear, I know you're awake. If you don't open your eyes to talk to me, I'm going to take off your clothes.
I can't remember our first time together, but your body looks great.
Do you want your husband to see the whole picture?
Chen Xuan's voice sounded in her ear, and Jiang Wanqing felt her body start to heat up.
She was so nervous. This young man may seem honest, but in fact he's a bit of a sly fox, gentle and funny. I wonder if he'll really take off her clothes, or is he just trying to scare her? Seeing Jiang Wanqing's coy and shy expression, Chen Xuan was secretly delighted.
The fact that she didn't refuse meant that she had accepted him, and that she would not divorce him.
He kissed her again, deeply, Jiang Wanqing's long eyelashes fluttering.
Finally, she responded with a soft moan. Their lips and teeth entwined in a passionate embrace.
Chen Xuan took off his shoes and got into bed, putting Jiang Wanqing in his arms.
After a long kiss, she shyly buried her head in his arms. The fullness and bounce of her breasts made Chen Xuan almost unable to resist. Jiang Wanqing was not only beautiful, but also had a great figure.
Wife, since we are registered as married and the agreement is for 1 year, why don't we try being together for a while? If after a year, you feel that we are not suitable for each other and you want to separate from me, I will absolutely not force you. What do you think of my suggestion?
Jiang Wanqing, who had her head in Chen Xuan's arms, let out a sound like a whisper.
Well, yes.
Chen Xuan was overjoyed and once again lowered his head and kissed her deeply.
Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but embrace his waist.
At this moment, the two of them fell for each other. They didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly there was a sound of footsteps outside the room, accompanied by voices.
Jiang Wanqing quickly pushed Chen Xuan away, thinking that the doctor must be doing his rounds. Chen Xuan immediately jumped off the bed.
Jiang Wanqing opened her eyes at this moment, gave him a look, and quickly tidied her clothes. The doctor on duty and a nurse walked in, glanced at Jiang Wanqing, who was flushed on the hospital bed, and then looked at Chen Xuan.
Are you the patient's family member? Chen Xuan nodded, I'm her husband. The doctor looked serious. The patient had only just woken up a short while ago, and had just eaten some food in the morning. She was still very weak and should not get too excited. You are the patient's family member, so you need to restrain yourself a bit in order for her to recover as soon as possible and completely. Then, ignoring the awkward situation between Chen Xuan and Jiang Wanqing, the doctor began to examine Jiang Wanqing's pulse, blood pressure, and other physiological indicators together with the nurse. Well, the patient is recovering well, but she still needs to pay attention to getting plenty of rest. One thing I need to remind you is that we have nurses here at night to take care of you, so you don't need a family member to stay with you. This way, you can get some rest earlier. Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly, okay, I got it. After the nurses and doctor left, Chen Xuan came to the bedside, sat down next to Jiang Wanqing. Honey, I knew you were awake.
Jiang Wanqing bit her red lips slightly. I dare not wake up, otherwise I don't know what kind of state I would be in if you were to bully me. Chen Xuan leaned in close to her face.
How have I ever bullied you? Jiang Wanqing's face grew more and more rosy. How else do you want to bully me? Every day you call me wife, wife. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled. We're registered as married, shouldn't I call you wife? Wife, can you hear everything I say every day? Jiang Wanqing thought about it.
The past is all hazy.
I woke up once that day and saw you.
I remembered our child. Jiang Wanqing's eyes reddened as she spoke, and Chen Xuan gently put his arm around her.
Don't be sad, my dear. The dead are dead, and the living must go on. Since it's happened, just let it be.
Jiang Wanqing gently wiped away a tear from her eye, and said, Well, I've come to terms with it in the past 2 days, and I'm not so sad anymore.
It's just that in the past 2 days, I've heard what you've been saying with extraordinary clarity.
Chen Xuan was very surprised.
My dear, so you understand what I'm saying?
Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. Well, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to try it with you.
But then you won't get the 3 million, and it's not too late to regret it.
Chen Xuan shook his head firmly. I wouldn't trade this beautiful wife of mine for 30 million.
Wife, the most important thing for you right now is to get your health back as soon as possible. Only when you're well can you leave the hospital and we can live together. Wife, I'll cook whatever you want to try my cooking. Jiang Wanqing's eyes filled with a smile. I'll eat whatever you cook, I'm not picky. Chen Xuan thought for a moment, and said, When I leave, I'll ask the doctor what you can eat to help your body recover faster. Suddenly, Chen Xuan's phone rang.
It was Han Yang calling, asking him to hurry back to the rented house. The property management company had called, and the neighbor downstairs said there was a leak in his apartment. Han Yang said that he had been temporarily called back to work overtime by the company and sent him to the nearby mountains to negotiate a business deal. Now he had no car and could not come back. It was possible that he had forgotten to turn off the tap when he left, which had flooded the downstairs neighbor's house. Chen Xuan was anxious to hear this. If the flooding was serious, he wondered how much money he would have to pay for the damage. Although the responsibility lay with Chao Yang, he could not let Han Yang bear it alone. Jiang Wanqing heard what Han Yang had said on the phone.
Chen Xuan, you should go back quickly, you don't need to come back tonight if there's anything.
She said with a slight blush on her cheeks, otherwise the doctor will not let you come at night either, call if there's anything. Chen Xuan was a little reluctant to hold Jiang Wanqing's hand.
Okay then, you should rest well, I'll come see you tomorrow. I'll bring you something delicious. I still have so much to tell you. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. The two reluctantly parted. After Chen Xuan left the ward, Jiang Wanqing opened the drawer by the bed, took out a mobile phone, dialed a number.
Secretarially, you go to the vicinity of Ningyuan building immediately, find an older community, buy a house, and don't make a fuss.
Well, a 3-bedroom house will do, don't make it too big. Chen Xuan left the hospital and took a taxi straight to the Jindi community.
In the taxi, Chen Xuan wanted to send a message to Jiang Wanqing. He suddenly remembered that Jiang Wanqing's phone had broken down, but he still had her SIM card. He didn't know if she still had a phone, but he didn't have a phone number. He was going to see her again tomorrow, so he didn't worry about it. When he returned to the rented house, he opened the door and went inside to check. He saw that water was dripping from the bedroom wall. It turned out that it wasn't his home that had a leak, but the neighbor's home above him, and his place had actually been flooded. Chen Xuan immediately ran upstairs and knocked on the door, but no one answered, so he quickly contacted the property management company. After the property management company arrived, they immediately contacted the homeowner upstairs. Chen Xuan ran downstairs again to see how the neighbor's home downstairs was doing. When the upstairs neighbor returned, he closed the faucet that he had forgotten to turn off, and then came downstairs again to check on the situation. Then the neighbor contacted Chen Xuan's landlord to discuss compensation. Chen Xuan then cleaned up the room and removed the accumulated water. After a while, it was already past 6 p.m. Suddenly the door opened, and Han Yang returned, and he was not alone. Chapter 25. The girl Han Yang brought with her. Han Yang's girlfriend Chen Xuan had met before, but the girl who entered the room with Han Yang he did not know. This was a young girl with a slim figure in fashionable dress. Han Yang looked around, and said, Oh my, it's flooded like this. I thought I had forgotten to turn off the tap, what a false alarm. Otherwise, flooding the neighbor's house like this would be disastrous. I'd have to redo the whole place. Chen Chuan put down the mop. The property management and the upstairs neighbor had arrived. They had already contacted the landlord of the house, but I didn't know how the negotiations were going. Now that the floor was soaked and the wallpaper was falling off, I guess it would have to be redone. Chen Chuan was surveying the situation while talking, when Han Yang slapped his head. Oops, I forgot to introduce you to. This beautiful lady is. At that moment, the girl took a step forward and offered her hand.
Hello, handsome, I'm Han Yang's colleague, Lu Fei.
Chen Chuan quickly wiped his hand on his body, extended his hand and shook it lightly with Lu Fei.
Hello, I'm Han Yang's roommate and his college classmate. My name is Chen Chuan.
Han Yang patted Chen Chuan on the shoulder. We were in the same dormitory in college and are good buddies who have been through thick and thin together.
Lu Fei is very generous.
Han Yang mentioned you on the bus just now, saying that you work for a medical aesthetics company in the UN building. Han Yang sighed. Hey, that person works for a big company, and even if they have projects on their hands, they don't have to work overtime. And look at me, on the weekend, I still have to be called in to work overtime by the company.
Chen Chuan, you don't know, the advertising business our company undertakes is a weight loss training camp in a big mountain.
The road is quite winding, and without a car, it takes at least a day to walk out.
When I received the call from the property management company, the company car was not there, and they said that something came up and they could only pick me up in the evening. I had no choice but to call you.
Aren't you taking care of your relative in the hospital? Did you not get delayed?
Chen Chuan shook his head gently. It's fine, my relative's condition has improved a lot.
Han Yang let out a sigh of relief. That's good, otherwise I would feel bad asking you to rush back to work.
Chen Chuan glanced at Han Yang and said, Oh, there's a pretty girl here, so I'm being polite. Can you stop pretending?
I don't believe you're embarrassed. Han Yang puffed out his chest and said, Really, I heard there was a leak at home, and I was afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it, so I called Lu Fei, and she didn't hesitate to come to the mountains and pick me up.
Lu Fei smiled and said, I can testify that this is true, because my car is still downstairs. Chen Chuan's mouth twitched.
Han Yang must have used this as an excuse to get close to Lu Fei. But he couldn't blow the whistle on him, so he just gave Han Yang a thumbs up.
Dude, you're the man.
Han Yang had a thick skin and his expression didn't change at all.
Let's do this. To thank Lu Fei for picking me up and to reward my buddy Chen Chuan for his hard work, how about I treat you both to some skewers? The new barbecue restaurant outside the community is good.
Chen Chuan didn't want to be a third wheel, so I'll tidy up while you two go eat. I'll just make some instant noodles at home if I get hungry.
Lu Fei glanced at Chen Chuan and said, You worked hard at home, and Han Yang should treat you. It's not because I'm here that you're embarrassed to go together, is it? Otherwise, I'll go home first and you two go eat.
Han Yang snatched the mop from Chen Chuan's hands and put it aside.
Buddy, you say I'm pretending, but just because a pretty girl is here, you can't even enjoy some kebabs? Don't bother tidying up, because if we start renovating, all this will have to come down.
I'm treating you to some kebabs, and you two have to come, no one is allowed to refuse. With that, he dragged Chen Chuan out the door.
Chen Chuan had no choice.
He followed Han Yang and Lu Fei out of the door and downstairs to the barbecue restaurant outside the community, without changing out of his work clothes.
A blue Volkswagen Beetle was parked downstairs in the community. As the three of them walked by, Lu Fei opened the car door and put her accompanying satchel in the car, so it seemed to be Lu Fei's car. The three of them arrived at the barbecue restaurant, ordered a table full of lamb skewers, meat tendons, chicken wings, and stick fish, but this time, Han Yang did not order the nourishing delicacies such as lamb guns and lamb eggs. Taking the opportunity when Lu Fei went to the bathroom, Chen Chuan hurriedly leaned close to Han Yang and, This is the girl you were talking about, who is interested in you. Han Yang smiled proudly. Hee, what do you think? Not as good as my girlfriend, right?
The point is that she is also rich. Although the Volkswagen Beetle is not considered a high-end car, at least she can afford it.
Can we be friends? We have to calculate even when buying an electric scooter. Chen Chuan nodded. That's true, but I think the key is whether she can spend her money on you. Han Yang ordered a case of beer. None of that matters for now. The point is whether she can embark with me on an unforgettable journey of love. Just today, my buddy called her to come pick me up. Do you think there's a chance?
Chen Chuan nodded. Well, I also think there's a chance.
Then you should like the lamb gun and lamb eggs, just in case you need them tonight.
Han Yang poked Chen Chuan with her hand and said, Stop it, we're not there yet.
What if I scare the girl away? If you move too fast, you'll break the eggs.
I'm good at getting girls, some can be settled quickly, while others need to be cooked slowly. With Lu Fei, you have to take your time, there's no rush. When you get a girlfriend again, I can impart some of the secrets I've discovered, and I guarantee you'll become an expert at picking up girls. Chen Xuan shrugged. He didn't want to tell Han Yang that he was already married and his wife was a stunning beauty. He will wait for an opportunity to show off Jiang Wanqing and blow the streets in the field, so that Han Yang knows what a master is. Lu Fei returned, and the three of them started to drink and eat skewers. With a girl there, Han Yang was more particular and switched to drinking from a glass instead of toasting from a bottle. Lu Fei told Han Yang and Chen Xuan that she could find a designated driver to drive and be able to accompany the two of them to drink less. Only after drinking did they realize that Lu Fei's suggestion to drink less was not at all less. Her alcohol tolerance was definitely higher than Han Yang's. After 3 beers, Lu Fei's face was as calm and relaxed as if she had just drunk 3 bottles of water. Chen Xuan felt ashamed of himself. In front of you two, I am no match for you when it comes to drinking.
You can do more than I can.
Lu Fei picked up a bottle that Han Yang had opened and poured it into Chen Xuan's glass.
Handsome guy, drink up, don't hold back.
Chen Xuan tapped his fingers on the table to express his thanks for Lu Fei's toast, while shaking his head.
Lu Fei, I really can't drink, especially if I get drunk, I'll black out and won't know what I've done. Lu Fei's eyes were smiling. What kind of mistakes could you make?
Tell us.
Han Yang followed suit. Yeah, buddy, what mistakes have you made that I don't know about? Tell me, it'll help get the party started. Chen Xuan of course couldn't tell the story of the last time he blacked out. I'm such a law-abiding person, what mistakes could I make?
I'm just worried about making mistakes, it's called preparing for the future.
Han Yang raised his glass.
Since there was a girl here, he started to recite poetry.
First, let's have a toast. Let me accompany you as you talk about poetry and songs. I can recite them at will.
Lu Fei also raised her glass and looked at Chen Xuan.
Handsome guy, I want to see what you look like when you're drunk. Let's have a toast. Han Yang and Lu Fei clinked their glasses together and said in unison, no way.
At that moment, Lu Fei's phone suddenly rang. She put down her glass, picked up the phone, looked at it, and then answered.
Hello, dear, what are your instructions?
Han Yang's face changed when she heard Lu Fei address the phone so affectionately.
Chen Xuan also sighed for Han Yang.
It turned out that Lu Fei had a boyfriend, and Han Yang's unrequited love was probably going to go down the drain.
Lu Fei did not notice the change in Han Yang's expression and continued to answer the phone. You only remembered to look for me when you were bored. Okay, since we are such good friends, I will keep you company.
Not only me, but also 2 handsome guys.
If you are not afraid of your uncle getting jealous, come over, I will send you the location. Okay, then come over, I'll be waiting for you here.
Han Yang let out a sigh of relief when she heard Lu Fei's subsequent speech. It turned out that it was Lu Fei's girlfriend who was looking for her.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Fei explained to the 2 men.
It's my best friend who's looking for me.
Her boyfriend's in a meeting at the office, and I don't know when it'll be over.
She knows I'm free, so she asked me to keep her company. At this, Lu Fei looked at Han Yang and said, my best friend also works at our company, you know her.
Han Yang gulps down the wine in her glass and asks, who is it?
I haven't noticed who your good friends are at work. Lu Fei smiles and says, if you haven't noticed, it means you haven't been paying enough attention to me.
I'll tell you, it's Yang Yi. Han Yang's eyes widen. Ah, it's her. Chapter 26, what a coincidence. Seeing Han Yang's surprised expression, Lu Fei was very surprised. Han Yang, what's wrong with you? You know Yang Yi.
Han Yang glanced at Chen Xuan.
Yes, I know her, and someone among us knows her very well. Lu Fei looked at Chen Xuan and suddenly realized. No way, what a coincidence. You and Yang Yi.
Chen Xuan lifted the glass in front of him and gulped it down.
Yes, I am Yang Yi's ex-boyfriend. You two drink, I'll leave first. Lu Fei rubbed her hands together. Oh no, don't go, you haven't finished eating yet. Chen Xuan, Yang Yi now has a boyfriend, and he is a rich uncle. I think you need to let go.
Chen Xuan smiled. I let go a long time ago, after breaking up with Yang Yi.
Since we can't be together, why force it? She and I are now like people from 2 different worlds. Hearing everything about her doesn't make my heart stir in any way. Lu Fei stared at Chen Xuan. Really? If it doesn't stir your heart, you should care about her completely, so why are you avoiding her?
Whether you've let her go or not will be clear as soon as the 2 of you meet.
Do you dare to wait to see Yang Yi? Han Yang looked at Lu Fei and said, let's not make trouble.
When Yang Yi and Chen Xuan just broke up, Chen Xuan was depressed for a while.
Let Chen Xuan go. If it's too awkward for the two of them to meet, they won't be able to enjoy the wine. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled.
Chen Xuan, if you haven't let her go, then just go.
Han Yang looked at Chen Xuan and said, let me pack you some lamb skewers to go. Chen Xuan thought about it. In fact, Lu Fei was right. If he really let her go, he would no longer care about Yang Yi in his heart. Even if they met again, what would it matter? Didn't Yang Yi say to Han Yang that they should get together if they had the chance? She definitely didn't care anymore, so why should he care?
He shouldn't avoid her. He was now married with a wife, and his heart was completely taken up by Jiang Wanqing.
What was the point of deliberately avoiding his ex-girlfriend?
Besides, when he was dating Yang Yi back then, it was nowhere near as unforgettable as she made it out to be.
It was just a little more intimate than an ordinary boyfriend-girlfriend relationship.
There was really no need to avoid seeing each other.
Lu Fei was right. If you let go, you should face it with an open mind. Chen Xuan picked up the wine and poured his glass full. I'm not leaving then.
Although we were classmates, I haven't seen Yang Yi for a long time.
It wouldn't hurt to meet up.
Han Yang sized up Chen Xuan. Buddy, don't try to be brave, Yang Yi has a boyfriend, let's not make a fool of ourselves.
Chen Xuan laughed. What are you thinking? What kind of joke could we make? I'm not even going to beg Yang Yi to come back.
You're really overthinking it. If I had that kind of heart, I would have gone to Yang Yi a long time ago. Why wait until today?
Han Yang let out a sigh of relief. That's good.
Besides, there are plenty of fish in the sea, and one shouldn't let oneself get bogged down.
Wait for an opportunity and Lu Fei will introduce you to a girl. Lu Fei's narrow, slanted eyes filled with surprise. How is it that a handsome guy like you doesn't even have a girlfriend? Really?
Chen Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words.
Han Yang didn't even know about Jiang Wanqing, so he definitely couldn't tell Lu Fei. Ah, no need, I can handle my own affairs. Lu Fei smiled. The handsome guy was still embarrassed. How could he handle it himself? Just say it. What kind of person do you like? I can introduce you if I meet the right one. It's not still the type of Yang Yi, is it?
I heard that men who can't get a girlfriend usually can't let go, so the girlfriends they find in the future all have the shadow of an ex-girlfriend. Chen Xuan's mind conjured up the image of Jiang Wanqing, who was obviously not the same type as Yang Yi.
It seemed that Lu Fei's statement was just a legend. He was about to explain when suddenly Lu Fei looked towards the door, then stood up and waved, and Yang Yi arrived. Chen Xuan and Han Yang were both sitting with their backs to the door, and Yang Yi didn't recognize who they were. She walked over to the table and looked at Lu Fei. She didn't expect that our beautiful Lu Fei was really drinking with a handsome guy. Introduce us quickly. Han Yang turned around and stood up. Yang Yi, how come you don't even recognize me? Yang Yi smiled. Oh, it's Han Yang. I didn't recognize you from behind.
At this time, Chen Xuan also stood up.
Old classmate, don't you recognize me?
Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Yang Yi immediately froze, her face blushing uncontrollably, before returning to normal.
Chen Xuan, long time no see. Chen Xuan nodded. Not too long, about 2 years. Lu Fei looked at the two of them and said, don't just stand there, sit down and eat and chat. The four of them sat down again. Lu Fei pointed at Han Yang and said,
he borrowed my car today, so I can't ask him for the gas and labor costs, so I'll just let him treat us.
You can order whatever you want, Han Yang is paying. Yang Yi quickly waved her hand. I don't really want anything to eat, there are still so many dishes here, right? My boyfriend said this, and Yang Yi couldn't help but glance at Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan didn't care, looking at Yang Yi indifferently as she spoke. He couldn't be with me at the company meeting, so I thought of asking Lu Fei to keep me company, but I didn't expect you guys to be here eating kebabs.
Chen Xuan is here too, so I didn't expect it even more. Last time I saw Han Yang, I said I wanted to get together sometime.
Lu Fei asked the waiter for a wine glass, then filled it and placed it in front of Yang Yi.
So I have inadvertently fulfilled a wish of yours. Since things are going so well, we should drink to this reunion today.
Yang Yi nodded. Well, I don't usually drink, but today is a special occasion, especially since Chen Xuan is here, so I'll drink a little less.
Chen Xuan raised his glass. Han Yang and Lu Fei are both drinkers, and before Yang Yi came, I wanted to drink less. Yang Yi is here, and I still feel the same way. Those who can do more should do more. If you can drink, feel free to do so, but I will stop when I have had enough. But this glass is an exception, I have to drink it. Well, this glass is to toast to the future us. I hope that the four of us will all be healthy and happy in the future. Han Yang got excited and switched from a glass to a bottle. He stared at Lu Fei and said, "My buddy is right. I hope we can all be happy in the future. To happiness, I'll drink the whole bottle." While Han Yang was drinking from the bottle, Chen Xuan, Lu Fei, and Yang Yi all drained their glasses. Yang Yi really couldn't handle alcohol, and her face flushed with a glass of wine. She looked at Chen Xuan and said, "It's been so long, you don't hold a grudge against me, do you?" Chen Xuan was taken aback. "Why should I hate you?" Yang Yi filled her glass again. "I didn't stay by your side at the beginning and chose another boyfriend. I heard that you were depressed for a long time." Chen Xuan laughed. "Ha, it was really difficult at the time. My financial situation was really bad and I couldn't afford to date a girlfriend. But your news may not be accurate. I was depressed for 2 days and then it passed. Everyone has their own way of living and their own choices. There is no right or wrong, and there is no need to force it. I heard that you found a rich boyfriend, and that the man really likes you, which is pretty good." Yang Yi nodded. "Well, Lu is really good to me, especially caring about me and spoiling me and everything." Speaking of which, Yang Yi looked at Chen Xuan and said, "Chen Xuan, I still have to say a few words to you. You're already working, and you should pay attention to your image. Even if you don't have any money, you should get decent clothes so that you won't be looked down upon by others, and then you can find a girlfriend." Chen Xuan didn't explain, just smiled. "You still care about these things, but thank you for speaking your mind. In fact, the girl who likes me probably doesn't care about these things either." Yang Yi sighed. "Well, that's true. If you have a car, a house, and savings, even if you're wearing big underpants and flip-flops, girls will still chase after you." Lu Fei quietly patted Yang Yi on the back, then looked at Han Yang and Chen Xuan. "Not all women care about these things in a man, sometimes mutual affection is better than anything else." Yang Yi disagreed, "Maybe. Chen Xuan, don't mind me, I just say whatever comes to mind. Come on, let's drink some more." Han Yang pointed at the food on the table. "Hey, don't just drink, eat some food, otherwise you'll get drunk easily. Besides, the drinks are quite expensive." Lu Fei wrinkled her nose. "Then I'll drink more to get my money's worth back." Han Yang was helpless. "Okay, I'll drink with you." The four of them ate and chatted, and time passed unknowingly. Yang Yi drank until her face was flushed, and while she was talking, she suddenly stood up. "My boyfriend is here to pick me up." She waved her hand towards the entrance of the barbecue restaurant and said, "Lao Lu, I'm here." Chen Xuan turned his head and suddenly froze. President Lu. Chapter 27, A Wealthy and Suspicious Boyfriend. Yang Yi's boyfriend is actually the company's general manager Lu. Chen Xuan cursed in his heart, what a coincidence. At this time, General Manager Lu had already walked to the table, his face gloomy. I thought you were with your best friend, why is there another person here?" Lu Fei shrugged. "Oh, General Manager Lu tracked down Yi's phone location again? Without even saying hello in advance, he wants to check up on me." Lu Zong looked at Lu Fei and squeezed out a smile. "Lu Fei, your mouth is getting more and more unforgiving. Yi and I are inseparable. Yi is willing to let me know her whereabouts. This is called trust. You are still young and don't know what love is." At this time, Yang Yi got up and took Lu Zong's hand, leaning her body against his arm. Chen Xuan and Han Yang had both stood up, but Mr. Lu ignored them and just looked at Yang Yi. "You don't usually drink. Why are you drinking so much today? Are you happy to see your classmates, or are you excited to see handsome guys?" Chen Xuan frowned slightly. Mr. Lu's words were full of barbs. Yang Yi, however, seemed to have not heard or cared at all. "Mr. Lu, this is Chen Xuan." Mr. Lu then looked at Chen Xuan. "Little Chen, I didn't realize you knew Yi. You're not in the same major, are you? Did you know each other in college?" Han Yang reached out at this point. "Hello Mr. Lu, my name is Han Yang, I work with Yang Yi. Chen Xuan is my roommate. I invited Lu Fei and Chen Xuan to have some skewers today, and Yang Yi happened to be there, and that's how we met." Mr. Lu shook hands with Han Yang lightly. "Oh, I see. It's quite a coincidence that we met." Then he reached out to Chen Xuan. "Chen, let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Lu Run, Yi's current boyfriend." Chen Xuan shook Lu Ren's hand. Mr. Lu, I never thought this would happen. What a coincidence.
Lu Ren's face was smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes.
It really is a coincidence. Since you are Yi's classmate, I will definitely pay more attention to you in the future. But you have to work hard, don't let me down. Chen Xuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't like the condescending way Mr. Lu spoke. Yang Yi, however, beamed from ear to ear. Yes, Chen Xuan, work hard in your company in the future. Mr. Lu will not treat you badly because of my face.
Mr. Lu gently patted Yang Yi's hand.
Yi is right, your department is under my direct leadership, just follow me and do a good job in the future. Yi, I came to see you as soon as the company meeting finished. Let's go home, you haven't drunk the soup I made for you yet.
Yang Yi nodded, clinging to General Manager Lu like a little bird.
Okay, then let's go home now. Saying this, she looked at Lu Fei and said, I'll accompany you shopping when I'm free, see you tomorrow. Then she nodded to Chen Xuan and Han Yang, you guys eat slowly, I'll go first.
Lu Fei said goodbye, and Han Yang and Chen Xuan wanted to see her off, but Lu Zong waved his hand.
You guys eat, don't see me off, see you later.
He watched as Lu Zong left the barbecue restaurant holding Yang Yi's hand.
Han Yang snorted. I think Yang Yi is being pampered by Lu Zong. Lu Fei sighed, hey, actually Lu Ren is pretty good to Yi, except that he is a bit paranoid.
Lu Ren requires Yi to not contact men outside of work, and to delete all male contacts from her phone except those related to work.
Yi's phone has GPS, so Lu Ren can find her at any time.
He says that this is being faithful to each other, and that's true love.
Han Yang's eyes widened, damn, isn't that psychological abuse? Can Yang Yi stand it?
Lu Fei took a bite of the meat tendon and said, look at the designer clothes she's wearing and the bag she's carrying, they're all very expensive. Lu Ren cooks for her at home and doesn't make her do any housework, he's really treating her well.
Maybe today, seeing you two handsome guys here, she had a gut feeling and resisted, right?
Chen Xuan glanced at Han Yang and said, Yang Yi is not your girlfriend, so why do you care what happens to her?
She likes being pampered by Lu Ren, and she probably thinks that's pretty happy.
What do we care?
Han Yang was taken aback. He shook his head. You're right. What's it got to do with me? You're the one who understands. It seems like you've really let go of Yang Yi. Chen Xuan ate 2 peanuts. I've already let go, as I said. To be honest, I don't feel anything about Yang Yi's situation or her boyfriend. It's just that our company's president Lu is actually Yang Yi's boyfriend, which is quite annoying.
Everyone in the company rumors that this President Lu is petty and narrow-minded. He values Yang Yi so much and is suspicious of others. If I go back and ask to find out if I'm Yang Yi's ex-boyfriend, I wonder if he can make things difficult for me at work in the future.
Han Yang nodded. I also feel that President Lu is looking at you with the wrong kind of eyes.
What he said implied care, but it felt like a threat.
Is this really just a rival's intuition? Lu Fei gave Han Yang a look. Chen Xuan has already let it go, so where is Lu Ren's rival?
At most, he is an imaginary enemy.
Chen Xuan thought to himself, when Jiang Wanqing recovers, if she agrees.
Let everyone see that my wife is a stunning beauty, and then General Manager Lu will no longer have any doubts about him, and this matter will be resolved. Thinking of this, Chen Xuan picked up a lamb kebab, unconcerned, I haven't cuckolded General Manager Lu, I have a clear conscience.
Don't care about him, there are so many dishes, it would be a waste not to eat them.
Han Yang had drunk too much again this time, while Lu Fei was unruffled, it seemed that for her, these drinks were really just a little bit too much. Chen Xuan helped Han Yang back to the community, and Lu Fei found a designated driver. Although Han Yang had drunk too much, he behaved well and did not lose his temper. When the designated driver arrived, he politely said goodbye to Lu Fei and watched the beetle leave. Back home, lying in bed, Chen Xuan's mind was not at all affected by Yang Yi's matter, but only thinking about Jiang Wanqing. Those moist red lips, watery eyes, and that tempting cue ball. If the doctor hadn't told him so solemnly that he had to let Jiang Wanqing rest at night and not disturb her, he would have wanted to run to the hospital right now. Regretting that he forgot to ask Jiang Wanqing if she had another phone number so that he could contact her at night, Chen Xuan fell asleep without realizing it. Knock, knock, knock. Early the next morning, before he even got up, someone knocked on the door. Chen Xuan sleepily opened the door, and it turned out to be the neighbor from upstairs, who had brought the decorator with him. The decorator wanted to take a look at the situation in the house and was prepared to start redecorating tomorrow. Before long, the landlord also arrived and demanded that the floor and walls in the house be redone. However, this meant that it would be impossible to live here for the time being. The landlord was unable to do anything about the situation and discussed it with Han Yang and Chen Xuan, asking the two of them to temporarily find other places to live, and the rent for the period could be disregarded. Without a place to stay for the time being, Han Yang decided to find a cheap hotel to stay in these days. The location was chosen near Lu Fei's house, and they could carpool to and from work together, which would also enhance their relationship. Chen Xuan thought about it and decided to go to the company and sleep on the floor. After all, it was a separate office, and he could do more work. In fact, he also had another thought. He would go and see the situation today. If the doctor gave him the go-ahead, he could go to Jiang Wanqing's ward at night and stay with her. Chapter 28, worried that he might lose control. Just as the two were discussing where to find a place to live, Chen Xuan's phone suddenly rang. It was Officer Li calling, asking Chen Xuan to go to the traffic police station. The driver who had hit Jiang Wanqing had been found. Chen Xuan immediately went out to the traffic police station, but Officer Li was busy and it was a while before it was Chen Xuan's turn to see him. As the family member of the person who was hit and injured, Chen Xuan signed some documents to confirm his identity. He was told that he would be notified by phone about how to proceed next, and that he would need to come to the traffic police team again at that time. It was already afternoon when Chen Xuan took the car to the hospital. Yesterday, when he left the hospital, he asked the doctor about what food Jiang Wanqing could eat to help her recover. The doctor said that Jiang Wanqing had just started eating, and that the hospital needed to formulate a diet plan tailored to her condition. It was not suitable for her to eat additional food for a few days. If the family wants to cook something for the patient, they can wait a few days, so Chen Xuan went empty-handed today. In the car, Chen Xuan thought about Jiang Wanqing. Her shy and graceful appearance really made him feel unable to help. Every time he saw her, Chen Xuan felt that all his worries disappeared. Today, he must spend some more time with her, so that Jiang Wanqing will call him her husband. That will make them feel like a real couple. Chen Xuan entered the hospital and soon arrived at Ward 501. He knocked gently on the door and was about to push it open when it opened instead. An unfamiliar old lady stood in the doorway. "Young man, who are you looking for?" Chen Xuan had never seen this old lady before. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing's elders or relatives had come to visit her? Chen Xuan was very polite. "Old lady, I'm here to see Jiang Wanqing." The old lady was taken aback. "Jiang Wanqing?" "Young man, you've got the wrong door, there's no Jiang Wanqing here." Chen Xuan was shocked. He went straight into the ward and found an old man lying in bed. "Young man, there really is no one here called Jiang Wanqing, we just moved in." Chen Xuan was a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Wanqing had changed wards again? He immediately went to the nurse's station to ask. He didn't know any of the nurses today. "Hello, which room has Jiang Wanqing in 501 moved to?" One nurse looked down at the records and said, "The patient in room 501 was discharged at noon." Chen Xuan was shocked. "Discharged? Is Jiang Wanqing's body ready to be discharged?" The nurse looked at the discharge record carefully. Yes, the record here shows that she was indeed discharged, and it was at her own request. Chen Xuan was even more puzzled, but she had just been transferred to a general ward and her body was still in the recovery stage. The nurse looked at the discharge record again and saw that Jiang Wanqing had requested to be discharged, and there was also the signature of the hospital director. At this time, an older nurse walked over and looked up and down at Chen Xuan. "You are Ms. Jiang's family member." After comprehensive consideration by the hospital director and several experts, Ms. Jiang can be discharged, but she needs to be transferred to a rehabilitation institution to continue to regulate her body. Chen Xuan was really a little confused. Last night, he and Jiang Wanqing had talked about it nicely, so why did she suddenly leave the hospital without saying anything? And she didn't even say goodbye to him. The main thing was that he didn't have Jiang Wanqing's contact information. The two of them only had each other's phone numbers, and they had never added each other on WeChat. He couldn't add her on WeChat using her number. Did Jiang Wanqing change her mind again? Did she really want to divorce him? Then would lawyer Zhang come looking for him soon? Could it be that he would never see Jiang Wanqing again? He had promised that if Jiang Wanqing really decided to break up with him, he would not pester her, and he would agree. But after agreeing, although he would get 3 million, he would never see his wife again. In that case, Chen Xuan felt like his heart would ache, and his mind was full of random thoughts. Suddenly the phone rang. It was lawyer Zhang. Chen Xuan was shocked. Could it really be as he thought? It shouldn't be like this. Jiang Wanqing clearly liked him. Chen Chuan connected the call with trepidation.
Hello, Sister Zhang, did you know that Jiang Wanqing has been discharged from the hospital?
Sister Zhang's voice seemed to contain a smile. I know, I was the one who arranged her discharge.
I'm calling to let you know. But Wanjing's health is still not recovered.
It's okay, she has changed to a rehabilitation institution, and she will recover faster.
Ah, is it more suitable for recovery than the hospital?
Chen Chuan was a little confused.
Zhang Jie's voice came, yes, I also want to ask you, you didn't sign the divorce agreement yesterday, do you regret it?
If you regret it, it's not too late, as long as you sign the divorce agreement, you will immediately get 3 million. Chen Chuan was resolute.
I have no regrets.
I am willing to take care of Wanqing. If she is willing, I can take care of her for the rest of her life. I have said that as long as Wanqing is willing to be with me, I will not agree to divorce, no matter how much money it is, not to mention 3 million.
Have you really thought it through?
Jiang Wanqing is almost as old as your mother.
Do you really not care? If you regret it in the future, you won't get a penny.
It's not worth it to give up 3 million just to spend some time together. Chen Chuan did not hesitate. Just now, he had sincerely cared about Jiang Wanqing, and he was so worried. This showed that he really liked Jiang Wanqing and even felt that he could not live without her. If you really love someone, it turns out to be so profound.
This kind of feeling really has nothing to do with age.
Chen Chuan once again firmly replied to Lawyer Zhang, Sister Zhang, I have thought it over and I will not regret it. There was laughter on the other end of the line, and Lawyer Zhang said, I'm relieved to hear that.
I was just teasing you.
I hope you two will have a happy life together, but since Wanqing doesn't have any children and has been hurt by a scumbag, you mustn't hurt her again.
Chen Chuan's attitude was sincere, and he said, I've made up my mind, so don't worry, Sister Zhang.
That's good. Wanqing knows that your place was flooded. So she rented a house especially for you to move in.
Oh, is that so? Chen Chuan was both surprised and happy.
After hanging up the phone, his anxious mood was swept away. At this time, Chen Chuan's phone rang, and he received a message from an unfamiliar number.
The message contained a detailed address in the Jiaxing community. It also stated that Chen Chuan should go there, and it was signed by Jiang Wanqing. Jiaxing community. Chen Chuan knew that it was only 3 stops from Ning Yuan building, so he immediately took a taxi there.
Unit 2, Building 9, Room 702, Chen Chuan happily arrived at this address. Thinking that Jiang Wanqing was waiting for him in the room, Chen Chuan calmed down a bit before raising his hand to knock on the door. The door opened quickly, and there was a woman in the room. She looked at Chen Chuan and,
You are Chen Chuan, right? Chen Chuan nodded, yes, and you are? Ah, hello Mr. Chen, I'm the cleaning lady hired by Ms. Jiang. I've cleaned the house and I've been waiting for you.
She said and took out the key, these are the house keys Ms. Jiang asked me to give to you.
Chen Chuan was stunned, isn't Wanqing here?
The cleaning lady shook her head, I haven't seen the person you're talking about, Ms. Jiang gave me the keys through an agency. Chen Chuan took the key, and couldn't help but feel a little lost in his heart. Although he had a place to live, the fact that Jiang Wanqing wasn't there made him feel empty. The cleaning lady left, and Chen Chuan went inside to take a look. Although the decoration was a bit old, it was a 3-bedroom apartment with a living room, and the living space was sufficient. Moreover, the bed was covered with new bedding, and the furniture and appliances in the house were complete. At this time, Chen Chuan thought of the phone number that sent the message.
It should be Jiang Wanqing's new phone number, right?
He immediately dialed the number, but the phone was quickly hung up. Just as Chen Chuan was wondering, he received a message telling him to add WeChat using this number. The profile picture on WeChat was a landscape painting. After he had approved the friend request, a message immediately came through. This is Jiang Wanqing.
Have you arrived at Jiaxing? Chen Chuan immediately replied, I'm here, honey, where are you? Jiang Wanqing, I'm at a medical rehabilitation center. My body still needs to be adjusted before I can fully recover. Chen Chuan, you rented a house and left me on my own. How lonely. I miss you.
Jiang Wanqing, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself if I stay with you until I'm fully recovered.
A shy face emoji follows. Jiang Wanqing's words make Chen Chuan feel itchy inside.
Since his wife has said this, she really accepts him for who he is, so he can stop worrying.
Chen Chuan sent back a surprised expression, I can hold back. Jiang Wanqing, you're making my heart flutter, I'm afraid I can't hold back. Then a blushing expression was sent. Chen Xuan sent a kissing action, then, "Wife, can you send me a photo, so I don't have to think about it?"
After waiting for a while, a full-body photo of Jiang Wanqing's side was sent.
Chapter 29. Do you have a problem with your orientation?
Jiang Wanqing didn't seem as shy on the screen as she did in Chen Xuan's presence, and she was more bold in her conversation.
The photo she sent was also not conservative. The photo showed Jiang Wanqing in a room, wearing a form-fitting sports top and yoga pants.
She had a slender and graceful figure, with attractive curves. Her profile was very three-dimensional in the setting sun, and she looked radiant.
Then Jiang Wanqing's WeChat message came. "I haven't recovered yet, I'm wearing a hospital gown, and the front view is ugly. Here's a side view from before, I'll send it to you." Chen Xuan wanted to know how Jiang Wanqing was doing. "Honey, you're in a single room, right? We can video chat." Jiang Wanqing quickly sent 2 pictures, showing a nurse using an instrument to test her body. "Jiang Wanqing, it's not convenient with the nurse nearby. A doctor will come to ask questions in a while, so it's not convenient to send a video for now." "Chen Xuan, where is this rehabilitation center? Is it convenient to visit you?" "Jiang Wanqing, it's not in Bin City, it's on a mountain by the sea. The environment is very good, but it's also very remote and the transportation is inconvenient.
The doctor said that it won't take long for me to recover and I can go home to rest and recuperate. So you don't need to come and see me, just wait for me at home."
Chen Xuan, "Okay, if it takes too long, I'll come and see you." Jiang Wanqing, "Okay, that's settled." Chen Xuan suddenly realized something. Who took the photos of his wife? He sent a message to Jiang Wanqing as soon as he thought of it. "Wife, who took your photos?" Jiang Wanqing, "I took them myself." "Don't you have a selfie stick? Why, are you not confident now?" Chen Xuan, "My wife is so beautiful, I have to be vigilant."
Jiang Wanqing, "Don't worry, I will also be vigilant and keep other men away."
"Okay, I will send you a WeChat when I have finished the physical examination and everything is fine." "Okay." Chen Xuan sent a kiss emoticon in return.
Chen Xuan returned to the rented house in Jindi community, packed his things, and prepared to move. The decorators will be there first thing in the morning, so he moved into a rental in Jiaxing community tonight, which would make it convenient to talk to Jiang Wanqing and also allow him to sleep peacefully.
Chen Xuan didn't have much stuff, just some clothes and simple items like a computer. While he was packing, Han Yang came home.
"Buddy, I found a hotel, it's near Lu Fei's place and the price isn't expensive."
"You're going to sleep on the floor at the office? Why don't you come and stay with me?" Chen Xuan shook his head, "I'm not going to be the third wheel between you and Lu Fei." Han Yang laughed, "Why are you being so sour?
Why don't you let Lu Fei introduce you to a girl? She has more than just Yang Yi as a best friend."
Chen Xuan had almost finished packing, and his suitcase was completely full. "Forget it, it's all about Yang Yi no matter what. You can find a girlfriend even if you leave this circle."
Han Yang stared at Chen Xuan and said, "Oh, I feel like something's wrong with you lately."
"You're not even interested in introductions to girls? Oh, grass, you're not changing your orientation, are you? Damn, man, I only like girls, nothing else. Don't you even think about it." Chen Xuan spat out, "Can you stop being so self-absorbed? Even if I change my taste, I won't look at you." Han Yang looked at Chen Xuan, "Dude, don't mess with me, I really have changed my taste. Are you a 0 or a 1? Chen Xuan glared at Han Yang and said, "Fuck off, you're a 0 and a 1.
Seeing that Han Yang was still looking at him with a doubtful expression, Chen Xuan decided not to hide it anymore.
"In fact, I've recently been dating a girlfriend."
Chen Xuan felt that if he told Han Yang directly that he was married, it would be a bit sudden.
Some things are better explained slowly to avoid any trouble explaining them. Han Yang's eyes widened. "Ah, I knew it.
You've been acting mysterious all the time, hiding something from me."
"What does your girlfriend do? You didn't really find a rich woman, did you? What does she look like?" Chen Xuan poured a glass of water and took a big drink.
"Rich women are a scarce resource.
How could I possibly meet so many rich women? My girlfriend is just an ordinary company employee. She's okay looking, passable. I think she's pretty good." Han Yang leaned over. "Do you have a photo? Let me take a look." Chen Xuan pretended to be embarrassed. "Oh, I can't show it to you. She's not as pretty as your girlfriend or Lu Fei."
Han Yang has always been confident in the appearance of his girlfriends. He looked at Chen Chuan with a smug expression and comforted him.
Hey, you can't put it that way.
If you're looking for a wife, you don't necessarily have to look for a pretty one.
What if some rich boss takes a fancy to her and then competes with you? Wouldn't that be annoying? Just like Yang Yi, who you dated for a short time back then, isn't she an example? I'm just curious, you're so handsome, what kind of girlfriend can you find? Show your buddy the photo, and in a few days, your buddy will still invite you for skewers. Do you think it's okay?
Chen Chuan sold a little suspense, and only then took out his phone and opened the side photo sent by Jiang Wanqing.
Okay, as a friend, I'll grant you this small wish. But there's no front view, so I'll show you a side view.
Han Yang took the phone and just glanced at it, and his eyes went straight.
Holy cow, where did you find this girlfriend?
This body, this face, holy cow, just looking at the side view is already invincible, not inferior to those actresses.
Chen Chuan reached out and grabbed the phone back.
Okay, just take a look. Han Yang sat down, his eyes wide.
Damn, you didn't Photoshop this, did you, Al? Chen Chuan laughed.
If he had the chance to meet her in the future, he would know whether or not it was photoshopped. Han Yang thought to himself, this is a proper beauty, and you are just a recent college graduate, and your family situation is not that good.
Can you be like that Yang Yi, who left after just a few days? But with this beauty, even if you can't marry her, as long as you can live together, that would be a blessing.
Chen Chuan disagreed, it's not bad, being able to marry her would be a blessing. Han Yang nodded, yes, if you ask me, don't sleep on the floor at the company. Just do what I did, find a hotel near your girlfriend's house, then you have the right place, the right time, and the right person, and you might get her someday.
Chen Chuan's eyes twinkled, I can't use your method now, because I have a place to live. Han Yang was taken aback. Oh, you didn't go to the company to sleep on the floor, where did you find a place? Chen Chuan didn't want to tell Han Yang about Jiang Wanqing finding her a place to live. Didn't I take care of a relative a few days ago?
He rented a house, but he wasn't living there for the time being, so he let me go live there first.
Oh, where is it?
It's in Jiaqing community, an old community.
Han Yang was shocked. What? Jiaqing community? But that's a school district house.
Chen Chuan was also stunned.
Is it a school district house? Chapter 30 Thoughtfulness in the video. Chen Chuan couldn't help but ask Han Yang in return, is Jiaqing community a school district house? Han Yang nodded with great certainty.
In order to rent a cost-effective house, I downloaded several rental and sales apps and researched for a long time before renting this community. Jiaqing community is not far from where we work, just 3 stops away.
I remember it very clearly.
I was going to take a look, but when I saw the price, I was like, no way, I can't afford it. After asking further questions, I realized that it was a school district house because the price was so high for such an old community. Han Yang took out his phone and opened an app for renting and selling houses and handed it to Chen Chuan.
Look, isn't this a school district house?
The rent for a 1-bedroom apartment is 1,500 yuan on average in other places, but here it's 4,000 to 5,000 yuan on average. Chen Chuan took the phone and looked at it carefully, and sure enough, it was just as Han Yang had said. He looked it over carefully and found that the average price for a 3-bedroom apartment of more than 100 square meters was nearly 10,000 yuan. Jiang Wanqing had rented him a house at such a high price. Judging from the situation, although Jiang Wanqing is not a rich woman, she doesn't seem too poor either. She should earn a decent income as an ordinary employee of this company. Chen Chuan packed his things, made an appointment with Han Yang to contact each other by phone if there was anything, and then returned to his new home in Jiaqing community.
After dinner, Chen Chuan sent a WeChat message to Jiang Wanqing. Wife, have you eaten yet?
The phone vibrated, and a video chat box popped up in WeChat, so Chen Chuan immediately connected.
Jiang Wanqing appeared on the screen, with bright eyes and white teeth, looking much more energetic. I just finished eating. Are you at the new house? Chen Chuan looked at Jiang Wanqing and really thought she was beautiful.
The more he looked at her, the more he liked her, and he couldn't help but stare.
Jiang Wanqing tilted her head and looked at Chen Chuan intently. Is the network bad and the phone stuck? Chen Chuan then realized, no, I'm at the new house. My dear, you are really very beautiful, I can't take my eyes off you. Jiang Wanqing smiled shyly, and he was so smooth-talking, had he cheated many young girls?
Chen Chuan hurriedly shook his head, no, I mean what I say from the bottom of my heart, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen.
Jiang Wanqing sighed, hey, I am not a girl, I am already an old auntie. Chen Xuan stared. My dear, you are not old at all. Even if you stand with young girls of 18 or 19, you are not old. Jiang Wanqing smiled. I know you're just being flattering, but I'll take it as the truth. Chen Xuan stood up. It's true, not an exaggeration at all. Honey, you haven't been to this new rental yet, let me take a picture for you. With that, Chen Xuan stood up and walked through the rooms with his phone in hand. Jiang Wanqing, it looks okay, just a bit old-fashioned. Is it comfortable to live in? If you don't feel comfortable or satisfied, you can change it again. Looking at the young handsome guy on the screen who was 18 years younger than herself, Jiang Wanqing always has the idea of wanting to take care of him. Chen Xuan's eyes twinkled. Well, it's quite comfortable, I think it's quite good, but when you've recovered, let's find a house together. Jiang Wanqing was a little puzzled. Why? Is there something wrong with it? Chen Xuan was a little hesitant. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just a school district house, the rent is a bit expensive. Now we don't need to rent a school district apartment, I don't know how long you've been paying rent, just move somewhere else when the lease is up. Jiang Wanqing showed a surprised expression. School district apartment, you mean Jiaqing Community is a school district apartment? Chen Xuan answered affirmatively. Yes, honey, didn't you know? Jiang Wanqing looked a little helpless. I didn't know, I asked a friend to rent the apartment, and she paid the rent. Well, you can stay in the house for now, and we'll decide about the rest when I'm feeling better. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled. Great, honey, I've been looking forward to this. Jiang Wanqing smiled and held up her phone. Let me show you the room I'm staying in. She held up her phone and took a video of the room, and Chen Xuan could see that the facilities in this room were much better than those in Bincheng Hospital. Jiang Wanqing, what do you think? Chen Xuan, it's pretty good, it should be much better than the single room you stayed in at Bincheng Central Hospital. It looks like the facilities are more complete, and the room seems to be much more spacious. Well, the cost of this rehabilitation center should not be low. You tell me how much it costs, and I'll transfer it to you. Jiang Wanqing first looked startled, then her long eyelashes flickered on the screen. Handsome boy, you're so generous. Chen Xuan puffed out his chest. You're my wife, and my money is your money. Of course I'll spend it when you need it. Besides, I only got this money because I married you. I gave 50,000 yuan to the family, 100,000 yuan for the hospital fees, and there's still 800,000 yuan left. Officer Li said that the driver who caused the accident has been found, and you'll get the money back for the hospital fees in due course. I don't know how much it costs to stay at the rehabilitation center, but I think it should be enough. Jiang Wanqing's voice was soft. Thank you, no need, I live here for free. This is our company's rehabilitation center, and employees live here for free. Chen Xuan was a little surprised. Wife, I haven't asked you what company you work for, and why do you get such a good deal? Jiang Wanqing, I work for a medical device company. It's a multinational group company, and the employee benefits are really quite good. Chen Xuan suddenly understood. Oh, a big company related to healthcare, no wonder there is a rehabilitation center. I was wondering why you suddenly transferred to a rehabilitation center. It turns out that there are such good benefits, free rehabilitation, and indeed you should be discharged here. Jiang Wanqing's eyes softened. Yes, that's why I was discharged. Did it surprise you a little? Chen Xuan looked solemn. When I knew you had been discharged, I thought you had other ideas and I felt so bad. So it wasn't because you were worried that you couldn't help yourself? Although they were separated by a screen, they were still face to face with Chen Xuan, which was different from typing. When it came to this kind of topic, Jiang Wanqing felt a little embarrassed, her face turning slightly red. Well, it's all of them, all these factors were taken into consideration. The main reason is to recover as soon as possible, so that we can be together sooner. Hearing Jiang Wanqing say this, Chen Xuan's heart was a little excited. Honey, if I didn't have to go to work, I really wanted to go see you. Jiang Wanqing's eyes were filled with warmth. Yes, I still have to rely on you to support me. What company do you work for? You seemed to mention it when I was confused, but I can't quite remember. Chen Xuan, I work for Beauty Expert, which is part of the Kyushu Group. Ah, Jiang Wanqing was taken aback and showed a stunned expression. Chapter 31, You should call me husband now. Chen Xuan looked at the somewhat surprised expression on Jiang Wanqing's face on the screen of her phone, and was puzzled. Honey, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the company I work for? Jiang Wanqing, oh, no, there's nothing wrong. It's just that it seems a bit coincidental. This company, Beaut Medical, which is part of the Kyushu Group, and the company I work for, well, we have some business dealings. Chen Xuan, ah, that's quite a coincidence. Honey, have you ever been involved in any business related to these two companies? Jiang Wanqing's eyes twinkled. I haven't been involved in any business, but I know a bit about Liren. You studied new media, so were you in the marketing department or the advertising department? Chen Xuan, I work in the advertising department of the company. Jiang Wanqing, so is the work going well? Chen Xuan, it's going quite well. Our department head, Wang, is quite nice and takes good care of his subordinates. He's also taken quite good care of me. Right now, the 5 of us new employees and I are working on advertising ideas and video editing for one of the company's medical beauty devices. This beauty device is a patented product of the company, and there are many counterfeit fakes on the market. The company's general manager, Lu, came to the advertising department to sign a confidentiality agreement with the 5 of us. He also said that as soon as the upgraded version of this product is launched, everyone involved will have the opportunity to receive additional commission bonuses, which could be several or even dozens of times their salary. My wife, I have just graduated from university, and it is really rare to encounter such an opportunity. This is also a good start. I have decided that I must work hard, earn money, and support the family well. Jiang Wanqing's eyes showed concern. Oh, supporting the family, it's a matter for 2 people. You should also take care of your health and not work too hard. Chen Xuan smiles, honey, as long as I can earn money, I don't feel any hardship. In the past, when I worked part-time, I did all kinds of jobs, and they were all much harder than this. And I feel that I can apply what I have learned, and use the knowledge I learned in college at work, which is already very good. Jiang Wanqing's eyes twinkle, oh, that's good. If you feel that it's hard, just tell me, You can tell me anything at work. After all, I have more work experience than you, and I can give you advice if you need it. Chen Xuan nods, okay, honey, even if you didn't say anything, I would have told you anyway. Every time I see you, I want to tell you everything that happened to me. Good things and bad things alike, I want to share them with you. Jiang Wanqing's eyes soften, okay, I'll listen to anything you have to say. Chen Xuan stared at Jiang Wanqing on the screen. Honey, shouldn't you be calling me honey? Jiang Wanqing, ah. You can tell from across the screen that Jiang Wanqing's face has turned red. She is a little embarrassed to call this handsome guy, who is 18 years younger than her, honey. Chen Xuan turned around and fumbled with the marriage certificate, waved it in front of the screen of the phone. Honey, I am your legitimate and rightful husband. Jiang Wanqing lowered her head, and after a while, she called out softly, husband. The soft sound made Chen Xuan feel all tingly, and he realized that this older sister was so gentle, and he had really hit the jackpot. Chen Xuan was not going to let her off the hook. Wife, I didn't hear you. Jiang Wanqing slowly raised her head. Although her eyes were downcast and she was embarrassed to look at Chen Xuan, her voice had raised a lot. Honey. Chen Xuan let out a sigh of relief at this moment. He could feel that Jiang Wanqing really recognized him and was willing to be his wife. He happily agreed, hey, honey. Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows, shyly looking at Chen Xuan, and called out softly, honey. Chen Xuan pouted his lips through the screen, honey, kiss. Although Jiang Wanqing was embarrassed, she let her husband's heart do as he wished, and her red lips kissed him gently through the screen. Chen Xuan really wanted to embrace Jiang Wanqing in his arms and do whatever he wanted at this time, but through the screen, all he could do was helplessly sigh. Jiang Wanqing of course could see the thoughts of this handsome young man. She giggled sweetly. Honey, don't worry. I'll try to recover as soon as possible and go back to see you soon. Jiang Wanqing's tenderness made Chen Xuan feel a physical reaction. He couldn't scratch an itch from a distance, so he quickly changed the subject. Well, honey, let me tell you an interesting story. When I was in college, I had a girlfriend, the kind of girlfriend who only held hands and didn't do anything else. In fact, all the girlfriends I've had haven't done anything. I've never really been in a deep relationship with anyone but you, my wife. And I've lost my memory. Jiang Wanqing's cheeks turned even redder. She touched her face herself and felt it was a little warm. Honey, it's in the past. I don't mind if you don't explain. Chen Xuan's mouth curved upwards. I know, but I just want to make things clear with my wife. My ex-girlfriend's name was Yang Yi. During my sophomore year, I was walking back to school from work one night and happened to see her being bullied by a few thugs. After that, she volunteered to be my girlfriend, and we started dating. Jiang Wanqing's eyebrows and eyes revealed a teasing expression. Oh, I didn't realize that my little husband was also a hero who came to the rescue of others. The hero saves the beauty, and the beauty gives herself to him. How romantic.
Chen Chuan scratched his head a little embarrassed.
Honey, I'm not a hero.
I just couldn't stand to see this happen in front of my eyes. You're the beautiful one, honey.
Yang Yi can't compare to you.
Under the circumstances, I would have saved them whether they were beautiful or not.
If I had pretended I didn't see them and walked past, I would have felt bad about it. Jiang Wanqing nodded seriously. Well, my husband is really brave. Were you hurt?
Chen Chuan quickly took off his shirt, held the screen of his phone up to his arm, made a fist and did some flexing motions.
Honey, look at my biceps.
Then he held the screen up to his chest and stomach.
Honey, look at my 8-pack abs and washboard stomach.
I work out every day, and those little punks were easily chased away by me, and I was not even the least bit hurt. Jiang Wanqing looked at the fit body on the screen, and her cheeks, which had already stopped glowing, felt a little flushed again. Her body also felt warm, and it reminded her of that passionate night. Perhaps it was because of the drugs, or maybe it was because he was young and strong, but this handsome guy was incredibly strong back then. But at that time she was also in a daze and didn't really notice that Chen Chuan had such a good body. Now it really looks good in her eyes, makes her heart happy, and makes her bones numb.
Chapter 32 My ex-boyfriend.
Chen Chuan noticed that his wife on the screen was staring at him, and felt the unspoken affection between husband and wife.
Wife, did you not see my full appearance that time? It's just that I don't remember yours either. When we meet again. Jiang Wanqing was really a little embarrassed.
She didn't dare listen to Chen Chuan continue. This little husband was very bold in his speech.
Husband, is this what you want to tell me about your ex-girlfriend named Yang Yi? Chen Chuan got back to business.
No, I broke up with her after less than 6 months.
My family's financial situation is not good, and I didn't want to worry my parents when I went to university.
I worked hard to earn money for tuition and living expenses each semester, so I usually didn't have money to accompany my girlfriend for those usual expenses. Yang Yi met a rich uncle at this time, the boss of a company, and she fell in love with him.
Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. My husband is very self-reliant and filial. Yang Yi gave up on you, she has no vision. Chen Chuan smiled and said, Wife, you don't need to comfort me. Not having financial strength is my weak point, and I can understand Yang Yi choosing this uncle. Jiang Wanqing's expression became serious. No, I'm not comforting you, I just think that my husband is very good. Hubby, put your shirt on first, and then we'll talk, don't catch a cold. Chen Chuan promised, okay, honey.
After putting on his shirt, Chen Chuan continued.
Honey, the interesting part is coming up.
After breaking up with Yang Yi, although they were still at the same university, she and I were not in the same major, so we never saw each other again or got in touch. I had a roommate at university who was very close to me, his name was Han Yang. After graduation, he got a job at a new media company in Langyue building, and then he found out that Yang Yi was also at this company.
Jiang Wanqing's big eyes twinkled. Oh, what a coincidence. Chen Chuan was a little helpless. This wasn't a coincidence.
It was the day my house was flooded by a leak from the neighbor's house that Han Yang invited his new girlfriend to have skewers with me. Then Han Yang's new girlfriend's best friend came to see her, and this best friend turned out to be Yang Yi.
Jiang Wanqing's eyes brightened slightly. Oh, what a coincidence, so you and Yang Yi met again.
Chen Chuan, yes, but after meeting Yang Yi again, I realized that my heart didn't feel anything at all, and I really had already treated her like a stranger. I realized that my heart only has room for my wife, and there's no room for other women.
Jiang Wanqing's eyes filled with tenderness. Oh, so that's what my husband was telling me. Chen Chuan shook his head again, and that wasn't all. Later, Yang Yi's uncle boyfriend came to pick him up, and guess what? Yang Yi's current boyfriend is actually Mr. Lu from my company. Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly. It's Lu Run, that's really too coincidental. Chen Chuan was stunned. Wife, how do you know what Mr. Lu's name is? Chen Chuan's question made Jiang Wanqing flinch for a moment.
She had let slip the name, but she couldn't reveal her identity yet, so she had to find an excuse to get out of it.
Ah, doesn't the company I work for have business dealings with Liren Company?
I heard a colleague mention this Mr. Lu, saying his name was Lu Run.
This person is quite capable, so I remembered it. Chen Chuan, you have a good memory, wife.
I don't know about Mr. Lu's abilities, but I heard my colleagues at work say that he is a bit narrow-minded and petty.
And I heard Han Yang's girlfriend say that Mr. Lu is paranoid and keeps a close eye on Yang Yi. I'm actually a bit worried that if he finds out that I'm Yang Yi's ex-boyfriend, he might deliberately make things difficult for me at work in the future because of his paranoia. Jiang Wanqing's expression became serious. Oh, is that what Lu Ren is like? If he is so narrow-minded and self-serving, he won't be able to do his job well. But after all, he is quite capable, so let's see how things turn out. Chen Xuan is a little confused. Wife, I don't understand what you mean, what situation? Jiang Wanqing suddenly realizes. Ah, honey, what I mean is, if this Mr. Lu makes things difficult for you because of this, I will help you find a way to deal with him. I have more experience in these kinds of workplace matters than you do. Chen Xuan, okay, honey, if something like that really happens, I will definitely discuss it with you. Jiang Wanqing looked at Chen Xuan and said, actually, there are some things I should also explain to you. You must really want to know about me and that scumbag ex-boyfriend, right? Chen Xuan hesitated a little, honey, I don't mind the past, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. Jiang Wanqing's face flushed red again, honey, I want to tell you. Because although I have had boyfriends, you are the first man in the true sense of the word. I have never let another man touch me before, and if it wasn't for that time when I was drugged, I wouldn't have acted like that. Chen Xuan's eyes widened. Although he didn't particularly care about such things, after listening to Jiang Wanqing's confession, he was both surprised and happy. Wife, so I'm very lucky. Jiang Wanqing wrinkled her nose slightly. I think you're pretty lucky. My dear, you must be wondering how I got to this point at my age. Let me tell you. When I was at university, although there were many people who courted me, my family did not allow me to have a relationship. At that time, I was a good girl who listened to others, so I never had a boyfriend. After graduating from university, I did have a few boyfriends, but I didn't feel right with any of them, and we broke up before we got too intimate. Later, I went abroad to study, and met my ex-boyfriend, whose name was Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had a good image, and to be fair, he was similar to your husband. At that time, we had just met, and once I asked him out, he got into a car accident while driving drunk. He hit and killed someone and fled the scene. When he was caught, he assaulted the police, causing accidental death, and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Because I asked him out, that's how the incident happened, so I've always felt very guilty. For this reason, I have never had a boyfriend during the years Qin Xiao was in prison, always waiting for him to get out. Over the years, whether I was in China or abroad, I visited him in prison twice a year. Not only did I encourage him, I also promised him that after he got out of prison, we would go register our marriage. So many years have passed, and there have been many men who have courted me, but I have never considered any other man in order to wait for Qin Xiao. This year, I went to the prison to visit Qin Xiao a few months earlier than in previous years, and I learned that he had been released 2 years early because of good behavior. But I had no idea about this news at all, and Qin Xiao never told me. At first, I thought that he didn't contact me because he wanted to surprise me. But then something unexpected happened. Chapter 33, The Scumbag is Blind as a Bat. Jiang Wanqing on the screen looked a little sad as she talked about this. Chen Xuan didn't interrupt her, and listened as she continued. When I was looking for Qin Xiao, a friend told me that after Qin Xiao was released from prison, he had quickly started dating a new girlfriend. This girlfriend is very rich and promised to support Qin Xiao's comeback. After Qin Xiao was released from prison, he went drinking with his friends. He told his friends, I'm crazy about him, but I can't help him. He can fool around with me, I'm not bad looking after all, but there's no way I'll marry him. I'm just a stupid slut, and I don't know how many guys I've slept with while waiting for him to take over. His current girlfriend is the one who suits him best and loves him the most. He wants to make up for everything he's lost. When I heard these words, I felt like the sky had fallen. I couldn't believe it was true, so I went crazy and looked for him, only to see him passionately kissing that woman on the beach. I heard their conversation, and it turned out that it was all true. Chen Xuan clenched his fists. This scumbag, you have waited for him for so many years, and he treated you like this. If I see him, I will definitely take revenge for you. Jiang Wanqing smiled, honey, don't worry. Just like when you saw your ex-girlfriend, I've let go too. Come to think of it, I didn't really like him, and my feelings for him weren't love. It's just that I always felt I owed him because I think he went to prison because he went out with me. In fact, his imprisonment had nothing to do with me at all. It was his irresponsibility that caused the accident and made him flee. It was also because he tried to escape after being arrested by the police that he hit and injured the police officer in the panic and was sentenced. I feel bad because I have waited for him for so many years, and then I was let down, so I feel resentful and disappointed. I didn't love him, and after I met you, I was sure of that. Hubby, you are the one who made me feel what it is like to love someone. Chen Xuan kissed her through the screen. Wife, I am really happy to hear you say that.
I remember, on our first date, you mentioned this.
I remember you saying that your ex-boyfriend cheated on you with a classmate.
Jiang Wanqing, yes, this female classmate of mine always liked to compete with me, and she liked to outshine me at work and in life. She knew that I was waiting for Qin Shao, so she secretly visited him in prison as well. After Qin Shao was released from prison early, the two of them immediately got together. The reason Qin Shao chose her was because she was rich and could help him.
Chen Chuan's eyebrows rose slightly.
Your ex-boyfriend really blinded his dog's eyes and didn't want such a good girlfriend.
But thinking about it, it's actually pretty good.
I have to thank him, otherwise I wouldn't have had a chance with my wife.
Jiang Wanqing, yes, everything is fate.
Through a series of unfortunate events, we ended up together, and then I got pregnant.
Because well, my heart was really hurt by Qin Shao.
I waited for him for more than 10 years, but he never reciprocated my feelings.
I no longer believed in love.
I had planned to give birth to this child and then leave, to find a place where no one would disturb me.
Husband, you made me change my mind. For your sake, I feel that I can fall in love again. No matter what, I want to love again with all my heart. Chen Chuan was moved. My dear, I won't let you down. You won't regret this new beginning. Jiang Wanqing's eyes were clear. Well, I don't think I'll be wrong this time. Chen Chuan, honey, was the girl that Qin Shao cheated on you with at the class reunion at the Haitian casino? Jiang Wanqing, no.
She wouldn't have gone if I had been there, but it's likely that she had something to do with the drugs in my drink.
Chen Chuan was shocked. Why would she want to harm you? Jiang Wanqing shook her head.
I'm not sure yet, but I've already asked a friend to investigate. I'll tell you when we know what happened.
Chen Chuan nodded, okay. Jiang Wanqing, there's one more thing.
After the driver was found, Officer Li contacted me as well. After all, I was the direct victim, so it's more convenient for me to handle some things. I'll handle this matter myself, so don't worry about it, honey. Chen Chuan, okay, but if you're ever in trouble, you can always contact me.
Jiang Wanqing looked coquettish. Of course, if I can't ask my husband, who else can I ask? Honey, can you drive? Chen Chuan, of course I can drive.
I got my driver's license when I turned 18. I even drove a pickup truck for someone during college to carry goods. It's just that I don't have the money to buy a car right now. Although some cars are not expensive, there are still maintenance, insurance, gas, repairs, and other expenses.
If there is no need, I'd rather not buy one. But if you want to buy a car, I can support you.
Jiang Wanqing thoughtfully said, oh, no need, I was just asking casually, that's not what I meant.
Do the 4 colleagues in your office all drive?
Chen Chuan thought about it and it seemed that they all had driving licenses, but they didn't seem to be allowed on the road yet, which was something they could not do better than me.
Jiang Wanqing's long eyelashes blinked, oh, I see.
The two of them would say whatever came to mind, and they felt like they could go on and on forever.
They kept chatting until 10 o'clock at night, and they didn't want to hang up.
It wasn't until Chen Chuan heard a nurse repeatedly urging Jiang Wanqing to rest that the two of them kissed each other across the screen before hanging up.
The next morning, Chen Chuan sent Jiang Wanqing a WeChat message. Wife, I'm up.
Then, without waiting for a reply, he went to wash up, made himself breakfast and left for work.
Last night, Jiang Wanqing showed Chen Chuan his schedule.
According to the needs of his recovery, Jiang Wanqing would sleep until she woke naturally in the morning. So she would reply to his WeChat message after she woke up.
However, before 8 o'clock, Chen Chuan received a message from Jiang Wanqing. Hubby, I'm up too.
Have you had breakfast yet?
Chen Chuan, I already ate.
Why did you wake up so early? Why didn't you sleep a little longer?
Jiang Wanqing, I had some work at the office, so I woke up a little early. Honey, no matter if you're taking the bus or driving, slow down and don't rush.
Chen Chuan sent a smiley face emoticon back, honey, I'm taking the bus, so I don't get to decide how fast or slow I go.
Jiang Wanqing sent a face with an aha expression.
Chen Chuan arrived at the office 5 minutes early, and his colleagues arrived at about the same time.
They greeted each other and started their day.
At around 10 o'clock, General Manager Lu and Director Wang entered the room one after the other, followed by a woman in her 30s. The woman had short hair and although her appearance was ordinary, she looked capable and quite elegant. Director Wang clapped his hands twice,
asking everyone to stop what they were doing for a moment as there was something important to say. Chapter 34, Do you want to become a laughingstock?
Chen Xuan and the others stopped what they were doing and looked up together at the three people who had just entered. General Lu no longer had his usual air of authority. He stood next to the woman with a smile on his face. He cleared his throat and, "Allow me to formally introduce, this is our Kyushu Group Secretariat Secretary Li." Secretary Li was able to find time in her busy schedule to visit our Liren Medical Beauty Company and give guidance to the advertising department. This is an indication of the importance attached to our company and also a recognition of the colleagues here. A warm welcome to all. Secretary Li waved his hand to stop the applause. President Lu's speech was a bit exaggerated, and the guidance was really nothing. The five of you are all new colleagues of the company, and on behalf of the Kyushu Group, I welcome you all. You are all young and full of energy, and I believe the future of Liren Company is full of hope. I will report this feeling to the chairman faithfully when I go back. I am here this time by the commission of the group chairman, and I would like to ask several colleagues to do a content creative planning for a new blood glucose meter. If anyone's plan can get the approval of the chairman, they will get a reward, a car. However, there is a time limit for this plan, only 2 hours. If there is no objection from the colleagues, we will start now. The faces of President Lu and Director Wang turned grave. These 5 young people were selected by the company to sign a confidentiality agreement and participate in the creative design of the medical beauty instrument advertisement. The group's sudden move obviously had an assessment meaning, which should be testing the standards of the company's talent selection. Chen Xuan and the others were a little confused at this time. There were many companies under the group, so why did the chairman suddenly send someone here to do the planning case? Looking at the somewhat nervous expressions of General Manager Lu and Director Wang, the 5 men also realized the gravity of the situation. There was no hope for the so-called car reward. As long as they could pass the test, they would be lucky to retain their qualifications to continue participating in the medical beauty equipment project. General Manager Lu always had a smile on his face. Secretary Li, why would they have any objections? However, with such a short time and without careful consideration, if this was used as an assessment, it would likely disappoint the chairman. Secretary Li smiled and said, "It's okay, the chairman will take all these factors into consideration. Just do what you are required to do." With that, Secretary Li opened a briefcase and handed out 5 paper documents to Chen Xuan and the other 4 people. The details of the blood glucose meter are all in this, and it's up to you to show what you're made of. At the end of this document is an email address, so after you've finished the plan, just send it to this email. You will have a maximum of 2 hours to complete the plan, and the results will be announced half an hour later. If the plan is not sent to the email address by the end of the 2 hours, it will be considered a forfeit. Chen Xuan took the information and looked it over carefully. This is a blood glucose meter that has already been launched on the market, and there should already be mature advertising operations on the market. It seems that the chairman of the group's approach may indeed be an assessment. After Secretary Li had handed out the information, she nodded slightly to General Manager Lu and Director Wang. "I have things to do, so I'll leave the 2 of you in charge. I'll start timing in 10 minutes, and when the results come out, I'll come back and announce them." General Manager Lu and Director Wang promised very seriously, and then bowed and sent Secretary Li out. Director Wang and General Manager Lu soon returned to the room. The 2 of them each picked up a copy of the information and looked at it. General Manager Lu sighed. "Hey, it seems that this is really a test of our talent and abilities by the chairman of the board for our Liren Medical Beauty Company. You must all do your best and work seriously. After you've finished, let Director Wang and I have a look before sending it out." Director Wang frowned slightly. "I heard that the chairman was abroad. When will she be back in Bincheng?" "President Lu, isn't your uncle a veteran of the group? Haven't you heard anything?" President Lu shook his head. "My uncle said that since the death of the old chairman and the new chairman and CEO taking office, they have no idea what she's thinking. And the chairman is always unpredictable. The top management of the group rarely sees her, and no one knows where she is. Only the Secretary Li knows the chairman best, but Secretary Li is very tight-lipped and I couldn't get anything out of her." Director Wang nodded, "I see. General Lu, let's go outside and talk, so as not to disturb their thinking. It is indeed a bit rushed to use 2 hours to come up with a plan, but it's the best we can do." Chen Xuan and the other 5 people racked their brains and all managed to come up with a plan within 2 hours. After reading it, Director Wang made some comments and asked everyone to make revisions. Lu Zong deliberately walked up to Chen Xuan's computer, looked at his plan carefully, then frowned. "Chen, your idea is no good. An old woman making dumplings, 2 families having dinner, these scenes are too simple.
Can they highlight the features of this blood glucose meter? Who can remember this kind of advertisement? Isn't it nonsense? I think you should abstain from voting, so as not to embarrass the advertising department. Chen Xuan stood up and said, Mr. Liu, you are wrong. Only through ordinary life scenes can the meaning that this blood glucose meter is suitable for everyone be conveyed. By making dumplings, it can reflect the ease of this blood glucose meter, which can be used without pricking your finger. The scene of eating dinner can reflect the casual and convenient features of remote monitoring and data sharing. I don't think there's anything wrong with this idea. This is a planning case that I have carefully thought out, so why should I abstain? Mr. Liu's face became stern. Chen, you have just graduated from university and have little experience. As soon as I saw this planning case, I knew it would not be approved and would become a laughingstock. Not only will you lose your job if you are ridiculed by the group leaders and the chairman, but you will also fail the assessment of our Liren Medical Beauty Company. As the head of your advertising department, I will not let this happen. Chen Xuan turned his head and looked at Director Wang. Director Wang, do you also think my plan is bad? Director Wang stared at the computer, hesitated slightly. Mr. Liu, I disagree with you. I think Chen's plan is good, and it is even the most outstanding among the 5 of them. Mr. Liu's face darkened. Director Wang, you should know that I understand the thoughts of the group's senior management better. I know what is appropriate and what is not. Director Wang, you don't want to gamble with your own future, do you? Director Wang's face changed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, he looked at Chen Xuan and said, Chen, President Liu also has his reasons. After all, the minds of the group leaders. President Liu knows better than we do. If you lose your job because of this plan, it will be a loss for nothing. It doesn't matter if your plan is good or not, what matters is that you can keep your job and earn money. Don't you agree? Lu Zong said coldly, Chen, do you really think that the chairman will reward you with a card just for passing an assessment? This is just an excuse made up by the group leaders to give us Liren Medical Beauty Company a surprise assessment. Although our company is part of the group, don't forget who your direct leader is. Think carefully. Chen Xuan hesitated at this point. What should he do? Chapter 35, This idea has to stay. Chen Xuan is now in a difficult situation that is hard to resolve. His creative plan has been rejected by his supervisor, General Manager Liu, and his immediate superior, Director Wang, has also advised him to give up this opportunity. This is a very difficult situation. General Manager Liu is particularly forceful, and there is even an implication of using his power to suppress others in his words. Chen Xuan wonders in his heart why General Manager Liu has resolutely rejected his idea. Is it really because his plan is so bad that it is shameful? Creativity is a matter of opinion. Why was he so sure to reject his plan? Director Wang is the head of the advertising department, and his professional ability is beyond doubt. He initially fully approved of his idea, but only because of General Manager Liu did he tell Chen Xuan not to send the plan. From this, Chen Xuan could feel that his idea was definitely not as useless as General Manager Liu said, and would not become a laughingstock. But in the current situation, if Chen Xuan insists on sending this creative plan to the chairman's email, he is not giving General Manager Liu face and directly offending him. Director Wang is directly under the leadership of General Manager Liu, and he will also lose face. Although Chen Xuan has just graduated from university, he has been working part-time all throughout his 4 years at university. He understands the workplace is treacherous and people are fickle. No matter what Mr. Liu is thinking, he cannot openly oppose him. This will not lead to good results, unless he wants to lose his job. But nowadays, it is so difficult to find a good job. A job that is related to your major and offers good salary and benefits is not something you can just find. As a newcomer in the workplace, he still needs to use his brain and think hard if he wants to have a smooth career. Thinking about this, Chen Xuan decided to retreat in order to advance and solve the problem indirectly. It seemed that he had given it some thought before nodding. Okay, since both leaders said that this idea is not feasible, I won't insist anymore. But there are still 20 minutes until the deadline for uploading the proposal, so I'd like to come up with a new creative solution. Director Wang glanced at General Manager Liu, who said, well, that's possible. But with such a tight schedule, I'm not sure I can do it. Chen Xuan's attitude was sincere. Mr. Liu, I just want to give it another try. Even if I do come up with something, I'll let you 2 leaders review it first to make sure it's okay, and then I'll send it to your email. If you 2 leaders don't think it's good enough, then I'll just give up and not send it. Mr. Liu was relieved. That's right, Chen, there's no harm in listening to your leaders. Director Wang patted Chen Chuan on the shoulder. Okay, then get to work quickly. Mr. Liu and I won't disturb you. But without Mr. Liu's approval, you absolutely must not send out any planning proposals without authorization. Chen Chuan's eyes were clear. Okay, Director Wang, I understand. His answer and expression were sincere, and there was no emotion at all to be seen. Mr. Liu stared at Chen Chuan, who was thinking again, for a few moments before he and Director Wang pushed open the door and left, returning to Director Wang's office. After entering the room, Mr. Liu gestured for Director Wang to close the door properly before saying, Wang, you should immediately create a plan based on Chen Chuan's idea, and you can make appropriate changes to the format. Director Wang was taken aback. Mr. Liu, what do you mean? Mr. Liu wore a sly expression on his face. Do you know why I don't want Chen Chuan to send this creative plan? It's not that this idea is bad, it's just great. Director Wang was taken aback. Ah, isn't that great? In that case, the chairman's surprise assessment of our company's talent will pass, won't it? General Liu looked at Director Wang and said, Wang, good ideas are hard to come by. It would be a waste to use such a good idea for the assessment of a new employee. Director Wang looked puzzled and said, General Liu, I still don't understand what you mean. General Liu smiled and said, these new employees in the advertising department are very professional, which shows that you have a good eye for talent. I have read their creative proposals. Although the creativity of the other 4 people cannot be compared to Chen Chuan's, it is also very good. It is not easy to come up with creative proposals of this level in just 2 hours. It doesn't matter if the chairman gives a reward or not, the newcomers will definitely pass this assessment. In that case, it is better to keep Chen Chuan's proposal. Although the group's blood glucose meter has been advertised on the market for a long time, it is time to promote it again. After adding new functions, the proposal should also be changed. Apart from Chen Chuan's creative plan, the other 4 plans can pass the test, but they are not up to the standard for being implemented in the market. After keeping Chen Chuan's plan, I can submit it immediately, and the chairman will definitely be satisfied when he sees it. Once this plan is approved, it will be the credit of our entire Liren marketing department, and of course you, Director Wang, will also be credited. Director Wang hesitated a little. Mr. Liu, this is not good, isn't this, suspected of plagiarism? Mr. Liu's face fell. Lao Wang, what kind of words are these? Chen Chuan is from the company's advertising department. His idea is the advertising department's idea, just using it from a different angle. How can it be considered plagiarism by family members? Seeing Director Wang's frowning brow, Mr. Liu sighed. Lao Wang, you were promoted by me. Let me be frank. After the death of the old chairman, you know that the new chairman took over, right? Director Wang thought for a moment and said, well, I heard that it was the old chairman's daughter who took over. But I heard that this new chairman was deliberately protected by her family at the beginning, and no one outside the family knows anything about her. She is a low-key person, and she has not shown her face until now, so she is very mysterious. President Liu sighed. This new chairman is not just mysterious. She is the chairman and president for life, so you can imagine how much power she has. But what people can't understand is that the new chairman has been in office for 3 years, and nothing in the group has changed. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. She hasn't even started to sweep. Lao Wang, do you think this is normal? Director Wang shook his head. Common sense tells me it's not normal. President Liu's gaze was deep. My uncle said that this new chairman is probably planning a major personnel reshuffle within the group. Today, the chairman suddenly inspected the advertising department and only the 5 newcomers. And then set such a big reward. Why is that? This shows that the chairman wants to train new people to replace the old. Old one, what do you think? Should I take advantage of this opportunity to do a good job? If I don't keep my job as the general manager, you'll be my problem. If there's a new general manager, you won't necessarily do well. Director Wang pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. Okay, Mr. Liu, I'll do what you say. Mr. Liu laughed. That's right, you should do it quickly and print it out. If you send it to the email, the chairman may not read it personally. But if you have Secretary Li deliver it, then the chairman will definitely see it. Director Wang gave a thumbs up. Mr. Liu, you're brilliant. After Director Wang and Mr. Liu left, Chen Chuan didn't feel like working on a new plan. He opened the company intranet, went to the group office page, searched for Secretary Li's phone number, and wrote it down.
Then he picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Wanqing.
Wife, are you free right now? Chapter 36, Honey, let me help you. Jiang Wanqing quickly replied. Honey, I'm free. Chen Xuan, I've encountered a work-related issue and would like to hear your opinion.
You have more work experience than me, so please tell me if my thinking is correct.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, you don't need to flatter me. What is it? Just tell me. Chen Xuan, I'll make it short. I have less than 20 minutes.
Then Chen Xuan told her about how the group's secretary Li suddenly came to the advertising department and asked the five of them to come up with creative ideas. But Lu Zong said that his ideas were not good and would bring shame to the company, and told him to abstain. Chen Xuan then sent Jiang Wanqing the creative ideas he had come up with.
Jiang Wanqing opened the file Chen Xuan had sent and couldn't help but be stunned after reading it.
The creative ideas for the blood glucose meter were really good. She didn't expect Chen Xuan to come up with such a good creative plan. Originally, she just wanted to use this operation to justify giving Chen Xuan a car to drive. Everything in the group is running well, and as the chairman, Jiang Wanqing doesn't have much work to do. She just approves and gives opinions on major matters and investments of the group, and doesn't need to worry about anything else. She doesn't need to think about the advertising for a blood glucose meter product. The blood glucose meter was just something that Jiang Wanqing had chosen at random from among the products for which the group was preparing change proposals. She didn't have any intention of getting involved, but it was just an excuse.
However, Chen Xuan's creative idea really made Jiang Wanqing's eyes light up.
She graduated from a prestigious university in China. In order to train her, her father, the chairman, had her work in various departments of the group, and later she went to a business school at a top university abroad for further studies. She could tell the standard of a product's creative planning at a glance.
Jiang Wanqing gave a surprised expression and said, Honey, I think your creative planning is great. Lu always felt that it was not good and completely unreasonable. Chen Xuan, thanks for the recognition, honey.
I also think that I have done a good job with this planning.
But I don't know why Lu always belittles it. In theory, Lu has been in the industry for many years, so he can't be a pompous fool.
Jiang Wanqing, no, I heard that Lu Ren is quite capable.
This general manager Lu really might be deliberately making things difficult for you. Chen Xuan, regardless of the reason why General Manager Lu won't let me post it, I'm facing a dilemma.
Director Wang's words imply that if I offend General Manager Lu, I won't be able to make any money. In other words, if I go against the boss, I may no longer be able to participate in the planning of new products, and I may even be dismissed for any reason. But if the four colleagues submit their proposals and I abstain, I will be showing the chairman that I am not up to the job. If that happens, I will not only be unable to participate in the advertising design for the new product, but I may also risk being fired.
Honey, I have considered 3 ways to deal with this workplace dilemma. Which one do you think is feasible? Or if you have a better idea, just let me know. Jiang Wanqing, okay, honey, go ahead. Chen Xuan, first, I pretended to agree with President Lu and Director Wang and carry out their requests. There is no benefit to openly defying your superiors. This is the experience I gained from working part-time during my 4 years of university. I didn't think of any new creative plans. There was so little time left, and I'm not a genius, so how could I possibly come up with a better idea? Next, I thought of 3 ways to deal with the situation. The first was to do as President Lu commanded and just go with the flow. The second option is to secretly send the plan to the designated email address given by Secretary Li. Then immediately delete the trace of the sent email on the computer to prevent President Lu and Director Wang from finding out. This is what I considered. The email address designated by Secretary Li should be for the group chairman, and Secretary Li cannot see it.
So she also doesn't know if anyone abstained from this matter. Because Secretary Li said that it would be over as soon as the results are announced when the time comes. So even if she comes to the company, she won't mention to General Manager Lu or Director Wang that I sent in a proposal. But there is a risk here, and that is that if the chairman of the board thinks my proposal is good, mentions me specifically or really gives me a reward, then I will have completely offended General Manager Lu. But I don't think that at such short notice, the chairman of the board would really give a reward like a car, when all he wants is a proposal for the assessment.
Jiang Wanqing, that's not necessarily true, maybe her husband will get the reward. Hubby, what's the third way you thought of? Chen Xuan, I found Secretary Li's phone number on the group's internal website.
From the way Secretary Li announced the assessment, she and General Manager Lu are not on the same page. I want to send her a message, be open and honest about the problem I'm facing and ask for her help. Then I'll send her my creative plan and ask her to forward it to the chairman, and specify that even if I get the reward, I don't want it. I ask her to understand my difficulties and not to tell Mr. Liu or Director Wang about this. After all, they are my immediate supervisors. As for whether Secretary Li tells the chairman about this, that is beyond my control. However, there is a downside to this approach, which is that Secretary Li may not help me, or she may tell Mr. Liu what I said. If that happens, I will still have offended Mr. Liu and Director Wang.
Honey, I want to hear your opinion. What should I do?
Jiang Wanqing, honey, you've just graduated from university and started working, and it's already very hard for you to think so thoroughly.
But if Mr. Liu is trying to make things difficult for you, he's your direct supervisor, and there's no way you can avoid it. Here's what you do: for now, don't do anything. Don't send anyone the creative copy you've written. There's still 10 minutes left before the deadline Secretary Li gave. Let me help you with the rest.
Chen Xuan was very surprised.
Ah, honey, how are you going to help?
Jiang Wanqing, honey, I'm not sure either. But I have a friend who knows Secretary Li, so I'll ask her to give it a try.
Chen Xuan, honey, will this cause you a lot of trouble? I only sent the WeChat because I wanted to talk to you and get your opinion. I should be the one to solve my work problems. Jiang Wanqing sends a face with an expression of reproach. Honey, I'm your wife, part of the family. Your problems are my problems. If I encounter something difficult, can you help me? Chen Xuan, of course I will. Jiang Wanqing, yes, that's why I can help you. Why are you being polite?
She sent a face with a red hand mark.
Chen Xuan sent a face with a sad expression in return. Okay, thank you, wife.
After ending the WeChat conversation with Chen Xuan, Jiang Wanqing dialed a phone number.
Secretary Li, where are you? Chapter 37, Secretary Li suddenly returns. There were 5 minutes left before the deadline for uploading the proposal. The phone in Director Wang's office rang.
It was the receptionist. Director Wang was busy writing the proposal, so General Manager Liu switched it to speakerphone. The receptionist's voice was very sweet. Director Wang, Secretary Li from the group has returned.
General Manager Liu was taken aback. This is Liu Run. Please ask Secretary Li to go to the meeting room immediately. The receptionist is at a loss. Mr. Liu, Secretary Li has already gone in. Mr. Liu turns off the speakerphone. Oh no, why has Secretary Li come back so early? Director Wang is also stunned. Didn't she say she would come to the company to announce the results after the plan was submitted?
Mr. Liu rubs his hands together.
Wang, you better send a WeChat message right away, telling Chen Xuan and the other 4 not to say anything. Don't mention that we have given any guidance. Be strict with what you tell them. Director Wang quickly picked up his phone and sent a WeChat message. Yes, I understand. Mr. Liu walked around the room, saying, Wang, you hurry up and finish the plan.
When Secretary Li comes in a little while later, make sure you print it out and give it to me.
Whoever gets the creative plan first will get the credit.
After giving his instructions, Mr. Liu turned and went out to greet Secretary Li. By this time, Secretary Li had already walked into the advertising department and straight to the office where Chen Xuan and the other 4 were working. As she pushed the door to enter, General Manager Liu hurried over.
Secretary Li, you're back so early, do you have any special instructions?
Secretary Li shook her head coldly.
I'm done with my work, but I'm still a bit worried about uploading the proposal, so I came back early to take a look. General Manager Liu, if you have something to do, go ahead, I'll just go in and take a look.
General Manager Liu smiled. Oh, Secretary Li is here, I have to keep you company, no matter how busy I am, otherwise I'd be rude.
Secretary Li didn't say anything more and pushed open the door.
At this time, Chen Xuan and the other 4 people had already seen the WeChat message from Director Wang. Before they could discuss what was going on, Secretary Li walked in, followed by General Manager Liu.
Chen Xuan wondered about Secretary Li's sudden return. Could it be that the friend Jiang Wanqing had asked for had made a difference? If so, this friend was quite capable.
Jiang Wanqing had told him to do nothing for the time being, just wait. At this point, no other messages were sent, so it seemed that Secretary Li had really returned early just for him. Although he knew this in his heart, Chen Xuan could not show it. He just glanced up and then continued to stare at the computer, pretending to be busy. After entering the room, President Liu was about to speak when Secretary Li waved her hand. She walked around the workstations of the 5 people and then asked,
Everyone, have you all finished your planning cases and sent them out?
Except for Chen Xuan, the other 4 colleagues all answered that they had already sent them. Secretary Li's gaze fell on Chen Xuan.
This colleague, may I ask your name? Chen Xuan looked up. My name is Chen Xuan. Oh, so your plan has not been completed yet?
At this time, General Manager Lu stood behind Secretary Li and kept giving Chen Xuan signs, asking him to abstain.
Chen Xuan hesitated slightly and said, "Yes, I am going to abstain."
Secretary Li frowned slightly.
Abstain. Is it because you can't come up with an idea, or is there some other problem?
Chen Xuan stammered a little, "I." Before Chen Xuan could finish, Secretary Li came over. He stared at Chen Xuan's computer screen and
said, "You haven't come up with a single creative idea in 2 hours?" Chen Xuan glanced at General Manager Lu and said, "Well, not really. I just don't think the ideas I have are any good. They're all immature thoughts."
General Manager Lu came over and said, "If you don't think the ideas are mature, then there's no need for the chairman to worry."
Chen Xuan, I've read this idea, and if you want to abstain, then abstain.
Secretary Li, they are all recent college graduates with no work experience. It's normal that they can't come up with a good plan in such a short time. Secretary Li, it's almost time, let's go to the office for a cup of tea and wait quietly for the chairman's instructions.
I have some high-quality tea from a friend, please try some. Secretary Li smiled, Mr. Lu is too polite, I don't really like tea, I usually just drink coffee. Mr. Lu smiled in return.
Okay, I'll go make some coffee for Secretary Li. Secretary Li kept his eyes on Chen Xuan's computer.
I'd like to see this immature idea, he said, and reached directly for the mouse, moving it left and right. The creative planning case that Chen Xuan had prepared immediately appeared on the computer screen. Secretary Li quickly skimmed through it. Is this your immature idea? Chen Xuan helplessly glanced at Mr. Lu before nodding. Yes, this is not very good.
Secretary Li's expression became serious. The chairman's instructions were for all 5 of you to upload your proposals.
Although I said that you could abstain, does abstaining really mean that I haven't done a good job? Well, I'm not good at creative planning. But young people shouldn't be afraid to do things. Just because you think it's a bad plan doesn't mean it really is. Time is almost up, so let the chairman judge. Without Chen Xuan's help, Secretary Li directly sent out the completed plan. Looking at the time, Secretary Li let out a sigh of relief. It was just in time. I sent out the plan for you, so consider this my support for your work. With that, Secretary Li turned to look at General Manager Lu. For young people who have just joined the company, General Manager Lu still needs to let them go all out and not be afraid to take risks. This is good for the company's development. General Manager Lu's face turned a bit ugly. Yes, I will definitely bear in mind Secretary Li's guidance. Secretary Li's eyes sparkled. President Lu, I can't take this. I was just speaking from the heart. I wouldn't dare call it guidance. Well, I'll have the results in half an hour. I'd still like to drink President Lu's coffee. President Lu was taken aback. Ah, yes, coffee. Hey, it's already noon. Why don't we go downstairs for a quick bite? Secretary Li shook her head. No, I'd still like to drink coffee. Mr. Lu quickly led the way, my office is on the upper floor, Secretary Li please. Secretary Li went out the door and thought, I might as well go to Director Wang's office, it's close by and it's convenient to notify the results. Mr. Lu hesitated for a moment, oh, that's good. When they arrived at Director Wang's office, Mr. Lu raised his voice. Director Wang, Secretary Li is here. He said this and pushed open the door and walked in. In the office, Director Wang came up to greet him, Secretary Li, you're back. Please, have a seat. He took a printed document from the table and handed it to Mr. Lu with both hands. Mr. Lu, this is the creative plan you worked on in your spare time just now. I printed it out for you. Please have Secretary Li give it to the chairman for him. The chairman will definitely be satisfied. Mr. Lu kept giving Director Wang wry looks. Director Wang didn't understand why, so he turned around and handed the plan to Secretary Li with both hands. Secretary Li, just now Mr. Lu read the information on the blood glucose meter and felt the need to contribute to the chairman. It took less than 2 hours to create this plan, please take a look. Mr. Lu's face changed, and he quickly walked over and reached out to grab the plan from Director Wang's hands. Director Wang,
how can you trouble Secretary Li? But Secretary Li took one step ahead and grabbed the plan in her hands.
Mr. Lu is too polite, I will definitely deliver it to the chairman. Chapter 38, The Most Outstanding Creative Plan.
Mr. Lu gave Director Wang a glare, a little dazed, and smiled at Secretary Li.
This is just an immature idea of mine.
I didn't expect Director Wang to make such a big deal about it and even print it out. I won't trouble Secretary Li to give it to the chairman. Secretary Li took the plan and looked it over carefully.
Oh, it's also an immature idea. I think it's quite good. Mr. Lu is really modest.
If the chairman sees it, he will definitely be impressed with Mr. Lu. A fine layer of sweat beaded on Mr. Lu's head.
Secretary Li, really, it's not necessary. I just wrote it casually. Director Wang misunderstood it. Really, it's no trouble for Secretary Li.
If the chairman bothers himself and makes no progress, and most importantly, if Secretary Li makes an effort but is not appreciated, I, Lu Ren, will be hard to blame.
Secretary Li's mouth corners rose. I see. Well, that's fine, I'll save myself the trouble too. With that, he casually placed the proposal on the table. Mr. Lu, I still haven't had my coffee yet. Lu Ren slapped his forehead.
Look at me, I was so caught up in the proposal that I forgot to make coffee for Secretary Li. Director Wang finally came to his senses, but still didn't know why Mr. Lu had changed his mind.
But how could Mr. Lu make the coffee? He quickly stepped forward.
President Lu, please sit, I'll take care of the coffee. Secretary Li, please wait, I'll be right back.
He quickly turned around and left the room.
As soon as Secretary Li and President Lu had left, Chen Xuan received a WeChat message from Jiang Wanqing.
Honey, how did it go? Did you resolve the matter?
Chen Xuan immediately sent a message back to Jiang Wanqing.
Honey, the friend you found is really helpful.
Secretary Li returned to the office early.
She personally sent my plan to the designated email address in front of General Manager Lu, so that he can't blame me.
Honey, thank you so much for solving a difficult problem for me.
Jiang Wanqing sent a smiley face emoticon.
Honey, this is helping us solve a difficult problem.
Hello, and I'm fine too. If you can work and earn money, can you support me?
Chen Xuan, of course, I'm your husband, who else is going to support you if not me?
Jiang Wanqing, just teasing you, men and women are equal, I don't need you to support me.
I have a job, and as soon as I recover, I'll go to work. We'll work hard together as a couple, make our lives happy and harmonious, and strive for progress every day. Chen Xuan, honey, there's no rush to get a job, you must first get your health back.
Jiang Wanqing, okay, I'll listen to my husband. Have you had lunch yet, honey?
Chen Xuan, no, I ordered takeaway, it should be here soon.
Have you had lunch yet, honey?
Jiang Wanqing sends a picture over, showing 4 dishes, 3 vegetarian and 1 meat, all beautifully presented.
Honey, I'm eating it right now. Chen Xuan, that's great, free recuperation and such good food, I'm jealous. Jiang Wanqing, don't be jealous. Family members of company employees can also enjoy the same treatment. You are welcome to come and experience life. Chen Xuan, really? That's great.
But I don't need rehabilitation because I'm healthy.
Jiang Wanqing, rehabilitation and recuperation are separate here.
Even if you're healthy, you can still come on holiday and relax.
Chen Xuan, I need to work hard now.
I'm in a state of social animal, and I'm not yet qualified to take a holiday.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, do you find work hard? Chen Xuan, as long as there's money to be made, I don't feel it's hard work.
It's just that I'm having a hard time dealing with a leader who's insensitive to others.
Jiang Wanqing, so, do you want your wife to ask her friends to help you find an easier job? Chen Xuan, wife, these days, asking for help means getting into debt. We don't want to ask for help if we don't have to. Besides, I want to gain some experience. Everyone gets hurt in society.
Without the trials and tribulations of the workplace, how can I protect my wife from harm? Jiang Wanqing sends a thumbs up emoji.
Honey, you have a great attitude. Healthy, stable, optimistic. Being with you, I feel that I can face any difficulty. Chen Xuan, honey, have you activated the flattery mode? But you can go a bit harder, I can handle it. Jiang Wanqing sends 2 facepalm emojis. What was Mr. Lu's reaction when he saw your plan sent out?
Chen Xuan, his face changed, as if my plan sent out had caused him great harm.
I really can't understand why.
Jiang Wanqing, according to my guess, there may be two reasons. First, your plan had an impact on him. As to what kind of impact, I'm not sure.
Second, it's because of your ex-girlfriend Yang Yi. Didn't you say that Lu Ren is paranoid?
Maybe he thinks of you as an imaginary rival and deliberately makes things difficult for you until you lose this job.
Chen Xuan sent out a helpless expression.
Lu Ren doesn't know that I have such a beautiful and gentle wife, and I wouldn't trade her for 10 Yang Yis. Wife, what actually disappointed me the most was Director Wang. This Director Wang usually speaks up for justice, but in this situation, he still couldn't do justice and stand up for the employees below.
But I understand him. After all, one has to bow one's head under the same roof.
For the sake of his personal interests and future prospects, it is only natural that he cannot offend his leader because of a new junior staff member like me. It's just that he usually speaks in a lofty manner, which has led me to always misunderstand him and think that he is a leader who can stand up for his subordinates. Jiang Wanqing, my dear, you will understand after working for a long time that people are unpredictable in the workplace, and you have to rely on yourself in critical situations, and you cannot rely on others. There are no friends forever in the face of interests, and it is very difficult to meet a leader who can take care of the junior staff without caring about their own position. But I am very happy to inform you that you have met a daughter-in-law who will not be swayed by interests and cares about you.
Chen Xuan sent a kiss emoticon back.
And I am also very happy to inform you that you have met a husband who cares about nothing but you.
Jiang Wanqing sent a dozen kisses with a happy emoticon. The takeaway arrived, and Chen Xuan sent Jiang Wanqing a photo.
He had just finished eating, and Secretary Li, General Manager Lu, and Director Wang walked in together. General Manager Lu clapped his hands. As you are all here, Secretary Li is going to announce the assessment results of this creative planning case. Neither Director Wang nor I know the result yet, and Secretary Li said she is going to announce it in front of you all.
Secretary Li looked at the 5 people in the room. Sorry to interrupt, but I will now announce the message from the chairman.
The chairman believes that the creative proposals of the 5 colleagues here are all very good.
But one of the creative proposals is particularly outstanding.
After the final assessment by the group, this proposal can be used as the annual promotion plan for blood glucose meters. For this reason, the chairman has decided to award the creator of this proposal.
That person is? Chen Xuan. Ah.
Everyone in the room, including Chen Xuan himself, was stunned.
President Lu looked at Secretary Li. Could it be a mistake?
Secretary Li's face was solemn.
Was General Manager Lu questioning the chairman or was he questioning me?
General Manager Lu waved his hands repeatedly. No, I'm just very surprised. Secretary Li walked up to Chen Xuan, held out her phone, and opened an interface. The chairman said, "You can choose any of these cars."
Chen Xuan only glanced at it, and his eyes went straight. Chapter 39, Hit by a Golden Pie. Secretary Li's phone interface displayed 5 models.
Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maserati, Ferrari, and Aston Martin. Chen Xuan felt his head spin when he saw that these were the cars. It was already a pleasant surprise that the chairman appreciated his proposal. Hearing from Secretary Li that he had been selected by the group again and would be able to use the plan as the annual promotional plan for the blood glucose meter was even more unexpected. In Chen Xuan's mind, even if the chairman of the board kept his word and really rewarded him with a car, it would at most be some kind of ordinary brand of people-friendly sedan. But this result was already equivalent to winning the lottery for him. But now these cars that Secretary Li showed Chen Xuan completely confused him. These are all luxury cars from the world's top brands, true luxury cars in the truest sense of the word. For luxury cars of this caliber, Chen Xuan is limited to recognizing the car logos. In his mind, he never imagined that he would actually own one someday, and that it would be so within reach. This made Chen Xuan doubt that he was dreaming. It was truly unbelievable.
Seeing Chen Xuan in a daze, Secretary Li was careful.
Well, the chairman commanded that if you are not satisfied, you can specify the model yourself. Supercars like the Bugatti, the Sebring, the Koenigsegg, the Lamborghini. The group does not have these cars in stock, but I can order them immediately if you want.
However, you may have to wait a few days, and this will delay the time you get your reward.
If you choose one of the models I showed you, the group has the car in stock, and I can take you to pick it up later. President Lu and Director Wang both had their eyes wide open, and the other 4 colleagues in the room also had their mouths wide open, unable to hide their shock.
What is going on? Bugatti. Koenigsegg.
These are all supercars that start at tens of millions of yuan.
What merit does this Chen Xuan have? Has smoke come out of his ancestors' graves?
Just for a creative planning case for a blood glucose meter, the chairman of the board actually wants to reward him like this.
President Liu came over and asked Secretary Li, "Is this the model of the reward car?"
Secretary Li frowned slightly.
"Mr. Liu, was it not clear enough what I said?"
The chairman wanted to reward the winner with a car that he could drive, not a model.
Mr. Liu smiled.
I was afraid that Secretary Li had misunderstood the chairman's meaning.
Secretary Li's eyebrows rose. So Mr. Liu is questioning whether I am a competent secretary.
With a pop, Secretary Li placed the briefcase in his hands on the table and opened it. Inside were 5 brand new car keys. The car logos on the keys were perfectly clear, and they were exactly the models that were on the interface of Secretary Li's mobile phone.
Secretary Li tapped the briefcase lightly and asked, "Do the car models need keys to open them?" "Mr. Liu, do you still have any doubts?"
It was only at this point that General Manager Liu and Director Wang were completely certain that the top luxury car that the chairman wanted to reward Chen Xuan with was really the top luxury car. My goodness, this kid Chen Xuan has been hit by a pie that fell from the sky, and it's a big golden pie at that. The two of them felt shocked and could not find the words to describe their feelings.
Lu Zong rubbed his hands together.
Oh dear, Chen's proposal was already a great thing to have won the chairman's praise.
Isn't this reward a bit too heavy? After all, Chen is just a new employee.
I think it would be more appropriate for the chairman to reward our medical beauty company. That way, it would be more appropriate. Secretary Li turned her head and stared at Lu Run.
Mr. Liu, if you have any objections to this arrangement, I can report it to the chairman for you. But right now I'm carrying out the work arranged by the chairman, so please don't interfere with my work, okay? Mr. Liu was a little embarrassed. How could I object to the chairman's arrangement?
Secretary Li, you're busy. Secretary Li ignored Mr. Liu and looked at Chen Xuan. The chairman said that if you think one car is not enough, 2 cars are fine.
It's up to you, you don't need to worry about making a choice.
Chen Xuan had momentarily thought that the chairman was rewarding him with a car model, after what General Manager Liu had just said, and he had been shocked for nothing. But now, after what Secretary Li had said, he continued to be shocked, and believed that it wasn't a dream. Chen Xuan thought about it carefully, then scratched his head. Secretary Li, these cars are quite good, but they're a bit.
I can't afford them at my current income level.
Secretary Li was taken aback.
Oops, you have this concern. This is my oversight, I forgot to make it clear in advance.
The chairman's arrangement is that no matter what car you choose, any expenses related to this car in the future, whether it's maintenance, insurance, repairs, or refueling, will be covered by the group, and you won't have to pay a penny. Chen Xuan's heart was shocked again.
Hold on, where can you find such a good thing? This reward must be accepted.
However, he noticed in the corner of his eye that both President Liu and Director Wang were looking at him in a strange way. He felt a stirring in his heart and said, "Thank you, Chairman, and thank the group for their care.
But I'm just a small employee now, and I still think these 5 luxury cars are a bit ostentatious. Are there any other cars in the group's existing fleet that are a bit more low-key? Secretary Li, you should know best. Can you recommend one?"
Secretary Li thought for a moment and said, "How about this, you and I go and look at them together, and we'll choose whichever one you like."
With that, Secretary Li turned to Director Wang and said,
"Director Wang, I'm going to take Chen Xuan to the company garage to choose a car, and then there are some other things I need to do. Now I'd like to ask for some time off for Chen Xuan and myself." Director Wang had been in a daze, but when he heard what Secretary Li said, he quickly nodded.
Yes, Chen Xuan, go with Secretary Li. Oh, if you're busy, you don't need to come back in the afternoon.
Secretary Li put away her briefcase and nodded to the somewhat dazed General Liu.
Goodbye, General Liu. Lu Ren then came to his senses. Oops, I'll see Secretary Li off, he said, and took the lead, while Director Wang immediately realized.
Secretary Li, take your time, I'll see you off, he said, quickly pushing open the door and leading the way to the elevator. Chen Xuan followed Secretary Li, and with General Manager Liu and Director Wang waving goodbye with beaming smiles, he got into the elevator.
The advertising department was on the 12th floor of the Ningyuan building, and the two of them rode the elevator all the way to the 3rd basement level.
Normally, vehicles entering the building can only go as far as the 2nd basement level, and no one without authorization can get to the 3rd basement level, whether by elevator or on foot. Secretary Li explained to Chen Xuan in the elevator that This floor is the exclusive garage for the chairman and several senior members of the group.
The cars you want, the unassuming cars, are all on this floor.
After getting out of the elevator, Secretary Lee led the way to the east side of the third basement level. Secretary Lee stopped and then pointed at the row of cars in front of her.
Chen Xuan, these cars should all meet the standards you mentioned, you can just pick one. Chen Xuan looked again and again, holding his breath. This is still called unassuming? Chapter 40. Could it be a trap?
There were more than 10 cars in the row in front of him, and many of them were covered in dust, as if they hadn't been driven for a while. They were cross-country models and sedans from Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Land Rover, and Porsche. Although the Mercedes-Benz's were not Maybachs, they were S600S and G500S. The BMWs were 7 Series and X6S, and the Audis were A8S and Q7S.
Chen Xuan was a little dazed.
These cars were also the luxury cars in his heart, not at all low-key. Secretary Lee looked at these cars with a somewhat complicated gaze. The old chairman liked cars.
Whenever a new model he liked came on the market, he would buy one.
After the old chairman passed away, our current chairman still follows this habit of buying some cars and keeping them here, driving them when he has free time. Recently, the chairman has been busy and hasn't driven for a long time. These cars may look a bit old, but they are actually almost all new.
What do you think? These cars are low-key, choose one.
The Kyushu Group is a multinational group, and the chairman of the group is like a person from another world to Chen Xuan. If it weren't for the huge reward he had given him, Chen Xuan wouldn't even think about the word chairman. So he didn't care about what Secretary Lee said about the old and new chairman, and he had no intention of asking.
Chen Xuan looked hesitant.
These cars?
I think they're still a bit ostentatious.
Secretary Lee was a bit embarrassed.
Oh, well, these are the only cars available at the moment.
Just pick one, otherwise I won't be able to complete the task the chairman has assigned me. Chen Xuan's gaze flickered between the cars.
All right, I'll take the Audi Q7.
Secretary Lee smiled. This is a hybrid new energy vehicle, and it was delivered at the end of last year.
This car is quite common, unassuming, and has good performance. If you're sure, I'll have someone bring down the car keys.
I was expecting you to choose those cars, so I didn't bring the keys to these cars in the garage. But the chairman gave instructions in advance that you can also feel free to drive any of the cars in the garage.
Chen Xuan was a little puzzled. Did the chairman think of this?
Secretary Lee realized that she had talked a bit too much and quickly made up an excuse.
Well.
The chairman was probably worried that you might have any special requests, so he made some arrangements in advance.
If there are no changes, I'll have the car keys sent over right away.
Chen Xuan nodded, and if there were no changes, he would drive the Q7.
Secretary Lee immediately made a phone call.
Yang, take a good look at the WeChat message I sent you, and send down the car keys first. Before long, a woman in business attire walked quickly over and handed Secretary Lee a document bag.
Li Jia, the car keys and driving documents are all here.
Secretary Lee took the document bag and opened it to take a closer look.
Xiaoyang, the document I sent you was requested by Chairman Jiang to be compiled as soon as possible. You hurry up and make sure it's done before you leave work.
The woman nodded and said, Li Jia, don't worry. Chen Xuan had also checked the group's internal website, but there was no mention of the chairman there either. It was only now that Chen Xuan realized that the chairman also had the surname Jiang, the same as his wife Jiang Wanqing. However, there were many people with the surname Jiang, so Chen Xuan didn't think much of it.
Secretary Lee handed Chen Xuan the document bag. Okay, this Q7 is now yours to use. The outside of the car is a bit dirty, so you can clean it up when you have time.
You can get an invoice for all expenses related to the car and hand it to me once a month, and I will reimburse you directly. If you can't get an invoice, a receipt will do.
Chen Xuan took the document bag, took out the car key from it, opened the door and got into the car.
He first familiarized himself with the situation in the car and the various buttons displayed on the driving panel, and then started the car. Surprisingly, the fuel gauge was full. Secretary Lee walked over to the car, opened the door and sat in the back seat.
Okay, you can drive now.
Go out of the basement and drive around the Ningyuan building a few times.
Try the performance of the car.
I won't consider this task complete until I feel completely at ease.
Chen Xuan nodded. Then, Secretary Lee, you sit tight.
I haven't driven for a long time, so my hands are a bit stiff. Secretary Lee fastened her seatbelt.
It's okay, just drive slowly.
The car slowly drove out of the basement. Chen Xuan was a bit rusty at first, but slowly got the hang of it and drove much more smoothly. While Chen Xuan was concentrating on driving, Secretary Li quietly sent a WeChat message. Chairman, Chen Xuan didn't choose any of the 5 cars. He went to the basement and chose an Audi Q7. His driving skills are okay, there's no problem at all, you can rest assured. Secretary Li soon received a WeChat message from the chairman, Jiang Wanqing. She read it carefully and then replied.
I understand, Chairman.
After circling the Ningyuan building several times, Chen Xuan felt that he was familiar with the car. He looked in the rearview mirror and said to Secretary Li, the car's performance is very good, there's no problem at all.
Should I take you back to the Ningyuan building or somewhere else? Secretary Li's eyes twinkled. Why don't you take me to another place?
This is also the chairman's arrangement. Chen Xuan was a little puzzled.
Did the chairman still have arrangements?
Although he was thinking this to himself, he followed Secretary Li's instructions and drove into a villa area by the sea, stopping in front of the gate of a villa compound. Secretary Li picked up her phone and dialed a number.
Before long, the gate of the villa automatically opened.
And a silver Rolls-Royce drove out of the compound and stopped next to Chen Xuan's Q7. A woman in her 50s got out of the Rolls-Royce, and so did Li and Chen.
Li looked at the woman and Chen. The woman smiled and nodded. Hello, Mr. Chen.
My name is Jiang, I'm the butler of this villa. This Rolls-Royce Phantom was given to you by the chairman.
Would you like to take it for a test drive? Chen was a little stunned. Ah, the Rolls-Royce is also mine? I already have this Audi, don't I?
Secretary Li smiled.
This is the chairman's idea. The rewards given by the group can be stacked.
You can use the Audi as a commuter vehicle, and the Rolls-Royce can be used for daily entertainment. Considering that it is inconvenient to park both cars, the Rolls-Royce will usually be parked in this villa, and you can come and drive it whenever you want. After all, the cars are given to you by the group, so you can decide what to do with them. He said, took out the key to the Rolls-Royce from his briefcase and handed it to Chen Xuan. Aunt Jiang was very respectful in her attitude and took out a card and handed it to Chen Xuan with both hands.
Mr. Chen, this is my phone number. I also have a key to the Rolls-Royce. When you come over, just call me from outside the door and I'll bring the car out to you. If you find that troublesome, just give me your address and I'll bring the car to you.
Chen Xuan was really a little confused at this time. Although he felt good about the creative plan, it was not to the extent that the chairman would appreciate it to this extent.
First an Audi, then a Rolls-Royce, isn't this plot a bit too magical? Could it be that the chairman has some purpose that he doesn't let on? Could it be a trap or a snare?
Chen Xuan frowned and hesitated when he thought about this. Secretary Li seemed to sense Chen Xuan's worry.
Chen Xuan, would you like to speak to the chairman on the phone? Chapter 41, Such a Polite Chairman.
Chen Xuan was a little surprised by Secretary Li's words.
Really? I can talk to the chairman?
Secretary Li nodded seriously. Yes, the chairman said that if necessary, you can talk to her. After all, these rewards given to you may make you feel a little concerned, and it may increase your psychological pressure. The chairman said that if this is the case, it will go against the original intention of this reward and is not conducive to you continuing to work well. Chen Xuan was a little hesitant, but he still chose to tell the truth.
Secretary Li, I won't hide anything from you.
I do have some concerns. I really don't dare to accept such a big reward.
I just feel a bit unsure.
After all, there is no precedent for this in the company. I'd rather hear what the chairman has to say, so I can feel more at ease.
Secretary Li smiled. Okay, the chairman has thought about your concerns. I'll put you through to the chairman.
She took out her phone, dialed a number.
Hello, Chairman Jiang, Chen Xuan from the advertising department of Liren Medical Aesthetics would like to speak to you.
He has some concerns about this bonus. Chen Xuan couldn't hear what was being said on the phone, but he saw that Secretary Li was nodding.
Okay, Chairman Jiang.
She then handed Chen Xuan the phone.
You can speak to the chairman now. Chen Xuan took the phone with some trepidation, placed it to his ear.
Hello, Chairman, this is Chen Xuan from the advertising department. The voice on the other end of the line was female.
Hello, Chen Xuan, I am the chairman of the Kyushu Group, my surname is Jiang.
The voice sounded fresh and elegant, and it felt like the chairman was not young. Chen Xuan was sure that the voice was unfamiliar, and he had heard it for the first time. Chairman Jiang, thank you very much for your appreciation of my creative planning case.
But after receiving your reward, I feel a little uneasy.
To be honest, an Audi Q7 already exceeded my expectations for this reward. And then all the expenses related to the car can be reimbursed, which makes me feel a little overwhelmed. And now there is a superimposed reward, and I have been rewarded with a Rolls-Royce, which really makes me feel a little unbelievable. Chairman, I feel that these rewards are a little too much. My current contribution to the group is just a creative plan, which seems to be not worthy of such a heavy reward.
This really makes me feel a little uneasy and insecure.
Why don't you see if you can take back all the cars and give me the money as a bonus, however much you think is appropriate, so that I can feel more at ease? Chen Xuan is thinking to himself, even if there is some kind of trap, as long as the bonus is in his account, the worst that can happen is that he can quit his job. Whether it's an Audi or a Rolls-Royce, the car is not in his name, just the right to use it. It's so much more practical to get cash. The chairman's voice came over the phone. Chen Xuan, I can guess you have concerns in your heart, and even doubt whether there is a trap here. Why would a creative plan get such a high reward? Is there some ulterior motive on my part as chairman? Chen Xuan hurriedly defended himself. Chairman, I didn't mean it like that.
I just don't know what to think. I'm just a little white-collar worker, and if I fall into some pit, I won't be able to climb out. A light laugh came from the other end of the line. At the sound of the laughter, Chen Xuan suddenly felt a moment of daze, and in the haze, he felt a sense of déjà vu. But if he listened more carefully, it was indeed quite unfamiliar.
Chen Xuan, I'm laughing because I really admire you. You've only just joined the company, and the fact that you're thinking like this after encountering a problem shows that you're very mature. It shows that you're cautious, that you know how to weigh up the pros and cons when faced with unexpected gains, and that you're not greedy. A company like yours will definitely focus on training young people like you in the future. Chen Xuan hurriedly replied politely, thanking the chairman. The voice on the other end of the line continued. I need to explain this matter clearly to you so that you can rest assured. It is like this, there is an unwritten rule within the group, which was passed down from my father, the former chairman. This rule is to allow employees to grow together with the group, both mentally and in terms of remuneration. We strive to ensure that all employees can enjoy the benefits brought about by the group's profit growth. Specifically, it is to ensure that all products of the group are related to the interests of employees. For example, at Beauty Expert, the medical beauty device project you are currently involved in. Because you are involved, you will receive a profit share from the sales of this product. Not only you, but all employees who have contributed to this product will receive a corresponding reward. This is also one of the keys to our Kyushu Group's continued success. However, this rule cannot be put in writing, as it could easily be exploited by people with ulterior motives within the group. Therefore, I have considered turning this unwritten rule into a habit and a culture. This approach must also be felt by all employees, and they must be able to appreciate the group's intentions. This requires an example, and you are the role model I have chosen. This blood glucose meter is a mature product of our group, and it is sold not only domestically but also all over the world. Because of the recent launch of new functions, the group is preparing to replan and promote it. Your creative plan has been approved by the group, and it will definitely generate great benefits after implementation. I have asked the Secretariat to evaluate it based on the relevant data, and you should be able to mention a very high bonus. However, this raises a problem. The blood glucose meter is not a product of Liren Medical Beauty, but belongs to a group company abroad. If the bonus for this product is given through intercompany finance, it will not only be troublesome, but will also incur additional related costs. Taking these factors into consideration, the reward is in the form of a car. Judging from the long-term sales of this blood glucose meter in the market, the reward of these two cars is actually not much, at most it is comparable. As for your suggestion of rewarding in the form of bonuses, I can also consider it. However, it involves the tax and financial issues of each company, which will be troublesome, and it will also lose the exemplary effect of your kind. So I can only ask you to help me reluctantly accept both cars.
I don't know if I can? Chen Xuan had basically understood by now.
The core meaning of the chairman's many words was for him to set an example and be a benchmark for this unwritten employee benefit. His concerns had now been basically allayed, and at least he could be sure that the chairman was not setting a malicious trap. Now that the chairman had said it so politely, Chen Xuan felt that if he didn't accept it, he would be ungrateful. Oh, Chairman, you've put me in a difficult position. Thank you, Chairman, I will accept this additional reward, and I will do everything as you wish.
I will work hard in the future and will not let you down.
The chairman's voice on the other end of the line seemed to have become a little softer.
Okay, if there is nothing else, I will pass the phone to Secretary Li. Yes, Chairman, thank you, I have nothing else.
Chen Xuan handed the phone to Secretary Li, who took the call.
Oh, okay, Chairman, I understand.
After hanging up, Li Shumu looked at Chen Xuan and said,
The chairman said, let you take a look inside the villa on your way. Chen Xuan.
Chapter 42, They Must Be Kept at Arm's Length.
Chen Xuan looked at Li Shumu, a little puzzled. Let me take a look inside?
Li Shumu nodded. Yes, what the chairman meant was that if the car is parked in the villa, it is not convenient to always let the butler open the door for you. Why don't you familiarize yourself with the situation in the villa and just go in and open it yourself? This way, no matter what time it is, you won't have to trouble the butler. Chen Xuan suddenly realized that the chairman had thought of everything.
But then he had another question. This is supposed to be a residence, right? I wonder who lives here. Will it be convenient for me to come and go as I please? Secretary Li smiled and said, This is Chairman Zhang's home in Binchang.
The previous chairman would occasionally stay here, but since his death, the chairman has rarely come here. There are no outsiders in the villa except for the butler and a few maids, so the chairman told you to feel free to do as you please and treat it like your own home.
Chen Xuan nodded, that's right.
Although the chairman said he could treat it like his own home, Chen Xuan felt that was just a polite thing to say.
At this time, Zhang's butler also took out his phone and looked at it.
The chairman also sent me a message, telling me to make sure to receive Mr. Chen well.
Mr. Chen, please come inside, I'll show you around first. Then I will give you the key to the villa.
In the rehabilitation center, Jiang Wanqing put down her phone and smiled lightly. It seems that the voice-changing software downloaded for her by Secretary Li is quite useful.
Chen Xuan did not suspect anything at all.
Although it took some effort, she was still very happy that she could dispel Chen Xuan's doubts. This little husband-to-be is smarter and more capable than she expected, and his character is much more mature and stable than his actual age. This may be related to the fact that he helped out at home since he was young and experienced the hardships of his parents at an early age. Jiang Wanqing thought to herself as she lay lazily in bed, the sunlight pouring in, and she felt warm all over. For some reason, she couldn't help but think of the craziness and confusion of that night with Chen Xuan. This little husband actually doesn't remember anything, although she was also dizzy at the time, but the feeling was very clear. When she thought about Chen Xuan showing off his body in the video, with his six-pack and washboard abs, Jiang Wanqing's face felt flushed for no reason, and she blushed as she covered her head with the quilt. Chen Xuan drove away from the villa, and Jiang the butler saw him off to the gate, and didn't return to the courtyard until he couldn't see the Audi anymore. Secretary Li had got out of the car first, so Chen Xuan found a car wash and asked the car wash attendant to clean the Audi Q7 inside and out. After the car was washed, Chen Xuan sent a WeChat message to Jiang Wanqing.
Wife, I have some good news for you. Jiang Wanqing quickly replied. What good news? Did your plan get the chairman's attention?
Chen Xuan replied with an expression of surprise.
Wife, how did you know? Jiang Wanqing, I'm your wife, we're soulmates. Chen Xuan, not only was the proposal liked, I also got a reward.
Then Chen Xuan took a picture of an Audi Q7 and sent it to Jiang Wanqing. Wife, this is the reward the chairman gave me.
Audi Q7, are you surprised or not?
Jiang Wanqing quickly replied, the chairman of the Kyushu group is giving you an Audi Q7, that's so stingy.
Chen Xuan, honey, is it really stingy to give you an Audi Q7? I already feel very surprised. I thought I would be very happy with just an ordinary car. Jiang Wanqing sent a smiley face emoticon.
If it were a normal company, you could be happy with that, but the Kyushu group is at least above average.
Chen Xuan, yeah, then it seems like my wife has a much higher standard than me. I didn't think of this connection at first.
The cars that the chairman wanted to give me at first were indeed much more luxurious than an Audi Q7. I was allowed to choose between 5 cars, all of them top luxury cars like Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, and Bentley.
I was stunned.
Just because one creative plan was selected, I was rewarded with a luxury car like this to drive. I felt that it would make my colleagues jealous, and it was also too ostentatious, so I didn't accept it. I discussed it with Secretary Li, and she took me to choose an Audi Q7. But then there was another twist.
Chen Xuan then took out the keys to the Rolls-Royce and took a photo, sending it to Jiang Wanqing.
Then he told Jiang Wanqing the whole story in his own words.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, I think you did the right thing.
You should clarify any concerns you have in your heart, so that you can feel at ease.
Chen Xuan, honey, you think I made the right decision, don't you?
The chairman of the Kyushu group has so politely discussed it with me, so I have to accept the car.
Jiang Wanqing, yes, you must accept it.
I can tell that Chairman Jiang has no ulterior motives in giving you a luxury car, so whether it's an Audi or a Rolls-Royce, you can drive it with peace of mind.
Chen Xuan, honey, I'm actually still a bit worried.
I'm afraid that after receiving such a high reward,
it would be best if I just drove an ordinary car for transportation. This car is a bit too showy.
Jiang Wanqing, dear, according to my many years of experience in the workplace, as long as you stand out in the company,
no matter what reward you get,
as long as you are better than your average colleagues, people will be jealous of you.
Some people may even form cliques to isolate or exclude you.
But there is an interesting phenomenon with this kind of thing, and that is that these people will only be jealous of people who are not their match. If you surpass them by too much, making them feel that they are hopelessly behind and will never catch up, this jealousy will disappear and turn into admiration. Just like an ordinary person will be jealous of a nouveau riche, but he will not be jealous of the richest person in the world. So, if your wife thinks that you are not as good as driving your Q7 or Rolls-Royce with confidence,
let these people, including President Liu, know that the chairman of the board values you and is in a different league from them, so they will be more and more afraid to make things difficult for you.
Chen Xuan sent 2 kisses in quick succession. After listening to his wife's words, he felt like he had learned a lot.
Jiang Wanqing also sent 2 kisses in return. Honey, I was just talking nonsense.
You're the one who decides what's right and wrong.
Chen Xuan, I think my wife is absolutely right.
Once she's recovered, I'll pick you up in a Rolls-Royce Phantom and let you experience the feeling of driving a luxury car.
Jiang Wanqing sends an excited emoticon. Great, I'm looking forward to it.
Chen Xuan, I went to the villa where the chairman lives today. It's in a quiet environment with fresh air, surrounded by mountains and the sea, and it looks very luxurious from the outside. There are not only rock gardens in the courtyard, but also a standard swimming pool. I didn't go inside the villa, but I went to the garage in the courtyard to have a look.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, what do you think of that villa?
Chen Xuan, it's pretty good, but I don't like it.
Jiang Wanqing sent an expression of surprise.
Why?
Chen Xuan, because there's no you there.
Jiang Wanqing, oh, honey, everything you say makes me miss you. Chen Xuan and Jiang Wanqing flirted with each other on WeChat for a while before driving to the company.
On the way, Han Yang called.
Buddy, I just heard some explosive news.
Chapter 43, it really is quite explosive.
Chen Xuan's phone was connected to the Bluetooth in the Q7, so he could talk while driving. When he heard Han Yang say this, he didn't immediately ask what the news was. Chen Xuan knew Han Yang very well, and the more he wanted to ask, the more the guy would hold back. Sure enough, Han Yang paused after saying this, waiting for Chen Xuan to speak, but Chen Xuan didn't say a word.
After a short silence, Han Yang finally couldn't hold back anymore. Dude, this is explosive news. Chen Xuan's tone of voice sounded very calm. Really? Han Yang, it's about Yang Yi. Chen Xuan, oh. Han Yang, dude, what are you doing? Chen Xuan, I'm driving to the office. Han Yang, you're not at work? Chen Xuan, I am.
I had to leave temporarily, but I'm back at the office now.
Han Yang, driving. What car are you driving? Chen Xuan, an Audi Q7. Han Yang, damn, that's so luxurious, whose car is it? Chen Xuan, it's mine.
Han Yang, you're just bragging, even if you don't pay tax for bragging, you still have to be reliable.
Hey, I'm telling you this explosive news is related to Yang Yi, why are you so indifferent?
Chen Xuan, Yang Yi has nothing to do with me now, just like passers-by A, B, C, and D.
If you don't have anything else, I'll hang up first. You shouldn't be talking on the phone while driving. Han Yang, don't pretend with me, driving or not. We know each other well. Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. Yang Yi was beaten up. Chen Xuan, oh, really?
Han Yang, from the way you sound so calm, I know you really treated her like a stranger. Chen Xuan, of course, man, I'm speaking from the heart.
Han Yang, guess who beat Yang Yi up? Chen Xuan, I'm not guessing, I'll hang up if you don't tell me.
Han Yang, it was General Lu's wife who beat her up. Chen Xuan was shocked.
What?
He turned the steering wheel and pulled over.
Han Yang, what do you think? Isn't this news explosive enough? Chen Xuan, what's going on? You mean General Lu already has a wife? Han Yang, not only does he have a wife, he has 2 kids too.
Chen Xuan was really shocked.
You mean Yang Yi is the mistress? Han Yang, yes, that's what I heard from Lu Fei. This happened this afternoon.
Our company has tea time in the afternoon, and Lu Fei and Yang Yi went to the coffee shop downstairs together.
As soon as they got off the elevator, a fat woman came over and asked Yang Yi if she was Yang Yi. Yang Yi said yes, and the woman asked if she knew Lu Ren.
Yang Yi said, "Of course I know, that's my husband." As soon as she finished saying that, the fat woman rushed up to her.
She said, Lu Ren is your husband, so who am I?
I've been married to him for 8 years and we've had 2 children.
You shameless vixen, you seduced my husband.
Then she started to fight. According to Lu Fei, the fat woman was extremely strong and went on a rampage against Yang Yi. At first, Lu Fei was stunned, but when she reacted, she rushed over to stop the fight, but she couldn't pull them apart. The fat woman also brought 2 other women as helpers, and together they stopped Lu Fei. Lu Fei quickly called the police, and by the time they arrived, Yang Yi's top was already torn off. But according to Lu Fei, fortunately, Yang Yi's underwear underneath was quite sturdy, otherwise she would have been naked. Chen Xuan found this hard to believe.
Holy shit, this is some pretty shocking news. Does Yang Yi know that Lu Ren has a wife?
Han Yang, Lu Fei said Yang Yi probably doesn't know that she was deceived by Lu Ren and didn't know that he was married.
They're still at the police station and haven't come back yet.
I just heard that Lu's wife is the daughter of a Kyushu Group veteran.
You're at the company, haven't you heard any news?
Chen Xuan, I left the office at noon, so I don't know if there's any news.
But this Mr. Lu is really not playing fair. Isn't this playing with people's emotions? Han Yang, yes, but don't get worked up. He's your direct superior and the person in charge.
Chen Xuan, why would I get worked up? Yang Yi and I broke up a long time ago, so we have nothing to do with each other. She should just sort out her own problems.
Han Yang, that's good, I was worried that you might lose your temper over a woman.
Chen Xuan, losing your temper means that you have a relationship with or feelings for the woman. I have nothing to do with Yang Yi and no other feelings, so I won't lose my temper.
I just think that she's really blind to choose this boyfriend.
After all, I know her, and I can support her mentally.
There's nothing else I can do, I can't help her beat Lu Zone up.
In a society ruled by law, this is no longer acceptable. If there are no ulterior motives between a man and a woman, they should keep their distance and set boundaries, otherwise misunderstandings are likely to arise. I don't want my girlfriend to misunderstand me because of Yang Yi.
Han Yang, oh, when it comes to matters of the heart, you can't compare to me.
My friend is a master in both theory and practice.
Hey, when are you going to introduce your girlfriend to me?
From the photos, she looks like a real beauty, I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Xuan, maybe sometime in the future, she's been busy recently.
And what do you expect from my girlfriend? How are things with Lu Fei? Are you getting along? Han Yang, it's going well, things are developing in a positive direction. But Lu Fei is a bit conservative.
She's fine with going out for dinner and watching movies, but she won't let me touch her.
We've never even held hands.
Chen Xuan, oh, man, I thought you two were already sleeping together.
I thought you were a master at this. This isn't so good. Han Yang, you don't understand, buddy.
The more she resists, the more exciting it is when you finally get her.
Just thinking about it makes me a little excited.
Chen Xuan, no point in arguing with you. I have to go back to the office, I haven't finished the work on hand yet, and I've already been delayed for half a day.
Han Yang, are you really not at the office?
Chen Xuan, yes, why would I lie to you?
Han Yang, oh dear, it's not that your company has really given you a car, is it?
But even if it has, it can't be a Q7, I just don't believe it. Chen Xuan took out the key to the Rolls-Royce and posed for a photo, which he sent to Han Yang.
It's not a Q7, it's a Rolls-Royce.
Han Yang, buddy, you're getting better at bragging, but you gave yourself away with that photo.
The boss of my company drives a Rolls-Royce, the Cullinan. His car keys are worth 80,000 yuan. With the peanuts we make, we can't even afford the keys to a Cullinan.
Yours is just a lighter.
Have you started smoking?
This is a complicated matter to explain, so Chen Xuan decided to wait until he saw Han Yang again.
No, smoking is harmful to health. Okay, I really have to get back to the office.
I'll call you if there's anything else. Chen Xuan returned to the office and just sat down at his desk when Director Wang pushed the door open and walked in.
Chen, how did it go? What kind of car did Secretary Li take you to drive? Chen Chuan told the truth, an Audi Q7. Director Wang was shocked.
Oops, the chairman is really being generous this time.
Chen, you must work hard in the future to live up to the chairman's appreciation of you. Chen Chuan nodded, that's a must. Director Wang smiled. Chen, Mr. Lu wants to see you, he has something to ask you. Chen Chuan was stunned, what did Lu Ren want to see him for at this time? Chapter 44, The Over-Enthusiastic President Lu.
President Lu's office was on the 13th floor of the building, and Chen Chuan had only been to this floor when he was going through the induction process.
The receptionist at the front desk called Lu to confirm before leading Chen Chuan to President Lu's office. Chen Chuan knocked gently on the door, and President Lu's voice came from inside. Come in.
Chen Chuan pushed open the door and entered the room. Lu Zong was standing in front of the window, which was open, and there were many cigarette butts in the ashtray. Seeing Chen Chuan come in, Lu Ring came up to him very enthusiastically.
Xiao Chen is here, come on, please sit down. Then he asked Chen Chuan to sit on the sofa next to the tea table.
Then he turned around, opened a drawer, took out a very exquisite small jar, held it up and shook it.
This is the top quality tea that a friend gave me.
It's Dahompo produced from the 6 mother tea trees on Mount Wui, and I'd been reluctant to drink it. Now that Xiao Chen is here, I have to give it to him. Chen Chuan stared at General Manager Lu, not understanding why he was suddenly so enthusiastic.
He was really a bit at a loss. General Manager Lu, I don't drink much tea, so don't bother.
Mr. Lu had already pressed the button on the tea table to boil the water, and the water in the teapot made a slight noise as it heated up.
Chen, you can take your time to cultivate the habit of drinking tea.
In fact, when I was young, I didn't drink much tea either, but I grew to like it.
Try this tea, and if you like it, take some back with you. I have another can in the drawer. Chen Chuan quickly waved his hand. Mr. Lu, you're too polite, no, really.
Mr. Lu's face was always smiling.
I heard from Director Wang that the chairman rewarded you with an Audi Q7? Chen Chuan nodded, yes.
The water had already boiled, and Mr. Lu began to wash the teacups with the boiling water, and then brewed the tea.
Chen, I'm sorry about what happened today. I almost asked you to abstain from your creative planning case.
But I did it out of good intentions, because I was worried that your plan would upset the chairman.
What if the chairman said something and fired you?
I really think you're a talented person, and I was worried about how this would affect your future. It would be a shame, so I persuaded you to abstain.
There's a saying. Concern leads to confusion, which best explains my state of mind.
You may not know, but the current chairman of the group has only been in office for 3 years, and I'm still trying to figure out her preferences. I have been planning according to the creative ideas that the previous chairman liked, which is indeed a bit arbitrary. You almost missed this award, and I would like to sincerely apologize to you. At this time, Mr. Lu had already poured 2 cups of tea. He put one in front of Chen Chuan and then lifted the one in front of him.
Chen, I'm sorry.
I, Lu Ren, offer you tea instead of alcohol as an apology. I should have drunk the tea, but it's a bit hot now, so I'll just do it half-heartedly, he said, holding the teacup in both hands and taking a small sip.
Chen Chuan also held up the teacup. Mr. Lu, you're too polite. Just hearing you say that is enough. From now on, everything unpleasant in the past will be completely forgotten,
he said, taking a small sip. The tea was indeed a bit hot. Chen Chuan had just started working, but he had worked part-time for 4 years at university and had experienced a lot, so he could easily come up with such words for such occasions.
Lu Zong grinned and said, Ha, Chen, you're a quick one. I like people with your personality. I'd like to make friends with someone like you. From now on, you, Chen Chuan, will be my good buddy Lu Ren. Chen Chuan was really a little confused now. What did this Lu Zong want? This tea is not intoxicating.
According to his previous attitude, there is no way he would call himself a brother.
Could it be that because he is appreciated by the chairman, Mr. Lu is trying to get closer?
But then Chen Chuan thought again, no, I heard that Mr. Lu's uncle is one of the founders of the group, and there is no need for him to ingratiate himself with the chairman through me.
What is Mr. Lu's real intention? Something is fishy. He must have an ulterior motive.
Chen Chuan braced himself and kept a sharp lookout.
Lu Zong picked up the teapot and poured some tea into Chen Chuan's cup. Chen, I won't lie to you. I started out as a lowly employee and worked my way up to my current position. Although my uncle is a founding member of the company and has helped me along the way,
I wouldn't be where I am today if I were useless. Thinking about how hard it was to get here, seeing you reminds me of when I was young.
Chen, you are talented and hardworking.
As long as you are down to earth and work hard with me, I promise that in a few years, when my position becomes vacant, you will be the company's general manager.
Chen Xuan didn't believe what General Manager Lu said, but he still showed an expression of being flattered. Mr. Lu, thank you for your trust. I will work hard. Mr. Lu's eyes twinkled as he picked up the teacup and took a sip.
Chen, I'm in a bit of a difficult situation right now and I want to ask you for a small favor. Chen Xuan became alert, knowing that Mr. Lu was about to get to the point.
Chen, I actually knew a long time ago that you and Yang Yi dated in college. Yang Yi thought I didn't know, and I never told her. Chen Xuan suddenly understood.
No wonder Lu Ren looked strange when he and Yang Yi had dinner the last time they met.
Lu Zong, Yang Yi and I have long since had no relationship. Lu Zong waved his hand. Chen, you don't need to explain, I know all about it. If Yang Yi really had something with you, she couldn't hide it from me.
Speaking of which, Mr. Lu lifted the teacup in front of him and drained it in one gulp.
Chen, I won't beat around the bush. Here's the deal. Well, I was really attracted to Yang Yi the first time I saw her. Isn't there a song lyric that goes, just because I looked at her in the crowd one more time? Hey, just because I looked at her one more time, I fell in love with Yi at first sight and couldn't help myself. So I made the mistake that all men make when they see someone they like, and I started going out with Yi. Why is it a mistake? Because I'm actually married, and I have a wife. Staring at General Lu, Chen Xuan wanted to smash the teacup in front of him in his face. Chen Xuan had this thought purely out of an urge to see an ugly face, and it had nothing to do with Yang Yi. However, Chen Xuan resisted. Firstly, it was an irrational act, and secondly, it was illegal. He was not in a position to judge matters of this moral nature. The sign of a mature man is to hide his emotions, and after 4 years of part-time work while studying, Chen Xuan had fully achieved this standard. His expression did not change as he listened to what General Manager Lu was going to say next. Chapter 45 Shameless Thoughts. When General Manager Lu said these words, he kept looking at Chen Xuan and noticed that the young man's expression was calm, as if he didn't care about his infidelity during the marriage. After observing Chen's expression, Lu Ren felt relieved and took a sip of tea from his teacup before continuing. Brother Chen, to be honest, I don't like my wife at all. My marriage was arranged by my parents. My uncle was close with my father's family, so they forced me to agree to the marriage, saying that it would be good for the family and my future. Hey, I didn't agree at the time, but I finally gave in. But I really don't like her. Later, I wanted a divorce, but my wife refused to let me go, and even threatened to take the kids. Our marriage has long since existed in name only. There is really no longer any affection. There is no doubt that I really like Yi. I was thinking of waiting until the children were a little older and then filing for divorce. But then something unexpected happened. That day, Yi and I were going home. Oh, it was Yi's home. Coincidentally, my wife saw us. As a result, this afternoon she went to Yi's company and had, well, an argument with Yi. Now the situation is like this: if my wife goes to Yi's company and keeps causing trouble, then not only will she lose her job, her reputation will also be bad. After all, she is not the original wife. Chen Xuan mused in his heart, if Lu Ren and his wife really had such a bad relationship, could they still have had 2 children? All of this should be an excuse he made up, a reason to justify having an affair while keeping up the appearance of a happy family. Although Chen Xuan thought this, he did not show it. Mr. Lu, you're really not having an easy time. Lu Ren looked very helpless. Who was right, he wondered, and it was miserable. Chen Xuan held the teacup and casually blew away the floating tea dust. Did Jiang Yi not know about this? Mr. Lu hesitated slightly. Well, Yi knows more or less about my family situation. It's just that my wife has always been abroad, and I didn't expect her to suddenly come back. Chen Xuan nodded lightly. Oh, I see. Chen Xuan appeared to be calm and collected, but inside he was in turmoil. What did he mean by knew a little? There were only 2 possible responses to a boyfriend's marital status, knowing or not knowing. Any other response was an excuse. It was clear that Yang Yi knew about the marriage. Knowing this news, Chen Xuan was relieved. Lu Ren and Yang Yi's moral standards were equal, on the same level, so there was no need to feel sympathy. Lu picked up the teapot and refilled Chen Xuan's cup. Now my wife and Yi have both been taken away by the police to the Public Security Bureau, and they are still making a statement.
I have to go to the Public Security Bureau to pick her up in a little while.
So I have to find a way to calm this down, otherwise what am I going to do with E?
I've been thinking about it and I've come up with a solution, and I need Chen's help.
Chen Chuan looked at Lu Ren and said, Mr. Lu, what can I do to help? Lu Ren's smile was a little exaggerated. Brother Chen, here's what I think. You and Yi used to date and you know each other well. You and I happen to work in the same company and are colleagues, which is fate. This is heaven's way of arranging for you to help me and solve this matter perfectly. This is what I think. Can you pretend to still be Yi's boyfriend? Yi's home is with you now. Just tell my wife what you told me, Chen. The other day, my wife saw me with Yi because I wanted to talk to you about work. It was a complete misunderstanding. In this way, all the conflicts will be resolved, right? Then in the next 2 days, you pretend to hang out with Yi more, and as soon as my wife leaves the country, the clouds will part. Don't worry, my 2 children are both abroad, and my wife, who is concerned about her children, won't stay in the country for long. Chen Laodi, as long as we get through this difficult time, you will be my brother Lu Ren, and we can talk about anything in the future. At this beauty clinic, I will protect you, and everything will be smooth sailing. Chen Chuan frowned slightly and lowered his head, but he wasn't thinking, he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Hearing Lu Zong change the way he addressed him from Little Chen to Brother Chen, Chen Chuan knew that nothing good was going to happen. But he didn't expect Lu Ren to be so shameless. Lu Ren said all those things with the intention of using him as a scapegoat to appease Lu Ren's wife. Lu Ren's wife is the daughter of a group veteran, and if this matter becomes a big deal, Lu Ren will find it difficult to keep his position as the boss, so he came up with the idea of using him to take the blame. Lu Ren is not going to get a divorce, not even to save his job. So Chen Chuan knows that once he is implicated, it will definitely not end well. There are only 2 possibilities at the end of this matter. The first is that Lu Ren continues to maintain this improper relationship with Yang Yi. But there is no such thing as airtight, and sooner or later this matter will be revealed. When that happens, Lu Ren's wife will surely take her anger out on him, a lowly clerk. With the support of his father, one of the group's senior members, Chen Chuan will definitely lose his job and have to leave the company in disgrace. The second possibility is that Lu Ren and Yang Yi separate, and in order to prevent this matter from being revealed in the future and discovered by his wife, Chen Chuan will also have to go. Knowing too much about a secret and being involved in it, this is the inevitable outcome. So now in General Manager Lu's mind, Chen Chuan is just a pawn that he is going to use and then discard. General Manager Lu just wants to treat him like a fool who is sold out and still has to count the money for the other side. Seeing Chen Chuan bowing his head in silence, General Manager Lu reached out his hand and said, Brother Chen, you can't help out for nothing in this matter. Give me your phone, I'll transfer you 10,000 yuan, as a small token of my appreciation. When this matter settles down, I'll transfer you another 10,000 yuan. I know your family isn't well off, and 20,000 yuan would be quite helpful to you. Chen Chuan sneered inwardly, not to mention that he doesn't lack 20,000 yuan right now. Even if he did, he couldn't accept this money. Knowing full well that it was a trap, how could he jump into it? Chen Chuan looked up. Mr. Lu, you're too kind. This is not about money. You've asked, so I must help if I can. Lu Ren's eyes lit up. Oh, Chen is so straightforward. Chen Chuan smiled, but I'm in a difficult situation. I've got a girlfriend, and we're very close, to the point where we're talking about marriage. If she finds out about my relationship with my ex-girlfriend, there's no way I can explain it away. Mr. Lu, please don't make this difficult for me. Please think of another way. If I were you, I would say that covering up a lie always requires inventing another lie. If you go on like this, sooner or later the truth will come out. I think you'd better just face it head on. Since you like Yang Yi and want to divorce your wife, it doesn't matter when you do it, so why not take this opportunity to make it clear now? Mr. Lu's face fell. Chen, are you saying you don't want to do me this favor? Chapter 46, Refuse with Strength. Seeing that Mr. Lu had changed his expression, Chen Chuan calmly picked up the teapot and poured tea into Lu Ren's teacup. Mr. Lu, it's not that I'm not going to help, I just told you earlier that I do have difficulties. I hope you can understand. I think that doing it like I said is good for both you and Yang Yi. Mr. Lu's expression turned cold. Chen, I've been through more than you can imagine, so I don't need you to tell me what to do. Chen Chuan smiled and said, Mr. Lu, how dare I tell you what to do? I just speak my mind, so please don't be offended. Mr. Lu lifted the teacup and gulped it down.
Shen, you just graduated from university, and you know that jobs like ours at Butte Conception are hard to come by. You have such a job opportunity as soon as you join the company, and you have the recognition of the company and me.
It's not easy.
You are still young. Sometimes, if you don't cherish the present, you will feel a pity when you lose it, and it will be too late to regret. Lu Ren's words already contained a veiled threat, implying that Chen Xuan had to do what he said if he wanted to keep his job. Chen Xuan had long expected Lu Ren to say this. If he had encountered this situation yesterday, he was afraid that he would have to think about it carefully. How can he refuse perfectly without being used as a gun, but now he doesn't need to rack his brains so much. Chen Xuan gave a thumbs up. Mr. Lu, you are extraordinary in your insights, I must learn from you. When will I be able to reach the height of your thinking? I will be contented.
You are absolutely right, we must cherish the present.
Today, Secretary Li arranged for me to speak with the chairman, who was very impressed with my creative planning proposal and said he wanted me to become a role model for the group's new employees and set a good example. As he spoke, Chen Xuan took out the keys to a Rolls-Royce and placed them on the tea table. The chairman said that I could use the Audi Q7 as a commuter car.
This Rolls-Royce Phantom is also a bonus for me.
If the group has any activities, I can drive this car to participate. This lets the employees know that if they can contribute to the group, they can get a corresponding reward. My creative planning proposal for the blood glucose meter was selected as the group's annual promotion plan, and I will have to continue to follow up and make additions in the future. So I must cherish the present and live up to Lu Zheng's recognition and the chairman's appreciation. In addition to the Audi Q7, the chairman also rewarded the Rolls-Royce, and Chen Xuan didn't want to make a big deal about it. But now that President Lu wanted to pressure him with work, then he had to show it. His wife Jiang Wanqing was right, he had to let President Lu know clearly that the chairman appreciated him, then he wouldn't dare to make things difficult for him. President Lu's eyes widened, and he reached out carefully to pick up the keys to the Rolls-Royce, turning them over and over again to look at them carefully, making sure they were the real thing. The expression on his face kept changing, and he couldn't hide his various emotions anymore. Shocked, disbelieving, indignant, disappointed, and helpless. Chen Xuan watched Lu Ren impassively, sipping his tea slowly. Lu Ren looked down at the keys to the Rolls-Royce, and when he looked up, those emotions on his face had completely disappeared. Still with a somewhat exaggerated smile, he handed the car keys to Chen Xuan with both hands. Chen, congratulations, you've just started at the company and already have the chairman's full attention, your future is bright.
Chen Xuan's expression was sincere.
No, I owe it all to Mr. Lu's recognition, I'll have to rely on you for a lot of things in the future.
Lu Ren picked up the teapot and poured tea for Chen Xuan.
Chen, I'm asking you for a favor, it's mainly for Yi's sake, if my wife makes a scene it won't be good for her, after all, you were once involved with her.
Chen Xuan's face became serious.
It's true that Yang Yi and I dated, but we broke up after less than 6 months. Let's put it this way, I never even held her hand. After we broke up, we never had any contact. The last time you saw me with her was when we had skewers together, and that was the first time I met Yang Yi after we broke up, and it was because Lu Fei didn't know about our relationship that she was invited.
You see, Yang Yi and I have no relationship at all.
Knowing that pressuring me with our superior-subordinate relationship wouldn't work, Mr. Lu tried to use Chen Xuan's relationship with Yang Yi to get Chen Xuan to help. But Chen Xuan's words made it very clear that Yang Yi and I had no relationship at all, so why should I help? Mr. Lu was about to say something else when suddenly the door slammed open and an obese woman barged in angrily.
Lu Ren's face changed immediately. Daughter-in-law, I didn't go to the police station to pick you up, why are you out? At this time, the beautiful woman in charge of reception ran in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, I didn't stop her.
Mr. Lu waved his hand, it's fine, you can go. The fat woman pointed at Lu Ren's nose, did you not want to pick me up so that you could live with that vixen?
Mr. Lu walked over and took the fat woman's hand.
Daughter-in-law, what are you talking about? It must be a misunderstanding. Chen Xuan stood up at this time, waved at Lu Ren, and exited the office with the beautiful woman at the reception desk.
As soon as he closed the door, he heard the woman inside crying out.
Lu Ren, you heartless man. If you hadn't sent me flowers every day and begged me, could I have married you? Now that you've got me, you're already looking for other women. If I hadn't given you 2 children, would I have become so fat? Tell me, before I gained weight, was I any worse than that vixen? Lu Ren's voice came through, daughter-in-law, it's not what you think. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Chen Xuan didn't hear the rest, he had already moved away from General Manager Lu's office, and he didn't bother to listen.
After returning to his workstation, Chen Xuan received a WeChat message from Han Yang.
Buddy, have you returned to the company? What's the situation with General Manager Lu? Chen Xuan, why are you so nosy? Han Yang, it's not that I'm nosy, it's just that Lu Fei wants to find out what's going on.
She's nosy, so I have to keep up with her.
Chen Xuan, I'm back at the office.
General Manager Lu's wife is here, and she's causing a scene in his office.
Han Yang sends a gloating emoji back. Good, she deserves it.
Chen Xuan, I'll tell you something really disgusting. As soon as I arrived at the office, Mr. Lu asked me to pretend to be Yang Yi's current boyfriend and explain to his wife, taking the blame for him.
Han Yang, shit, isn't Mr. Lu particularly suspicious? He usually keeps a close eye on Yang Yi. Buddy, you didn't agree, did you? Chen Xuan, I'm not fucking sick, so of course I didn't agree.
Han Yang sent an expression of appreciation.
Buddy, you did the right thing, otherwise I'd look down on you. Chen Xuan, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Han Yang, be sure to keep me posted if you hear anything more. I need to take this opportunity to get closer to Lu Fei. Chen Xuan sent an OK emoji.
It was almost time to go home, and Director Wang pushed open the door and walked in.
Everyone, listen up. Today, Chen Xuan from our advertising department won a major award from the group. This is something to celebrate. President Lu just called and said that everyone is invited to dinner at Wanghelu tonight. Chen, you are the main character and must not miss it, this is what President Lu specifically told me. Chen Xuan was stunned. At a time when he was so overwhelmed by his wife, how could Lu Ren have the mood to treat everyone to dinner? What did this President Lu want again? Chapter 47, an invitation that makes no sense.
Chen Xuan was pondering this when Director Wang looked at him and said, Chen, in our company, it is customary for whoever has good news to treat the others.
Since you won the grand prize today, you should be the one to treat your colleagues. But this time, it's an exception.
Mr. Lu said he would make the arrangements, so you don't need to spend any money.
Chen, Mr. Lu really values you. Chen Xuan smiled, yes, he really values you. Director Wang also smiled, isn't that right? Well, Mr. Lu has made the arrangements.
Tonight at 7 o'clock, at the Wanghela Tinji Actuan.
I repeat, Mr. Lu is treating, so we must all give him face and not be absent. Everyone, don't drive.
We're all going to be happy tonight, so we'll all have to drink a few drinks.
Don't say anything about not being able to drink while taking cephalexin. I know exactly what you're all about.
Chen Xuan really couldn't figure out why Mr. Lu would take the initiative to treat everyone to a meal at such a time. He had wanted to refuse, but he was the protagonist and couldn't stay away.
Chen Xuan went downstairs and drove the Q7 back to Jiaxing Community, parking it downstairs. It was still early enough, so he planned to take the bus to Wanghelu.
Once on the bus, Chen Xuan took out his phone and prepared to send a WeChat message to Jiang Wanqing, but just as he was about to press the button, Jiang Wanqing's WeChat message arrived.
Dear, how does it feel to drive to work for the first time?
Chen Xuan immediately replied to the WeChat message.
My dear, we are truly soulmates. I was just about to send you a WeChat message, and yours came through. The drive was pretty good, except for a bit of traffic on the way to work. I've parked the car downstairs in the Jiaxing Community and am now taking the bus to Wanghelu for dinner. It was arranged by President Lu.
He's treating, saying it's to celebrate my winning the chairman's award.
Jiang Wanqing, oh, Wanghelu, Mr. Lu is so generous. Is it because he rejected your creative planning case that he wants to smooth things over by treating you to dinner?
My friend heard from Secretary Li that this Mr. Lu had considered plagiarizing your planning case.
Chen Xuan sent a big exclamation mark.
I see, no wonder he was so determined to reject my ideas.
This makes me understand him even better.
But that wasn't the purpose of his invitation. When he asked me to tea this afternoon, he told me all about the planning proposal.
Jiang Wanqing sent a face with a question mark. Told you all about it? Chen Xuan, honey, I'll tell you some juicy gossip. Jiang Wanqing sent a face with excitement. Great. Chen Xuan sent a smiley face. So women like gossip. Jiang Wanqing, that's right, it's a mental snack. After dinner, it's so much fun to hear other people's gossip. Honey, who are you talking about? Chen Xuan, didn't I tell you? I have a college classmate, a good friend named Han Yang.
He has a girlfriend named Lu Fei, and he asked Han Yang to find out this information from me.
Jiang Wanqing sends a mischievous emoticon. Oh, that's right. I'm relieved. Chen Chuan sent a meaningful expression back. Honey, you're really observant. I just mentioned it casually, and you noticed. Jiang Wanqing, of course. A woman's intuition is very accurate. And a woman in love is the most jealous. Chen Chuan, honey, a man in love is also jealous. Jiang Wanqing sent an expression of mutual understanding. That's right. Tell me the exciting news, honey. Chen Chuan, this exciting news is also related to me. Jiang Wanqing sent an expression of surprise. Really? Tell me. Chen Chuan, then kiss me first. Jiang Wanqing couldn't wait and sent several kisses.
Chen Chuan then told her everything that had happened this afternoon, in great detail.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, you were very wise not to help Lu Ren avoid his wife. Not only because it might make me jealous and suspicious, but also because you can't let Lu Ren use you as a pawn.
If you let him use you as a pawn once, he will think that you are only worthy of being a pawn that he can use. In the end, this kind of thing will never have a good outcome. Even if Yang Yi became the mistress and married Lu Ren. In order to prevent the past from becoming a bargaining chip, Lu Ren will also find ways to get you kicked out of Liren Medical Beauty. And he will find ways to prevent you from entering any company affiliated with the Kyushu Group.
Chen Chuan, well, honey, that's what I was thinking. We think alike.
Jiang Wanqing, but at a time like this, when Lu Ren suddenly arranges a dinner gathering and even takes the initiative to pay for it, I always feel that he has an ulterior motive.
Honey, you have to be careful.
You should never be suspicious of others, but you should always be on your guard.
Especially when dealing with someone like Lu Ren, who is so calculating. Chen Chuan, I have the same concerns. But I can't just not go, that would be embarrassing for everyone.
If I encounter anything I can't figure out, anything strange, I'll just send my wife a WeChat message.
Together, we can't be outsmarted by Mr. Lu. Jiang Wanqing, okay, honey. My phone is always on and I'm always available to hear from you. Chen Chuan sent back an emoticon with a high-spirited expression. Good wife. After ending the WeChat conversation with Chen Chuan, Jiang Wanqing called Secretary Li. Secretary Li, the current boss of Wang Heilu, was the former chairman's personal chef, right? Secretary Li, yes, Wang Heilu was invested by the former chairman, and he never received any interest. Jiang Wanqing, okay, you call the boss of Wang Heilu.
I want to see the real-time surveillance in the restaurant.
Wang Heilu is one of the most high-end restaurants in Binchang.
You can enjoy a one-stop service here, including dining, karaoke and accommodation. Chen Chuan had heard of this place, but this was the first time he had eaten here.
It was 10 minutes to 7. Chen Chuan walked into Wang Heilu.
A tall and beautiful woman greeted him and led him to the Tinjia Xian. It was a large private room, and basically everyone in the advertising department had already arrived. Seeing Chen Chuan enter, colleagues congratulated him, whether sincerely or not. As soon as Chen Chuan sat down, Han Yang sent him a WeChat message. Buddy, what's going on? How are Mr. Lu and his wife? Chen Chuan immediately replied. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Lu invited everyone in the advertising department to dinner at Wang Heilu tonight. Han Yang sent a series of question marks. Something's wrong. How can he be in the mood to organize a dinner party at a time like this? Gee, I have a feeling there's something going on here. Chapter 48, The Drinking Party at the Sea View Restaurant. Chen Chuan sent a WeChat message to Han Yang. I was thinking the same thing, but I'm not sure what it is. Han Yang, well, my phone is not turned off, so if anything happens, you can WeChat me anytime. If you need help, just let me know, I'll be there for you. Chen Chuan, that's pretty cool. Lu Fei is next to you, right? Han Yang, how did you guess? We're having dinner. Chen Chuan, is it because of Lu Fei that you're so enthusiastic? Okay, I'll take you seriously. I'll definitely get in touch if I need anything. Han Yang, no problem. It was just 7 o'clock when General Manager Lu and Director Wang entered the private room together. General Manager Lu looked a little haggard, but in good spirits, and it was impossible to tell that the incident in the afternoon had affected him in any way. Once they were inside, General Manager Lu and Director Wang waved to everyone and greeted them. At this point, the waiter in the private room asked everyone to take their seats and prepare to be served. Mr. Lu was shown to the head seat, but instead of sitting down, he waved amicably towards Chen Chuan and said, Chen, you are the protagonist of this meal today, you should take the head seat. Chen Chuan hurriedly waved his hands. Mr. Lu, how can that be?
I'm not qualified to take the head seat. Even if you and Director Wang don't come, it's not my turn. Director Wang smiled and said, Mr. Liu, you have to pay for the main seat, don't scare Chen. Mr. Liu smiled and said, Chen, don't worry, all the expenses today are on me. Just sit next to me. Chen Xuan was about to decline again, but Director Wang walked over and pulled him over. Chen, no matter how much the chairman appreciates you, you are still one of our subordinates. Are you not even going to give us face? Chen Xuan was a little embarrassed. Director Wang, how could that be? I just don't feel qualified enough. Director Wang pushed Chen Xuan into the seat next to General Manager Liu. In the advertising department, you have to listen to Brother Wang. As soon as Chen Xuan sat down, General Manager Liu took his hand. Chen, at the dinner table, let's not mention the past. That you have the chairman's appreciation is not only an honor for the advertising department, but also for our Liren Medical Beauty Company. Chen, I'm especially happy today. We're going to get drunk. Chen Xuan felt a stirring in his heart. Is Mr. Liu trying to get me drunk? Could this be his intention? Before the dishes were even served, Mr. Liu took the lead in proposing a toast to Chen Xuan, and then encouraged everyone in the advertising department to take turns proposing toasts to Chen Xuan. Although everyone had different intentions, they could not disobey Mr. Liu's words, so they began to compete with each other to propose toasts to Chen Xuan. The beer was served, and Chen Xuan tried to drink as little as possible. Chen, what are you doing, raising fish? Chen, with the chairman's support, you're not giving Liren face, are you? You can't refuse this toast. Chen, with your brother Wang here, you can speak up if there's anything in the future. Cheers. Chen Xuan, on such a happy day, you have to drink. Chen Xuan, since you joined the advertising department, we haven't had much chance to talk. This is the first time we're drinking together, so I'll drink first, and you have to drink too. Chen Xuan, if you don't drink, I can't sit down. Handsome guy, cheers. Do you have a girlfriend? Do you want me to introduce you to one? There were 12 or 13 people in the advertising department, and after a round of drinks, Chen Xuan felt a little dizzy. Then General Manager Liu took the lead in proposing a second toast to Chen Xuan. As the saying goes, good things come in twos, and everyone was encouraged to propose a second toast to Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan was now certain that General Manager Liu had organized this party tonight just to get him drunk. He had seen this toast trick many times when he worked part-time as a waiter in a hotel. 2 glasses of wine means 2 things come together, 3 glasses of wine means 3 yangs open up the way, prosperity in the 4 seasons, 5 blessings come to the door, everything goes according to plan and so on, until you reach 10 perfections. Chen Xuan knows that if he keeps drinking like this, he won't reach 10 perfections, he'll be completely drunk and maybe even black out. As Director Wang is pouring another glass of wine for Chen Xuan presses down on the glass and says, Director Wang, wait a minute. On such a happy day, let me say a few words. Director Wang nodded, yes, you must say a few words. Then he raised his hand and clapped. Everyone, quiet down, please. The pride of our advertising department, Chen Xuan, is going to speak. Chen Xuan looked at the people in the room and said, I'm really not worthy of being called the pride of the advertising department. President Liu and Director Wang saying this is an encouragement to me, but also to inspire everyone here. I am a recent college graduate with little experience and no expertise. Compared to everyone here, my true professional level is probably far from adequate. I know this about myself. There is a saying that there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Everyone knows that creative planning is a matter of opinion. Sometimes it is a matter of whether it is suitable or not, and it has to do with the preferences of party A. There is no way to judge whose idea is the best. The fact that I was able to receive an award from the chairman this time is merely a recognition of my creative planning. It does not indicate how high my professional level can be. I had the honor of speaking with the chairman on the phone this afternoon. The chairman's attitude was very clear. The reason he gave me this award is to let me set an example for the new employees. Tell all employees that as long as they work hard for the group, they can share the dividends of development with the group. To put it bluntly, the chairman of the board is using me as an example. As long as you can bring performance to the company and the group, regardless of whether you are a new employee or not, and regardless of your qualifications, you will be valued by the group. I am lucky to have received the chairman's award today, but the person who can get this luck is definitely not the last one in our advertising department.
In the future, as long as my colleagues do it, the leaders of the company and the group, the chairman, will be able to notice it, and the rewards may be even more than what I was given. Chen Xuan used all the basic skills he had practiced in his university lectures. His speech was so eloquent that his colleagues couldn't stop nodding their heads and couldn't help but applaud. Lu looked at Chen Xuan with some surprise.
Chen, I didn't realize it, you're quite eloquent.
It seems that the wine wasn't drunk in vain.
If you drink it in the right place, it will make you even better.
Chen Xuan picked up a bottle of beer and poured it into his glass. I can get the attention of the chairman, and I can't do it without the guidance of Director Wang, and I can't do it without the cultivation of General Manager Lu.
The development of the advertising department is all thanks to General Manager Lu's leadership.
Not just me, every colleague here is deeply moved. Which colleague doesn't feel the same way as me, and is glad to have such a good leader as General Manager Lu?
Director Wang, don't you agree?
Director Wang nodded vigorously.
Yes, Chen Xuan has spoken the mind of every employee in the advertising department.
Chen Xuan raised his glass. In that case, I don't know what my colleagues in the advertising department think, but I have to express my gratitude first. President Lu, you have worked hard, and I am proud to have such a good leader as you.
I will drink first in your honor.
Saying this, he gulped it down.
President Lu's eyes twinkled, but he did not decline. Okay, Chen, I will drink this toast.
Then he raised his glass and drained the wine. Chen Xuan had said all this, and if the advertising department colleagues did not toast to General Manager Lu, it would show that they did not respect their leader. First, Director Wang stood up and toasted to General Manager Lu, and then the advertising department colleagues took turns toasting to General Manager Lu. General Manager Lu refused none of them, and drained each glass without a care in the world. Chen Xuan realized at this time that Lu Run had a very high tolerance for alcohol, and this amount of wine would not get him drunk at all. Chen Xuan knew his own drinking capacity, and he was worried that the alcohol would kick in, so he got up and went to the bathroom. He used the most primitive and effective hangover remedy, pinching the inner corner of his throat to vomit out the alcohol.
Just then, Chen Xuan's phone rang.
After he answered, the voice of Secretary Li came through.
Chen Xuan, are you at the Ocean View Hotel?
Yes, Secretary Li, how did you know?
Come to the lobby, I need to see you. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Chapter 49, The Chairman's Concern. Chen Xuan didn't expect that Secretary Li was also at the Wang Halo restaurant. What could it be about if he wanted to see him at this time? He heard his colleagues in the Yashuan room busy toasting General Lu and saying all kinds of flattering things, so for the time being no one paid any attention to him. Chen Xuan slipped out of the private room and went to the lobby of the restaurant.
Secretary Li was standing in the corner of the lobby, waving at Chen Xuan.
Chen Xuan, I'm over here. Chen Xuan hurried over.
Secretary Li, you're also at Wang Helu. Secretary Li was carrying a donkey brand handbag and smiled at Chen Xuan. Yes, the chairman is also having dinner at Wang Helu today, and I came with him.
I saw you when you entered Wang Helu just now, and I pointed you out to the chairman. Chen Xuan's eyes lit up, and he looked around. What a coincidence, the chairman is also at Wang Helu.
Secretary Li looked at Chen Xuan and said. Yes, but you don't need to look for him, the chairman has already left.
I see that President Lu and Director Wang from Liren Company are here too. Is this a dinner gathering for your advertising department?
Chen Xuan nodded and said, yes.
What can I do for you?
Secretary Li had a smile in her eyes and said.
The chairman knows that you are Chen Xuan and is very concerned about you.
He said that there are still some imperfections in your creative planning case and that someone from the group may contact you tomorrow to discuss how to improve it. He is worried that you will drink too much and not be clear-headed enough to do your work tomorrow.
If that happens, the chairman will be setting a bad example.
So he specifically asked me to remind you to drink less, if possible not to drink at all, and to leave early if you can.
Chen Xuan was a bit embarrassed.
I received an award from the chairman today, and Mr. Lu invited the advertising department colleagues to celebrate together at Wang Helu. If I leave on an excuse or don't drink a toast with President Lu and the advertising department colleagues, it would be too much of an embarrassment for everyone, and how can I get along with everyone in the future? But please ask Secretary Li to convey a message to the chairman. No matter what happens to me today, I won't be late for work tomorrow.
Secretary Li nodded slightly. This is your personal matter.
The chairman just happened to see it and is concerned, but you should still be in control of the situation. She said, opened her handbag, took out a plastic bag from inside, handed it to Chen Xuan. and said, "The chairman says that young people who drink too much are likely to hurt their bodies, so he asked me to go to the nearby pharmacy and buy you a box of hangover medicine. You should take the medicine as soon as possible before you drink too much. I've taken this kind of hangover medicine before, and it can help me drink almost 2 or 3 times more than usual. Even if I drink too much, my head won't hurt and I can stay awake." Chen Xuan took the plastic bag with the pharmacy's name on it, which contained a box of hangover medicine and the shopping receipt for the purchase.
Secretary Li was very attentive.
After all, it was something that would be consumed orally, and she was worried that Chen Xuan would have concerns, so she kept the shopping receipt in the pharmacy's plastic bag for Chen Xuan to see, so that he could take the medicine with peace of mind.
Chen Xuan looked at the shopping receipt for the hangover medicine.
The box of medicine actually cost more than 300 yuan.
"Thank you, Secretary Li, and thank you, Chairman."
"Secretary Li, I'll transfer the money for the medicine to you."
Secretary Li waved his hand. "Oh no, that's not necessary. This is the chairman's order, I can be reimbursed."
"You'd better take it quickly, before your colleagues see it.
By the way, I just remembered something. The boss of Wang Hala was also from our group before, and I just met him. The boss said that Mr. Liu had not only booked a private room for tonight, but also a guest room, and that he had given him a 50% discount because they used to work together. Mr. Liu has already booked a guest room, so it seems that he is really preparing to get drunk tonight. You have to be careful." Chen Xuan's heart stirred.
Mr. Liu's wife had just returned from abroad, and there had been a lot of arguing in the afternoon at the company.
Could it be that Mr. Liu was going to spend the night out?
But from the tone of the conversation between Mr. Liu and his wife, it was obvious that they were just coaxing her, so how could it be that he wasn't going home?
Then who was Mr. Liu booking the guest room for?
Just now, in the private room, the attitude was to get him drunk, so could it be that the guest room was for him?
Why would Mr. Liu book a guest room for him? Was there something going on here?
Secretary Li stared at Chen Xuan, who was a little dazed, as if she could see into his thoughts. President Liu probably thought in advance who might get drunk and booked the room for that person.
It might have been booked for you, so you need to be careful. Okay, I have to go, bye.
Chen Xuan saw Secretary Li out of the restaurant, then took the hangover medicine and returned to Ting Yixian. The bathroom in Ting Yixian was right by the door, separated from the table by a large screen. Chen Xuan was not at the table, so his colleagues thought he had been in the bathroom the whole time. When Chen Xuan quietly entered Ting Yixian, he heard General Manager Liu shouting,
"Chen, why haven't you come out yet? Do you want to escape by peeing?"
Chen Xuan went into the bathroom to wash his hands, then came out. He saw that General Manager Liu's face was flushed, and he was in a state of heavy drunkenness.
"General Manager Liu, you flatter me too much. If I had the ability to escape by peeing, I would have already done so. I think you're really something, drinking so much and not going to the bathroom. I can't stand it."
Director Wang held up his glass and said, "Chen, you're young, when your kidneys are strong and everything is good, how can you compare with people of our age?
Come on, you can't be missing from this table."
President Liu pulled Chen Xuan, who had walked over to the table.
"Chen, I've told you, today we're going to get drunk. You can't sneak away. No one is leaving early today." Chen Xuan returned to his seat and sat back down. "Mr. Liu, I just toasted you a moment ago. Isn't it said that good things come in twos?"
He picked up a bottle of beer and filled the glasses of Mr. Liu and himself.
"Let me toast you again and thank you for taking care of us new employees.
I can't speak for them, but I thank you from the bottom of my heart. As soon as I arrived at the company, I was involved in the planning of important projects under your care.
This kind of opportunity is really rare for new employees.
Without your care, I would not have been able to make progress as a newcomer in the advertising department. On my own behalf, I would like to propose a toast to you." After saying this, Chen Xuan raised his glass and drained it in one go.
Then he held the glass downwards to show that he had completely emptied it. Lu Zong nodded, saying, "Okay, Chen, I have to drink this wine." He also drained his glass and then held it downwards to show everyone.
Chen Xuan's words had hit the nail on the head. If the 4 colleagues who had joined the company with Chen Xuan did not express their views, then they had a problem with General Manager Liu. So the 4 of them took turns to toast General Manager Liu, and Chen Xuan took the opportunity to quickly eat a few more mouthfuls of food. He now felt that the hangover medicine he had just taken should have quite an effect. Because with his usual drinking capacity, after drinking this glass of wine, he would feel a bit tipsy, but now he felt absolutely fine. After seeing his 4 colleagues finish their drinks, Chen Chuan poured more wine for General Manager Lu and Director Wang, then lifted his glass and said, "General Manager Lu, Director Wang, I already thanked you both earlier. This glass I raise is to you 2 leaders, to drinking with you 2 leaders, and to the light you 2 leaders have shown on me. To the prosperity of our advertising department, and to the bright future of our company, I will drink this glass first. If the 2 leaders are optimistic about the prospects of our advertising department, then let's drink together." Seeing General Manager Lu and Director Wang finish their glasses of wine, Chen Chuan looked at his colleagues at the table and
thought, I have to pick a fight with everyone. Why is everyone only looking at General Manager Lu and only toasting him? Where is Director Wang? Chen Chuan was right. Director Wang was everyone's real immediate supervisor. How could they not toast him?
Next, the colleagues toasted Director Wang one after the other, and also toasted General Manager Lu along with him. Chen Chuan felt relieved. Since they had all drunk a lot, he didn't have to worry about General Manager Lu getting everyone to drink with him. After watching the round end, Director Wang was already a little unsteady, and although General Manager Lu's face was even redder, it didn't look like he had drunk too much. Chen Chuan filled his glass in front of him, stood up, and prepared to continue encouraging everyone to toast. He wanted to take the initiative and avoid being made drunk by Mr. Lu by taking the opposite approach. Looking at Chen Chuan next to him, who was preparing to toast again, a fierce look flashed in Mr. Lu's eyes. He reached out and pressed Chen Chuan's glass.
Chen, wait a minute. Let's drink differently. Chapter 50, 3 glasses of wine.
Chen Chuan felt a tightening in his heart.
He didn't know what tricks this Lu Zone was going to play.
He put down his wine glass and,
Lu Zone, you tell me, how should we drink?
But I want to declare in advance that my drinking capacity is really not good, I can't compare with you.
If you use any too strong methods, I won't be able to drink. Lu Zone smiled, looking very kind.
Chen, you are the protagonist of today's dinner.
Everyone just drank a toast to Director Wang and me, which is a bit confusing. Let's do this. On behalf of all my colleagues in the advertising department, I'd like to propose a toast to you. After you finish these 3 drinks, you can drink as much as you like.
Mr. Lu then turned to Director Wang and said,
Wang, how about this proposal? Director Wang nodded vigorously, saying, what's not to like about what Mr. Lu said? Everyone didn't have any objections, did they? Colleagues have all said that. Mr. Lu represents us.
The toast from Mr. Lu is our heartfelt wish.
I can't drink anymore, Mr. Lu, you do it for me.
Seeing that everyone had no objections, Mr. Lu then looked at Chen Chuan.
Chen, what do you say? You don't have any objections, do you?
Chen Chuan thought about it and felt that this was pretty good.
3 more drinks, and he definitely wouldn't get drunk. Could it be that General Manager Lu felt that he couldn't get him drunk today and was only going to order a few drinks?
This made him feel relieved.
Chen Chuan puffed out his chest. Fine, I'll do whatever General Manager Lu wants. General Manager Lu's eyes twinkled with a mischievous gleam.
Young people are so straightforward. But for these 3 drinks, you can't drink beer, you have to switch to wine. With that, he turned to the waiter and told him to bring a bottle of XO. Chen Chuan had never drunk foreign wine before, and he felt a little regretful. If the 3 glasses of XO exceeded his tolerance, all his previous efforts would be wasted.
Just as he was worried, the waiter brought a bottle of foreign wine with the Remy Martin logo.
Then he bowed his head and asked General Manager Lu what kind of glass to use. General Manager Lu thought for a moment. XO is the finest brandy, so use brandy glasses.
Bring 6 brandy glasses. The waiter agreed and went to fetch the glasses. Chen Chuan muttered to himself, what the hell is a brandy glass? If this is too big, can I drink it? But when drinking foreign wine, you don't drink from the full glass, you just pour to the bottom.
If Mr. Lu insists on drinking from the full glass, he will refuse. Soon the waiter brought the glasses, and Chen Chuan let out a sigh of relief. The so-called brandy glass is a short-stemmed wine glass with a small mouth and a wide belly. Chen Chuan stared at the brandy glass and estimated that if this glass was filled to the brim, it would be about 300 milliliters, and if it was filled to the base, it would be about 30 milliliters. He had already taken the hangover medicine, so even if he drank it neat, there shouldn't be a problem. After the glass was brought and the waiter placed it on the table, Mr. Lu looked at it and said, Waiter, this table is not stable.
If you pour the wine, it won't be evenly divided. You should put the glass on the counter.
After saying this, he turned to Chen Chuan and
XO only when you drink it neat can you experience its original flavor and aroma. The two of us should not add ice or water. Chen Chuan smiled. Lu always wants to drink it neat. Fine, I'll do as you say. Lu always stood up, left the wine table, and went to the bar. There are rules for drinking foreign wine from a brandy glass, and you shouldn't have too much in each glass. The most suitable amount is when the glass is placed horizontally and the wine does not overflow in the middle of the glass. The waiter opened the wine, and General Lu began pouring the wine into each glass carefully, examining it from side to side, meaning to make the height of the wine in each glass the same. Hearing that General Lu was deliberately showing off, Chen Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Although he had never drunk it, he didn't think he would drink too much of such a small amount of wine. The bar was near the door, and it was a place where the waiters who delivered food temporarily put the food. With his back to the table, Mr. Lu carefully poured the wine for a long time before he managed to pour it evenly. Then the waiter used a tray to bring Chen Chuan 3 glasses first, and then brought another 3 glasses and placed them on Mr. Lu's seat. Mr. Lu sat back down in his seat. He looked at Chen Chuan and seemed slightly smug. Ah Chen, these 3 glasses of wine shouldn't be too strong, right? Chen Chuan stared at the wine glasses and looked at them. It's not too strong, but I've never drunk foreign wine before, so I don't know if the taste is overpowering. Mr. Lu's eyes twinkled. You'll know after you've had a sip. There's a first time for everything. Suddenly Chen Chuan's phone received a message. Chen Chuan picked it up and read it. It was a WeChat message from Jiang Wanqing. It said, "Hubby, drink beer in moderation, be careful with foreign wine, XO is silky on the tongue, with a light aroma of wooden barrels, spit it out if you feel anything wrong." Jiang Wanqing sent this WeChat message so promptly and appropriately, and Chen Chuan didn't suspect anything else. He just sighed in his heart, truly a couple, definitely having telepathic communication. His wife was right to remind him. General Lu was going to drink some foreign wine, and there was probably something going on here. He had to be careful. Chen Chuan immediately sent Jiang Wanqing an OK emoji. General Lu stared at Chen Chuan and said, "Chen, how should we drink this wine? Should we drink it 1 glass at a time, or should we drink 3 glasses in a row?" Chen Chuan thought about it for a moment, and then said, "Well, I've never drunk foreign wine before. I need to taste it. Let's drink 1 glass each." Lu picked up a glass of wine and said, "Well, you should taste it normally, but I'm not going to follow the rules today. I'll drink 1 first." With that, Lu raised his glass and gulped it down in one go. Chen Chuan picked up a glass of wine and took a small sip, savoring it carefully. "Well, this glass is just like what my wife said, it has a faint aroma of wood, and it is very smooth in the mouth, so I can easily swallow it. This glass should be fine," so Chen Chuan gulped it down in one go. The taste was perfectly acceptable, but Chen Chuan still exaggeratedly stuck out his tongue and said to the waiter, "Waiter, bring me a can of Coke. I'm not used to this foreign wine, so I need to drink something to slow it down." The waiter quickly brought the Coke over, and Chen Chuan opened it and took a big sip. Lu stared at Chen Chuan, but seeing him stick out his tongue indicated that the wine had already been drunk. Since the wine had been drunk, it didn't matter whether Chen Chuan drank the cola or not. Then Lu drank the second glass of wine, and Chen Chuan picked up another glass, still taking a small sip, still nothing unusual. Chen Chuan then drank the drink in one gulp, and then pretended to take another sip of the cola. For the third drink, Chen Chuan and Lu Zong both picked up their glasses, and Chen Chuan then held his glass out and touched it to Lu Zong's glass. "Thank you for the foreign wine, I'll drink this one in your honor." When Lu Zong tilted his head and drank the third glass, Chen Chuan still took a sip first. At this sip, Chen Chuan felt that something was wrong. Chapter 51, General Lu's Underhanded Tactics. Although he had only taken a small sip, Chen Chuan could feel the marked difference between this glass of wine and the previous 2. The wine had a dull taste, and the faint aroma of the barrel was affected by an unusual, indescribable breath, making it much less appealing. Chen Chuan immediately realized that this glass of wine had probably been tampered with by General Manager Lu, who had put some kind of medicine in it. As for what kind of medicine it was and what effect it would have, Chen Chuan had no way of knowing at the moment. No wonder General Manager Lu had just said that the table was unstable and that he had to pour and distribute the wine at the bar, doing it all himself. It turned out that he was going to drug Chen Chuan in a glass of wine behind his back and the other colleagues present. Chen Chuan also understood at this time that after General Manager Lu discovered that there was no way to get him drunk, he proposed to toast him 3 times, which was just a prelude to drugging the wine. This should have been General Manager Lu's premeditated plan long ago. Foreign wine should be able to better blend with the drug's effects, and it would also be less likely to be detected. After all,
Chen Xuan had never drunk this kind of foreign wine before.
If not for Jiang Wanqing's timely reminder, even if he had been extra careful, he might not have been able to notice these details.
It is really hard to guard against, and if Jiang Wanqing hadn't given him a prompt, he would have probably fallen for it. If the wine really had been drugged, it would show that General Manager Lu was a despicable person, using such underhanded tactics against him. This made Chen Xuan feel a surge of anger, and he wanted to expose General Manager Lu on the spot.
But then Chen Xuan thought, I haven't drunk XO before, and just from the taste, what if I make a mistake? That would be too embarrassing, and there would be no way to end it.
If they had a public row and parted on bad terms, it would do Chen Xuan no good, and he would probably not be able to stay at Liren Medical Beauty in the future.
Since he could not judge, he might as well play along and see what Mr. Lu really wanted.
These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Chen Xuan very quickly drank the rest of the wine in his glass into his mouth, but did not swallow.
Then he picked up the can of Coke and spit the wine in his mouth into the can.
Chen Xuan's actions were quick, because he had just drunk the 2 glasses of wine in the same way. Although the action was a bit faster, his colleagues at the table did not care. When Mr. Lu put down his wine glass, Chen Xuan had already finished spitting out the wine, sticking out his tongue and putting the Coke on the table.
Oops, I'm really not used to the taste of this Remy Martin, it's not as good as beer. President Lu stared at Chen Xuan.
Yes, but this bottle of XO is not cheap. The glass you just drank from is worth at least 10 beers for us.
Chen Xuan let out an exclamatory expression.
Yes, although I don't think it tastes good, I still have to thank President Lu, otherwise I wouldn't be able to drink such an expensive foreign liquor.
Director Wang was already drunk at this point. He waved at the waiter and,
look at how many people are here, and go get as many of these brandy glasses.
Let's also take advantage of Chen's good fortune and taste the XO.
Mr. Lu, you won't object, will you?
Lu Ren looked in a great mood at this time.
Director Wang's thoughts are my thoughts, everyone can drink this wine as much as they like, and more can be served if it's not enough. After dinner, I'll take everyone to karaoke to sober up.
Director Wang's body was swaying a little. Great, today, you'll have to treat us, Mr. Lu. Shun, Mr. Lu is so good to you, I'm jealous. Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly, yes, thank you, Mr. Lu. After the waiter brought the brandy glasses, Director Wang patted the table and said, come on, put the glasses over here, I'll distribute the drinks.
I'll try to do as Mr. Lu does, so that no one gets more or less than the others, and everyone gets the same. He said, picked up the bottle of XO, and began to distribute the remaining foreign liquor in a shaky manner. While watching Director Wang distribute the liquor, Mr. Lu kept an eye out in the corner of his eye to see how Chen Xuan was reacting. At that moment, Chen Xuan's phone received a message.
It was a WeChat message from Jiang Wanqing. Honey, what's going on with you? I suddenly got a little worried about you.
Chen Xuan replied, I'm fine, but thanks to my wife's reminder.
I noticed that one glass of wine tasted different from the other 2. I only took a small sip and felt something was wrong. I don't know if I'm being paranoid. But I was prepared and asked the waiter to bring a can of Coke in advance. I spit the wine into the Coke can. It's a can, so if I spit in it, Lu will never find out. Jiang Wanqing, honey, you did the right thing. Lu Ren is a suspicious person, so you were right to be on your guard. Honey, I think you're so smart. Chen Xuan, honey, you're just flattering me.
Jiang Wanqing, I really do think you're smart, from the bottom of my heart.
Honey, how do you feel now? You did take a sip. Chen Xuan, it was just a small sip, so I should be fine.
I don't feel anything unusual at the moment, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm overreacting.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Xuan, honey, I have an idea.
Even if I don't feel anything, I'm going to pretend to get drunk in a little while and see if Lu has any ulterior motives.
Jiang Wanqing, honey, I support you in whatever you want to do. Do you need me to do anything?
Chen Xuan, yes, I want a kiss from my wife, some moral support.
Jiang Wanqing sent a shy face emoji, then 3 kisses.
Be careful, honey, and send me a WeChat if anything happens.
Chen Xuan, okay, honey, don't worry. At that moment, Lu Ren leaned in. Chen, are you sending a WeChat to your girlfriend? Chen Xuan hung up in time and exited the WeChat interface.
He turned his head to look at Lu Ren. It was just a turn of the head, but Chen Xuan suddenly felt his head swirling a little, as if he had a hangover. Chen Xuan was startled and quickly put a hand to his forehead. Lu Zong stared at Chen Xuan, concerned.
Xiao Chen, what's wrong, did you drink too much? Chen Xuan frowned slightly. Yes, I feel a little dizzy.
Lu Zong smiled. It's okay, some people can train their alcohol tolerance, and I can see that you have the potential.
Get drunk a few times and you'll be able to drink.
I trained myself to drink like this when I was your age.
Lu's smile looked to Chen Xuan like gloating.
He was now 90% certain that Lu had spiked the glass of wine with a drug. He had already taken an anti-hangover medicine, and the small amount of wine he had drunk would not have caused him to feel so drunk. It seems that the drug that General Manager Lu put in the wine was meant to make him feel drunk after drinking it. He just took a small sip and already had this reaction, and if he drank the whole glass of wine, he would definitely pass out. Director Wang had already divided up the wine by this point. Except for General Manager Lu and Chen Xuan, he had the waiter give everyone at the table a glass.
Director Wang looked at his glass and said,
"Well, there's not much in this glass either, just the bottom of the glass.
Today, I have to thank President Lu, and also Chen. Let's all taste Remy Martin."
Chen Xuan then picked up his glass, poured half a glass of beer, and then stood up unsteadily. He was going to put on a show, and he wanted to figure out what President Lu wanted to do after getting him drunk.
Chapter 52, Playing Alone.
Chen Xuan held his glass, his body swaying slightly.
I'm especially happy today, thank you Mr. Lu, thank you Director Wang, and thank you everyone here.
Come on, everyone, help yourself, I'll have one. With that, Chen Xuan tilted his head back and gulped down the half glass of beer, before slumping into his chair. He then stood up, holding onto the table, and staggered off towards the bathroom. Mr. Lu stared at Chen Xuan, who had also stood up.
Chen, are you drunk? Let me help you. Chen Xuan waved his hand unsteadily. Thank you, Mr. Lu, I'm fine, I haven't drunk too much.
Director Wang grinned. Chen is really drunk now, otherwise he wouldn't say he hasn't drunk too much. Chen Xuan stumbled into the bathroom and closed the door. Although he felt a little dizzy, he was still quite sober and not drunk at all.
He was just pretending for Mr. Lu.
At this time, Han Yang sent a WeChat message.
Buddy, what's your situation? Let me tell you what I heard. Lu Fei said that today, Yang Yi chose to forgive Lu Zong's wife before leaving the police station.
On her way home with Yang Yi, she saw Lu Zong send a WeChat message to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a little emotional, but she and Lu Zong still talked a lot. Lu Fei advised Yang Yi that this scumbag with a wife who cheated on her should be scolded properly and then not contacted again. But it seems that Yang Yi still has her own ideas.
Lu Fei also said that she glimpsed Yang Yi searching for Wang Halo on her phone. Chen Xuan's heart stirred. Did Lu Ren tell Yang Yi that he would treat her to dinner at Wang Halo? Is this related to the fact that Lu Zong wants to get him drunk tonight? Chen Xuan thought about it. If Lu Ren had any intentions, there should be a third-party witness. He immediately sent a WeChat message to Han Yang. I'm basically certain that Mr. Lu is treating at the Sea View restaurant tonight to get me drunk. But I'm not sure what he wants to do after I'm drunk. If you're curious, come to the Sea View restaurant, but don't let Mr. Lu see you. If anything happens, I'll let you know via WeChat. Han Yang replied immediately, okay, I'll be right there. Can you bring Lu Fei along? She's very curious. Chen Xuan, whatever, but Yang Yi can't know. Han Yang, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At this time, Director Wang's voice came from outside the bathroom. Chen, how are you doing? Are you okay? Do you need help? Chen Xuan didn't even wash his hands before he walked out holding onto the wall. Director Wang, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. I can't anymore, I need to sleep for a while. Chen Xuan stumbled over to the sofa next to him and collapsed on top of it. Lu Zong walked over and called out gently. Chen, don't sleep, the night is not over yet. I've booked the karaoke room, let's go sing and sober up. Chen Xuan lay on the sofa, his words slurring. I am not going anywhere. I want to sleep. Director Wang is also a little unsteady on his feet. It seems that Chen really can't handle Western alcohol. He's drunk, he really is drunk. General Manager Lu is smiling. Let's do this, everyone should go karaoke. I'll book a guest room now so Chen can go rest. When he wakes up and the alcohol has worn off, he'll be fine. Director Wang gives a thumbs up, and it's still General Manager Lu. Everyone, look, this is our great leader. It is an honor for our advertising department to have such a considerate leader. Lu Ren picked up the phone, walked to the door, said a few words in a pretentious manner, and then came back and told Director Wang. I have already booked the room. Give me a hand and take Chen Xuan there.
As he said this, Mr. Lu took the initiative to come over and help the dazed Chen Xuan sit up.
Chen Xuan, wake up, go to the guest room and sleep some more. Chen Xuan's eyelids twitched, but he didn't open them.
Director Wang called over 2 male colleagues.
Mr. Lu, let them take Chen to the guest room. How can we trouble Mr. Lu with this?
Mr. Lu stared at Chen for a moment.
Director Wang, you take the others to the karaoke bar first. It's just a short walk from here, and when you get there, just mention that Mr. Lu booked the room. I'll go with you to the guest room and be there in a moment. Director Wang's body swayed slightly. Mr. Lu.
I'll take Chen to the guest room. Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, Wang, just leave it to me. I'm familiar with the guest room.
Director Wang didn't insist, so he said, okay, I'll go first. Mr. Lu, I'll be waiting for you.
Let's sing a duet, my good brother, to shake these young people up.
Mr. Lu nodded with a smile and said, okay.
Then he leaned in close to Director Wang and said,
Lao Wang, if my wife calls me later, don't say I've gone to the guest room. That could be misunderstood. Director Wang blinked, okay, I understand. I'll just say that Mr. Lu has gone to the bathroom. No.
I'll just say that Mr. Lu has had too much to drink.
I'll call you back after I've woken you up. Mr. Lu nodded, that's fine. If my wife calls and asks, just let me know. I'll drop Chen off and be right back. Director Wang patted his head and said, why don't I take Chen?
I heard that Mr. Lu and his wife had a bit of a disagreement this afternoon.
Mr. Lu shook his head and said, Wang, listen to me. Hurry up and take everyone to karaoke. If you go with me, these young people will be too shy to have fun. Let's have some fun together so that everyone can let loose and we can be more united in the future. Director Wang suddenly realized, Mr. Lu, you are indeed very considerate. Then I'll be very grateful. Excuse me.
He said this and looked at the 2 male colleagues who were helping Chen Xuan.
A bit of foresight, don't let Mr. Lu hold your hands. After you've dropped off Chen, hurry back to sing. Our advertising department will have a chorus of family that loves each other.
The 2 male colleagues nodded, helped Chen Xuan follow Mr. Lu to the guest room. The guest room was on the side of the restaurant and could be reached by walking through the lobby. Mr. Lu went to the front desk to get the room key, then led the 2 colleagues, supporting Chen Xuan, to room 306. Chen Xuan's head hung down at this time, and he looked very drunk. After entering the room, Mr. Lu asked the 2 male colleagues to help Chen Xuan onto the bed, then told them,
you go ahead and go sing. I have something to do, so I'll make a phone call. Tell Director Wang that I'll be there in a while. After the 2 male colleagues left the room, Mr. Lu went to the bed and nudged Chen Xuan. Chen, get up, take off your clothes and get some sleep. Chen.
But no matter how he nudged him, Chen Xuan just wouldn't wake up. Mr. Lu stared at Chen Xuan again, turned around and left the room, closing the door behind him. The hallway was quiet. Mr. Lu looked left and right, and went straight to the door of room 309, knocking gently.
Chapter 53, This is the only way to settle things. The door to room 309 opened quietly. Lu Ren looked left and right before entering the room.
The door closed behind him, and Lu Ren turned around to find Yang Yi throwing herself into his arms.
Honey, do you really have to do this? Lu Ren gently put his arms around Yang Yi. Have you forgotten what I told you?
If we don't get rid of my wife, we'll never be together. The tigress is her only child, and my father-in-law has cancer. As long as he lives, the tigress can inherit all the family property. If we get divorced then, with my father-in-law gone, not only will I get more of the family property, my position in the group will also not be affected.
You just have to bear with it a little longer, and then the 2 of us can really be together. I will definitely give you the biggest wedding and marry you off.
The only way to convince that tiger woman is for Chen Xuan to step forward. After all, you were once involved with Chen Xuan, and he works for my company. As long as he explains to the tiger woman that this is a misunderstanding, she will believe him.
This is the perfect solution.
This afternoon, I exhausted every possible argument with Chen Xuan, and even offered him money, but to no avail. I mentioned your name, but he really has no feelings for you at all, and was completely unmoved.
Chen Xuan said he has a girlfriend, and even if you beg him, he won't agree.
Only by holding Chen Xuan's handle in your hands can he do what I want. Only if he goes and explains to Tigress that it was a misunderstanding and asks him to pretend to be with you for a few more days will Tigress believe me. I have 2 children abroad, and Tigress won't stay in the country for long. As long as she believes that it was a misunderstanding and that she has wrongly accused me, the problem will be solved. Otherwise, if my father-in-law finds out that I have cheated on him, and if she goes to the company and causes a scene, my uncle won't be able to protect me, and I will lose my position at the company. I am at fault, and if she divorces me, I will get nothing and have to leave the house empty-handed.
You don't want me to be like this, so there is no other way. Yang Yi tilted her head. Are we leaving already? Lu Ren shook his head. We have to wait a little longer.
I think it will take another half hour for the drug to take full effect.
By then, it won't matter how we pose. Chen Chuan woke up. You can say that you went to the wrong room and were bullied by him. I will testify that I forgot to close the door and came back to find you two together.
Then I will take a few more photos, and Chen Chuan will be damned even if he jumps into the Yellow River to wash himself clean. Even if he knows that he is being wronged, he definitely wouldn't dare to speak up. After all, I have a handle on him, so in the end, it's not like he can do anything about it. We'll find another opportunity in the future to fix this guy up and get him kicked out of the company, and this matter will be complete.
Yang Yi nodded slightly. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Lu Ren lowered his head and kissed Yang Yi. That's right, if I'm happy, you can be happy too. I'll go to the karaoke room to keep Director Wang occupied, so that he doesn't suspect anything. It's almost time, so I'll come back for you. After Mr. Lu left room 306, Chen Chuan immediately opened his eyes. He had pretended to be drunk. The drug that Mr. Lu had put in the wine was meant to make him drunk, so he acted accordingly to show Mr. Lu. Han Yang was always like this when he got drunk, so Chen Chuan imitated him perfectly. As soon as Mr. Lu left the room, Chen Chuan jumped out of bed, looked through the door viewer to make sure Mr. Lu had left, and then gently opened the door. Chen Chuan watched Mr. Lu's every move, and when he saw him walk to the other side of the guest room, he quietly followed him. The hallway of the guest room was curved and carpeted, and Chen Chuan was careful not to let Lu Ren find out. The odd-numbered rooms and even-numbered rooms are on the left and right sides of the guest room respectively. Chen Chuan watched Lu Ren enter room 309. He tiptoed to the door of 309 and heard the indistinct voices inside by the door. Although he couldn't hear clearly, he got the general idea. Chen Chuan left lightly, hiding in the corner, and watched Lu Ren leave room 309 and go to the karaoke bar. At this time, Han Yang's WeChat message came through. Buddy, I'm at the Wang Heilu. Chen Chuan immediately replied with a WeChat message, I'm in guest room 306, hurry over. Han Yang, Lu Fei wants to come too, is that okay? Chen Chuan, which side is Lu Fei on, who is she helping? Han Yang, don't worry, Lu Fei said she's not helping anyone, she just wants to watch the fun. She definitely won't affect you or interfere with you. Chen Chuan, okay then, Yang Yi is in room 309, so please walk quietly. Han Yang, huh? What's going on? Lu Fei just sent Yang Yi a WeChat message, and Yang Yi said she was at home, in a bad mood, and was going to turn off her phone and go to bed. Chen Chuan, we'll talk when we get there, so hurry. Just as Chen Chuan finished talking to Han Yang, Jiang Wanqing's WeChat message came through. Chen Chuan, honey, I'm pretty sure General Lu is trying to trick me. Jiang Wanqing, oh, what should we do? Do you want me to help you? I have friends at the Ocean View Hotel I can contact. Chen Chuan, honey, you have a lot of connections. Jiang Wanqing, honey, if you work a few more years, you'll have just as many connections. Chen Chuan, honey, don't bother asking anyone for help with this little thing. I can handle it myself. Jiang Wanqing, I'm a little worried. Chen Chuan, don't worry, honey. Your most important task right now is to get better as soon as possible, I can't wait to see you. Jiang Wanqing sent a smiley face emoticon back. Okay, call me if anything happens. Chen Chuan, okay. After the call ended, Jiang Wanqing called Secretary Li. Secretary Li, just wait a little longer at Wang Heilu, I can contact you if anything happens. Before long, Han Yang arrived at the guest room, followed by Lu Fei. Chen Chuan saw the two of them arrive at the door in the door viewer and immediately opened the door. After the two entered the room, Chen Chuan peeked in the direction of guest room 309 again to make sure Lu Ren had not suddenly returned before closing the door. Han Yang stared at Chen Chuan, clutching his grass, wondering why it looked like an agent meeting. What was going on? Lu Fei fluttered her long eyelashes. Yes, I feel so nervous too. Chen Chuan put his finger to his lips. Shoo, keep your voices down, if Lu Ren suddenly comes back and hears you, it will be all for nothing. I'm not sure what's going on either, but Lu Ren is trying to trick me. I'm pretty nervous too.
Just keep quiet and watch, it's best to record it on your phone as evidence.
Lu Fei widened her eyes. Is it that exciting? Chapter 54, Almost Stripped Naked.
About half an hour after Han Yang and Lu Fei entered the room, the door to room 306 opened and Lu Ren walked in. He went to the bed, stared at Chen Xuan, who was sleeping soundly, and then nudged him gently with his hand.
Chen, do you want to go sing a couple of songs to sober up? Chen Xuan was still asleep and didn't react at all. Lu turned around and opened the door. Yang Yi walked in. Is he asleep?
Lu Ren nodded. Don't worry, the drug I put in the wine is absolutely effective, there won't be a problem. Your ex-boyfriend is very slick, if I wasn't prepared, I wouldn't have been able to get him drunk today. Lu Ren said as he came over to Chen Xuan's side, took off his shoes, and then summoned Yang Yi. Yi, come over here and help, take off his clothes. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, then came over and, together with Lu Ren, removed Chen Xuan's coat, and then his shirt. Chen Xuan pretended to be asleep the whole time, letting the two of them undress him. But when his shirt was removed, Chen Xuan became nervous.
Will they really take everything off? That's not good, they'll see everything.
He began to consider whether to call it a day and end the operation early. Luckily, when it came to the last layer of underwear, Lu Ren stopped and stared at Chen Xuan.
This kid has a really good figure, just like mine. Okay, cover him up from the waist down, that will make the shot work. Get into bed too.
Yang Yi first looked at Chen Xuan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and then at Lu Ren.
Now I'm a bit. Honey, why don't we think of another way?
This way.
I still don't think it's a good idea. Lu's face fell. It's come to this, why are you hesitating again? This is the best solution I can think of. This afternoon, I finally managed to appease my tigress.
I already told her that it was all a misunderstanding. The colleague at the company is your boyfriend, and I only met you when I went to talk to this colleague about work, which is why she saw us. The tigress doesn't believe me, so I told her that there's a company team building dinner tonight, and tomorrow I can ask this colleague to go and see her, and everything will be clear. I've already said this, and if I can't fix it tonight, neither of us will be happy. That tigress doesn't just nag me, she won't let you off the hook either.
She can hit you once, but she can do it again.
Only by getting hold of Chen Xuan can he do as I say and listen obediently.
Don't hesitate. If the tigress calls and can't find me, it will be even more difficult.
Yang Yi's face changed, and she finally gritted her teeth, then tore open the collar with force.
Okay, he didn't help us, so he asked for it.
Saying this, Yang Yi came to the edge of the bed, sat down, took off her shoes, and lay down next to Chen Xuan. Lu Zong came to the bed, pulled the quilt over the two of them, exposing half of their upper bodies. Then he took out his phone, turned on the camera, and pointed it at the two of them.
Pull Chen Xuan's hand onto you.
Yes, move your head closer to him.
Okay, don't move.
Lu Zong held the phone up and took pictures from several angles.
Okay, change the pose again. A little more, a little closer. Chen Xuan didn't feel any warmth or softness, just a sense of awkwardness.
He cursed in his heart and held back from opening his eyes, lest he ruin everything. Finally, the posed photo shoot was over, and Yang Yi got off the bed and stood on the floor with bare feet. Lu Ren went to the bathroom, got a glass of cold water, and put it on the bedside table. Then he pushed Chen Xuan hard.
Chen Xuan, wake up. Chen Xuan, look at what you've done. Chen Xuan.
After shouting a few times, Lu Zong reached out to get the glass of cold water. He wanted to splash it in Chen Xuan's face to wake him up.
But suddenly Chen Xuan opened his eyes and stared at Lu Zong. Lu Ren was taken aback.
He didn't expect Chen Xuan to wake up so easily. After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Ren immediately glared, pointing a finger at Chen Xuan.
Looking at what you've done?
Chen Xuan rubbed his eyes.
Mr. Lu. What's going on?
Mr. Lu's face looked very ugly. He turned around and pulled Yang Yi over.
What's going on?
Yang Yi also pointed at Chen Xuan.
You bullied me,
she said, covering her face with her hands and crouching on the ground.
Chen Xuan's expression turned cold. Yang Yi, what's going on?
Explain yourself. Although Mr. Lu didn't think Chen Xuan was as nervous as he expected, he continued to act.
Hey, it's also my fault.
I left in a hurry and forgot to close the door properly.
Went to the wrong room.
As soon as you saw Yi, you pounced on her and pinned her to the bed. If I hadn't remembered that the door was open and come back to check, Yi would still be suffering from your abuse.
Chen Chuan, what should we do now that it's happened?
Chen Chuan looked at Yang Yi, who was crouching on the floor, covering her face, and then at Lu Ren.
I don't remember doing it, I've been framed. Lu Ren's eyebrows rose slightly. You don't remember because you blacked out after drinking. But I guessed you would say that, and fortunately I've left evidence.
He said, holding the phone in front of Chen Chuan's face.
Look at these photos, take a good look. Still say you're being wronged?
If he calls the police now, you're raping a woman and you'll go to jail. Even if she doesn't call the police, I'll call my colleagues over right now and tell everyone what you did. You'll lose your job and your girlfriend. Chen Chuan stared at the photos on the phone and sighed.
Hey, I really feel for you, I know how wronged you feel. Lu Ren looked at Chen Chuan. The facts are right in front of you, and you're still saying you're wronged? Cut the crap, do you want us to call the police or settle this privately? Chen Chuan thought for a moment. Mr. Lu, how do you want to settle this privately? Lu Ren took a pen and paper from the table and placed them in front of Chen Chuan.
Let's do it this way. First you write an IOU promising to pay Yi 100,000 yuan in compensation for her emotional distress.
Then there's another thing. You need to resolve the conflict between Yi and my daughter-in-law.
If you do both of these things, then this incident will be considered settled. Chen Chuan reached for his trousers, but Lu Zong grabbed them and said, Chen Chuan, you can't leave until this matter is resolved.
Chen Chuan's face was grim. Lu Zong and Yang Yi, don't you think this is despicable? Lu Ren stared at Chen Chuan and said, What do you mean? Chen Chuan reached under the pillow and took out his phone. President Lu, I turned on the recording between the time you and Yang Yi entered the room. Lu Ren's face changed. Chen Chuan, you aren't drunk? Yang Yi looked up at Chen Chuan. Were you sober just now? Chen Chuan's mouth curled up. Guess? President Lu clenched his fists. Chen Chuan, no matter what, you have evidence of insulting Yang Yi. You can't even explain where this has gotten you. Chen Chuan sneered. Mr. Lu, let me show you my evidence. Chapter 55. Yang Yi kneels down.
Chen Chuan looked towards the window while he spoke, and the curtains moved as Han Yang walked out, still holding the phone in his hand.
I was recording the whole thing. Mr. Lu, that was really despicable of you.
If Chen Chuan hadn't been prepared, he would have been taken advantage of today.
Lu Fei came out from behind the curtain on the other side.
I saw everything, what you did was really wrong.
Why do you still want to be with Lu Ren, a married man? Not only did you not separate from him, you even helped him blackmail Chen Chuan. Are you stupid? Chen Chuan looked at Lu Ren. Mr. Lu, what do you think of this evidence? I have both human and material evidence. Can I make myself clear? Lu Ren's face turned white.
After entering the room, his attention was completely on Chen Chuan, and he never thought that there were other people in the room.
Yang Yi was even more shocked. Ah, Han Yang, Lu Fei, how did you get in? Lu Fei, I don't want to separate from Lu Ren. I like him.
Saying this, she moved closer to Lu Ren.
Honey, what should we do now?
At this time, Chen Chuan took advantage of Lu Ren's shock and reached out to grab the pants in his hand and quickly put them on.
Everyone in the room was fully dressed, except for him, who was only wearing briefs. Chen Chuan felt awkward and couldn't stand up.
If this video were to get out, it would be really embarrassing.
Lu Ren steadied his mind and gently patted Yang Yi's hand. Don't panic, let me talk to Chen. Chen, what do you mean? Are you trying to trick me? Chen Chuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. President Lu, you're the one setting a trap to trick me, so why are you asking me what I mean?
You let Yang Yi move into the guest room in advance, and you spiked the wine at the dinner party to get me drunk. You sent me to the guest room, then took off my clothes and let Yang Yi get into bed to take photos, just to get something on me to do with as you please.
And they want me to pay for the emotional distress. Don't you think that's despicable? Don't you think it's shameless? Lu Zong put on a stern face and said, Chen, isn't this because you forced me to? If you promised to help me deal with that shrew in my family, would I have to do this? Do you think it's easy for me to let Yi take these photos with you? But since the matter has been made clear, I'll just come right out with it, shall I? If you want to continue working at Boutique, you will do this even if you don't want to. Chen Chuan jumped out of bed. Mr. Lu, you still want to scare me at this hour? Believe it or not, we will immediately post the video online. At worst, I will call the police. What do you think will happen? Mr. Lu sneered. What will happen? At worst, we will fight to the death. Don't you know how I made my way in Bin City? If you report it to the police, it will be considered a civil dispute at most. I have photos of you in EE. As long as EE insists that it's your fault, I can fix it even if you post the video online and say that it was edited deliberately. Believe it or not, I can make you look bad. And you can forget about getting a job in the group in the future. The rewards the chairman gave you, the luxury car, will all be gone. Chen, you're still young. I've been in Bin City for many years, and you still want to fight me? I advise you to think about it. President Lu is starting to act like a scoundrel. Chen Xuan knows that he can't be weak at this time. Fine, I'll just quit this job. I'll see if I can't speak my mind. Although Chen Xuan said this, he was also pondering how to deal with this matter. Lu Ren was right. With his connections in Bin City and his family's influence, a recent college graduate like himself with no foundation might not be able to compete with him. Before, he thought that as long as he exposed Lu Ren's misdeeds, he would be able to take the initiative, but perhaps he had been thinking too simply. At this moment, Chen Xuan's phone suddenly rang. He had originally set it to silent, but just now he had prepared to play back the recording and turned the sound on. The sudden ring of the phone startled everyone in the room. Chen Xuan lifted the phone and looked at it. It was Secretary Li calling, so he answered immediately. Chen Xuan, the chairman, is still a little worried. You haven't drunk too much, have you? You can't delay tomorrow's work. I left in a bit of a hurry and left something at the Wang Heilu. I'm back to get it now. It so happens that the chairman also asked me to see if you've drunk too much. I've just arrived outside the Wang Heilu building. Where are you? Do you want me to come and check on you? Chen Xuan's voice was a little loud on the phone. Although he wasn't using speakerphone, everyone in the room could hear him clearly. Chen Xuan hesitated for a moment. Secretary Li, I'm in the guest room. Secretary Li sounded a little anxious. How did he end up in the guest room? Where is President Lu? A moment ago, the chairman was on the phone with President Lu's father-in-law, and the old man kept nagging the chairman. His daughter-in-law has just returned from abroad, but he doesn't know if he's at home with her or out eating and drinking. The chairman told me to see Mr. Lu and tell him to go home early to be with his daughter-in-law. Chen Xuan glanced at Lu Ren, and he noticed that fine beads of sweat were dripping from Lu Ren's head, and his face had become extremely ugly. Chen Xuan suddenly realized something at this moment. Mr. Lu is not afraid of calling the police or posting this incident online, but he is afraid that his daughter-in-law will find out about the affair with Yang Yi. He may be able to fix other things, but he can't fix his daughter-in-law. If Lu's daughter-in-law finds out the whole story, then Lu is dead. Thinking about this, Chen Xuan said to the phone without hesitation. Secretary Li, Mr. Lu is also in the guest room. Secretary Li, oh, which guest room? Chen Xuan immediately replied, 306. Secretary Li, okay, I'll come find you. Chen Xuan, okay, Secretary Li, I'll be waiting for you. Lu Ren, the fine beads of sweat on his head had turned into soybean-sized drops rolling down his forehead. He also realized that Chen Xuan could report this to the chairman, and if that happened, it would all be over. And if the chairman supported Chen Xuan, then the only means he had to blackmail Chen Xuan would be gone. A real man can bend but not break. Lu Ren immediately changed his attitude. Chen, I was a bit hasty just now. The reason I did it was to ask you to help me fool my wife. As for the compensation for mental distress, that was just something I said. Do you think this is a good idea? Let's compromise. I'll delete the photos on my phone. You delete the video and audio recordings, and tonight we'll pretend this never happened. We'll resolve the matter between E and I ourselves, and we won't trouble you again. I'll never make things difficult for you at the company again, and we'll just forget about this whole thing. Chen Xuan snorted. Mr. Lu, you drugged my drink and threatened me with photos, and you think it's just going to blow over so easily? Lu Ren frowned. Actually, my main concern is still E. If this gets out of hand, she'll lose her job. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yi. E, I'm really doing all this for your sake. Yang Yi grabbed Lu Fei's hand. Lu Fei, help me, persuade Han Yang and Chen Xuan. Lu Fei glared at Lu Zong. Why can't you understand?
Lu Ren is a scumbag, he's just trying to manipulate you, and you're helping him. Yang Yi shook her head. Lu Fei, you don't understand. Yang Yi turned to Chen Xuan, bit her lip, and with a thud, she knelt down.
Chapter 56, You Can't Be Too Extreme.
Yang Yi suddenly knelt down, and Chen Xuan was also stunned.
Yang Yi, what are you doing? Get up. Yang Yi looked up. Chen Xuan, we were wrong about this. I apologize to you on behalf of Lu Ren. I beg you, let's just leave it at that. Lu Fei sighed. You. I don't know what to say to you. Lu Ren is a scumbag, he doesn't deserve you like this.
Saying is one thing, but looking at Yang Yi kneeling on the ground, Lu Fei still couldn't bear to do it. She looked at Chen Xuan and said, Forget it, Yang Yi is like this, but you can't be too extreme, it's not good for anyone. As she helped Yang Yi up, she turned to Han Yang and said,
Han Yang, don't you think so?
Han Yang was still holding his phone in a menacing manner, but when he heard what Lu Fei said, he immediately switched to a submissive expression and nodded seriously.
Well, I think so too. Chen Xuan, why don't we just forget about it?
As long as Mr. Lu promises not to make things difficult for you in the future and not to affect your work, let's just call it a compromise.
In fact, even if Han Yang didn't say anything, with Yang Yi kneeling like this, Chen Xuan was also planning to call it a day.
There's no point in killing someone just to make them grovel, and Lu Fei was right, you can't go too far with anything. If he makes a big deal out of this today and forces Lu Ren to fight back, it's really hard to say if he can keep his job at Liren Company. Although the chairman asked Secretary Li to call him twice tonight, not only did he send him hangover medicine, he also expressed concern about whether he had drunk too much, publicly showing his support and care for him. But after all, he is just a junior staff member who has just joined the group, while Mr. Lu has been working in the group for so many years that he is deeply rooted. Moreover, Mr. Lu's uncle is also a veteran of the group and can speak directly to the chairman.
If anything really happens, the chairman may not necessarily help him.
This job at Liren Company is really good, and after leaving, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find such a suitable company for a while.
As the saying goes, leave a way out for people, so that you can meet again in the future. Now Lu Fei is speaking up for Yang Yi.
Han Yang is a Philistine who values his girlfriend over his friends.
He is also watching Lu Fei's attitude and changing with the wind. It is indeed time to stop.
Seeing Chen Xuan frowning and silent, Yang Yi tugged Lu Zong a little.
Secretary Li is almost here, you'd better apologize to Chen Xuan quickly. It's true that we did it, a bit too much.
Lu Ren's face turned pale, but he still gave in.
Chen, I was wrong in this matter, and I apologize to you. Chen Xuan knew that it was about enough, and it was time to stop. He sighed and said, Okay, Mr. Lu, I don't want to make things impossible, so let's compromise. Like you said, let's delete the photos, videos, and recordings. Don't involve me in your affairs with Yang Yi again. You promise that you won't make things difficult for me at work because of this. If I lose my job because of you, then I'll do what you said and we'll both go down together. If I do anything or say anything, then I won't be able to control the situation. Lu Rinson let out a sigh of relief. Okay, that's settled then. This matter ends here. I promise that I will never retaliate against you because of this, and in the future, we will leave each other alone. After deleting the photos, videos, and recordings, they promised each other to keep quiet about this matter, and then Lu Renshu and Yang Yi hurriedly left the room. Before leaving, Lu Renshu told Chen Xuan that he would return the room in the morning and that he could stay for one night. In order to avoid meeting Secretary Li, Lu Renshu and Yang Yi chose to take the stairs.
When Secretary Li knocked on the door and came to room 306, there were only 3 people left in the room, Chen Xuan, Han Yang, and Lu Fei. After Chen Xuan opened the door, Secretary Li looked him up and down and said,
So, did you drink too much? Is everything okay? Chen Xuan turned to one side and invited Secretary Li to come in. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Li. I'm fine and I'm not drunk. I won't be late for work tomorrow. It was President Lu who was worried that I would get home safely after drinking too much that he booked a hotel room. After entering the room, Secretary Li stood in the doorway and did not go inside. It's good that you're not drunk, otherwise the president would still be worried. Where is President Lu? Chen Xuan saw that Secretary Li did not go into the room, and he also stood in the doorway. President Lu has already left, probably to go to a karaoke bar. Although I'm not drunk, my head is a bit dizzy, so I'm not going to sing. At this time, Lu Fei and Han Yang in the room both nodded to Secretary Li. Chen Xuan immediately introduced.
These are my two friends, who are also afraid that I will drink too much and came to check on me. Secretary Li smiled and greeted them, then looked at Chen Xuan and.
Are you sure there is nothing wrong?
Chen Xuan looked at Secretary Li and said, No, don't worry, I'm fine.
Secretary Li looked around the room again. Well, seeing that you are not drunk, I can report to the chairman with peace of mind. Well, are you staying here tonight? Do you need a ride home?
Chen Xuan shook his head, I'm not going to stay here. But my friends have a car, I can ask them to give me a ride home.
Thank you, Secretary Li.
Secretary Li seemed to be relieved.
Okay, if that's fine, I'll go first, you guys have fun. Bye.
Chen Xuan waited until Secretary Li got into the elevator before returning to his room. Han Yang stared at Chen Xuan. Buddy, the Secretary Li has quite an air about her.
I can see that she cares about you. All kinds of care. I'd say you should let her walk you home, maybe there'll be a story there.
Although Secretary Li is older than you, there's an old saying, an older woman is like a gold brick, and an even older woman is like a gold mine.
Don't miss your chance. Chen Xuan glared at Han Yang. Don't talk nonsense, Secretary Li only came to see me because the chairman told her to.
My creative planning proposal today has won the appreciation of the group leaders, and I have been rewarded with a car.
The chairman wants to set me up as a role model for the group, so that the employees will be motivated.
The proposal is not perfect yet, and someone will come tomorrow to discuss with me how to improve it. The chairman doesn't want the role model he has just set up to be a failure, so he is afraid that I will be too drunk to work tomorrow. In the final analysis, it is still about my hard-working self, and has nothing to do with anyone else. It has nothing to do with Secretary Li.
Han Yang's eyes lit up. You were serious when you said this afternoon that the company would reward you with a car? Chen Xuan nodded. Really, why would I lie to you? Han Yang's eyes widened. It's not an Audi Q7, is it? Chen Xuan also widened his eyes. Why wouldn't it be? It's an Audi Q7. Han Yang said 3 really? In a row. I'd be willing to be such a hard worker. Your company has such good benefits, I'm envious. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and treat us, I want to eat 10 big kidneys tonight, no, 20. Chen Xuan patted his stomach, I'm full. Han Yang wouldn't take no for an answer. Lu Fei and I came all the way here to support you. You won the grand prize again today, you have to let us treat you. Hurry up, you don't still want to stay here, do you? Be careful, General Lu might climb into your bed in the middle of the night.
Chen Xuan jumped up, clutching his heart.
This is too scary, let's go quickly. In Lu Fei's Beetle, the 3 of them left Wanghalo and went to the barbecue restaurant in Jindi community.
Han Yang had a soft spot for the kidneys there. In the car, Chen Xuan sent a WeChat message to Jiang Wanqing, telling her exactly what had happened.
Jiang Wanqing sent an exclamation face. This is a good way to handle the situation for now. Let's see what Mr. Lu does to you in the future. Chen Xuan, honey, you are my benefactor. Without your reminder, I might have been taken advantage of by Lu Ren. Honey, I miss you. Jiang Wanqing, honey, I miss you too. Well, do you want to see me? Chen Xuan, of course I do, I dream about it. Jiang Wanqing sent a shy expression. Honey, I have a proposal. Chapter 57, Why do women seek men? Chen Xuan sent an expression of impatience. Wife, what's the proposal? Jiang Wanqing, husband, don't you have a car? You can come and see me at the weekend. Chen Xuan was overjoyed and sent an expression of great excitement. Wife, is that true? Can I go to a rehabilitation center to see you? Jiang Wanqing, you can, this isn't a place cut off from the world. It's just outside Bin City, a bit far away, and there's no public transport. Without a car, it's hard for you to come over. If you take a taxi, it'll be quite expensive, and I'm afraid you'll spend too much. But now you have a car, don't you? You can drive here and see me, and I can reimburse the petrol costs. Chen Xuan sent another excited emoticon. Honey, if I didn't have to work, I'd drive over to see you right now. Jiang Wanqing, you can't not work, it's too late now.
It's not safe to drive at night here, you need to come during the day, otherwise I won't feel at ease.
Chen Xuan, okay, I'll listen to my wife. Jiang Wanqing, don't drink too much with your friends, take it easy.
Chen Xuan, I know, honey, I can't hold my drink, I usually stop when I've had enough. I already drank too much earlier. Han Yang insisted that I treat everyone, so I just did it as a sign of good faith.
Jiang Wanqing, okay, send me a WeChat when you get home. Chen Chuan sent a kiss emoji. Okay, honey. Chen Chuan, Han Yang and Jiang Wanqing went to the barbecue restaurant outside the Jindi community.
The house that was leaking has now been renovated, and Han Yang can go back to live there. Chen Chuan made it clear that he would no longer go back to live there, and that the rent already paid did not need to be refunded by Han Yang. Han Yang really ordered 20 large kidneys, but fortunately, he didn't order anything like lamb guns and lamb cannons, otherwise Chen Chuan was worried that he would have nowhere to vent at night and whether he could sleep peacefully. Lu Fei and Chen Chuan ordered some grilled vegetables, meat skewers, and meat tendons. Seeing that Han Yang was about to order 6 more bottles of beer, Chen Chuan quickly declared,
I already drank quite a bit at Wang Heilu, I can't drink anymore.
Lu Ren's medicine in the wine is quite strong, I only had a small sip, and I'm still feeling dizzy after all this time. Han Yang opened a bottle of beer and placed it in front of Chen Chuan. If you drank too much at the Sea View restaurant, you should drink now even more. After a while, the alcohol will pass through your body, and if you go to the bathroom a few times, all the medicine will be excreted. Otherwise, it will be boring for me and Lu Fei to drink by ourselves, and you'll just be watching.
Lu Fei shook her head, I'm driving, I can't drink.
Han Yang opened a bottle of beer and placed it in front of Lu Fei.
Lu Fei, how can you not drink? You'd better call a designated driver.
What just happened was so exciting, you have to drink some wine to relax.
To be honest, I was so nervous, I was afraid they would completely strip Chen Chuan naked.
Lu Fei looked a little disheartened. Okay, I'll drink some.
Hey, after this incident, I'm afraid I can't be Yang Yi's best friend anymore.
I thought it was General Lu who wanted to do something. I didn't expect Yang Yi to get involved.
If I knew this, I wouldn't have entered 306.
But it's too late to regret it.
Chen Chuan, I lost this best friend because of you, so you have to make it up to me. Chen Chuan was stunned. How can I make it up to you? Give you another best friend?
Han Yang swallowed the kidney in his mouth, and Lu Fei, you and Yang Yi are just plastic best friends. If Yang Yi treated you like a sister, she would have told you about her affair with Lu Ren a long time ago.
This is an unreasonable request, and I object on Chen Chuan's behalf. Lu Fei glanced at Chen Chuan intentionally or unintentionally.
Okay, but for the time being, I'll be lonely and have no one to keep me company. Han Yang patted her chest and said, I'll keep you company.
What more do you need a best friend for? I can do everything a best friend can do. And I can do everything a best friend can't do. Lu Fei, I can be by your side every day. We can watch the sunrise and sunset together, morning and evening. Lu Fei took a sip of wine. It's no fun being alone. Chen Chuan is okay. Hey, Chen Chuan, with your body, you could be a model. Do you work out a lot?
Chen Chuan thought about the way he looked on the guest room bed and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed.
It's okay.
We had a gym in college, free of charge.
I would go when I had time.
I could also practice the uneven bars and other things, but now that I've graduated and left school, I don't have that kind of condition anymore. When I'm at home, I can't say every day, but I often do hundreds of push-ups, squats, and so on.
Anyway, I have to keep exercising, otherwise I won't be able to do it soon. Lu Fei's eyes lit up. That's right, I like working out too. Why don't we usually go together?
Han Yang, your beer belly is coming out, let's all three go together. Although Lu Fei's invitation was just a casual remark, Chen Chuan suddenly felt a hint of ambiguity. He felt the need to make his position clear.
I'll just exercise at home. If you go to the gym, you'd better go with Han Yang.
Han Yang picked up the beer and gulped down half a bottle.
Yes, Chen Chuan wants to go to the gym, and his girlfriend can accompany him, but she can't hang out with the two of us. Isn't that Chen Chuan? Hey, when is your girlfriend going to bring her out so we can get together? What's the big deal? Why are you being so secretive? Chen Chuan was a little helpless. What's so mysterious? My girlfriend was hit by a car a few days ago and her body hasn't recovered yet.
When she's well, I'll definitely set up a group and we'll have a good drink.
Lu Fei widened her eyes. Chen Chuan, so soon you have a girlfriend? Chen Chuan smiled. Why, I can't have a girlfriend? Lu Fei took a sip of beer. I just feel it's quite sudden. It seems like you didn't mention it last time we drank.
Before Chen Chuan could say anything, Han Yang changed the subject.
Hey, do you guys think that now that no one is taking the blame for President Liu, how is he going to explain this to his wife? If he can't fix this, can he divorce his wife? Then Yang Yi can be with Lu Ren openly.
Chen Xuan thought about it for a while. President Liu is using this underhanded tactic to force me to help him, because he is afraid of divorcing his wife. He is at fault, and if he divorces, he will have to leave the house empty-handed and get nothing from the family assets.
Moreover, his father-in-law is one of the group's founding fathers.
If a real fight breaks out, even if Lu Ren's uncle is also a founding father of the group, his position may not be safe.
Why did Jiang Yi break up with me back then? Wasn't it because I had no money? If Mr. Liu has nothing left, do you think Yang Yi will still be with him?
Han Yang picked up a string of meat and said, well, if you put it that way, I agree that it's pretty bad.
Isn't it said that it's hard to change one's nature? Do you really think that Yang Yi will change when she meets Lu Zong? I don't believe it. Lu Fei frowned slightly. Not all women are looking for a man for his money, are they? The key to whether two people can be together is whether they can be happy. Han Yang shook his head. You need an economic foundation to be happy. If you don't have money and worry about food and clothing every day, how can you be happy? Otherwise, why do so many young girls go for older men and young men go for older women? It's all about money.
They don't want to work hard, so they find a rich partner and can just relax.
Chen Xuan thought of Jiang Wanqing and retorted to Han Yang. You can't say that for sure.
What if it's the young girl who falls for the older man and the young man who falls for the older woman at first sight? Anyway, when there's really a connection, whether the other person is rich or not seems to become less important.
Zhao Yang glared at Chen Xuan. Man, it's not that your girlfriend is a rich woman, is it? Why do you sound different?
Chen Xuan sighed. Hey, if only my girlfriend were a rich woman.
Would I still have to compete with Mr. Liu? I would have long since quit. It's because she's not a rich woman that I have to work hard.
But I agree with you on one point, Han Yang.
It's best for two people to be together with a financial foundation. But if you don't have it, it's okay, then you have to be willing to work hard for your home.
Even if you suffer hardship and toil, but when you think of the other person, you have energy and don't care about anything, you can live quite well like this.
While a few people were talking, Lu Fei's phone rang.
She picked up the phone and looked at it, and couldn't help but be stunned. She reached out and made a shushing motion, telling Han Yang and Chen Xuan to be quiet.
Then Lu Fei answered the phone. Yang Yi, what's up? Chapter 58, you can rest assured now. It turned out to be Yang Yi calling Lu Fei, which was unexpected. I thought she wouldn't take the initiative to contact Lu Fei?
Han Yang pricked up his ears, but Chen Xuan didn't think so. He ate a plate of grilled leeks in front of him without haste.
As for Yang Yi, his ex-girlfriend, he no longer wanted to be even casual friends with her.
Avoiding her was Chen Xuan's most direct thought at the moment.
Lu Fei took out her phone and said, okay.
But I have one request, that scumbag Lu Ren must not come to my house.
Okay, just promise me that. Just go there directly. I'm going home now. Lu Fei hung up the phone. Yang Yi said that Lu Ren's wife was currently downstairs at her house.
She couldn't go home for the time being and would be staying at my place for a few days. She didn't say what would happen to her and Lu Ren. Yang Yi begged me on the phone, and I couldn't help her.
As long as I don't let me see that scumbag Lu Ren, I'll put up with it for now. I can't just watch Yang Yi end up on the streets. Okay, you guys enjoy your meal, I'll go first.
Han Yang stood up. Lu Fei, I'll walk you out.
Lu Fei waved her hand. No need, I've already called a designated driver.
You and Chen Xuan drink slowly, don't drink too much, bye. Han Yang watched as Lu Fei left the barbecue restaurant, picked up the bottle of wine, blew into it, and then placed the empty bottle on the table, glaring at Chen Xuan.
Buddy, I have a feeling. Why do I feel that Lu Fei has a little something for you? No wonder she won't even let me touch her hand now.
When my girlfriend and I were dating, it took less than a week for me to get her.
Just now, Lu Fei also said that she wanted to work out with you. What does that mean? Chen Xuan gave Han Yang a look. Are you thinking too much? Didn't Lu Fei ask you to lose weight together?
Besides, without you, I wouldn't have met Lu Fei, and I have no contact with her.
You're just being paranoid. And I have a girlfriend. Didn't I show you a photo?
Han Yang sized up Chen Xuan.
That photo of your girlfriend doesn't look real, it's not photoshopped, is it? Dare you call your girlfriend now and let me hear it? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. I've heard a lot about people stealing their friends' girlfriends. I suspect that when you took off your clothes today, with your abs on display, Lu Fei took a fancy to you. I know women well. When they really get horny, they can be even more aggressive than men. Chen Chuan glared at Han Yang. Damn, you don't trust your buddy. Han Yang opened another bottle of beer. When a man courts a woman, he has to work hard. When a woman courts a man, she can be subtle. It's not that I don't trust my buddy, I just think that if the veil is too thin, Lu Fei will poke it all the way through. If Lu Fei doesn't choose me and finds another boyfriend, I can accept that. But if she's with you in the future and you two are all lovey-dovey every day, I'll feel like a failure and it'll be hard to watch. Chen Chuan laughed. Damn it, you just can't stand the fact that your buddy is better than you. My girlfriend is right, you won't be jealous if someone is out of your reach, but you can't help but be jealous of someone who is around you. Han Yang raised his bottle and bumped it against the one in front of Chen Chuan. I treat you like a buddy, so if you have any thoughts, just say them, don't hide them. But saying is one thing, if you really take Lu Fei away from me, there's nothing I can do. A buddy is still a buddy, it's just that it hurts. If you really have such a pretty girlfriend, I'll feel relieved too. Chen Chuan took a sip from the beer bottle. Damn, you are quite direct. Okay, I'll thank you for your loyalty in 306 today and comfort your fragile heart. Chen Chuan took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Wanqing. Wife, are you asleep? Jiang Wanqing replied instantly. Hubby, no. I went to bed at 10 p.m. as the doctor ordered, but I'm waiting for you. I'll go to sleep when you get home, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Chen Chuan, okay, I'll finish this beer and go home. I have to ask you something. Jiang Wanqing, honey, just tell me what it is. Why are you being so formal? Chen Chuan, I'm having a drink with Han Yang. He doesn't believe I have a girlfriend. I haven't told her that we're married yet, and it's too much trouble to explain. I just want my wife to say a few words to Han Yang, just to let him know that we're boyfriend and girlfriend. And the profile picture you sent me last time wasn't photoshopped. Is that okay? Honey. Jiang Wanqing, honey, what's not okay about it? Should I call you or should you call me? Chen Chuan, I'll call you. Jiang Wanqing, okay, honey. Chen Chuan looked at Han Yang and said, I just sent a WeChat message to my girlfriend to tell her that you want to say a few words to her. Otherwise, if I just show you the WeChat message, you'll be wondering if I'm lying to you. Han Yang's eyes widened. Oh, really? Okay, let me say a few words, and I'll know if you're lying to me. Chen Chuan dialed Jiang Wanqing's phone number in front of Han Yang, then turned on the speakerphone. Honey, Han Yang is right next to me. Go ahead and say a few words to him. Jiang Wanqing's voice was gentle and pleasant over the phone. Okay, honey. Hello, Han Yang. I'm Chen Chuan's girlfriend, my name is Jiang Wanqing. Han Yang's eyes sparkled, you really are Chen Chuan's girlfriend? Jiang Wanqing, yes, absolutely. And we're already planning to get married. Han Yang's mouth turned into an O. Yes, Chen Chuan didn't say anything. Jiang Wanqing, I didn't let Chen Chuan say anything, because some things aren't ready yet. But you're his good friend, it's okay to tell you. The profile photo you saw is indeed of me, and there is no need to Photoshop our relationship. I was in a car accident not long ago, and I am still recovering. Once I recover, I will definitely introduce you to Chen Chuan. I heard that you can drink a little. I can't drink much, but I can handle 1 or 2 drinks. Han Yang kept nodding at the phone. Okay, then take care of your health. Chen Chuan and I are like brothers, so we'll definitely see each other a lot in the future. Jiang Wanqing, okay, then you two enjoy your drink, bye. Han Yang waves at the phone, bye. Chen Chuan hangs up the phone and then looks at Han Yang. What do you think, buddy, do you believe me now? Han Yang nods vigorously, I believe you, I totally believe you. Not only is she pretty, but she also has such a nice voice. Not only is her voice nice, but she also speaks so eloquently. No wonder you say that once you have eyes for someone, nothing else matters. Just looking at her sideways, I can tell she's a beautiful woman. Who could resist her eyes? Buddy, how did you meet this lucky lady? You've never told me. Chen Chuan smiled, I just wanted to surprise you. Okay, this bottle is empty, I have to go home. I don't want my wife to worry. Han Yang also finished the wine in the bottle and said, okay, let's go home. When Chen Chuan returned to the Jiaxing community, he received an address from Jiang Wanqing. The Jinji Fenghua Rehabilitation Center. Hubby, I'm waiting for you.
At this time, Secretary Li also received a WeChat message from the chairman Jiang Wanqing.
Chen Xuan will come to Jingji at the weekend, you know what to arrange, right? Chapter 59, The Female Boss of the Medical Beauty Company.
Chen Xuan returned to Jiaxing community and made an appointment with Jiang Wanqing to visit her at the rehabilitation center at the weekend, having received the address she had sent.
He searched for the address, Jingji Fanghua Rehabilitation Center, using navigation map software.
It was about 100 kilometers from Binchang and could be reached in an hour by car. Tomorrow was Thursday, and the day after was Friday, so Chen Xuan decided to leave on Friday and go see his wife early. At the thought of Jiang Wanqing's pretty face, spring water eyes, undulating figure, and gentle, beautiful voice, Chen Xuan felt a wave of heat in his body. He didn't sleep well that night. The next morning, after eating breakfast, Chen Xuan drove to the company in his Audi Q7. Not long after he sat down at his workstation, Director Wang sent him a WeChat message, asking him to come over.
Chen Xuan knocked on the door and entered Director Wang's office. Director Wang was very enthusiastic. "Ah Chen, have a seat. How are you feeling now? Does your head still hurt? Are you dizzy?" Chen Xuan shook his head. "I'm fine now, the feeling of being drunk is completely gone."
Hearing Chen Xuan say that he was fine, Director Wang smiled broadly. "That's good, I was worried that it would affect your work.
The bottle of Remy Martin that Mr. Liu opened last night was pretty strong.
I felt a bit tipsy afterwards, and my head still hurts."
"I'm glad you're okay. I have some good news for you.
The group has assigned us a cooperation project with Liren Medical Beauty. The annual advertising project for the blood glucose meter has been handed over to our advertising department to undertake, from creative planning to post-promotion. And the group has named you to be in charge of the creative planning part. The sales of blood glucose meters are world-class, and this is definitely a rare and major project for our advertising department."
"Chen, you have done a great job this time.
However, yesterday was a bit tight, and there are still some areas that need to be improved in the creative planning case you uploaded.
The group has issued a supplementary explanation for you to complete. I have sent the specific comments to your email."
Hearing Director Wang say this, Chen Xuan felt much relieved. It seems that the chairman's concern last night that he not drink too much was really due to work. This proves that what Secretary Li did to him last night was indeed arranged by the chairman. This put Chen Xuan's mind at ease. Otherwise, although he firmly denied Han Yang's words that Secretary Li had feelings for him, he had some doubts in his heart. After all, Secretary Li seemed to be paying more attention to him, but he was a married man, and Chen Xuan didn't want to cause trouble in his life because of some groundless ambiguity. He is already married, and his heart now belongs only to Jiang Wanqing. Chen Xuan immediately promised Director Wang, "Okay, I'll hurry up and make improvements to the plan."
Director Wang smiled. "Ah Chen, there's no rush. President Liu had a sudden family matter and took leave this morning to go abroad. President Lin attaches great importance to this project and wants to take charge of it herself. She wants you to go to her office to see her." Lu Ren took leave to go abroad, which was a bit of a surprise to Chen Xuan. I guess Lu Ren had to do this to appease his daughter-in-law, but as long as he doesn't come and disturb him, it's not a matter that he needs to worry about. Lin is the boss of Liren Medical Beauty Company.
I heard that she is a woman in her 40s, and Chen Xuan has never seen her since he came to the company. After leaving Director Wang's office, Chen Xuan took the elevator to the 13th floor of the building. The receptionist at the front desk knew Chen Xuan, because she was the one who took Chen Xuan to General Manager Lu's office yesterday. After confirming with General Manager Lin that they could meet, the receptionist led Chen Xuan to General Manager Lin's office. Chen Xuan knocked gently on the door, and a woman's voice came out. "Come in." The woman's voice was slightly hoarse and low. Chen Xuan pushed open the door and entered the room, where he saw a woman in her 30s or 40s sitting behind the desk. The woman was thin and had quite a pretty face, although not as pretty as Jiang Wanqing's.
"Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Chen Xuan."
Mr. Lin looked Chen Xuan over and exclaimed, "I didn't realize you were such a handsome guy."
"Please sit down." Chen Xuan sat down on the sofa next to the desk. "Mr. Lin, Director Wang said you wanted to see me."
Mr. Lin smiled and said, "Yes, the advertising department has produced a talent in you, and our company has received the group's large blood glucose meter project.
As a leader, I must get to know you." Chen Xuan felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Lin, you're too kind. I was just lucky that the idea happened to be approved by the chairman."
Mr. Lin looked at Chen Xuan and said, "You can't say that. There are so many companies and advertising planners in the group, but only your plan was approved by the chairman.
How can you not be a talent?
And you've also brought our company an unexpected cooperation project.
This is your strength. Luck is also part of your strength.
Mr. Lin's words left Chen Chuan at a loss for a moment.
Ah, it seems that's true.
Lin Zong's eyebrows and eyes were full of a smile.
How old are you?
Chen Chuan answered honestly, I just graduated from university and I'm 22 years old. Lin Zong's eyes lit up, oh, what a good age.
22, at this age, one is in the best physical condition and has the most energy.
With young people like you who are so talented, it would be difficult for the company not to develop. Saying this, he picked up a document from the table.
President Liu has something at home and has asked for some time off.
I will be in charge of the group's blood glucose meter project.
This is the group's plan for the project. Take a look at the part about the planning proposal. If you need it, I will send you a copy.
It should be helpful for improving your planning proposal. Chen Chuan immediately got up, took the plan, and read it carefully. The plan had detailed explanations of the overall annual plan for the blood glucose meter, the target population, etc.
This clear market positioning would indeed be helpful for his planning proposal. Chen Chuan looked up and thanked Lin Zong, saying that the plan was exactly what he needed. Should I send it to Director Wang for forwarding to me, or should I give you my email address?
Lin Zong took out his phone and said, don't bother, I'll send it to you directly.
Let's add each other on WeChat, so we can contact each other more easily if there's anything.
Saying this, he stood up and went over to Chen Chuan, saying, let me scan you in. Chen Chuan hurriedly got up, took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and added Lin Zong as a friend. At this time, Chen Chuan noticed that Lin had quite a strong perfume smell. It should be a very high-end perfume, which was strong but not overpowering, and quite pleasant. He had just left Lin's office when he received a WeChat message from Lin, which was the document for the blood glucose meter plan. There was also a sentence, handsome guy, keep up the good work. In order to see Jiang Wanqing on Friday, Chen Chuan worked overtime that night and finally finished the plan.
It was almost 10 o'clock when he returned to Jiaxing community. Jiang Wanqing sent a WeChat message. My dear, I never thought you had to work so hard just to come visit me once.
Chen Chuan, I just want to see my wife early, I don't feel any hardship at all.
Jiang Wanqing, if this job is really hard, then don't do it. Chen Chuan was taken aback. Ah, is that okay? Chapter 60, Jiang Wanqing Nursing Center. If you find it hard, you don't have to do this job?
Chen Chuan was stunned for a moment before replying to WeChat.
No, how can I support my wife if I don't work? Honey, if you were a rich woman, that would be fine. Then you could support me.
He then sent a face with a grimace emoji.
Jiang Wanqing sent a mischievous emoji. I'm not a rich woman, but I should be a rich sister. I mean, do you want to ask your friends to help you find another job? Chen Chuan, no need. If you want to make money, you have to work hard. Besides, I think this job is pretty good. President Liu is on vacation, so no one is giving me a hard time.
The chairman appreciates me, and the group gives me opportunities.
The company's general manager Lin also values me a lot.
The chairman even gave me a car.
How could I just change jobs because of a little hard work?
My wife, just thinking that I will see you tomorrow night makes all the hard work worthwhile.
This is happiness for me.
Jiang Wanqing, having a husband who loves me and works overtime until the evening just to see me a day earlier makes me feel quite happy too.
Chen Chuan, wife, which car should I drive tomorrow? Audi or Phantom? Jiang Wanqing, it doesn't matter which car you drive. Chen Chuan, okay, I understand. Jiang Wanqing, honey, you've had a hard day. Get some rest early tonight. Chen Chuan, okay, honey. Can I give you a kiss and a hug when I see you tomorrow? After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Wanqing sent a shy face emoji. Honey, I'm your wife.
Chen Chuan understood her meaning and immediately sent an ecstatic face emoji.
Honey, I'm going to sleep now, so I'll be full of energy tomorrow.
Jiang Wanqing sent back an expression of being at a loss for words.
Okay, honey, good night. Chen Chuan, good night, honey.
The next afternoon, Chen Chuan and Director Wang took leave, left the company an hour early, and drove away from Bin City to the address Jiang Wanqing had sent, the Jiang Wanqing Nursing Center.
Chen Chuan sent Jiang Wanqing a WeChat message, telling her that he had already set off.
Jiang Wanqing sent back a WeChat message, honey, no rush, drive slowly. Secretary Li was standing next to Jiang Wanqing at this time. Chairman, everything is arranged, no one will say the wrong thing. The actors have all been transferred from other places, so don't worry about being found out.
Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly, okay.
I'm relieved, otherwise if Chen Chuan finds out that I'm the only one in the entire rehabilitation center, then he should be suspicious. Secretary Li hesitated for a moment. Chairman, I still have to ask you something.
How long do you want to keep Chen Chuan in the dark?
Jiang Wanqing's eyes were deep, and I will keep him in the dark until I know for sure that Chen Chuan is not attracted to me because of my money. I will keep him in the dark until the day Chen Chuan finds out who I am and doesn't feel any difference.
Since my little husband is capable, I want to support him.
Men need self-esteem, and I want to give it to him so that he doesn't feel burdened. Secretary Li spoke cautiously. Chairman, having money is also your capital and your advantage.
What man doesn't like a woman with money and good looks? Why bother to verify it?
You thought the same thing about Qin Xiao at first, but Qin Xiao thought you were just an ordinary girl who was infatuated, and fell in love with the female classmate he thought was rich.
Some relationships cannot withstand tests.
In fact, with your appearance, as long as you reveal your identity as the chairman of Kyushu Group, everything will be fine.
Jiang Wanqing smiled.
If that were the case, I would never have discovered that Qin Xiao is such an abominable scumbag. Secretary Li looked a little helpless.
I'm just worried that you'll get hurt again. Jiang Wanqing's eyes sparkled.
Although Chen Chuan and I have an age difference, he is very mature mentally. I can feel his fondness for me, and I can also appreciate his sincerity.
So no matter what, I have to give it another try, and give my all to love again, even if I get my head broken.
Secretary Li sighed lightly. Okay, Chairman.
Since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you. But if you want to support Chen Chuan, you can continue to do so in the name of the group.
After all, he doesn't know your identity.
Jiang Wanqing's face became serious.
Although Lu Ren has gone abroad, he is very competitive and scrupulous in his actions, and has a heavy heart. He has submitted to Chen Chuan this time, and it will definitely be regarded as a great humiliation by him. After returning to China, he will not let it go, and will probably find a way to take revenge on Chen Chuan. But his uncle is a veteran of the group, and I cannot touch Lu Ren for the time being. After all, the group is now running well and is able to develop in a positive way on its own. Without absolute reason, if his uncle causes a fuss after Lu Ren is touched, it may cause panic among the management of the group. When Dad was alive, he often told me that the best management is one that can achieve governance without exerting influence. So I need to make preparations in advance, in case anything happens, so that Chen Chuan can have opportunities and conditions that are more conducive to his development. And this opportunity seems to have nothing to do with our Kyushu Group.
Secretary Li nodded and said, Okay, Chairman, I understand. Jiang Wanqing sent Chen Chuan a WeChat message. Hubby, where are you? Chen Chuan answered in his voice message, Honey, I'm 10 kilometers from the highway exit. According to the navigation system, I'll be at your place in 15 kilometers. Jiang Wanqing, okay, honey, don't worry, drive slowly.
Chen Chuan, don't worry, honey, I'll see you soon. Secretary Li bowed slightly and said, Chairman, I'll go now, so Chen Chuan doesn't see me.
Jiang Wanqing nodded, You can go when you're sure there won't be a problem. Chen Chuan left Binchang and used an hour to get to this rehabilitation center.
When he arrived, he realized that the rehabilitation center was on an offshore island connected to the mainland by a bridge. To get to the bridge, you had to pass through a large iron gate with a sign, Private Property, No Entry. Chen Chuan's car arrived at the gate, but suddenly the gate opened automatically and a voice came out, Vehicle recognized, please enter. Chen Chuan didn't really think about why the car was recognized by the access control, and he drove onto the bridge. After driving for more than 2,000 meters, he reached the bridgehead, where another gate was in front of him. A security guard came out of the guard room and said,
Hello, distinguished guest, what is your name?
You need to register and be confirmed before entering the island.
Chen Chuan lowered the window and said, My name is Chen Chuan, I'm here to visit a patient.
The security guard nodded and said, Oh, it's Mr. Chen, I've already said hello, please come in.
The gate opened and Chen Chuan drove onto the island.
There was a small hill on the island, and the buildings at the foot of the hill were decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, giving them an ancient charm.
Chen Chuan's WeChat rang. It was from Jiang Wanqing. Honey, I can see you've arrived on the island. Just follow the road downhill and you'll be there.
Chen Chuan drove along a paved road until he reached the complex. A plaque hung above a tall gatehouse, Jin Gufang Hua Sanatorium. An antique gate opened, and Chen Chuan's car drove in. It was a large compound, and Chen Chuan didn't have to drive very far. He slammed on the brakes and stopped.